Chapter 1. Before the draft. Damn it. Cusco. What gives you the right to steal my top defensive player? With Lee's exceptional physical prowess, he is sure to shine in the NFL. In an office, a bald, overweight man with white hair was shouting angrily at a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, wearing a disarming smile, spoke softly to the irate figure. "Oh, my dear Coach Markle, I am well aware that with Lee's physique and talent, he is destined for fame in our NFL. But, Markle, you are doing him a disservice. He stands an impressive 6.857 feet tall, 209 centimeters, making him like a towering cornstalk in the realm of football. In less than 8 years, he will surely find himself regretting his choices from a hospital bed. Your desperate attempts to keep him on your team are merely a ploy to bolster our school's reputation and facilitate your unscrupulous profit-making schemes. As a coach, you must respect, specifically, his choice." Markle's machinations laid bare, his face flushed with embarrassment, resembling the rear of a baboon. With a menacing glare directed at Cusco's smiling visage, he spat a warning before forcefully slamming the door as he exited the office. Cusco shook his head as he watched Markle leave, clutching a sheet filled with training methods as he made his way to the gymnasium. Beside the basketball court, a tall, muscular young man with striking features from China was awkwardly practicing one-handed dribbling between his legs. Seeing the young man occasionally drop the ball and retrieve it while continuing his drills, Cusco couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Indeed, he is suffering the consequences of starting late. I hope this doesn't adversely affect his draft position. "Hey, Shan, come over here. I have prepared the training list." Upon hearing Cusco's voice, Shan grabbed a basketball and approached, his face lighting up as he accepted the training list handed to him. "Thank you so much, Coach Cusco. These fundamentals are exactly what I need." Cusco, observing the bashful yet delighted giant before him, patted Shan's shoulder and smiled in return. It's merely a small matter with your talent. You should be able to grasp and apply these fundamentals swiftly. By the way, Coach, how is Green doing? March Madness has concluded, and we haven't received any news from the hospital?" At Shan's inquiry, Cusco's expression darkened instantly, his demeanor transforming into one of grave concern. That damned fool. He attempted to rob a convenience store wielding a weapon, only to be outmatched by the store owner and his cousin. He suffered 3 broken ribs, a dislocated left arm, and a broken right leg with a ruptured Achilles tendon. Understand this. In America, property owners have the right to defend themselves with lethal force. Not only will this fool be responsible for his medical expenses, but he also faces imprisonment, further tarnishing our already fragile school reputation. After listening, Shan was momentarily at a loss for words. I can understand. Soon after, Cusco's face broke into a smile again. "Lee, keep up with your practice. With my 2 decades of experience as a basketball coach as a guarantee, given your physical attributes and talent, coupled with your diligence, you are bound to secure a place in the NBA. As long as you swiftly master these fundamental skills, you will pave a longer path in the league. I've already registered you for this year's NBA draft. The rest depends solely on your efforts." Shan looked at the middle-aged man before him, who had a few strands of white in his hair, and resolutely made a promise. "Rest assured, Coach Cusco, I will not disappoint your expectations." Cusco smiled appreciatively and patted Shan on the back before slowly departing from the gym. Shan glanced at the training checklist in his hands, feeling the distance he still had to traverse on his basketball journey. System. Open the panel. Host. Shan, age 20. Height. 209 centimeters. Weight. 117 kilograms. Shoulder width. 72 centimeters. Arm span. 230 centimeters. Achilles tendon. 32.6 centimeters. Maximum palm width. 31.9 centimeters. 100 meter sprint speed. 10.8 seconds. Court sprint speed. 3.2 seconds. Overall physical rating. A. Vertical jump from standstill. 107.66 centimeters. Running jump reach. 395.7 centimeters. Overall jump rating. 90. Deadlift. 234 Kilogramm bench. Press. 210 kilograms. Squat. 315 kilograms. Overall strength rating. 90. Close range shooting. 60 mid-range shooting. 30 long-range shooting. 101 fadeaway jump shot. 20 hook shot. 15 driving. Layup dunk. 85 standing dunk. 90 overall offensive rating. B. Passing. 50 passing accuracy. 50 ball handling. 15 catch stability. 50 basketball IQ. 90 feel for the game. 95. Overall playmaking rating. C. Block. 99 steal. 98 on-ball defense. 99 help defense. 97 recovery defense. 97 interior defense. 99 perimeter defense. 98 defensive rebound. 99 offensive rebound. 98 lateral speed on defense. 90 defensive stability. 100 defensive IQ, 99 hustle, 99 overall defensive rating, A. Innate talents, not system-granted, elite. Defense enhances defensive capability, relentless shot blocker enhances shot blocking speed, this is my territory enhances continuous jumping ability and speed and defense I. Will not allow, it enhances ability to defend against alley-oops, bring it on enhances stealing capability, frenzy, each block boosts personal morale. Badges, rim protector, elite hall of fame shot blocker master hall of fame jumping master hall of fame ball steal master hall of fame ankle protector hall of fame rebounding master hall of fame positioning beast hall of fame heartbreaker hall of fame intimidator hall of fame interceptor hall of fame pick dodger hall of fame paint protector master hall of fame clutch defender hall of fame. NBA scout report. Strengths, exceptional defensive prowess, and elite shot blocking ability render him nearly impossible to score against. His upper and lower body strength is truly remarkable. He seems to be a natural master of post defense and rebounding positioning. With his extraordinary physical attributes, one can trust him with interior defense, and rebounding, without a shadow of a doubt, could undoubtedly be a pivotal piece for any championship contending team. NBA scouting report. Weaknesses. His dribbling and ball handling skills are abysmal. Should he be entrusted with the ball? I assure you, regret will follow. His shooting ability is virtually non-existent. I dare say his shooting is inferior even to that of my grandmother. While God bestowed upon him impeccable defensive skills, he received a harsh rebuke in the form of subpar finishing and offensive shooting. NBA draft template. Dikembe Mutombo Hall of Famer Dikembe Mutombo, starting player. System evaluation. Elite in defensive rebounding. The unique finesse of a Huaxia individual. Ensures a warm touch, yet fundamentally, he remains someone who struggles with offensive ball handling. Defensive points. 55. Each block adds 20 points. One of the season's best blocks adds 50 points. Each steal adds 15 points. Each rebound adds 3 points, and each point scored adds 1 point. Every 500 defensive points can be exchanged for 1 point of capability, with certain capabilities being augmentable through diligent training. Chapter 2. The Little Park. After completing all the tasks on his training list, Shan found it to be around 2:30 in the afternoon. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, clenched his fists at his waist, and encouraged himself vocally. Come on, Shan, you can do it. Keep working hard. Strive for that lucrative main contract. Shan jogged away from the school and arrived at a large residence, known as the Tomato Family, calling out loudly into the courtyard. Mother, Imbuk, Shally Lee, Agua, and Little Sweet Potato, hurry and open the door. Shan has brought fruits. Shortly thereafter, several small heads popped up, peering curiously at Shan before joyfully running towards him. Brother Shan is back. Welcome home. Well, Fui. Brother Shan, I was very well behaved today and didn't trouble mother. Fui. You little sweet potato. Is that all you think about? Shan happily ruffled Xiao Li Li's hair, beaming as he watched Agua and Little Sweet Potato playfully tussle, using his hands to separate them. All right, you two little ones. Quickly bring these fruits inside and call everyone to enjoy them. Xiaoli, what is Mufa? Has she gone out to play mahjong again? Xiao Lili pondered for a moment, then adorably nodded and replied, Yes, mother has gone out to play mahjong with Aunt Jia Xian again. This time, it was mother who invited Aunt Jia Xian to join her. Shan nodded in resignation, acknowledging that such behavior was indeed typical of his mother. He bent down and lifted Xiao Lili into his arms. All right then, let's have some fruits first. Later, they'll be going out to buy some vegetables and then return. How about I cook something nice for dinner tonight? In the embrace of his little sister, Li, the joyful sound of his brother, Shan, announcing that he would personally prepare. A meal made her dance with excitement. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Dressed in an apron, Shan served the final dish of pickled vegetables with pork, while several children emerged from the kitchen, each bearing delectable culinary delights. Dinner is served. With Shan's proclamation, an enormous round table quickly filled with elderly and young faces, leaving little room for youth or middle-aged individuals in the room. Today, I have an important announcement. I have decided to participate in this year's NBA draft. An elderly woman sitting directly opposite the entrance gazed at Shan with concern. Shan, are you really sure about this? You've devoted so much time to practicing that odd sport, and now you're suddenly switching to basketball. Will you be able to catch up on the fundamentals? Shan smiled warmly at the elderly woman and replied gently, Oh, don't worry, mother. Throughout all these years, I have never undertaken anything without confidence. Moreover, the earnings for basketball far surpass those from that other sport. Uncle, you all must trust me. With Shan's reassurances, the elders finally felt at ease. After the meal, Shan took a basketball and made his way to a nearby small park with a basketball court that to his surprise. The court was crowded with spectators, and cheers erupted from the crowd intermittently. Shan stood at the side and observed the scene. Looking into the court where a young African-American man, towering at approximately 190 centimeters, was being filmed by several onlookers, he tapped the shoulder of a nearby uncle and inquired about the situation. "Oh, it's you, Lee. Do you see the young man on the court? They say he's a prominent streamer, with thousands watching. They claim he's quite skilled at basketball and may have even played professionally before. In essence, he's here to dominate the game." Shan nodded, gaining a clearer understanding, and refocused his attention on the basketball court. Within the court, a Caucasian man held the ball, employing an entirely unorthodox triple threat stance, feigning a few moves while the opposing African-American streamer paid him no heed. "Are you not aware that your movements are utterly phony? I could easily outplay you using my feet." Without a word, the white man executed a dribble step and a right-hand crossover, directly bypassing the African-American streamer. As he prepared for a layup, a figure soared above him, and with a resounding bong, the layup was emphatically blocked by the African-American streamer. "Huh, is that all you've got? You're as pathetic as a pile of rubbish." The streamer launched a fast break, with several defenders scrambling to catch up, yet his speed only intensified as he entered the paint, leaping to deliver a thunderous dunk over a hefty opponent, who crumpled to the ground upon impact. Bong. "Who else is there? You're all utterly weak. You're like children, so soft and powerless." The African-American streamer unleashed a torrent of trash talk as the nearby videographers joined in the raucous cheers. Meanwhile, several teammates helped the fallen uncle back to his feet. "How's it going? Can you still play?" The uncle, clutching his backside, waved his hand and shook his head, hastily indicating that he could no longer continue and needed to rest. The African streamer across from him, witnessing the abrupt halt to his performance, wore an expression of displeasure. "What do we do now? You're down a player. You can't ruin my show." The streamer inquired among those nearby if anyone wished to join, but the bystanders were merely there to observe. No one stepped forward. At last, he spotted Shan, who was practicing dribbling behind the crowd, his head just peeking above the throng. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. A yellow-skinned player. Huh. Besides Yao, who's impressive. Just in time for my live stream today's stats are bound to be exceptional. "Hey, you there, the one with yellow skin. Come over and join us. The opposing team is one player short. And you fit perfectly." Shan raised his head, realizing he was the sole Asian on the court, and slowly straightened his posture. Standing a half-head taller than others, the robust Shan approached them. "All right, who are my teammates?" His teammates nearby nudged him, saying, "Did we mention the boards? Are we playing? The live stream is buzzing right now." The African streamer frowned menacingly. "Humph, what good is height? Just wait for me to dunk over you." After greeting his teammates, Shan positioned himself to inbound the ball from the baseline. That a young player dribbled the ball, then directed it to his feet, while Shan set a solid screen, effectively blocking the African streamer. The players at the baseline moved towards the young player. The young man circled around to cut toward the basket, while a towering center had already positioned himself at the open baseline. The shooting guard at the baseline successfully found his cutting teammate, and the young player scored with a bank shot, securing 2 points. The African streamer rubbed his injured arm, signaling for his teammates to hurry up with the inbound. Shan's team transitioned to defense, and the young player high-fived him. "Great screen, buddy. You completely held him up." Shan smiled modestly, urging him to stay focused on their assignments. The African streamer stepped beyond the three-point line, passed the ball to his teammate, then gestured outward, indicating an unknown play. His teammates quickly spread out towards the baseline, while the young player at the three-point line adjusted his shorts and warned Shan and the others to be ready for help. Defense. Shan leaned into the paint, squinting at the African streamer in the distance. The streamer displayed a classic triple threat stance, then, with astonishing speed, darted past the young player, accelerating fiercely toward the paint. Shan immediately moved to help defend. Both players leap high into the air. The African streamer, with a fierce expression, raised the basketball overhead in a powerful motion, preparing to slam it into the hoop. "Prepare to be dunked on." Shan laughed and jumped, forcefully swatting at the basketball in the streamer's grasp. With a resounding thud, Shan's hand connected sharply with the ball, gripping it tightly midair. Everyone present, including those in the live stream, was left stunned by this astonishing block. The African-American streamer suddenly landed, stumbling briefly before collapsing to the ground, his gaze vacant as he sat there in a daze. Seizing the opportunity presented by the lack of defense, Shan, with unsteady steps, dribbled the basketball and charged toward the front court. With a leap from just a step beyond the free throw line, he soared into the air, cradling the ball behind his head and with all his might, he executed a powerful slam dunk, resembling an inverted C as he forcefully thrust the basketball into the hoop. Bong! The rim creaked in response to Shan's thunderous dunk. The crowd erupted in cheers, paying homage to his remarkable offensive display. As the play transitioned, the African-American streamer regained possession, his expression troubled as he sought to redeem himself from the earlier humiliation. He dribbled back and forth beyond the three-point line, signaling for Shan to come over for a screen, ready to switch and confront Shan's defense directly. "Listen up. You, with your yellow skin. That was merely my oversight. I advise you to protect your feet now, lest I break them with my moves. Your tongue is truly sharp. Why not visit a doctor to patch up that mouth of yours?" The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers at Shan's taunting retort. Meanwhile, the opposing black commentator furrowed his brow tightly, glaring fiercely at Shan. "Just you wait." After delivering his menacing words, the commentator executed a series of hesitation dribbles, sensing that Shan might be caught off guard, before making a swift crossover to dart towards Shan's right side. Shan swiftly moved laterally, resembling a colossal mountain, once more obstructing his path. The African-American broadcaster was taken aback, hastily pivoting to the right and launching into a jump shot. However, Shan, utilizing his extraordinary leaping ability, matched the broadcaster's ascent, and just before the basketball was released from his grasp, he deftly swatted it with his left hand. Upon landing, the broadcaster retrieved the ball that had been blocked by Shan, and with a swift maneuver, he executed a between-the-legs dribble followed by a deep retreat to beyond the three-point line before attempting another shot. Shan was merely a step away from the African-American broadcaster, and just as those around him presumed the ball would be lost, he leaped into the air, executing a graceful moon-catching motion to seize the soaring basketball. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, while a man clad in a hat and an oversized coat gazed in astonishment at Shan on the court, hastily typing something into his phone before departing swiftly from the scene. Back on the court, Shan passed the ball to a young player and joined his three teammates to establish their formation. The young player dribbled back and forth at the arc, scanning the surroundings for any unmarked teammates. Shan and the center executed a double screen, allowing the small forward to cut along the baseline and create an open three-point opportunity. The shooting guard moved up, clearing space for a baseline shot. The young player decisively passed the ball to a teammate stationed near the baseline. However, the opposing team's diminutive shooting guard anticipated the trajectory of the pass and intercepted it mid-air with remarkable agility. "This one's mine," he exclaimed with a sinister grin as he seized the ball and launched a fast break. Shan, grinning widely, thought to himself, "Here I come." He lowered his head, swung his arms, and sprinted to catch up with the unsuspecting little shooting guard. The latter was completely engrossed in his own world, oblivious to the shouts of the nearby commentator. With a quick dribble and a couple of steps, he went for a layup. But at that very moment, a tall figure loomed above him, having awaited this moment in the air. Just as he attempted the layup, Shan leaped with all his might and swatted the ascending basketball away. "No layup for you, my friend." The ball was deflected off the backboard and fell behind Shan, where the commentator was eagerly trailing. Spotting the rebound ahead, the commentator's face lit up with joy as he reached out to grab it. Upon landing, Shan swiftly pivoted and approached the African-American broadcaster who had retrieved the rebound. The broadcaster was taken aback by Shan's rapid lateral movement and, in a moment of surprise, attempted a direct shot to score over him. Shan, witnessing the audacity of his opponent attempting a jump shot before him, leapt into the air with equal fervor. With his left hand, he deftly swiped the basketball from the player's grasp, sending it soaring towards the baseline crowded with spectators. "No shooting allowed, young man." Coincidentally, the small forward across the court sensed something amiss as Shan had already crossed the half-court line. He cautiously trailed the African-American commentator ahead. When Shan successfully blocked the commentator's shot once more, he adeptly retrieved the basketball that had been swatted to the baseline. Swiftly readjusting his shooting stance beyond the three-point line, seizing the golden opportunity to score, Shan noticed an opponent trailing behind. Upon landing, he swiftly sprinted to a point just a couple of steps away from the opposing small forward and leaped into the air. With precision, he swatted the basketball soaring through the air directly into the opposing court. "Bong. This is my territory. Scoring is absolutely forbidden." "Delightful." Shan landed gracefully, raising his fists high to showcase his impressive biceps. A young teammate leapt onto Shan's back, roaring in celebration as if he himself had just executed a remarkable triple block. 3 other teammates soon joined him, clamoring and applauding in exuberance. Meanwhile, The opposing team of African-American broadcasters departed with forlorn expressions, clutching a basketball and muttering, "Give me the ball. I want to go home. Ugh, this is just too frustrating." The audience, in awe, covered their heads with their hands, their mouths agape in disbelief as they contemplated the astonishing triple block. "Oh my God, this is simply unbelievable. The speed of his jumps. The height he reached. My heavens." Scoring a point against his defense seems utterly impossible. In the dimly lit broadcast room, the African-American commentator exclaimed, "What a talent! The innate ability of the Chinese. Is this what they call the jumping tiger? He is the Li. I found his profile. Before he decided to pursue basketball, he was a 5-star high school football player. Is this his secret weapon for such effortless transitions? My goodness. He is set to participate in this year's NBA draft in June. How could someone who barely played basketball before grasp the game so quickly? Is he truly one of the top prospects this year? I can't wait to see him play." Chapter 3, The Draft. Homer Thunder. In mere months, time slipped away, and Shan dedicated himself to relentless training, honing various fundamental skills and enhancing his offensive agility and versatility. Mid-range shooting, 30, ball handling, 25, hook shot, 35. Passing accuracy, 60. On June 25th, the 63rd NBA Draft was held at Madison Square Garden in New York City, where aspiring basketball talents gathered to determine their future paths in the sport. Within the D'Amato family, his mother watched her handsome son, impeccably dressed in a suit, and nodded with satisfaction. "Shan, remember to take care of your health over there. They say basketball is a deep water. If it's too much for you, just come back. We don't seek great wealth, just enough to eat, marry a good wife, and have a chubby baby." Shan adjusted his tie and smiled at his mother, reassuring her, "Do not worry, mother, I will be cautious." Upon hearing his words, she trembled slightly as she leaned on her cane and embraced the young man she had nurtured since his childhood. Subsequently, with the assistance of a few children, she watched him depart from the courtyard. Outside the yard, Coach Cusco leaned against the door of an old sedan. "Lee, how did the trial with the team go? I have recommended several teams via email that would suit you well. Which one do you feel most inclined to join?" Upon hearing Cusco's words, Shan's smile gradually faded, leaving him appearing somewhat dazed and listless. "What do you mean by trial training? Where am I supposed to go for this?" Cusco's smile became slightly rigid, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "It's the email I sent you a month ago. Over the next 2 months, you are to attend tryouts with various teams in pursuit of a higher draft position." Shan instinctively shrank his head and replied timidly, "Coach, are you unaware that we do not have a computer at home?" Cusco's pupils dilated, and he slightly parted his lips, momentarily at a loss for words, wearing an expression that suggested he was both eager to speak and hesitant to do so. After a brief pause, Cusco exhaled a long, heavy sigh, helplessly gesturing towards the vehicle behind him. "Get in. I shall take you to the draft. By the way, I must commend your outfit. It looks quite dashing." Thank you, sir." A few hours later, Cusco arrived at the illustrious Madison Square Garden with the dapper Shan. Here, Shan beheld a multitude of aspiring basketball talents. Some exuded the pride of a tyrannosaurus, while others, like the bashful Jick, seemed somewhat reserved. "Oh, is that a child over there?" As time progressed, a kind, silver-haired elder made his way to the podium amid the applause from the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 63rd NBA Draft of 2009. He continued, "I hereby declare that with the first pick in the first round, the Los Angeles Clippers select Blake Griffin, a graduate of the University of Oklahoma, standing at 6 feet 10 inches tall and playing as a power forward." As David Stern concluded his announcement, the crowd erupted into raucous applause. After embracing his family, Griffin waved to the audience while donning the Clippers cap and shaking hands with Stern for photographs, all under the gaze of captivated onlookers. Shan gazed at the Griffin in the distance and nodded. It was that Tyrannosaurus Rex. He was the top pick. A few minutes later, the Memphis Grizzlies selected the towering Hashim the Beat with the 2nd overall pick. Ladies and gentlemen, the Oklahoma City Thunder chose the 196-meter-tall guard, James Harden. With the 3rd pick, a bashful young man scratched his head, stood up, embraced his family and friends, and donned the hat of the Thunder. The Kings selected Tyreke Evans with the 4th pick. The Timberwolves opted for Ricky Rubio with the 5th pick, followed by Johnny Flynn with the 6th. Ladies and gentlemen, the Golden State Warriors selected the 188-meter-tall point guard, Stephen Curry, who graduated from Davidson College, with the 7th overall pick. Shan clapped his hands while glancing around, only to find the cherubic-faced young boy had risen to his feet. "Wow, It's him. I thought he was still in elementary school, though I suppose even an elementary schooler wouldn't be this tall. The Knicks selected Jordan Hill with the 8th pick. The Raptors chose DeMar DeRozan with the 9th pick, while the Bucks opted for Brandon Jennings with the 10th. Meanwhile, Cusco, witnessing Scott gradually announcing the 20th pick, felt a surge of anxiety, gripping his hands tightly as his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Come on. Will we make it to the first round? I implore you. Let us make it in the first round. Shan observed the palpable tension emanating from Cusco beside him, and in turn, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, despite being uncertain of its source. Perhaps it was merely a case of emotional contagion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dallas Mavericks have selected Shan, a 20-year-old power forward standing at 2.09 meters, from Huaxia with the 24th pick. Upon hearing David Stern's announcement, Cusco erupted in joyous celebration. I knew you could do it. With a smile, Shan rose to adjust his suit, slightly wrinkled from prolonged sitting, while Cusco, still grinning, assisted him in smoothing out the creases. After a brief moment of tidying, Shan embraced Cusco, the guiding force who had ushered him into the realm of basketball. Thank you so much, Coach Cusco, for leading me down this path. Cusco playfully retorted, Oh, come off it. Is this really the time for sentimentality? Go on. Accept the adulation of the crowd, kid. Shan, amidst the surrounding applause, smiled as he picked up the cap belonging to the Dallas Mavericks and strode confidently towards Stern on the stage. Oh, behold this dashing young man. May you shine as brightly as your compatriot Yao. Keep it up. I have great faith in you. Stern, with a warm smile, regarded the bashful young man before him and patted him gently on the shoulder, devoid of any pretense. Thank you very much, Mr. Stern. I have a long journey ahead and much to learn. Stern, observing the humble child, chuckled with delight and extended his hand. Such admirable qualities, unpretentious, eager to learn. After capturing a photograph, Shan returned to the audience, where Cusco greeted him with a hearty laugh. Coach, can we leave now? Certainly not. We still need to take a group photo, after which you will sign your rookie contract with the team's management and then accompany them to the Dallas Mavericks headquarters, which shall be your second home. Shortly thereafter, Stern began to announce the next name. The Oklahoma City Thunder selected Rodrigo Buboa. Oh, wait a moment. We have just received news of a trade. The Thunder are trading Rodrigo Buboa along with a future second-round pick for Shan of the Dallas Mavericks. Both parties have reached a consensus, and the trade is successful. Upon hearing this news, Buboa on stage was left stunned, while Cusco and Shan below shared a similar bewilderment. Coach, what does this mean? After a moment of contemplation, Cusco broke into a joyful smile. Haha, young man. You are fortunate. The scouts have sharp eyes. This trade is an incredible success for you. Shan gazed perplexedly at the jovial Cusco, who, despite having surpassed the half-century mark, still wore a carefree smile. Young man, if you venture to Dallas, you may find yourself forever relegated to the role of Dirk Nowitzki's understudy, for your positions are now intertwined. It is uncertain whether you will achieve prominence in Dallas. However, the Thunder presents a different narrative. Kevin and Russell are both formidable offensive players, while Scott Brooks has consistently prioritized offense, neglecting defense. Whether it's Westbrook or Durant, their perimeter defense can only be described as passable at best. What the Thunder truly lacks is a defensive stalwart, and your remarkable agility, unparalleled speed, and exceptional defensive prowess are precisely the pieces needed to complete their puzzle. Within the Thunder, perhaps Jeff Green's offensive skills outshine yours by several tiers, yet his rim protection, rebounding, and agility pale in comparison to yours by a staggering margin. As the adage goes, offense secures contracts, while defense earns the trust of coaches. In the Thunder, if you concentrate on excelling in defense and rebounding, opportunities for playing time will undoubtedly arise. With playing time, you need not worry about contracts eluding you. Shan, somewhat bewildered yet grasping the essence of the conversation, instinctively scratched his backside. So what you're saying is that if I perform my defensive duties well on the court, it translates to substantial earnings, correct? Absolutely right. You are truly a genius. Meanwhile, across the ocean in China, in the live stream of the esteemed Mr. Zhang, the NBA draft is currently being broadcast. Let's take a look at this year's first overall pick. Indeed, it's the formidable Blake Griffin, a foregone conclusion. While his playing style may not possess the finesse of Kobe, nor the aesthetic appeal, his physical attributes far surpass those of his peers. Here comes Wei Ping Bryant once again. Speaking of which, gentlemen, I believe I just spotted a fellow Chinese in the audience. I think I caught a glimpse as well. He appears quite robust. Observing the comments, Mr. Zhang at the hosting desk took note of this. Really? Did our viewers see a compatriot? Upon seeing the flood of confirmations on the screen, Mr. Zhang eagerly focused on the broadcast. Let us continue watching. Holiday has gone digital, while Amicase has joined the Kings. Wow. With the 24th pick in the first round, we have Shan from China. A first-round draft pick indeed. Mr. Zhang stood up, clearly witnessing the screen showing the dashing young man donning a Mavericks cap and shaking hands with David Stern for a photo. My goodness. We had no prior news about Shan. He quietly entered the first round. What a delightful surprise. Following in the footsteps of our Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, we have yet another compatriot participating in the NBA draft. Now, let us examine Shan's draft template. Wow. His ceiling is a Hall of Fame player, Mutombo. His floor is also a starting player, Mutombo. Look at Shan's height. Wow. Those broad shoulders. That wingspan. The size of his hands. He seems purpose-built for shot blocking. Witness Shan's physical prowess. Absolutely reasonable. Securing a spot in the first round? That would be a piece of cake. The viewers in the live stream delightedly echoed Mr. Zhang's exuberance, sending cheerful comments. Mr. Zhang appeared genuinely elated. Celebrating yet another player from our nation making it to the NBA, feeling immense pride for Shan. Haha. The physique of young Shan looks exceptionally impressive. This time, it is indeed commendable. Returning to Shan's perspective, Shan has officially signed a contract with the Thunder, a 4-year rookie deal worth $8.56 million, averaging $2.14 million per year. It is worth mentioning that upon realizing that having an agent would entail a significant deduction from his salary, Shan resolved to represent himself. A few days later, he accompanied the team to the primary arena of the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Ford Center. Shan gazed upon the grand arena, capable of accommodating nearly 20,000 spectators, and closed his eyes, envisioning himself at the heart of a stadium filled with the exhilarating roar of the crowd. Hey, rookie, you must be Shan. Come over here. Shan observed a bespectacled gentleman holding a tactical board, standing before a row of individuals, beckoning him to approach swiftly. Shan strode over and stood beside a tall, slender African-American man with a hint of stubble on his chin, offering a courteous nod. The gentleman responded with a charming smile. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am your head coach, Scott Brooks. We shall now divide into 2 teams for a 12-minute intra-squad scrimmage. Team A, Russell, James, Cephalosha, Shan, Naynot. Team B, Kevin Ollie, Eric, Kevin, Jeff, Nick. Give it your all. Employ your most proficient scoring methods. Treat your opponents as if they were your fiercest rivals. I need to witness your distinctive skills. Chapter 4. Thunder Team Intra-Squad Scrimmage. Team A, Russell Westbrook, point guard, James Harden, shooting guard. Cephalosha, small forward, Shan, power forward, and Naynot Kostic, center, are joined by the B team members, Kevin Ollie, point guard, Eric Mino, shooting guard, Kevin Durant, small forward, Jeff Green, power forward, and Nick Collison, center. Scott Brooks, clutching the basketball, leisurely strides to midcourt, while Naynot and Nick raise their arms, steadfastly gazing at one another. Ready. Scott surveys the 2 sides before launching the basketball high into the air. With a resounding thud, Naynot taps the ball backward, allowing Shan to pass it to the waiting Westbrook. Westbrook spins around, then positions himself, facing Kevin Ollie. Spread out. I want to go one-on-one. The 4 players quickly disperse, clearing most of the lane. Kevin Ollie, tasked with guarding Westbrook, rolls up his pant legs, claps his hands on the floor, and extends his arms to broaden his defensive stance, exuding determination. Come on, Russell. You won't score on me this time. Westbrook nods in acknowledgement before executing an unusual dribbling move, almost like a phantom, swiftly bypassing Kevin Ollie with a single step. He then launches himself from just in front of the free throw line, performing a one-handed tomahawk dunk. Upon landing, he brings his hands together at his hips, gently rocking them as if soothing a baby to sleep. Huh, I just breezed past you. Are you still standing there like a baby in slumber? As the transition occurs, Kevin quickly lobs the ball to Durant, who has moved to the perimeter. Cephalosha, guarding Durant, wears a serious expression as he stares down his opponent. I may not be able to stop you, Kevin, but I can at least make it a bit difficult. Kevin remains silent, holding the ball in one hand while gesturing with the other, indicating his intent to go one-on-one. Another isolation? We're all feeling a bit drained here. Shan contemplated following Jeff Green to the baseline and could not help but inquire of those ahead. Hey, Green, Why do they always opt for isolation plays? Surely, basketball is most potent when played as a cohesive unit of 5. Upon hearing Shan's words, Green shook his head and flashed a grin, giving a thumbs up to Shan. You truly grasped the essence of the game. But could you perhaps adopt a more mature perspective? If you possessed their remarkable skills, others would be clamoring for you to take them on one-on-one. Shan scratched his rear, nodding in acknowledgement. I've only been playing basketball for 3 months and still struggle to comprehend, but your reasoning is valid. Green stared at the naive young man before him, feeling a twinge of guilt. I truly am a fool. Durant stood beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, gripping the ball with a lowered center of gravity. After a quick dribble, he exploded past his defender with a sudden change of direction, leaping effortlessly for a pull-up shot that swished through the net. Floso wore an expression of helplessness. He sincerely could not contain or disrupt Durant's prowess. Russell approached him, patting him on the back. It's all right, buddy, we'll play defense. Russell dribbled beyond the arc, seeking an opportunity, while Shan set a screen for Harden on the left side. Harden received the pass from Russell after a well-timed handoff. Naynard set a solid screen to block Kevin Ollie's attempt to close in on Russell. Nick Collison was compelled to switch defense, retreating to the baseline with Durant and a few others for a smoke break. Meanwhile, Naynard called for the ball in the low post, and Harden delivered a precise lob into the paint. Naynard immediately backed down against Kevin Ollie, using his footwork to create space before executing a one-handed slam dunk. On the sidelines, Scott Brooks, wearing glasses and squinting his eyes, nodded at Shan, jotting down notes. Number 87, Shan, possesses high-quality screens. This particular screen effectively immobilized the opposing defenders. As the transition unfolded, Kevin Ollie held the ball at the top of the arc, waiting for his teammates to position themselves. Eric Maynor on the left corner stepped up to clear the baseline, faking a handoff to Kevin Ollie. In the paint, Nick and Jeff set double screens to free up Durant on the right side, blocking Soflos's path. Durant smoothly navigated to the opposite side for an open shot. But Shan had already anticipated the double screen and resolutely matched up against Durant directly. Indeed, as the space opened up, Kevin Ollie passed the ball to the team's star. Upon receiving the ball, Durant lowered his center of gravity, and as Shan positioned himself before Durant, he raised his large hands to disrupt his line of sight. This kid's defense is surprisingly imposing. Hey, rookie, I'll show you what the NBA is all about. Shan persistently obstructed Durant's line of sight, solemnly nodding at him. Oh, Durant furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words to hurl back. However, he quickly realized that basketball was the most effective means to respond. With determination, Durant lowered his center of gravity to execute a hesitation dribble, followed by a series of swift crossovers in an attempt to elude Shan. Yet, Shan remained resolute, effectively stifling Durant's drive. Durant retreated to the perimeter to reorganize the offense, signaling his teammate who was eager to set a screen to step aside. He then engaged in a series of dribbles at the top of the key, before executing a crossover to break through, pivoting to the right for a drifting jump shot. Shan maintained a distance of half a step as he moved to the perimeter, observing Durant's every move. As Durant pivoted and leapt, Shan instinctively reacted, displaying astonishing agility as he matched Durant's early jump, even against his floating shot. With a resounding thud, the sound of a clean block echoed, as Shan secured the basketball that had just slipped from Durant's grasp. In surprise, Durant watched as Shan forcefully launched the ball towards the opposing end. Russell, what a play. Big guy. It turned out that Russell Westbrook, having noticed his teammate's potential to defend Durant at the moment of their leap, decisively sprinted towards the frontcourt to initiate a fast break. After receiving the pass, Russell approached the paint, forcefully tossing the basketball against the backboard, which rebounded. With a powerful leap, he caught the ball behind his head, resembling a taut bowstring, and slammed it toward the hoop with fervor. Roaring, Russell showcased his robust physique as he high-fived Shan. Buddy, you're Shan, right? Great defense. That is how we play. On the sidelines. Scott Brooks nodded with satisfaction, smiling at Shan's performance. It was that I stubbornly sought to attack. Our team genuinely lacked defensive stalwarts. Perhaps Shan is indeed the missing piece of our puzzle. He discreetly scribbled in his notebook. Number 87, Shan, with his incredible vertical leap. He can effortlessly keep pace with Kevin's floaters, showcasing defensive prowess akin to that of a member of the all-defensive team, just as the scouts' footage indicated. As the game progressed through several transitions between offense and defense, most of Team A's points came from Russell. with James Harden and Shan executing a pick-and-roll that resulted in a three-pointer and a layup. Naynaud scored twice in the low post, while Safloza added a three-pointer to the tally. Yet, Shan remained scoreless, his offensive finishing capability regrettably lacking, though his statistics were impressive: 8 rebounds, 1 assist, and 6 blocks. Meanwhile, on Team B, Durant achieved an impressive shooting percentage of 7 for 10, with 2 of those shots thwarted by Shan's blocks. Jeff Green was rendered ineffective, with no points or rebounds, as all 3 of his attempts were denied by Shan, leaving him utterly stifled throughout the match. Jeff Green grumbled in frustration, "I'm not feeling guilty about anything." Eric and Nick each contributed 4 points, while Kevin Ollie had yet to score and instead committed 2 turnovers. The score stood at 23 for Team A and 20 for Team B. As the final minute of the contest approached, Team A held possession, with Russell orchestrating an isolation play at the top of the arc. 4 players vacated the baseline, creating ample space. Russell accelerated and executed a change of direction to evade his defender, then, near the free throw line, unleashed an awkward, rigid, or rather, stiff jump shot. Thud! The basketball struck the backboard and soared high into the air. 4 formidable big men prepared to contest the rebound. Jeff Green and Nick Collison exerted all their strength to box out their opponents, determined to secure this crucial rebound. The ball descended slowly toward Jeff Green's head, and he smiled at the basketball that was tantalizingly close. "This rebound is undoubtedly mine," he thought, with arms raised. Jeff Green leaped into the air in pursuit of the rebound. However, fate had other plans. Just as he was about to grasp the ball, a massive hand gently tapped it, sending it soaring once more. "No, that rebound is mine," Jeff Green exclaimed in frustration as he landed and jumped again. This time, Shan's hand moved even faster, tapping the ball again. He landed and swiftly took off once more, his hand reaching out decisively toward the basketball, successfully plucking it from above the heads of his adversaries. Shan seized the ball as it touched the ground, adjusting his stance before ascending with fiery determination, lifting the basketball high above his head. Nearby, Jeff Green and Nick Collison swiftly positioned themselves to defend against Shan's impending attack. "You shall not dunk," they exclaimed in unison. The 3 leapt almost simultaneously, with Jeff and Nick raising their arms, intent on thwarting Shan's dunk. However, contrary to their expectations, as they began their descent, they watched in disbelief as Shan's hand continued its ascent, with a resounding thud and a crisp sound of the dunk. The nearby referee immediately blew his whistle. Jeff Green was called for a foul, resulting in an additional free throw for number 87. Not far away, Russell rushed over, jumping to shoulder Shan in a show of solidarity. "Well done, Lee. That was incredibly tenacious. Just what we needed." Harden and others joined in, exchanging high fives with Shan to bolster his confidence for the free throw. Meanwhile, Jeff Green wore a wry smile, while Nick and Durant approached to offer a comforting pat on his back. At the free throw line, Shan dribbled the ball a few times, his expression resolute and reverent as he gazed intently at the hoop. With a textbook-perfect shooting form, he released the free throw. Whoosh! Bang! Shan's free throw struck the back iron, only to be finally secured by Jeff Green, who had longed for that coveted rebound. Jeff exclaimed, "I never imagined that a single rebound could bring me such joy." The final outcome, of course, saw Team A triumphing over Team B with a score of 25-20 in this internal scrimmage. After a brief respite, the group approached Scott Brooks. The expressions on the faces of the dozens present varied widely. Most of Team A radiated happiness, while Team B bore slight resentment and a hint of trepidation towards one individual. Meanwhile, the players on the bench gazed curiously at Shan. "This guy doesn't he resemble a human at all? He is so formidable. In just 12 minutes, he blocked 6 shots, and he is a rookie signed as number 24. Have the executives of the other teams lost their minds?" Scott Brooks was quite pleased with everyone's reactions, though his demeanor remained serious. "Lee, you haven't participated in any team tryouts over the past 3 months, and our coaching staff is still unaware of your statistics. You will undergo a separate physical assessment shortly. The rest of you will engage in stationary ball handling drills." After delivering his instructions, Scott took the physical assessment form handed to him by an assistant coach. The other players looked on with curiosity at Shan. "James, did he really not attend any tryouts? Did you see him when he came to try out with us?" Westbrook nudged Harden, leaning in to whisper, while Durant and the others leaned in with intrigue. "Huh, what? Oh, yes, bro, I'm telling you. I went to several team tryouts and didn't see Lee at any of them. The word I got is that he has only been playing basketball for less than 3 months. He doesn't even know what a tryout is. And no one told him to go to any teams. Thus, the other teams were basing their selections on Lee's physical data from his earlier foray into football. Too apprehensive to take a gamble, Harden stated firmly, while Durant scratched his chin, shaking his head in disbelief. I absolutely do not believe he has only played basketball for 3 months. The level he has displayed is far beyond that of a novice. Harden shrugged. 3 months ago, he was tackling 2 people while playing football until the starting power forward of the basketball team got severely injured during a convenience store robbery, after which his college basketball coach, Cusco, forcibly recruited him into the team. The only statistics I could gather during the madness of March were an average of 5 points, 3 rebounds, 9 blocks, and 1 steals. Upon hearing Harden's statistics, Durant, Westbrook, and Jeff looked back in astonishment at the obedient Shan, who was helping the staff move equipment. Jeff Green even pointed at Shan and turned to Harden, asking, "Are you referring to this guy?" Upon receiving confirmation from Harden, Jeff Green smirked and nodded. With an astonishing average of 9 blocks and 1 steals, even though Shan had not fully completed his remarkable March Madness. These suffocating statistics were unparalleled, surpassing even the legendary shot blocker Mutombo, who was renowned as the African Mountain of defense. Mutombo ranks second in all-time blocks with 289, boasting an impressive regular season average of 5 blocks per game and a staggering playoff average of 8. Hakeem Olajuwon holds the all-time record with 830 blocks, achieving a similar regular season average of 5 and a playoff peak of 7. Personally, I believe Mutombo's blocking prowess is superior, though Olajuwon is undeniably more versatile. Chapter 5. The Secret Weapon. Shan, Durant, and Westbrook stared in disbelief at the towering figure of a young man, standing at 2.09 meters tall, with a wingspan of 2.30 meters and weighing nearly 120 kilograms, who astonishingly boasted a vertical leap of 107 centimeters and a running jump height approaching 395 centimeters. What was more shocking was the blistering speed of this colossal young man. Comparable to Westbrook's, they fell silent, overwhelmed. He was incredibly muscular, exceptionally tall, astonishingly fast, and could leap like a spring. It was as if he were on performance-enhancing substances. Can you imagine? If this young man had started practicing basketball from a young age, or even if he just honed his skills for another year or 2, I would bet my very life that he would lead most teams into prolonged mediocrity, and he would undoubtedly secure the first overall pick in this year's draft. Listening to Ibaka's remarks, those nearby nodded in agreement. He was not merely human. He was a true monster, an unadulterated beast. Aside from his offensive capabilities, he embodied a distinctive style in every aspect of the game. Durant smiled broadly, his expression one of certainty as he gazed at Shan, prompting raised eyebrows from those around him. Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? Moments later, Scott Brooks, after acquiring Shan's precise statistics, instructed his assistants on the subsequent training and promptly made his way to the office. Scott Brooks arrived at the office door of Thunder owner Clay Bennett. Boss, I have something monumental to share with you. Oh, my dear Coach Scott Brooks. What on earth could be so thrilling? Scott Brooks handed the recently recorded data on Shan to Clay Bennett. Let me tell you, boss, this time we've struck gold. We traded our future second-round pick and Rodrigue Beaubois for the 24th pick, Shan. His athleticism and physical gifts are nothing short of first overall pick material. With palpable excitement, Scott Brooks pointed to various statistics on the paper, urging Clay Bennett to take a closer look. A wingspan of 230 centimeters, towering 21 centimeters above his height. A vertical leap of 107 centimeters. A running jump nearing 395. In just a fleeting 12 minutes, he astonishingly secured 6 blocks, showcasing his terrifying defensive prowess. B0SS. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this? Lee, he is undoubtedly a monster. This is the final missing piece that perfectly fits our Oklahoma City Thunder. Our team is poised to chase that elusive championship this year. Clay Bennett regarded the exuberantly animated middle-aged man before him and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in amusement. Hasn't our beloved Thunder coach always pursued a relentless offensive strategy while dismissing defense? What has transpired today? Who? That individual is utterly ridiculous. It certainly isn't directed at me. Clay Bennett chuckled as he playfully chided Scott Brooks, then spoke slowly. I am well aware of what you're saying, since the day our astute scout sent me the video. I recognized his exceptional talent. Consequently, I promptly suppressed most information regarding Shan. Otherwise, how could I possibly feast upon this delectable opportunity amidst that group in Dallas? Thus, I resolved to keep Shan under wraps before the regular season commenced, ensuring no news leaked. I intend to utilize him as our secret weapon, with Kevin, Russell, and others handling the offense. They can take charge. As for defense, we shall allow Shan to fully unleash his natural abilities. Scott, please inform Shan not to participate in the Summer League this July. During this offseason, let him focus on honing his shooting and ball handling skills. As for tactics, assess the situation. If Shan can develop his finishing abilities over these months, we might consider devising a few strategies for him. After all, his finishing talent is glaringly apparent. Very well, B0SS. Scott Brooks nodded and departed the office. Clay Bennett gazed at the data in his hands and murmured, "Young man, I hope you do not disappoint me." Upon arriving at the training facility, several trainers were angrily surrounding Shan, while Durant and Westbrook stifled laughter from behind. My goodness, why can't you master a simple free throw? For heaven's sake, both the posture and angle are textbook perfect. Why can't you simply sink that damn ball into the basket? Statistically, these dozens of free throws should effortlessly find the net. Are we to consider theology now? Scott Brooks furrowed his brow in confusion as he approached the crowd gathered around Shan. Kevin, what on earth has transpired to provoke such ire from them towards Shan? Finally unable to contain their laughter, Durant and the others erupted into mirth. Durant, "Oh, coach, you may not believe it, but Shan's shooting is a disaster of catastrophic proportions." Westbrook, "Haha, though it may be unpleasant, I must express my grievances." Lee recently practiced an astounding 28 free throws with several of their trainers, and what was the outcome? He managed to sink merely 3 of those shots. Jeff Green remarked, "My defense is not as proficient as his, hence I compare free throws with him." Scott Brooks, incredulous, gazed at the raucous laughter of the onlookers. What nonsense is this? 3 out of 28. Even my grandmother could emerge from her grave and achieve a higher shooting percentage. Scott Brooks approached Lee and his companions, offering a modicum of reassurance to the trainers before sending them away. Turning back, he smiled at Lee, saying, "Do not be anxious, my child. You may have been overly tense, which hindered your performance. Now, it is just you and me, your coach. Take 5 more shots and show me what you can do. Remember to relax and focus intently." Shan glanced at the solemn, yet amiably unremarkable Scott Brooks before him, awkwardly nodding. "I truly cannot shoot. Please, do not place such immense pressure on me." Shan held the basketball at his waist, gazing with earnest determination at the hoop merely 4.22 meters away. He then bent down and tapped the ball 3 times, raising it in a textbook manner. Bang, 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 bang. Scott Brooks, wearing a frown, watched as Shan's shots nearly turned the rim crimson. Meanwhile, those behind him erupted in laughter, unfazed by the unfolding scene. Durant, with a mischievous flair, pinched his fingers and raised his delicate hand, imitating Scott Brooks with a mocking tone. "Don't be nervous, kid. Perhaps you were just too anxious to perform well. Come on. It's just you and your coach here. Remember to relax. Focus a little more." The laughter erupted anew, with players collapsing to the floor, pounding it in hysterics. Shan, feeling sheepish, scratched his backside, while Scott Brooks glared at the raucous group and bellowed at them. "What the hell are you all doing here? Get the hell home. Otherwise, you can all stay and run suicides. I'll make you run a grueling 500 times. Despite his furious admonition, they continued to chuckle, hastily gathering their belongings, betraying their reluctance to endure the punishment. Soon after, they hastily departed the Ford Center, zipping away in their vehicles, oblivious to where their revelry might lead them. Once they had all left, Scott Brooks' expression finally softened. "Kid, don't even think about attending the Summer League this July. We plan to dedicate the off-season to intensive training, turning you into a secret weapon for the regular season. We all hope you can develop your finishing skills during this break. At the very least, you need to improve your free throws." Shan, with an expression of wisdom etched across his face, nodded attentively as he listened to Scott Brooks eloquently discuss various topics. "Coach, what exactly is the Summer League?" As time passed, Shan rode his modest bicycle back to the small single apartment in Oklahoma that he had rented for a year. Having recently advanced his paycheck from the Thunder, Meow, a tabby cat, emerged from within the room, leisurely approaching Shan's feet and affectionately rubbing against him. This little tabby, a mere 10 months old, was a cherished member of his household, brought from the tomato family. It is worth mentioning that Nana is a little male. "Oh dear, it's little Nana. Did you miss me while I was away? Shan crouched down to pick up the little kitten, gently nuzzling his chin against the soft fur atop Nana's head. Shan rose from his seat and retrieved a bag of raw bones and meat, along with 2 small dried fish and an egg from the refrigerator behind him. He poured the contents into a small bowl adorned with a cute kitten motif, then casually sprawled on the floor, watching his adorable cat, Nwan Gigi, nibble delicately at its meal. A smile crept onto his face. Oh, little Nana. Our lives are gradually improving. Once I purchase a spacious house, we shall invite your mother to live with us, and we will indulge in fine meats and rich milk every day. How does that sound? Meow? Chapter 6, Regular Season. Thunder vs. Kings. The brief respite of the off-season swiftly passed, and during these months, Shan found himself in a state akin to a plant deprived of water for an extended period, eagerly absorbing the nourishing knowledge of basketball. Under the tutelage of dribbling virtuosos such as Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, along with mid-range shooting experts, he immersed himself in the art of the game. Shan has managed to grasp the fundamentals of dribbling, such as the crossover and behind-the-back techniques, achieving an impressive ball control attribute of 35. While this is marginally adequate, it pales in comparison to the prowess of seasoned guards and forwards, rendering him almost a calamity on the court. However, over the past few months, Shan has significantly enhanced his mid-range shooting ability, elevating his shooting attribute to 40. And his free throw performance has markedly improved to 3 out of 10, a commendable leap from his previous record of 3 out of 28. Though this may seem a minor advancement in the grand scheme of human achievement, it represents a monumental stride for Shan. His trainers have occasionally contemplated the futility of his training, as they have never encountered a student with such abysmal shooting skills. They unanimously agree that even elementary school students might exhibit superior mid-range shooting capabilities compared to him. In terms of low-post offense, players like Enes Kanter, Nick Collison, and Serge Ibaka from the Thunder have eagerly imparted their knowledge to Shan, teaching him how to effectively back down opponents and score against those less physically imposing, as well as the indispensable hook shot employed by larger interior players. Shan has shown immense interest in these low-post techniques and has exhibited remarkable growth in this area. However, tactically, it is evident that Shan lacks any offensive strategy centered around ball possession. Opportunities to score arise only when he fortuitously finds himself matched against smaller opponents. The remainder of the team's strategies revolve around pick-and-roll plays and spacing, which, while crucial, are not particularly relevant to Shan's development. At this juncture, the Thunder favored fast breaks, with Russell Westbrook utilizing his explosive athleticism to either drive to the basket or deliver precision passes, earning him considerable acclaim among point guards. Meanwhile, Kevin Durant's formidable ball handling and agile drives ensured that the majority of the Thunder's half-court offense was designed for him to execute his scoring prowess. While there are strategic opportunities for scoring, Durant's presence invariably offers a more effective means of accumulating points. On the evening of October 29, 2009, the regular season commenced with the Oklahoma City Thunder facing off against the Sacramento Kings. Shan stood in the players' tunnel, gazing out at the fervent fans beyond, and took a deep breath. Westbrook approached, gently patting him on the shoulder. Hey there, kid, don't be nervous, just relax. It's merely a game of basketball. Simply showcase your own talents. Durant joined in, draping an arm over Shan's shoulder with a broad grin. Come on, after all the torment we endured during the off-season, you're actually feeling anxious now? I refuse to accept that. At least wait until you've left those Sacramento fellows in disbelief before you start worrying. Harden also strolled over with a smile, giving Shan a playful pat on the backside, cheerfully adding, exactly. If you perform tonight as brilliantly as you did during the off-season, all those blocks you delivered will be completely forgiven. Shan gazed at the few who encouraged him, a smile gracing his lips as the tension within him gradually dissipated. He nodded vigorously. Let us, my brothers, seize this match. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Huaxia, the venerable Zhang and the esteemed teacher Yang engaged with their audience in a live broadcast, their laughter mingling with the viewers' excitement. Finally, the off-season has come to an end. We have just received the lineup for today's match between the Thunder and the Kings. Let us take a look. The Thunder's starting lineup: Russell Westbrook, Thabo Sefolosha, Kevin Durant, Jeff Green, Nenad Kirstic. The Kings starting lineup: Tyreke Evans, Kevin Martin, Desmond Mason, Jason Thompson, Spencer Hawes. Alas, how unfortunate. Why is Shan not among the starters? This is simply unreasonable, exclaimed old Zhang, visibly discontent as he patted his thigh. Teacher Yang, playing the role of the foil, inquired of Teacher Zhang, "Why is that unreasonable?" In comparison to Jeff, Li Shan excels in every aspect aside from offense. When compared to Jeff, Li Shan's talent, physical prowess, and defensive skills far surpasses. It is indeed unreasonable. Teacher Zhang spread his hands in explanation, to which Teacher Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us turn our attention to the match. This will be little Li's debut. I hope he can transcend expectations and embrace the challenge of his first game. Back on the court, after completing their warm-ups, both teams gathered at their respective benches. The Thunder players huddled together, with Scott Brooks placing his hand in the center, rallying his team. "Listen up, everyone. This is our season opener. Our first game. Can we unleash our true and formidable strength? Let us tear apart their defense and utterly dismantle their offense. Let us send these Sacramento Kings back home to fish." The players eagerly placed their hands atop Scott Brooks's and responded in unison. "We can do it, coach. All right, my players. Go and shred them. Go and annihilate them. We are the Oklahoma City Thunder." Dozens were inspired as the starting five, the formidable five Tigers, surged forth with an undeniable momentum. Under the watchful gaze of the Oklahoma City Thunder fans who rose to their feet, each player strode toward center court with an unwavering spirit. As the referee tossed the basketball high into the air, Nenad Kirstic skillfully secured the jump ball. Jeff Green passed the ball through his legs to the awaiting Russell Westbrook. Westbrook pivoted to receive the ball, gradually advancing to the arc while dribbling. Suddenly, he accelerated with a sharp change of direction, deftly maneuvering past the defender before him. With the Kings' big man, Hoiberg, rushing to provide support, Westbrook's momentum only intensified as he approached the free throw line, leaping from 2 steps away, disregarding the imposing figure of Hoiberg, whose fierce expression could not deter him. With a thunderous roar, Westbrook unleashed a powerful one-handed slam, defying the towering 2.16-meter giant, forcefully driving the ball through the hoop. In that moment, every Thunder fan erupted in a chorus chanting Westbrook's name, while the arena's DJ echoed, "Russell Westbrook." The Thunder's morale soared to its zenith. The Kings swiftly initiated their offensive play, with Evans calling for a pick and roll, penetrating the lane before dishing the ball to the moving Martin. Martin executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, and, confronted by Cephalosha's defense, he delivered a smooth turnaround jumper that found its mark. Following the inbounds, Westbrook quickly connected with a positioned Durant, who, after receiving the pass, unleashed a threatening step-back jumper in response. The Kings circulated the ball, with Evans and Martin frantically positioning themselves, leveraging screens from the two big men, which granted Evans a wide-open three-point opportunity. However, with the sound of a crisp clang, Evans failed to capitalize on this golden chance. Kirstic fought for the defensive rebound and swiftly launched a fast break to Westbrook. Upon receiving the pass, Westbrook served once more, executing another emphatic dunk. The players exchanged blows in a rhythmic fashion, and before long, the clock ticked down to the last 3.5 minutes of the first quarter, with the score reflecting a 27-19 lead for the Thunder, as the Kings trailed by 8 points. Following a dead ball, the Kings coach called for a second timeout to make substitutions. Scott Brooks responded by replacing the starters with the bench players, Ibaka, Lee, Collison, Harden, and Maynor. Li Shan removed his training attire and exchanged high fives with the starting five before making his way to the technical area. At that moment, Scott Brooks caught hold of Li Shan and whispered in his ear, "Li, let them witness your prowess. Unleash your defensive instincts to the fullest." Li Shan gazed intently at Scott Brooks's face, nodded solemnly, and then firmly clasped hands with his head coach. Li Shan and his companions approached the technical platform and commenced a gentle warm-up. Li Shan's warm-up routine involved clenching his fists, exhaling warm breath onto his left hand twice, then onto his right hand, followed by a small jump as he shook out his arms, applauding himself 3 times. With a sharp whistle, the Kings gained possession, and Li Shan and his teammates fell back into defense. The Kings took their positions, and a stocky, short African-American power forward approached Li Shan, glancing at his seemingly slender physique with a sneer, before raising his hands to demand the ball. In reality, the protagonist's weight exceeds that of Giannis Antetokounmpo by 20 pounds. His low body fat percentage conceals his muscular build, rendering him quite formidable. The opposing point guard, Evans, lofted the ball to the hefty player in the paint, while others spread out to facilitate a low-post isolation play for the big man. The other 4 Thunder players stood with hands on their hips, grinning, ready to observe the unfolding drama. The substitutes also covered their mouths, savoring the spectacle. Shan Mei leaned back against Li Shan with a smirk. With your slight build, I could easily knock you down. Let me show you what it means to welcome you to the NBA. Shan Mei lowered his center of gravity and lunged towards Li Shan. At that moment, the clash of flesh against flesh captivated every spectator's attention. Thud. The instant Shan Mei collided with Li Shan, an immense force surged from behind. What on earth? Shan Mei nearly lost control of the ball. His eyes wide with disbelief, before resolutely attempting to establish his position and score off the backboard. Bang! Li Shan made no attempt to jump. His expression as stoic as ever as he was blocked. Shan Mei seized the basketball that had been swatted away by Li Shan, executing a powerful turn and a hook shot. Bang! Li Shan persistently shadowed the formidable Shan Mei. At the moment Shan leaped into the air, Li Shan followed suit, soaring alongside him to emphatically snatch the basketball that had just been released. The spectators on the bench, witnessing Li Shan's immediate entrance marked by two spectacular rejections of Shan Mei's attempts, recognized that he was poised to showcase his prowess. They quickly rose, fervently waving their towels and shouting in unison, "Oh, Li Shan." Upon landing, Li Shan trembled slightly, elevating the basketball high above his head. With the precision and swiftness of a quintessential quarterback, he launched a long pass towards Mainuo, who had already initiated a fast break. As Mainuo caught the ball, his eyes widened in astonishment, and with hands numbed from the force, he managed to execute a strained dunk for a score. Mainuo returned to Li Shan's side, exchanging a high five with him. "Hey, Li, next time could you please ease up a bit on the power of your long passes? My hands went numb from the impact when I caught it." Li Shan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his backside, indicating that he would be more attentive next time. At the top of the arc, Evans held the ball before passing it to Kaspai on the right side, calling for a pick and roll to facilitate a cut. However, he was closely guarded by Minos trailing behind. Meanwhile, the other guard made an off-ball run as Shan moved up to set a screen for Kaspai. After Kaspai received the pick and switched defenses, Shan made a direct descent, seeking an alley-oop, undeterred by the nearby defensive presence of Collison. Kaspai lofted the ball towards the basket, and as Shan soared towards the hoop, clutching the ball with both hands, he aimed to slam it down. Yet, Li Shan was determined not to allow such an easy alley-oop. He had sensed the impending play the moment the switch occurred. Pretending to provide help defense, he turned sharply to face Shan's back as soon as Kaspai released the shot. Li Shan leapt with fervor, gracefully surpassing Shan before him, and with a swift motion, he struck the basketball in Shan's possession. A resounding crack echoed through the arena as Li Shan executed a perfectly clean block, sending Shan's alley-oop soaring out of bounds. The sheer power of Li Shan left everyone present in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at the young Asian player on the court. On the bench, Durant and Westbrook shielded their eyes, peering through a narrow gap to catch a glimpse of Li Shan, recoiling in shock. The fans erupted in exuberant cheers, raising their hands high in celebration of Li Shan's name, to which he responded by waving, urging them to cheer even louder. The players of the Kings shook their heads in dejection, the trio of blocks by Li Shan within such a brief minute having drained their morale significantly. Meanwhile, Shan Mei, the unfortunate recipient of the blocks, rubbed his numb hand, fear evident in his eyes as he began to comprehend that he might not find any advantage against this rookie. Despite Li Shan's block sending the ball out of bounds, possession remained with the Kings. However, having exhausted too much time on positioning, only 3 seconds remained on the shot clock after the inbound pass. Consequently, Kaspai took a mid-range shot, which unfortunately clanged off the rim. Ibaka secured a favorable position, effortlessly grabbing the rebound and passing it to Mino to initiate the offense. Mino raised 3 fingers, signaling for a 3-man play. Collison squatted at the baseline, smoking, while Li Shan and Ibaka set up a double screen for Mino, who was positioned at a 45-degree angle for a three-pointer. As Mino executed a pick-and-roll with Harden, Li Shan rolled toward the basket, while Ibaka retreated to the opposite baseline. Shan stepped up to defend Harden, who hurriedly released a floater that rattled twice on the rim before bouncing out. Shan positioned himself effectively against Harden, leaping to contest the rebound, while Li Shan also sprang into action, leveraging his remarkable vertical leap to attempt a putback. Unfortunately, Li Shan's immense strength propelled the ball too high, striking the back iron and rebounding away. The Kings center, Dante Green, rushed into the paint to join the fray for the rebound. The 3 players leaped almost simultaneously, and under the dual pressure of his opponents, Li Shan once again elevated to attempt a follow-up, only to strike the rim once more, failing to secure the basket. This time, the rebound eluded Li Shan, as Shan, utilizing his superior positioning, successfully claimed the ball, just as Shan prepared to revel in his triumph. A pair of large yellow hands reached up to seize the basketball, and in a ruthless motion, it was wrenched from Shan's grasp before he could react. Most of the audience instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to such a brutal display. Durant and Westbrook appeared visibly shaken, their features contorted in shock. Shan, clutching a basketball, elevated high with the ball positioned behind his head, intent on executing a dunk. Beside him, Dante Green, with a fierce expression, leapt with all his might, determined to thwart Shan's attempt. However, as Dante began his descent, to his astonishment, Shan continued to ascend, ultimately slamming the basketball forcefully through the hoop with an unyielding force. The sound echoed, crack, boom, beep. As the whistle pierced the air, Shan hung from the rim, letting out a triumphant roar before descending to hear the referee's declaration. Number 0, foul. Number 87, an additional free throw. Dante and Shan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Shan's error resulted in an additional point, while Dante's foul added another, culminating in a free throw alongside a spectacular dunk. Shan approached the free throw line, exchanging a high five with his teammate. After the referee handed him the ball, he dribbled 3 times in place, gripping the basketball in his right hand before launching it with a single-handed throw. Clang! The free throw clanged off the rim, and Dante Green secured the rebound, passing it to Evans to orchestrate the Kings' offense. This time, the Kings opted not to rely on interior plays or forceful penetrations. Instead, they meticulously executed a series of pick-and-rolls over several seconds. Eventually, Caspi's abrupt mid-range jumper found its mark, finally putting an end to the Kings' scoring drought in the final minutes of the first quarter. As Ibaka initiated the ball, Mino glanced at the electronic scoreboard. Noting the last minute of the first quarter, he methodically advanced, intending to consume time in hopes of controlling the final possession after the Kings' next turn. Collison began to position himself, while Mino discreetly observed his off-ball movement, outwardly feigning attention towards Harden and Ibaka. Once Collison found an open space, Mino decisively passed the ball to him. However, at that moment, Caspi, who had swiftly created the opportunity for Collison, intercepted the airborne basketball with remarkable speed. After securing the steal, Caspi prepared for a fast break, exclaiming to himself, "I am the savior of the Kings today. Ladies, men, you are all mine." Immersed in his fast break, Caspi was entirely oblivious to his surroundings, even neglecting the grinning Shan closely tailing him. Caspi leapt into the air, poised like a battle axe, ready to slam the basketball into the hoop. Yet, a figure followed closely behind him, none other than Shan. Shan firmly pressed his right hand onto the basketball, and in an instant, 2 forces collided. Subsequently, the strength belonging to Caspi swiftly retreated, allowing Shan to seize the basketball with alacrity. Shan delivered a terrifying block with ruthless ferocity. As the 2 players descended to the ground, Caspi faltered, his calves giving way, and he tumbled to the floor. The fervent fans of the Thunder never failed to impress, erupting once more in a thunderous chorus, chanting Shan's name with utmost enthusiasm. Shan tossed the basketball to Mano and approached the fallen Caspi, extending his large hand. "Hey, are you all right? Can you continue? Let me help you up." Caspi gradually emerged from his daze, gazing into Shan's clear eyes, and then smiled with relief as he grasped the offered hand. In that moment, the crowd erupted in applause for the 2 players. A reporter captured the scene, taking photographs of Caspi seated on the floor, with Shan's commanding presence as he reached down to assist him. Chapter 7, Thunder vs. Kings, Part 2. The tides shifted as the Thunder gained possession. Ibaka set a screen for Mano, who maneuvered past it. Shan and Collison provided a double screen for Harden in the corner, allowing him to break free and sprint for an open shot. Mano passed to Ibaka, who faked a shot before swiftly delivering the ball to an open-cutting Harden, who executed a reverse layup to score 2 points. With just 23 seconds left, the Kings regained possession. Evans dribbled at the top of the arc, deliberately burning time. After calling for a screen, he took a mid-range shot that clanked off the rim. The first quarter concluded with the score standing at 33-21, as the Thunder led the Kings by 12 points. The 5 substitutes returned to the bench, rising to exchange high fives in celebration. "Well done, Lee. That's the way. Block them." Shan took a sip of water and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the delayed livestream in China, the venerable Zhang Weiping glared at the screen, watching as Shan received the ball and attempted to overpower Shan. However, After Shan sent Shan flying with 2 emphatic blocks, he broke into a wide grin, laughing heartily. Hey, this big guy thinks he can bully Shan right off the bat, huh? Shan attempted to push back, but was met with unwavering resistance from Shan, who nearly lost the ball. As he tried to make a low post move, Shan, without even jumping, effortlessly denied the shot. How impressive. Look at that. He has got the rebound, spins around, and shoots a hook. Here comes another one. Wow. Shan jumps up and grabs that block. Incredible. This is exactly what we needed, dominating him. Beside them, teacher Yang Jian watched in astonishment, glancing at the elderly Zhang Weiping, who was animatedly cheering for Shan with outstretched arms. Yang lightly kicked Zhang's shoe from below the hosting desk. Zhang Laosher, your image is collapsing. Your image. Confused, Zhang Weiping turned to Yang Jian and asked, Sha Yang, why are you kicking me? I'm just here to support Xiao Shan. Don't drag me into this. We are still hosting. Yang Jian quickly cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed, and raised his hand to cheer for Shan. Ha. Zhang Laosher completely disregards his image and pulls me into it. I must say, those 2 blocks by Shan were truly magnificent. So impressive. How could a mere novice like Shan hope to compete with the likes of our mountain god? The 2 hosts refocused their attention on the live stream. After Shan's block, he made a long pass. Who was it for? Mino had already launched a fast break and executed a powerful dunk. The Kings maintained possession. Evans set a screen but fumbled the alley-oop. Was he going to dunk it? Behind him, Shan pretended to guard Evans but then pursued the alley-oop, soaring to reject the shot with a resounding block. My goodness. Shan once again denied Shan a score, sending the ball out of bounds. Yang Jian's commentary grew increasingly excited, his tone more fervent than ever. The Kings inbound the ball. Time was running out. Caspi hastily shot, but unfortunately missed. The Thunder regrouped for a battle on the court, double screens. The ball was passed to Harden, who, facing the defense, had no choice but to take a contested shot that clanged off the rim. Shan leaped for the rebound. Although slightly interfered with, he missed. Jumping again, he fought for the board among 3 players, still attempting to score. Did he make it? Alas, another miss. Shan secured the rebound. Where was Shan's hand? Was he trying to contest the ball? Good grief. He outright snatched it away. This was no mere steal, it was blatant robbery. Shan leaped. What was he planning? An emphatic dunk over Dante Green. The referee's whistle blew, signaling a foul and an additional free throw. My heavens. Teacher Yang Jian and the esteemed elder Zhang Weiping were taken aback, rising abruptly from their seats, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the screen displaying Shan. Teacher Yang Jian, in particular, clasped his head with both hands, his mouth agape in astonishment, utterly oblivious to how he had just narrated the video. Even the barrage of comments in the live chat vanished momentarily, only to resurface a while later with sporadic messages. How terrifying is our mountain god? Was it truly that brutal? Goodness. Tonight, when Shan returns home to sleep, he will find his covers filled with our mountain goddess caps and steals. Poor Shan. Poor Dante Green. Shan continuously reshapes the audience's perception of him from one moment to the next. The intermission swiftly draws to a close, and the second quarter commences. Once again, Shan is on the court with his quintet, while the Kings promptly substitute in their starting 5. The Thunder initiate the game with a jump ball, and the Kings seize possession for the second and third quarters. Hoyce, positioned deeply in the low post against Ibaka, receives a pass from Evans, who stands beyond the arc. Hoyce makes a move, slightly nudging Ibaka aside with a delicate hook shot that kisses the backboard and finds its mark. As the Thunder resume play, Ibaka positions himself at a 45-degree angle in the paint, signaling for the ball with his back turned, eager to retaliate against Hoyce. For players spread out to create space, and Ibaka executes a quick pivot, performing a deceptive between-the-legs move to create distance from Hoyce. He then leans back slightly and releases the ball, which glides smoothly through the hoop. As the offensive and defensive roles shift, Evans crosses half-court before passing to Martin, who heads towards the baseline for a moment of respite. Martin, at the top of the arc, calls for a play, while Thompson sets a screen from the wing. With the others moving off the ball, Martin navigates through the screen to drive toward the basket, but Shan swiftly intercepts him. Martin feigns a shot but passes to the perimeter, disregarding Shan's nonchalance toward his ruse. Mason receives the ball and calls for a screen, effectively blocking Corliss. He aims to penetrate for a layup, but Shan again rises to thwart his attempt from mid-range. Mason then delivers a bounce pass to Thompson, who, unmarked by Shan, springs into the air to attempt a dunk. However, Shan, from behind, once more executes a formidable block, pinning the ball decisively. Shan retrieved the ball and passed it to Mano, who promptly organized the play as the Kings swiftly returned to a defensive position. Mano, positioned at the arc, held the ball and signaled for Shan to come over for a screen. Shan completely obstructed Evans, allowing Mano to break through, only to be met by Thompson's timely switch. Mano gradually maneuvered Thompson outward. Upon noticing Evans successfully switching onto him, Shan promptly guided Evans to the baseline, positioning himself to receive the ball. Observing the significant mismatch, Mano decisively passed the ball to Shan. Shan turned his back while holding the ball, reminiscing about the techniques they had imparted to him for executing post-up moves. Shan lowered his body to stabilize his center of gravity, leaning heavily backward. Evans stumbled back a couple of steps, then quickly moved to defend against Shan, his hands fervently attempting to disrupt Shan's dribbling. Alas, his reach proved insufficient. Shan, having advanced to the edge of the paint area, came to a perplexing halt. His teammates shared in the confusion, wondering why Shan refrained from pushing forward once more. Shan's mind raced with thoughts, pondering the next course of action. Yet, the details eluded him. How was the descent executed? Never mind, he decided to proceed directly with a decisive move. Shan raised the basketball high with his right hand, pivoted, and leaped directly for a slam dunk. Evans, startled, could not retreat in time and was subsequently knocked to the ground by Shan's momentum. Shan lifted Evans from the ground and, sincerely apologizing, immediately resumed his defensive stance. Evans, bewildered, glanced at his teammates, pondering why Shan had expressed remorse. Wasn't it customary to dunk on smaller players? This left him at a loss for words, unsure how to critique the situation afterward. His teammate merely shrugged, indicating his own confusion. As the two teams clashed fiercely, it was evident to all the spectators that the Thunder's defense had significantly diminished the Kings' shooting percentage compared to the first quarter. Particularly, points scored in the paint had nearly dwindled to 0 in the second quarter. It was clear to everyone that as long as Shan stood near the restricted area, the Kings players had little hope of scoring. Notably, those he defended, from the bench player Sean May in the first quarter to the starter Jason Thompson, had yet to score against Shan's formidable defense, being thwarted by his blocks. On the offensive end for the Thunder, barring a few players attempting isolation plays, Shan's pick and rolls were executed with precision. Furthermore, aside from Shan, the other four players exhibited commendably high shooting percentages, causing the Kings players to hesitate, leading to open shots resulting in easy points. As the game reached 6 minutes and 30 seconds into the second quarter, Shan's personal statistics were astonishing. For points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, 8 blocks, and 2 steals. Should he continue to play in the remaining quarters, a double-double in blocks seemed inevitable. Of his 10 rebounds, 6 were on the offensive end. The team's score stood at a staggering 61-37, a daunting 24-point deficit looming over every Kings player. The two with the most pallid expressions were Thompson and Shan, both seated on the bench, questioning their very existence. As Shan and his fellow players take a breather, the Thunder's starting lineup steps back onto the court, determined to push their offensive prowess to its zenith. Meanwhile, Scott Brooks leisurely approaches Shan on the bench. Well done, young man. Your defense has left those Sacramento players utterly bewildered. In the fourth quarter, go out there and immerse yourself in the rhythm of the NBA. All right, coach, he replies. A few teammates seated on the bench observe the exhilarating offensive display of the starting five. Shan picked up the backpack hidden beneath the bench, retrieving 2 bananas from within. He broke off one banana and poked it playfully at Harden, who was wiping the sweat from his brow. Hey, James, look, I brought bananas. Would you like one? Harden turned his head, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the banana in Shan's hand, eagerly snatching it away. Oh yes, banana. Shoo. Keep it down, we don't want the coach to see. Shan gestured for Harden to lower his voice, to which Harden nodded in agreement. Casting a furtive glance at Scott Brooks, who was intently watching the game, he then covered his head and tilted his body to eat a banana, eliciting a series of chuckles from the spectators behind him. Hey Lee, I have some popcorn here. Would you care for a bite? A young child standing behind Shan extended a large bucket of popcorn towards him. Shan and Harden's eyes sparkled with excitement as they gently grasped a handful of popcorn. With his other hand, Shan affectionately patted the child's head. Thank you, little friend. Once I acquire your jersey, would you be so kind as to sign it for me? Your blocks are simply spectacular. Oh, I have a young fan now. Of course. No need for you to purchase it. I will give you this jersey directly. Do you have a pen? I shall sign it for you after the game." The young fan beamed with joy, eager to boast to his parents. Shan turned and shared half of his popcorn with Harden. They indulged in their treat. Yet both sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. When had their teammates begun to gaze at them? Ibaka, draped in a towel, pointed towards the large screen above. Shan and his companion turned their gaze towards the large screen above. It transpired that the photographer, seizing the moment during the interaction between Shan and the children, swiftly directed the camera towards the duo. On the screen, an image emerged of Shan and Harden, both holding a mound of popcorn, their heads tilted upwards in wonder. Shan, Harden, it's over. Everything has been revealed. Harden hurriedly threw all the popcorn into Shan's arms, then pointed at Shan on the big screen with 2 fingers, asserting, "It was all Shan's idea. I have nothing to do with it." Shan glared at Harden, who was frantically distancing himself, and exclaimed, "You, with those prominent brows and expressive eyes. During meals, we were as close as brothers. And now, you abandon me." Meanwhile, Scott Brooks, with arms crossed and a disapproving expression, shouted at both Shan and Harden, "You too. Your sugar intake today has been excessive. Return and engage in extra practice." Shan. Harden. 0. Chapter 8. Shan's debut. A grand double-double. In the latter half of the second quarter and throughout the third quarter, the starting 5 took to the court. The Kings, struggling with their lackluster offense, were equally burdened by their challenging defense. Memories of the suffocating defense executed by the Chinese player Shan, wearing jersey number 87, lingered in their minds, resulting in numerous failed attempts to penetrate the paint. In crucial moments, Kevin Martin's mid-range shots often saved the Kings from despair, yet it proved to be in vain. On the defensive end, Evans was unable to contain the dynamic and fervent Russell Westbrook, and Mason similarly failed to disrupt Durant's jump shots. As the third quarter concluded, the game had gradually slipped away from the Kings, with the score standing at 97-66, a daunting 31-point deficit that seemed insurmountable. With the fourth quarter approaching, it was highly likely that Shan of the Thunder would take the court once more, sealing the Kings' fate in this match. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Thunder's Shan and his 5 substitutes re-entered the game, while the Kings withdrew their starters, opting to field rookies and reserves to practice their strategies. Kings players Shan and Thompson stood and saluted the retreating Joan Brockman. Joan Brockman, with a bittersweet expression, glanced at the distant Shan, parted his lips, and let out a soft sigh. Shan passed the ball to Manuel, and as he walked past, Manuel grasped Shan's arm and whispered in his ear, "This is our final quarter. Let us coordinate our strategies a bit more. Furthermore, the opponents are also rookies. It is their debut just as it is yours. Since we frequently encounter each other, it would be wise to allow them a few points to avoid any grudges that might lead to reckless actions or retaliation against you." Shan felt a sense of confusion. In a basketball match, shouldn't T1 strive to wholeheartedly defend and attack? Is that not the true essence of respecting others? Shan held these thoughts in his mind. However, Minnow, with his wealth of basketball experience and his origins in the United States as a black man, might possess a rationale that eluded him. Thus, he simply nodded in acquiescence. After Shan and Minnow positioned themselves, Minnow called for a pick-and-roll strategy. Ibaka moved in to set the screen, while Minnow made a decisive cut to attract the defenders, subsequently passing the ball to the open Ibaka beyond the arc. Unfortunately, Ibaka's open shot clanged off the rim, but Shan maneuvered to secure the rebound and swiftly delivered a pass to Harden, who was positioned for a three-pointer. Harden hesitated momentarily, and just then, Shan appeared beside Martin to set another screen. Harden accelerated towards the right, while Martin also dashed in the same direction, colliding forcefully with the towering Shan, leaving Martin momentarily dazed. As J. Brockman switched to defend against the penetrating Harden, Harden feigned left, deceiving J. Brockman before executing a smooth Eurostep layup that found its mark. The Kings initiated their offensive strategy, attempting to employ the pick and roll, yet despite their extensive running, they failed to create any advantageous situation, prompting their coach to scold the players with a stern expression. Eventually, the ball found its way to J. Brockman, who stood bewildered at the 45-degree angle, with only 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock. In a moment of resignation, he hurled the ball towards the basket, wondering if this would be his time to get blocked. To his astonishment, the ball swished through the net, securing 2 points. As J. Brockman focused, he noticed Lee raising his hands, seemingly having defended against him. Yet, his casual shot had somehow bypassed Lee's defense. "I'm absolutely incredible." The truth, however, was that Shan had merely lifted his hand slightly, having heard Mino's words and deciding to allow them a couple of points. With a smirk, Brockman transformed his fist into an open palm, placing his hand on the floor in front of Shan. Is this it? You're utterly pathetic. Shan gazed at Juan Brockman. Though he was uncertain of the precise meaning behind the gesture, he was acutely aware that it was far from a benign action. And his anger surged. The spectators in the arena reacted vocally to Brockman's display, erupting in a chorus of boos. Even a young child pouted, fixated on Brockman with disapproval. Some fervent fans resorted to profanities, beginning with an expletive starting with and ending with one starting with us. In response, Brockman shrugged dismissively, chuckling as he shook his head, raising his hands to his ears as if to beckon the crowd to amplify their jeers, claiming he could not hear them. The players on the Kings bench exchanged disapproving glances. Thompson scoffed, "Kid, your path is narrowing. Soon Lee will leave you unable to smile." Hoyce shook his head impassively, remarking, "This is not the time for such antics. This will only incite endless wrath from the opposition." Mason looked at Brockman with concern, noting, Lee is clearly holding back. He isn't even raising his hands to defend, let alone the tight defense from earlier. Westbrook, filled with rage, leapt to his feet, declaring, "Let me on the court. My brother was generous enough to let him take a shot to improve his stats, and he dares to disrespect him like this. I want to go out there and dunk on him." Durant, with a stoic expression, fixed a cold stare on Brockman, stating, "Just wait. Lee will make you weep." Jeff Green added, "Humph. I wouldn't even dare to make such a gesture towards Lee. He can completely shut me down and will show you what despair truly means." The others glared menacingly at the fearless Brockman on the court. Kings head coach Paul Westphal shook his head, squinting as he pressed his fingers to his nose. "Great. We start this year facing a formidable rival. Don't expect an easy ride against the Thunder in the regular season." Meanwhile, the Thunder's 5 players appeared disinterested in the current offensive play, concluding it with a hasty miss. Sergio Rodriguez advanced the ball past half court, while Brockman positioned himself at a 45-degree angle, leaning against Shan with his arms raised, signaling for the ball. Rodriguez disdainfully glanced at him, decisively tossing the ball his way before retreating to the baseline, treating him like a mere jester. The other 3 teammates followed suit, moving to the baseline to observe, leaving Brockman to engage in a solo effort against Lee. The 4 Thunder players also joined in the spectacle, eager to witness what this rookie, selected 38th overall in the 2009 draft by the Portland Trail Blazers and subsequently traded to the Sacramento Kings, could possibly achieve to provoke such a gesture towards the 24th pick, Shan. Brockman waved his hands, signaling for everyone to clear out. "I want to take Lee one-on-one. However, before you indicated your intention to take a shot, we had already set the stage for your solo performance." At this moment, Brockman felt quite dashing. Surely the nearby female fans, illuminated by the headlights, were gradually falling for him. He even attempted to mimic Jordan with a one-handed grip on the ball, feigning a shot. But Shan effortlessly swiped at it, causing the ball to slip from his grasp. Brockman swiftly regained control of the ball, now facing Shan directly. "Kid, this is the NBA, not your little playhouse." Shan maintained an impassive expression as he observed Brockman, who deftly dribbled the ball between his legs. Seizing the opportunity, Shan feigned a vulnerability on the right side. True to his astuteness, Brockman accelerated past Shan's defense with a swift stride, then, in a remarkable display of agility, transitioned from 3 steps to 2, propelling the basketball towards the hoop with intent to dunk. With a resounding thud, Shan leapt from the side, delivering a forceful slap that thwarted Brockman's dunk. Harden retrieved the rebound and surged forward, executing a fast break that culminated in a score. Fuming in embarrassment, Brockman glared at Shan before demanding the ball from the top of the arc. However, this time, Sergio Rodriguez opted not to pass to Brockman, instead positioning himself and the other 3 teammates at a distance, content to observe. Brockman, seething with indignation, directed his ire towards Shan while simultaneously adopting a triple threat stance. "Listen up, you kid from Huaxia. My earlier oversight merely allowed you a momentary advantage. Now, I could easily surpass you in a single step. Prepare to find yourself flat on the ground as I score." Shan remained expressionless, silently gazing at the ball in Brockman's hand. Shan's silence rendered Brockman feeling like a mere jester. Brockman swiftly attempted to change direction, yet Shan remained impervious. As Brockman executed a deceptive spin to break through, Shan remained steadfast in his defense, Frustrated by his inability to surpass Shan, Brockman turned, leaning against him for support and attempting to maneuver twice in vain. Once more, he turned his back to Shan, attempting to break through, but Shan continued to thwart his efforts. With no other option, Brockman once again faced away, feigning a few shoulder movements before leaning back. However, a shadow loomed over him as Shan's left hand rose, emphatically denying Brockman's attempt to score with a resounding block. The basketball soared backward, and Brockman dashed to reclaim it. With time running out, he leaped once more to attempt a three-point shot. Yet, Shan, possessing guard-like speed, had already caught up to the sluggish Brockman, delivering another block right in his face. As Brockman retrieved the basketball again, Shan, with a powerful swipe of his right hand, sent the ball crashing down from Brockman's grasp. Losing his balance, Brockman fell to the ground in an undignified manner. Shan propelled forward with the basketball, leaving all defenders in his wake. From a distance just beyond the free throw line, he launched himself into the air, his body almost horizontal as he grasped the ball with one hand at his waist, reminiscent of a battle axe. With tremendous force, he sent the basketball crashing through the hoop. A remarkable leap, a spectacular battle axe slam dunk. After Shan completed his play, the coach of the Kings immediately called a timeout, signaling for a substitution. All the surrounding fans rose to their feet, cheering exuberantly. Even the players on the bench waved their towels and danced in wild celebration. Ibaka and other teammates rushed over to high-five and embrace Shan. Harden even leaped onto Shan's back, urging the fans to celebrate with even greater fervor, as if he himself had just executed the impressive feat as devoted Thunder fans. How could they possibly restrain their voices and enthusiasm? They promptly erupted into a louder chant of Shan's name. The Kings coach replaced Brockman and glanced at Shan. "Shan, you're up." Shan stared blankly at his coach, opening his mouth to speak, but hesitating. Gathering his courage, he finally said, "All right, coach." Upon returning to the court, Shan approached Shan with a forced smile, saying, "Hey, great block. I also believe that what that guy just did was wrong. I won't trouble you anymore. Let us just practice our tactics together." Shan assured himself that this was not an act of cowardice. It was a decision made for the future of the Kings. Shan paused for a moment, nodding at Shan. Upon receiving Shan's consent, Shan visibly perked up. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity as Shan led a group of rookies in practicing various pick-and-roll strategies. However, due to the rookies' inability to effectively handle the ball in the crucial moments, the responsibility ultimately fell upon Shan to manage the final seconds of possession. Having learned from prior experiences, Shan gently bestowed upon him 3 resounding blocks as a parting gift. Shan exclaimed, "You guys are unbelievable. I've been blocked 6 times by the same person in a single game and scored not a single point." Ultimately, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and Shan was on the verge of tears. He swore he had never been so fond of the sound of a referee's whistle. That whistle rang like a ray of light piercing through a stormy sky, rescuing Shan from despair. The final score stood at 119-81. With the Thunder narrowly triumphing over the Kings by a margin of 38 points, securing their first victory of the regular season. Upon returning to the bench, Shan exchanged high-fives with each teammate. Shan removed the garment draped over his shoulders and approached the young child. "Hello, little one, what is your name? How old are you? Hand me a pen, and I shall compose a blessing for you." The child joyfully stomped his feet in excitement, gazing up at Shan with delight as he handed over the pen. "My name is Zion Williams. I am now 9 years old. Will I be able to be as remarkable as you in the future?" Shan chuckled as he gently ruffled Zion's hair. "Zion, such a splendid name. Believe in yourself. Dear child, perseverance will yield a result that will satisfy everyone." Shan, while speaking, wrote in Chinese on his jersey, "Zion, diligence and perseverance will always accompany you. This little chubby tiger." After Shan completed his signature, he handed the jersey to Zion, who looked astonished as he gazed at the garment and the accompanying message. What does this mean?" After Shan finished explaining, Zion retained these words and became even more exhilarated as he boasted to his parents. After Shan bid farewell to Zion, he entered the players' locker room. Scott Brooks arrived, holding the game ball. He tossed the official game ball directly into Shan's arms, while the surrounding teammates joyfully applauded him. Shan gazed around at his teammates, each holding a basketball, and gently tapped his chest with his right hand, signifying his acceptance of this honor. "Gentlemen, while I am compelled to acknowledge that today Kevin scored an impressive 27 points, a feat certainly deserving of our most valuable accolade, I must explain why I passed the ball to Shan." In his debut NBA regular season game, as a rookie, he astonishingly achieved 14 blocks. Shan not only set a new franchise record for the most blocks in a single game for the Thunder, surpassing the previous records held by Shawn Kemp and Calvin Booth, but he also ranks third on the all-time list for single-game blocks in NBA history. Thus, I firmly believe that the title of most valuable player for this match rightfully belongs to Shan. Upon the conclusion of Scott Brooks' remarks, all teammates stared in astonishment at Shan, erupting into applause as a tribute to him. They recognized that it was likely beyond their lifetime to replicate a performance of 10 or more blocks in a single game. While Shan had shattered franchise records in his very first match, earning our utmost respect. Shan, please join me for the press conference shortly. Shan nodded towards Scott Brooks, who then looked at him with an expression of regret. Enjoy it thoroughly, my young friend. Shan furrowed his brow in confusion as he watched Scott gradually depart. What does this mean? He pondered. Subsequently, all of his teammates began to pick up the small orange boxes beside them, lifting the lids to reveal an abundance of tiny ice cubes and copious amounts of cool water within. Westbrook, sporting his small glasses, chuckled with delight as he aimed his smartphone towards Shan. I am truly sorry, Lee. I too was left with no choice. Primarily because I wanted to join in on the fun. They compelled me to act. In truth, I was the instigator. Shan, taken aback, rose abruptly, intending to flee. Yet, at that very moment, everyone had already doused him with icy water. Shortly thereafter, having finished his warm shower and donned a fresh outfit, he accompanied Scott Brooks to the press conference venue. After exchanging pleasantries with the journalists, the inquiries began to flow. Coach Scott, what is your perspective on today's match? First and foremost, I am immensely pleased with my players. They executed our strategies judiciously. Sacramento is indeed formidable. However, my players are no slouches either. Coach Scott, could you perhaps divulge who you believe was the standout player in this game? Was Kevin's offense more significant, or Russell's organization more pronounced? Scott cast a sardonic glance at the female reporter. Oh, you little provocateur. Are you attempting to disrupt the harmony within my team? He patted the trembling Shan beside him, who was walking on eggshells. Did you not see who I brought to this event? Don't you journalists watch the games? This rookie, Shan, achieved a remarkable 14 blocks and 16 rebounds, a monumental defensive double-double in his debut. He shattered our team's record for blocks in a regular season game, ranking third in the history of single-game blocks. Do your homework properly. Now get lost. Next question. The female reporter, escorted by security, departed in disgrace. A male journalist swiftly directed his question to Shan. Mr. Shan, I observed the match and noted that Coach Scott spoke with you before you took the court. What did he say that enabled you to deliver such an impressive defensive performance? Well, how should I put it? Mr. Scott told me before the game, Lee, just be yourself and unleash your true nature. Coach Scott instructed me to defend, and that is precisely what I did. Personally, I feel my defensive level was quite commendable. At this point, another female reporter posed a question to Shan. Mr. Shan, as a rookie, were you not nervous? Did you not fear making mistakes? Shan pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. As you know, I have only recently begun my journey with basketball, and there remains much that I do not comprehend, including where you are seated and who you are. He chuckled lightly, embodying a rather endearing naivety. The journalists present couldn't help but chuckle in response. To speak earnestly, I have indeed experienced moments of intense nervousness, particularly just before the match. However, Russell, Kevin, and the others offered me their encouragement. They are truly exceptional teammates, and I am profoundly grateful for their support in alleviating my anxiety and fear. They advised me not to worry and simply follow the coach's instructions, which I endeavored to do. The reporters diligently took notes, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, the press conference concluded. Chapter 9. Shock from all sides in the Huaxia live broadcast room. The esteemed Zhang Weiping and teacher Yang Jian took a moment to compose themselves, adopting an air of normalcy as they returned to their commentary on the ongoing match. As it stands, the third quarter has concluded, and the Thunder are significantly ahead of the Kings. Given the current circumstances, I predict that Coach Scott will still call upon Shan to take the court in the fourth quarter, Yang Jian remarked. You are absolutely correct, teacher Yang. Zhang Weiping responded. Scott is allowing Shan to further experience the intensity of the NBA, and with his current performance, he is certainly capable of handling the various challenges posed by the league. Indeed, let us continue to observe the game, Yang Jian agreed. As expected, Shan and his four teammates returned to the court, with the fourth quarter largely unfolding as garbage time. Scott had them practicing pick-and-roll tactics and building synergy amongst themselves. It appears that Shan's rapport with the other four is remarkably high, Zhang Weiping noted. After the pick, the teammates have positioned themselves effectively. How will the Kings respond? They too are practicing their pick-and-roll strategy, as there's no need to push for a comeback given the score disparity. Ah, look at that. Shan chose not to defend, which is understandable. After all, they are all rookies from the same class, crossing paths frequently. In a moment of uncertainty, one might as well nibble on a peanut. Remarkably, that casual shot went in. What is he up to? What does that gesture signify? Is he provoking Shan? How audacious! How dare he? Zhang Weiping's initial excitement was swiftly ignited by Brockman's taunting actions, leading him to pound the table in defense of Shan, prompting Yang Jian to rise and offer reassurance. After a moment's pause, Zhang Weiping returned his gaze to the screen. The transition between offense and defense has occurred. Yet the Thunder seemed devoid of any offensive desire, hastily tossing up a shot before immediately retreating to defend. Yang Jian murmured under his breath, urging, block him, block him. On the Kings' side, Brockman called for the ball and received it, attempting a right-side drive past Shan. However, Shan was ready and delivered a resounding block. Zhang Weiping interjected loudly, Shan intentionally allowed you to drive. He is showing you respect. How daring to make such a move against him. This is how it should be done. Block them decisively. Teacher Yang Jian looked awkwardly at the animated Mr. Zhang, then turned to the camera, unsure of what to say to regain control of the situation. However, upon receiving the news that Mr. Zhang could be allowed to take the reins, he settled down and continued to commentate on the match. Let us return to the game. Harden secured the rebound, initiated a fast break, and scored. Yet the Kings retained possession. Brockman called for the ball at the arc, and I thought the Kings should refrain from passing it to him again. Alas, they did give it to him. Are all four Kings players united against the Thunder? Do they all share disdain for Brockman? He held the ball. Engaged in trash talk, Shan remained silent, while Brockman acted like a clown. Elder Zhang Weiping interjected once more to take over the commentary. Is he starting to get flustered? He spun and broke through, but Shan defended impeccably, giving him no chance. He even attempted a shoulder shimmy and fade away. What can I say? Shan said, you'll get blocked. I'll swat it right back in your face. That Brockman. He dashed in again to recover the ball. Time is running out. He attempted a contested three-pointer. Shan shouted, get down. How dare you shoot in front of me? That Brockman fell flat on his face. Shan immediately launched a fast break. A spectacular tomahawk dunk. Absolutely magnificent. Shan, show that damned miscreant your prowess. Seeing the situation seemingly spiraling out of control, Teacher Yang Jian hurriedly cast a glance towards the director, pleading for assistance. The director chuckled and shook his head, indicating for the elder to continue, having not seen Mr. Zhang this joyful in quite some time. Subsequently, a video of Elder Zhang exuberantly praising Shan was inadvertently leaked, earning Zhang the moniker of Shan's most devoted fan. Following in the footsteps of Zhang Bryant Weiping, after the conclusion of the game between the Thunder and the Kings, other teams also wrapped up their respective first regular season games, and various news began to circulate. First and foremost was Blake Griffin, the first overall pick by the Los Angeles Clippers in 2009. Due to a stress fracture in his left kneecap, Griffin has postponed the date of his NBA debut, with no updates on when he might return. Shortly thereafter, the Memphis Grizzlies, having selected Hashim Thabit with the second overall pick, saw him play for 12 minutes, managing only 2 rebounds in his NBA debut. The hottest trending topic was the Thunder's 2 rookie sensations, beginning with James Harden, the third overall pick, who, in his debut yesterday, scored 8 points with 1 assist and 3 rebounds, showcasing an efficient 3-for-3 shooting performance. Additionally, there was Shan, the 24th pick, who in 20 minutes recorded 6 points, 3 assists, 16 rebounds, 14 blocks, and 4 steals. An astounding defensive double-double that shattered both the Thunder's franchise record for blocks and the NBA single-game block record. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich immediately took to Twitter, tagging Shan. Dearly, I sincerely hope you can join us. Your presence would render the San Antonio Spurs unassailable. Tim is willing to play center, leaving a starting power forward position just waiting for you. All those who follow the NBA are extending their congratulations to the executives of the Dallas Mavericks. The Thunder, with merely the 25th pick of the same year, Rodrigue Beaubois, and a future second-round draft pick, have acquired a ready-to-use, highly efficient defensive stalwart in Shan. While they mock the Mavericks executives, they cannot help but admire the explosive prowess of the Thunder, who have consistently demonstrated their striking accuracy. With previous talents like Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook, coveted offensive players by all teams, they have now seamlessly secured the formidable defensive asset, Shan. Should Shan maintain his current level of performance, the Thunder can confidently assert their ambitions for the elusive championship title this year. With their current roster, they are more than capable of competing fiercely against any team, featuring 2 all-star starters, a near all-star, and a quintet of remarkably potent defensive players. Once criticized for their lack of defense, the Thunder are gradually evolving into a more formidable team with the addition of Shan. Meanwhile, the trending topic has shifted to the Golden State Warriors' 7th overall pick, Stephen Curry. In his debut, he played 36 minutes, achieving an efficient 14 points, 2 rebounds, 7 assists, and 4 steals with a shooting line of 7 for 12. However, many media outlets remain skeptical of this youthful player with a cherubic face, often citing concerns about his tendency to attempt unreasonable three-pointers and his slender physique, which may struggle to withstand the rigors of the NBA. Shan is indifferent to such matters, for he has neither the habit of downloading Twitter nor reading newspapers, and thus remains entirely uninformed about this information. What occupies his mind now is his beloved little kitten at home. Shan returned home, still holding the food, which he generously offered to Nana, and casually took a few freeze-dried treats for it to enjoy. Shan lay on the bed and addressed the little Nana, who was munching on something on the floor. "Oh, Nana, the competition in 2 days is an away game. We are heading to Detroit. We might have to spend the entire day there. Would you care to join us?" After finishing its meal, Nana leaped onto the bed. Shan handed it a tissue to wipe its mouth, then cradled it against his chest, encouraging it to tuck its little paws in. "If you choose not to accompany me, I want to be able to prepare dinner for you that day, and I would have no choice but to leave you at the pet store until my return. However, if you come with me to Detroit, I shall bring your dinner and your little bowl. You could even sit on the bench and watch me play. What do you think? If you agree, give a single hum. If you refuse, hum twice." Nana, with its paws tucked in, gazed at Shan and adorably gave a single hum. Shan, upon witnessing Nana's response, embraced her and playfully rubbed his face against hers. "I always knew that my Nana possessed the most remarkable spirit. Come here. Allow me to give you a kiss." As Shan was about to lean in closer, Nana disdainfully pushed his face away with her paws. "Oh dear, give me a break." Chapter 10, an away game with the Pistons. A moment to appreciate Ben. Time swiftly passed, and Shan boarded the Thunder's bus, accompanied by his little kitten. Prior to this, he had purchased some snacks at a convenience store, cramming them all into his backpack. Soon after, the Thunder team arrived at the intimidating palace of Auburn Hills, home of the Detroit Pistons. After all, on November 19, 2004, during a match between the Pacers and the Pistons, a significant brawl erupted between the players and the fans with just 45 seconds remaining in the game. However, the Palace of Auburn Hills was permanently closed in 2017 and subsequently demolished in 2020. Naturally, this had no bearing on Shan, but it serves as an interesting historical note. Shan and his companions headed to the gymnasium to acclimatize themselves to the surroundings. Shan placed the little kitten on the seat and took out a small bowl to fill it with some treats. "Oh, Lee, you brought a kitten. How adorable. What is this little creature's name?" Westbrook exclaimed as he approached Shan, gazing at the kitten with delight and gently stroking its head. "Nana, this little friend was named by my family," Shan replied. "Oh, you are married? At just 20? Westbrook exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Shan, who looked equally bewildered. "No, not at all. After I turned 14, my parents often left me with relatives or very close friends, urging me to become self-sufficient while they traveled the world for work or leisure. Currently, I reside in an orphanage run by a grandmother in Migua, living among a large group of relatives. Concerned about their solitude, I convinced my parents to bring numerous tabby cats to keep them company," Shan explained. After Westbrook offered an apology, he took Shan along for training. However, the Thunder team, amidst their practice, soon became playful. Shan opened his phone, eager to capture the daily antics of the Thunder team, and began recording a video. "Hey, can you do this?" Westbrook sprinted from a distance, leaping into the air to execute a spectacular under-the-leg dunk. Durant chuckled, slowly making his way over, attempting the same move but ultimately failing. Ibaka also gave it a go, only to meet with similar disappointment. Harden, with a grin, declined the challenge. Yet the others took turns, each one faltering at the intricate under-the-leg maneuver. After receiving a pass from Westbrook, a playful glint in his eye, he strolled leisurely into the paint, coming to a halt. Without a jump, he simply lifted one leg, dribbling the ball through his legs with his left hand, before catching it again with his right. With a gentle leap, he executed a flawless one-handed dunk. Boom! An under-the-leg dunk. Nearby players, amused by Shan's antics, collapsed with laughter. "No, that is cheating," Westbrook exclaimed, sprawled on the ground in fits of laughter. Shan waved his hand, signaling him to come again. Westbrook rose, took the ball, and walked a short distance, composing his expression. He then executed a rapid dribble, leaping from 2 steps inside the free throw line, performing a 360 windmill dunk. "Surely, this time you cannot succeed." Shan smiled once more, dribbling the ball to his designated spot before executing a flawless 360-degree turn. He then held the ball in one hand, spinning it gracefully in a circular motion. This was his signature windmill dunk. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, performing a 360-degree windmill slam with effortless ease. The crowd erupted in laughter, their joyous sounds filling the air. Westbrook, unable to contain himself, doubled over in laughter on the ground, exclaiming, "That's cheating. Pure cheating." After a brief respite, Shan settled beside Durant, cradling a small kitten. He observed Durant, who was engrossed in his petite smartphone, grinning from ear to ear as he gazed at the screen. "Hey, Adu, what brings you such delight?" Shan inquired. Durant chuckled as he handed the phone to Shan, revealing an image he intended to tattoo on his back in a few years. "This is the design I envision, though it's only halfway completed." Shan meticulously examined the dense array of information on his phone, stroking his chin thoughtfully, nodding in a manner that conveyed both confusion and profound appreciation. Quite impressive." Durant gazed at Shan with delight, as if he had discovered a beloved friend. "I told you it was remarkable. I've longed to have this tattooed." Shan listened to Durant's incessant discourse, feeling as though his head might explode. Oh no, the brain he had just begun to cultivate was about to be overwhelmed. Well, Durant, I actually want to get a tattoo as well." Upon hearing this, Durant immediately ceased his lengthy exposition. "Oh, you want to get one too? That's fantastic. I know a superb parlor. When we return to Oklahoma, I shall take you there. By the way, what kind of tattoo do you wish to get?" Shan pondered for a moment before slowly articulating his answer. "The serpent." Time flew by, and soon it was the evening of the 31st. At this juncture, the Thunder were set to compete against the Pistons on their home turf. The starting lineups were as follows. For the Thunder, Russell Westbrook, Thabo Sefolosha, Kevin Durant, Jeff Green, and Nenad Kirstic. For the Pistons, Rodney Stuckey, Ben Gordon, Tayshaun Prince, Ben Wallace, 2.06 meters, and Charlie Villanueva, 2.11 meters. Scott continued to deliver an abundance of motivational platitudes to inspire his players, particularly considering the Pistons' renowned defensive prowess. Bolstered by 2 towering giants in the paint who thwarted any team's attempts to score. Notably, the indomitable Ben Wallace, affectionately nicknamed Big Ben, had famously blocked Shaquille O'Neal, embodying the ultimate toughness that Jeff Green would find challenging to contend with. As the warm-up period concluded, the referee approached midcourt with the ball, prompting both teams to assume their positions for the tip-off. With the referee tossing the basketball high into the air, the 2 towering centers leaped in anticipation. Unfortunately for the Thunder, the Pistons center, Charlie, managed to tap the ball first, granting the Pistons the initial possession. The Thunder swiftly fell back on defense as the Pistons established their formation. Big Ben positioned himself low, asserting dominance over Jeff Green, raising his arms to signal for the ball. Despite Jeff Green's vigorous attempts to disrupt the pass, it proved futile. Rodney delivered the ball directly to Big Ben in the low post, who, with his back to the basket, taunted, "You can't guard me. Just wait for my dunk. You little weakling." Jeff Green, undeterred, retorted defiantly, "It's you I'm coming for, Big Ben. Watch me block you." As Big Ben lowered his stance and dribbled powerfully backward, Jeff Green took a deep breath and matched his intensity. However, the sheer force of Big Ben proved overwhelming as he gradually pushed Jeff Green into the paint. Seizing the opportune moment, Big Ben employed his formidable elbow to clear space, executing a powerful move that sent Jeff Green aside before soaring high for a thunderous dunk, securing the first points of the game. Upon landing, Big Ben let out a triumphant roar. "You softy, you think you can defend me?" As he returned to defense, Big Ben directed his ire at Jeff Green, who remained silent, swiftly retrieving the basketball and passing it to Westbrook. Shan observed the subtle movements of Big Ben and nodded, realizing how to counter that covert elbow strike. Westbrook, at the top of the arc, held the ball and called for the center to set a screen. After receiving the pick, he drove directly towards the paint. However, he was intercepted by the Pistons' interior defense. Without looking, Westbrook executed a backhand pass to the right side, where Sefolosha awaited. Seizing the opportunity as Ben Gordon failed to react in time, Sefolosha swiftly changed direction, bypassing his defender. He charged into the lane but was met by Big Ben, leaving Sefolosha no choice but to leap and attempt a mid-range jumper. Thud. Unfortunately, Big Ben's block thwarted Sefolosha's shot. This exchange of offense and defense by Ben Wallace showcased his star prowess magnificently. Scott, seated on the sidelines, shook his head disapprovingly as he observed the unfolding events. Lee, come over here, Scott beckoned, inviting Shan to sit beside him. Lee, you may need to enter the game early. Jeff Green is unlikely to contain Ben Wallace, and offensively, he won't be able to penetrate him either. Thus, we require your presence to defend against Ben Wallace. We do not need you to focus on scoring. We simply need your defensive skills and rebounding. These two aspects are crucial for us. I understand this is no easy task, but you are the only one capable of accomplishing it right now. Lee, do you think you can do it? Shan gazed at the solemn Scott and nodded emphatically. Leave it to me, coach. I can do this. Good boy. Scott patted Shan on the neck and redirected his attention to the court. Meanwhile, several rounds had already transpired on the floor. Ben Gordon, utilizing Ben Wallace's efficient screen, drove into the paint and scored effortlessly with a jumper. Westbrook's pass was intercepted, resulting in a turnover, and the Pistons seized a rare fast break opportunity, converting another 2 points. The Pistons surged ahead with a 6-0 lead, leaving the Thunder momentarily bewildered. However, in this critical moment, Durant stepped up. After demanding the ball from the 45-degree angle, he executed a probing dribble and launched a jumper, skillfully banking it in from mid-range to secure the Thunder's first field goal. Yet, the Pistons, reverting to their half-court offense, once again relied on the low post play of Big Ben. The Pistons added another 2 points, forcing the Thunder to commit defenders to double-team him, as Jeff Green struggled to contain Ben. Thus, both teams exchanged offensive and defensive efforts, gradually chiseling away at the score. Regrettably, the Pistons' defense proved too formidable, with the Thunder relying solely on Durant's consecutive jump shots to maintain the scoring gap. As the first quarter approached the final 6 minutes, the score stood at 16-8, with the Thunder trailing by 8 points. Scott called for another timeout, substituting Jeff Green for Shan to guard Big Ben. As Jeff Green gingerly made his way to the bench, clutching his sore chest, he took Shan's hand and cautioned him softly. Lee, be careful of his elbows. His hands are particularly unclean, and he engages in many little tricks. You must be vigilant. Shan nodded solemnly, indicating his intention to remain vigilant. Shan once again clenched his fists, exhaling warm breath onto his left hand twice, then onto his right hand, before bouncing lightly and shaking his arms. He then applauded himself 3 times, standing tall as he strode confidently onto the basketball court. As both teams returned to the court, the Thunder regained possession. Upon seeing Shan take the court, Westbrook and Durant finally exhaled with relief. Westbrook raised 2 fingers, prompting Shan to swiftly position himself for a screen, while Naynard set a screen for Sefolosha, with Durant executing an off-ball cut. Westbrook utilized the screen to drive into the lane, then passed to the perimeter where Durant was positioned. After Durant received the ball, he executed a pass to the top of the arc where Shan awaited, while Naynard set another screen for Durant, who continued his movement. Shan then handed the ball off to Sefolosha before setting another screen. After Sefolosha switched defenders, he returned the ball to the open Durant. Without hesitation, Durant launched a 3-pointer from beyond the arc, the shot finding its mark. With the Pistons now in possession, they established their offensive setup. Seeing Shan defending him, Ben Wallace skillfully positioned himself, signaling for the ball. Rodney, trusting his older brother, decisively lobbed the ball to the requesting Ben. Steadying himself with his back to the basket, Ben pondered why the Thunder players refrained from double-teaming him, instead choosing to create distance as if allowing him to post up. Without overthinking, Ben loudly taunted Shan, "Are you the so-called shot-blocking genius? You don't seem so impressive. So skinny? Are you waiting to be snapped in half by my strength like a mere cornstalk? I certainly do not wish to incur losses over a cornstalk." Ben weighs 245 pounds, while Shan weighs 258 5 pounds. Shan firmly obstructed to Ben, unleashing a torrent of taunts. Is that your strength? Those feigned muscles acquired in the gym? Be cautious, lest my power rebound and leave you with a broken back. Ben, refusing to engage further, lowered his center of gravity and once again exerted force against Shan's back. Shan, summoning all his might, met the challenge head-on. After a couple of attempts to push against Shan, Ben sensed something was amiss. This fellow possessed remarkable strength. Despite his seemingly slender physique, he was immovable. Realizing he might not be able to overpower him, Ben feigned left, then right, before executing a swift pivot and a delicate hook shot, showcasing a mesmerizing display of footwork. Yet Shan remained unfazed, observing Ben's circular maneuvers with unwavering composure, ultimately leaping to intercept Ben's hook shot effortlessly. With the ease of plucking an apple from a tree, he secured the ball. Ben gazed at Shan in disbelief, but quickly regained his composure to mount a defense. Shan located Westbrook and delivered a precise pass to him. Westbrook aimed to initiate a fast break. Yet the Pistons players swiftly returned to their defensive positions. As the Thunder settled into their formation, Durant kept a vigilant eye on Shan, scrutinizing him with an assessing gaze from head to toe. Shan felt a jolt of excitement, momentarily wishing to switch defenses and not wanting to guard anyone for the first time. The more Ben observed Shan in various aspects, the more he believed that Shan was exceptionally suited for the Pistons roster and playing style. Ben rubbed his hands together, a burgeoning desire to recruit this talent beginning to stir within him. Yet, as an opponent at present, Ben found it somewhat challenging to articulate his thoughts, scratching his chin as he pondered how to entice Shan to join the Pistons. Shan, may I change my partner? This individual gazes at me with an intensity akin to that of a lunatic. The Thunder's offensive efforts ultimately culminated in Durant's missed shot, while the Pistons executed their rebounding strategy with remarkable precision, allowing Charlie to secure the board. The Pistons, maintaining their set formation, proceeded with a methodical and patient offensive approach. Ben Wallace beckoned Shan to the baseline for a smoke, and the two observed the game from their position, though Shan stood a considerable distance away from Ben. It was as if he had completely vacated Ben's space. This also explains Scott's assertion regarding Ben's lack of a three-point shot. Shan felt emboldened to stand so far back, knowing he could swiftly return to defend against others. Ben scratched the back of his head and eventually called out to Shan. Hey, Lee, come over here. I have something to discuss with you. Shan furrowed his brow and walked over slowly. Lee, your defense is quite impressive. Oh, thank you. Shan initially believed that Ben had something further to articulate. After expressing his gratitude, he returned to his original position. However, Ben grew somewhat anxious and called out to Shan once more. That is not what I meant. There is something else I wish to convey. Lee, your defensive skills are exceptional and perfectly aligned with our Pistons roster and playing style. Our primary objective revolves around defense, aiming to secure the championship through our defensive prowess. Therefore, I wish to recruit you to join our Pistons. With your defensive capabilities, we can undoubtedly clinch another championship title. Russell Westbrook, overhearing Ben's declaration, glared intensely, eager to confront him. Seizing the moment, Rodney noticed an opening and swiftly capitalized on it to drive past. Westbrook, compelled to return to defend against Rodney, found himself unable to prevent Rodney from slipping by, granting him a decisive advantage as he prepared to score with a layup. Shan swiftly abandoned his defensive position against Ben and immediately returned to confront Rodney. Rodney spun past Shan and attempted a delicate jump shot. However, Shan quickly pivoted, leaped, and deftly swatted the ball away. Naynard secured the rebound and passed it to Durant, who gradually advanced the offense. Positioned at the 45-degree angle beyond the arc, he signaled for a one-on-one play, while Westbrook and the others spread out to the wings. Westbrook approached Shan and addressed Ben, who was defending him. Hey, I don't know what scheme you're concocting, but let me make it abundantly clear. Lee is now one of us. How dare you attempt to undermine us right before our eyes? Rodney gazed at the three of them, utterly bewildered and clueless about the unfolding situation. Ben, with an air of indifference, replied, Russell, you must understand that Lee is undoubtedly a perfect fit for our Pistons lineup and style of play. I trust you are well aware of this. Furthermore, he is still a rookie, earning a modest salary of $1 to $2 million per year with you, whereas he could secure a far more lucrative contract with us. And with just a word from me, Lee will undoubtedly occupy the starting center position rather than languishing as a soft substitute with your Thunder. Westbrook stared intently at Ben, who wore a nonchalant expression, remaining silent. Deep down, he recognized that Ben was right. Every point he made was valid. He found himself powerless to counter, as the style of play, contract, rotation, and roster compatibility were all vastly superior to those of the Thunder. If Lee were truly at the Pistons, he would not need to roam around for defensive support, nor would he have to single-handedly secure every rebound or undertake all the arduous tasks by himself. The burden of defense would be significantly alleviated. Thus, Westbrook remained silent, as he, along with Ben and Rodney, gazed at Lee, eager to hear his thoughts. Shan chuckled softly, patting Westbrook on the shoulder, and addressed Big Ben with gratitude, expressing, "I truly appreciate your admiration, but at present, I wish to enjoy playing basketball with my friends." Upon hearing Shan's response, Rodney smirked, perceiving him as ungrateful. Westbrook, however, joyously draped his arm around Shan's neck, laughing heartily. Big Ben, momentarily taken aback by the exchange, soon joined in the laughter, further admiring Shan. "Ha ha ha, what a noble spirit. My friend, the doors of the Pistons will always be open to you. Should you ever find discontent in your time with the Thunder, feel free to seek me out with the Pistons. But now, let us get serious. Brace yourself to be dunked on." Chapter 11, Pistons vs. Thunder, Part 2. As Shan conversed with Big Ben and the others, Durant executed a triple threat stance, employing a series of probing steps to deftly maneuver past his defender. After creating a slight separation, Durant retreated a step, leaning back slightly to unleash a smooth jumper, securing 2 points from mid-range with precision. The possession shifted to the Pistons as Rodney searched for his teammates in motion and successfully connected with Ben Gordon, who was making a cutting move. However, Sifo Rosa promptly closed in, applying pressure that caused Ben Gordon's layup to circle the rim several times before tragically rolling out. Shan adeptly positioned himself to secure the rebound, delivering the ball to the nearby Westbrook. From beyond the three-point line, Westbrook orchestrated the offense, gesturing for a one-on-one play. After maneuvering back and forth, he attempted to drive past Rodney for a layup, only to be thwarted by the defensive efforts of both Big Ben and Charlie. Big Ben seized the rebound and, after scanning for teammates, passed it to Tyshawn. As they advanced past midcourt, the ball was handed to Ben Gordon, who executed a pick and roll before penetrating towards Naynard. He delivered a bounce pass to Charlie, who was cutting towards the basket, but the pass was disrupted by Sefolosha. In the ensuing transition, Sefolosha launched a long pass to the fast-breaking Westbrook. However, the Pistons' Rodney stayed close on his heels, forcing Westbrook into a mid-range stop-and-pop jump shot that clanked off the rim. Rodney collected the rebound and called for a one-on-one at the top of the arc, with his teammates skillfully creating space for him. Rodney executed a series of quick crossovers, accelerating in an attempt to bypass Westbrook, yet Westbrook maintained tight defense, intercepting Rodney midway through his drive. In a moment of urgency, Rodney backed into Westbrook and, after a few dribbles, executed a shoulder fake followed by a fading jumper. Yet, Westbrook, having anticipated the move, successfully blocked the shot. Securing the ball, Westbrook launched a fast break, leaving the Pistons unable to keep pace with his explosive speed, as they could only watch him glide through the air for a powerful dunk. Upon landing, Westbrook let out a fierce roar, reminiscent of a victorious silverback gorilla, proudly raising his arms to showcase his biceps. Thus, the two teams exchanged a flurry of offense and defense, and the first quarter swiftly came to a close. With the score standing at 22-18, the Thunder trailing by a mere 4 points. Shan's defensive prowess exerted significant pressure on the Pistons scoring, allowing them to muster only a meager 6 points over a span of 6 minutes. On the offensive front, Ben Wallace found himself unable to effectively score against Shan's formidable defense. Conversely, on defense, Wallace was rendered somewhat powerless, as Shan refrained from attacking, leaving Wallace frustrated despite his considerable skills. He was uncertain whether Shan was capable of shooting, thus hesitating to leave him unguarded while attempting to assist in other defensive assignments. In terms of positioning for rebounds, Shan exhibited superior agility, speed, and strength, managing to secure several offensive boards by outmaneuvering Wallace. However, there was a silver lining for the Pistons. The entire Thunder team was experiencing a severe shooting slump. Numerous times, Shan fought valiantly to secure rebounds and pass to perimeter players, yet they failed to capitalize on mid-range shots and open three-point opportunities. As the break quickly concluded, Shan was shifted to the center position. Scott instructed him to position himself near the paint, emphasizing a strategy of allowing drives while focusing on interior defense. The power forward position saw the introduction of Ibaka, while the small forward position was filled by Corliss Williamson, with Harden at shooting guard and Kevin Ollie at point guard. The Pistons also made substitutions, as their starters had played the entirety of the first quarter. The Pistons bench included center Kwame Brown, power forward Austin Daye, small forward Richard Hamilton, shooting guard Will Bynum, and point guard Chucky Atkins. Upon returning to the court, the Thunder regained possession. Ollie lobbed the ball to Ibaka at the 45-degree angle. After faking a move and finding no opportunity, Ibaka passed to Harden. After calling for a screen from Shan, Harden executed a pick and roll and, despite facing the well-positioned Kwame, forcefully drove into the paint, finishing with a layup off the glass. The Pistons, determined to establish their offense, employed a series of continuous pick-and-roll strategies that momentarily disoriented the Thunder's defense. Yet, Shan remained vigilant, stationed in the vicinity of the paint, attentively monitoring every offensive player for potential cuts. At last, Ibaka inadvertently found himself obstructed, allowing Austin to exploit a cutting opportunity, which Will promptly recognized and delivered the ball to Austin. Shan, noticing the situation near the baseline, promptly positioned himself alongside Austin. Upon seeing Shan's defensive move, Austin swiftly passed the ball to Kwame Brown, who, aware of the dwindling time, prepared to take a shot. Shan turned around and strode forward with great determination. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance to the airborne basketball, leaping with fervor and with a powerful strike of his right hand. He smacked the ball midair. Bang! Shan's colossal hand rejected Kwame Brown's shot, sending the basketball flying out of bounds. The entire arena erupted in jubilant cheers. Even those who were not fervent supporters of the Thunder, including the most loyal Pistons fans, gazed in disbelief at the stunningly executed block. He leapt an astonishing 9 feet. His feet cleared Kwame Brown's head. My goodness, just moments before, he was a staggering 3 strides away from Kwame. Yet he nearly instantaneously matched the speed of the basketball upon its release. As Shan's block sent the ball out of bounds, possession remained with the Pistons. But with a mere 0.3 seconds left, a shot was nearly impossible. Kwame Brown inbound the ball, and Shan repeatedly leapt, waving his hands to disrupt the pass. Pistons teammates frantically repositioned themselves. As the referee counted to 4, Will Bynum, utilizing a screen, dashed into a small open space at the top of the arc for a 3-point shot. Kwame, spotting Bynum's opportunity, positioned the ball behind his head and launched it with fervor. Suddenly, a large hand swatted the ball from midair. Shan leaped from the side, intercepting the passing trajectory. Kwame momentarily stood frozen, his mind racing with countless thoughts, before he quickly lifted his feet to catch up with Shan. After Shan made a desperate attempt to intercept the serve, he stumbled slightly and glanced back at Kwame Brown. Immediately, he accelerated to pursue the ball. However, Kwame Brown's speed was evidently inferior to that of Shan, leaving him far behind. Shan successfully maneuvered the ball, stepping within the 3-point line, transitioning from 3 steps to 2. With a single hand gripping the basketball, he leapt effortlessly, executing a powerful one-handed slam dunk from a distance just beyond the free throw line. The spectators erupted in exuberant cheers, their hands raised high in celebration, while the teammates on the Thunder's bench waved their towels with fervor, rallying support for their on-court comrades. Westbrook, inspired by Shan's recent feat, emulated the dunk, flailing his arms like a gorilla, while Durant and others, in perfect harmony, descended to touch the spot where Westbrook had just leapt, drawing in good fortune. With Shan's emphatic dunk, the score was now equalized. As the Pistons prepared for the inbound pass, Shan returned to defense, exchanging high-fives with his teammates. The Pistons players settled into position, and Kwame Brown wore a grim expression, perhaps troubled by his earlier mistake that had allowed the score to level, despite Big Ben's earlier warning to him. Do not attempt to challenge Lee's defense. Remember this, kid. Do not try it. Lee, heed my words. We require no offensive plays from you. Simply focus on defense and securing rebounds. Yet, youth often brims with audacity, driven to confront insurmountable challenges, even when aware of the high probability of failure. Kwame Brown cast aside the burdens of his responsibilities, donning a resolute and defiant expression, one hand firmly holding off Shan while the other reached skyward, demanding the ball. To hell with the task. I tower over you, Big Ben. You cannot impede me. I shall seize victory through my own prowess. On the sidelines, Big Ben gaped in disbelief, stroking his chin, astonished by Kwame Brown's raised hand. WDFK. Kid, where the hell have you been? Did what you just said go in one ear and out the other? Chucky, too, regarded Kwame Brown with uncertainty, his resolve wavering. However, Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Kwame's eyes, Chucky chose to trust his teammate, tossing the ball into the paint for Kwame. The explosive Big Ben, unable to contain his frustration, erupted from the sidelines. FK, why the hell are you passing it to him? Several teammates and nearby coaches spent considerable time soothing Big Ben's agitated spirit. Kwame Brown, with his back against Shan, pivoted to the left, feigning a shot before dribbling and turning to the right, forcefully driving to the basket for a layup. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality is unforgiving. Shan's large hand had already intercepted Kwame Brown's offensive path, effortlessly swatting the ball away. This rejection felt as if Kwame Brown had directly placed the basketball into Shan's palm. Attempting to seize the ball from Shan's grasp was akin to the encounter he had with Shan from the Kings just days prior. However, Shan swiftly turned his back to secure the ball, thwarting Kwame Brown's attempt to contest it. Left with no option, Kwame Brown let out a frustrated sigh, his expression betraying his unwillingness as he retreated on defense. Shan located Kevin Ollie and delivered a precise pass to him. The Pistons had already established their defensive formation, compelling the Thunder to engage in a positional battle. Kevin Ollie maneuvered near the three-point line for a moment, identifying a defensive flaw in Chucky. He accelerated, intending to drive past Chucky. However, Chucky swiftly adjusted, maintaining close pursuit of Kevin Ollie. Left with no alternative, Kevin Ollie passed to the perimeter where Harden awaited. Harden promptly signaled for Collison to set a screen, using it to penetrate while facing two defenders. He executed a bounce pass through Richards' legs to the advancing Collison, who took two dribbles before releasing a mid-range jumper. The ball rattled the rim twice, but, regrettably, did not find its way in. Below the rim, Shan and Kwame Brown engaged in a struggle for optimal positioning. Ultimately, Shan's superior skill prevailed, as he leapt instantaneously to secure the rebound. After landing, Shan aimed to shoot from the opposite side. Kwame, sensing trouble, extended his wicked hand and forcefully struck Shan's shooting arm. The whistle blew, granting two free throw opportunities. Shan was severely hindered by this foul, preventing the basketball from ascending into the hoop, resulting in its immediate descent. Shan gazed at Kwame Brown, who had committed a foul against him with malicious intent, yet Kwame Brown furrowed his brow and walked past Shan without a word. Shan shook his head and stepped up to the free throw line. Upon receiving the pass, Shan dribbled the ball twice before raising his gaze to release the first free throw. Clang, clang. The basketball slipped away. Shan curled his lips disdainfully, and after a high five with his teammate, he once again seized the basketball. He repeated the same sequence of movements, only to miss the shot once more. The coach of the opposing Pistons, witnessing this spectacle, was instantly invigorated, his eyes gleaming with delight akin to that of Tom Cat, as a nefariously cunning plan began to formulate in his mind. As Shan retreated, he couldn't help but express his disdain to Harden beside him, saying, "I detest free throws. Why must they exist? They are utterly pointless. Not a shred of significance." Harden chuckled and shook his head, refraining from responding to Shan's inquiry. Although he too was uncertain about the necessity of free throws, Harden personally relished them. They afforded him a moment of respite while also providing an opportunity to score. What could be better? Time swiftly progressed to the final 5 minutes of the second quarter, with the score standing at 32-36, the Thunder leading the Pistons by 4 points. Both teams substituted their bench players, bringing their starters back into the game. After exchanging high fives with the starters, Shan and his teammates returned to the bench. Shan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with a towel, casting a glance around to ensure no one was paying him any mind. He then retrieved a small kitten from his bag, placing it gently upon his lap, and offered it a treat. Scott, seated nearby, caught sight of Shan's kitten out of the corner of his eye, but ultimately refrained from commenting. Redirecting his attention back to the match, Shan lowered his head, noticing that Scott had finally ceased to pay attention to him. However, Shan seemed to perceive something flashing across the large screen. Stealthily, he retrieved a fast food pizza from his bag and began to devour it with great satisfaction. Suddenly, Shan noticed a young girl in the vicinity, smiling as she pointed toward a position diagonally opposite him. Shan, biting into his pizza, followed the direction pointed out by the little girl. A photographer was smiling as he aimed his camera at Shan. Shan hastily waved his hand at him. "Go away. Don't touch me. I want to eat." However, it was too late. The scene of Shan eating once again illuminated the large screen of the Pistons. "Scott, Ibaka, Harden, how could you not offer me a bite?" Chapter 12, Pistons vs. Thunder, Part 3. Shan's half-eaten pizza was snatched away by Scott, leaving him sulking as he gently caressed the kitten in his arms. "You could have taken it. The competition is over. Just return it to me, for heaven's sake. Yet here you are, indulging in it yourself." Shan, in a fit of anger, swiftly extracted 3 fragrant pears from his bag and devoured them in no time, leaving the photographer utterly unprepared. Shan smirked disdainfully, uttering a dismissive chuckle. "Is that all?" After Shan discarded the fruit pit into the small trash bag he carried with him, he intended to turn back and watch the match. However, as soon as he turned around, he immediately locked eyes with Scott. "Shan, oh no, it's over." "Scott, wait, let's add more practice." Back on the court, Jeff Green continued his dismal performance, overwhelmed by the relentless defense of Ben Wallace. With a shooting record of just 1 out of 7, his accuracy plummeted to a mere 14%, compounded by 3 fouls, all committed against Wallace. He managed only 2 rebounds and recorded 2 turnovers, leaving the young Jeff Green in a state of confusion as he aimlessly ran back and forth alongside his teammates. Fortunately, it was evident that Wallace could not maintain his peak performance indefinitely. At 35, his stamina was beginning to wane, thereby lessening the defensive pressure on Green. The youthful and vigorous Jeff Green could potentially reclaim his rhythm in the 3rd and 4th quarters. As the 2nd quarter concluded, the score stood at 41-47, with the Thunder trailing by 6 points. Fans were left astounded as the offensively dominant Thunder managed only 18 points in the 1st quarter, falling behind the defensively focused Pistons by 4. The Thunder's performance was undeniably lackluster, yet just when the Pistons fans anticipated a blowout, the Thunder introduced a rookie from China to defend against Wallace. Many believed Scott had lost his mind, but unexpectedly, the rookie managed to outplay Wallace. However, instead of reacting angrily, the fierce Wallace responded with a powerful dunk to reclaim his dominance, approaching Westbrook with a friendly demeanor to challenge him. An unexpected confrontation? How explosive! No, this is outrageous. We are the champions of pure love. Moreover, this is a basketball narrative. As the 3rd quarter commenced, Scott observed that while Shan's performance at center was not as effective as that of a power forward, it still yielded decent results. Thus, he repositioned Shan to center and assigned Jeff Green to the power forward role. Durant returned to the court, maintaining his position as small forward, while Cephalosha played shooting guard. Harden took over as point guard. Currently, aside from Shan, all 4 players on the Thunder possessed a degree of shooting capability. Scott advised Shan to aggressively pursue offensive rebounds, encouraging him to facilitate their shooting opportunities while leaving defensive responsibilities and blocks for Shan to handle at his discretion. Shan ultimately distilled his thoughts into a few words: seize, pass, block, and triumph. A distinct form of triangular offense. Secure that damned rebound. Deliver the ball to them for a shot, then block the opponent, allowing my teammates to lead us to victory. As the Thunder initiated the game, the Pistons and Thunder players swiftly established their positions. Following instructions, Shan remained poised near the paint, ever ready to respond to rebounding opportunities. The other 4 players from the Thunder executed outside screens and movement. After receiving a double screen, Durant found himself in a position for an open 3-pointer. Without hesitation, he took the shot. Regrettably, perhaps due to an unsteady halt, the motion was slightly distorted, causing the basketball to hit the back iron and bounce out. Charlie had positioned himself well to leap for the rebound, but a large hand preemptively tapped the ball away. Shan's signature move was to skillfully bounce the basketball, taking advantage of his remarkable speed and elevation. The 2 players leapt once more, yet Charlie's second jump was noticeably less impressive than his initial ascent. Shan once again accomplished the remarkable feat of extracting a melon from his head. Shan received the ball upon landing and swiftly located Jeff Green, delivering a precise pass. Jeff Green, confronted by the defender, executed a pull-up shot. Alas, the touch eluded him once more as the ball clanged off the front rim. Fortunately, Shan was in position, and Charlie failed to contest effectively, allowing Shan to secure the rebound effortlessly. He passed the ball back to Jeff Green, who then relayed it to Harden. With a significant change of direction, Harden evaded his defender. Charlie promptly adjusted his defense, leaving Shan unmarked. However, Harden's line of sight was obstructed by Charlie, preventing a pass. Without hesitation, Harden pivoted on his left foot, deftly maneuvering around Charlie's outstretched arm for a feigned shot. Charlie was successfully deceived as Harden spun back, leaping off his right foot to execute a smooth fadeaway jumper, which found its mark with unwavering precision. The movement was a textbook display of footwork, embodying both elegance and ease. As the Thunder transitioned back on defense, Harden faced the Pistons players, retreating while intertwining the fingers of his right hand and placing his left palm upward beneath it, then rubbing his fingers together as if seasoning a dish. Harden proclaimed, "My shooting touch is on fire." Shan approached Harden and exchanged a high five. "Hey, lovely Harden, what did that last gesture signify?" "It was an impromptu celebratory move I just conceived," Harden replied. "It conveys that my shooting touch is exceptionally hot, akin to the sizzling of stir-frying or barbecuing. However, please refrain from mimicking that previous gesture made by that player from the Kings, whose name I can't recall. Just avoid replicating that particular action, as it bears an insulting connotation." Harden chuckled as he elucidated this to Shan. Shan nodded slightly, lost in contemplation. "No, I must devise a celebratory gesture of my own. It would undoubtedly be remarkably impressive." On the court, the Pistons responded to their previous offensive play with a mid-range shot, successfully banking it in. Harden seized the ball, signaling for Shan to execute a pick and roll. After navigating the screen, he passed the ball to Durant, positioned at the 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Regardless of who stood before him, as long as it was not Shan defending, Durant received the ball and effortlessly took a three-point shot. The defender, caught off guard, could only stand dumbfounded, watching as Durant's shot swished cleanly through the net. As the teams transitioned from offense to defense, Chalky called for a left side screen. Charlie advanced to set the pick, and Shan closely followed, poised to provide support. Chalky maneuvered past the defender, but the ever-smiling Shan suddenly appeared beside him. Chalky hesitated, his gaze darting to the cutting Charlie. Their eyes met, and Chalky, trusting his teammate, decisively delivered the ball to Charlie. Yet, as he passed, the sight of Shan's radiant smile ignited an inexplicable sense of unease within him. Indeed, Shan quickly discerned two potential outcomes, one where Chalky would drive aggressively, which he deemed unlikely, and the alternative, a pick and roll, leading to a pass to the intentionally unguarded Charlie. This strategy is highly favored in every team's playbook. As anticipated, Shan accurately predicted the play, swiftly pivoting to follow Charlie. With both hands cradling the ball above his head, Charlie leaped, aiming for a two-handed dunk. However, Shan was not to be outdone. His right hand, eager and ready, forcefully struck the basketball from behind, seizing it with determination. After Shan intercepted the pass, he sought to rally his teammates for a swift counterattack. The Pistons players quickly recognized this intent and promptly tightened their defense, establishing a solid formation. Seeing no alternative, Shan passed the ball to his teammate, Seferosa, who held it at the top of the arc. Although Seferosa felt a hint of confusion, he had not called for a screen. He noticed that Shan effectively obstructed his defender and immediately seized the opportunity to drive forward. Meanwhile, Charlie, positioned behind Shan, was poised to provide defensive support for Seferosa. However, he was taken aback when he saw Shan smiling and raising his hand, signaling for the ball. Enraged, Charlie exclaimed, "You're ruining the strategy one just executed. Moreover, you're asking for the ball too early. I haven't even moved to help defend yet. At this moment, I am still focused on guarding you." Shan, have you never eaten pork or seen a pig run? Why not simply follow the example? When did Scott devise an offensive strategy for Shan? Observing Shan, who was positioned for the pass, was filled with doubt and felt it unwise to make the pass. However, instinctively, he delivered the basketball into Shan's hands. Shan made a swift movement, confronting Charlie's defense head-on. He cradled the ball behind his head with both hands and leaped into the air. Charlie, exerting every ounce of his strength, soared upwards in a futile attempt to intercept Shan. However, Shan's formidable power overwhelmed Charlie as he forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop, surpassing the towering presence of the 211-centimeter center. Shan landed gracefully, raising his right hand to showcase his bicep to Charlie. A flicker of apprehension crossed Charlie's face as he gazed at Shan, yet he swiftly retrieved the basketball and positioned himself at the baseline to execute the throw, delivering a direct pass to Chalky, who stood not far behind Shan. Shan swiftly reacted, his right hand deftly snatching the basketball from Chalky, who had failed to secure it properly. It was unclear whether Chalky was startled by Shan's presence or simply lost in thought, but he appeared distracted, allowing Shan to seize the ball from his grasp in an instant. Alarmed, both Chalky and Charlie called out in their minds, rushing to reinforce their defense and forming an effective double team that prevented Shan from taking a shot or making an accurate pass. Shan grasped the basketball, momentarily bewildered by the adept double team of two defenders. However, A sudden recollection surged forth. During a previous training session, Nader had imparted wisdom regarding the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. He had asserted that when in possession of the ball, irrespective of how one is defended, the sole objective is to leap and effortlessly send that infernal orb through the hoop. At the time, Shan had dismissed this statement as mere jest, a lighthearted remark. Yet now, he began to perceive this as a truly exceptional offensive strategy. Shan and Charlie engaged in a fierce confrontation, creating a small opening. Charlie perceived this as an opportune moment to seize the ball and prepared to act. However, Shan was swifter, seizing the slightest chance. He elevated the basketball high above his head and leapt into the air with remarkable agility. B0ing. With a powerful one-handed slam dunk, he forcefully collided with Charlie, who was valiantly attempting to defend. Roar. Shan descended like a newly crowned lion, roaring with an intensity that commanded attention. Behind him, Chalky, witnessing the glimmering green light in Shan's eyes, exuded a faint aura of menace. He raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, slowly retreating to open a path. Completely forgetting to assist the fallen Charlie, the fans fell into an astonished silence, grappling with the incredulity of what had just transpired in an ephemeral moment. Teammates both on and off the court shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the recent brutality. The Pistons bench collectively furrowed their brows in disbelief, as if they had glimpsed the man in his prime. Yet only Ben, with a satisfied smile, regarded Shan with growing admiration for this newcomer from Huaxia. Shan gradually retreated, nearing the center of the field. As he bent down, his right hand appeared to scoop up a handful of yellow sand. While slowly walking, he meticulously rubbed the non-existent sand between his fingers. In that moment, everyone present comprehended the profound significance of Shan's gesture. Your efforts are akin to this yellow sand, gradually dissipating. Chapter 13. Pistons vs. Thunder, Part 4. All the fans in attendance were utterly captivated by Shan's performance, fervently chanting his name without reserve. Some even stood up, boldly addressing Shan from behind Scott and the others, saying, "Lee, don't stay in Oklahoma. Come play for us in Detroit." Scott and his companions could not feign ignorance to this proclamation. The entire Thunder bench turned in unison, glaring fiercely at the stout, bearded man weighing nearly 300 pounds. Westbrook even rose to his feet, exuding an aura that suggested, should he hear any more attempts to poach, he would not hesitate to deliver a punch. Shan has become particularly vital to the Thunder. The defensive pressure from both the interior and perimeter had previously been immense. However, since Shan's arrival, the team has only needed to focus on the opponent's shooting from the outside. If an adversary dares to penetrate the paint while being marked by Shan, it is simply a matter of seeking a rejection. The defensive strain has significantly diminished from the inside out, rendering Shan akin to a savior for the current Thunder, much like the final smoothing of putty on a wall. Consequently, any whispers about trading Shan elicit heightened sensitivity among the team. Back on the court, teammates exchanged high-fives with Shan as he returned to defense. Durant, with a joyful smile, playfully punched Shan's shoulder and then affectionately ruffled the back of his head. "You're truly tough," exclaimed Durant. "Even when double-teamed, you managed to deliver a dunk. That play could very well be the highlight of the year," knocking the opponent down in the process. Shan observed Durant with a smile, humbly nodding in acknowledgement. After a few exchanges over the course of several minutes, he began to feel a sense of ennui. They have yet to enter. What am I to do? Even if I intentionally pull away, vacating most of the space within, they still refuse to come in. It is only natural for Shan to ponder such thoughts. Any reasonable interior player would likely feel the same. "Please, do not come inside. Let them defend you out there. I find great comfort in lingering at the baseline, earning a multi-million-dollar contract without the burden of exertion, pure bliss." It is quite normal for a player to experience moments of idleness throughout an entire game. The youthful Shan was merely grappling with the symptoms of his own curiosity. In the final minutes of the third quarter, as the Thunder regained possession, Durant approached Shan and whispered in his ear, "Pay attention to securing the rebounds. We are about to implement a strategy we have never attempted before, so your rebounding will be crucial. Remember, Lee, once you secure the rebound, pass it out immediately, do not be greedy." Shan gazed at Durant, nodding to indicate his understanding, before crouching in the paint, poised for the opportune moment. At the top of the arc, Harden controlled the ball, initiating a pick-and-roll with Jeff Green before driving in, drawing the defender's attention. He then passed the ball to Durant, who was strategically positioned beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the pass, Durant swiftly relayed it to Sifo Rosa. Upon catching the ball, Sifo Rosa executed a smooth crossover to create a slight separation from his defender, then retreated to his original position before launching a shot. The unmistakable sound of the ball clanging against the rim signified the failure of this offensive attempt. However, Shan had anticipated the play, leaping ahead of Charlie and, leveraging his height, successfully secured the offensive rebound. After receiving the ball, Shan swiftly located Durant at a 45-degree angle. Durant, possessing the ball, initiated a solo play. He dribbled between his legs and leaped to the left, skillfully shifting his opponent's center of gravity. Seizing the moment when the defender was caught off guard, he executed another between-the-legs maneuver, deftly bypassing his adversary. With his signature drag step, Durant penetrated the defense. After evading his opponent, he took a single dribble and launched a jump shot. Alas, this time, however, it was still unfortunate, as the ball clanked off the rim. Fortunately, Shan had maneuvered behind, effectively boxing out Charlie and securing the rebound, once again finding Durant. This time, Durant eschewed any fanciful tactics, disregarding the defense and opting for a direct jump shot. With a crisp swish echoing through the arena, Durant's mid-range shot found the net, securing 2 points. The Pistons players looked on in disbelief at their center, Charlie. Charlie, with arms spread wide, stood there helplessly, exuding an air of resignation as he let out a deep sigh. Damn it. After this game, I'm retiring. During the transition back on defense, Durant approached Shan for a high five. Thank goodness you're in the paint. Rebounding is not an issue this game. Otherwise, if my shooting touch falters, we would be in dire straits. Shan nodded. The strategy just now was for the four of you to shoot, while I focused solely on securing the rebounds. So, leave the boards to me. I am more than capable of handling the rebounds. Shan gazed sincerely at Durant, who responded with a broad smile. With you here, I feel secure in the paint. The Pistons initiated their offensive play. Rodney called for a pick-and-roll and surged into the lane. As Shan pursued to provide support, Rodney delivered a bounce pass to the adjacent Charlie. Shan swiftly turned to bolster his defense. Observing this, Charlie did not hesitate to pass the ball to his teammates outside. It was evident that Charlie was keenly aware of the situation. Whenever faced with Shan's direct defense, he opted for an external pass. Rodney, watching Charlie, felt a pang of frustration, as he believed that the opportunity he had just created was indeed promising. Merely a gentle leap would have secured a score. Why, then, resort to a pass? Furrowing his brow, Rodney returned to the right side of the perimeter, demanding the ball once more and signaling for a pick and roll. I refuse to believe it. Everyone praises his defense. I simply cannot accept it. Is his defense truly so formidable that you all fear him? With renewed determination, Rodney accelerated, weaving past several defenders. As he noticed Shan closing in from the left, he intensified his pace, taking 2 steps before leaping, intent on delivering a dunk over this promising young talent from Huaxia. Shan beheld the accelerating Rodney, his heart swelling with joy tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Are you truly serious? Very well. Let us engage. The two met in the sky, where Rodney, his visage contorted with intensity, aimed to slam the basketball into the hoop. Shan, with a sinister grin, firmly pressed his right hand against the basketball held by Rodney. With a resounding thud, he executed a clean and decisive dunk, effortlessly swatting the ball away. The Pistons fans in attendance had turned their allegiance, fervently chanting Shan's name. As Rodney landed, he quickly stumbled back 2 steps, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Shan's impact, collapsing to the ground and sliding a short distance. Sitting on the court, Rodney stared blankly at the floor, lost in confusion. Meanwhile, Shan, clutching the basketball in his right hand, cast a mocking glance at the fallen Rodney, raised 2 fingers of his left hand to his eyes, pointed at the dazed Rodney, and then flicked his wrist dismissively. Is that all you've got? You're not even worthy. A nearby reporter captured this moment perfectly, accompanying it with the caption, "Wow. Is that it? How can I possibly lose?" As the final minutes of the third quarter dragged on, the score settled at 61-79. The 18-point deficit left the already struggling Pistons gasping for breath, essentially declaring their defeat. As Shan returned to the bench, he observed Westbrook grinning widely, wielding a pen adorned with a small tuft of fur of uncertain origin, amusing a cat. However, as Westbrook twirled the pen before Nana, who occupied Shan's seat, she remained utterly unfazed, even narrowing her eyes and casting a glance at Westbrook as if he were a fool. Naturally, Westbrook noticed the shift in Nana's gaze and felt the sting of her disdain, his lips curling in a manner reminiscent of Michelangelo's Ninja Turtle. Upon seeing Shan's return, Westbrook immediately exclaimed, "Lee, I am convinced your cat is merely a human in disguise. She just looked down on me." Shan regarded the unwaveringly confident Westbrook, his gaze shifting to the nearby kitten with a blend of skepticism and curiosity. Nana, with her large, heart-melting eyes, looked up at Shan with an innocent expression, then tilted her head in the direction of Westbrook. In an instant, Westbrook's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as he pointed emphatically at the kitten. "Look at her. Don't tell me you didn't see that." Shan, with a smile, cradled the little kitten in his arms, gently nuzzling its head as he softly remarked, "What ill intentions could a little kitten possibly harbor?" Little Nana faced the now-recovered Westbrook, gazing into his eyes with a subtle smile gracing her lips. Humph. Westbrook. Chapter 14. Pistons vs. Thunder. Final. The fourth quarter of the match commenced. This time, Scott opted not to send Shan back onto the court, instead allowing the other players to engage in a harmonious display of teamwork and tactical refinement. Given the considerable point deficit, Scott surmised that the struggling Pistons were unlikely to mount a successful comeback. Shan, realizing that he was unlikely to return to the court in the fourth quarter, donned his training attire and quietly observed his teammates on the field. As for Durant and Westbrook, Durant was grinning broadly, turning to a little girl behind him to request a few chips dipped in sauce. After savoring the chips, he playfully licked his fingers. He then retrieved a small bag of crispy noodles from his satchel, joyfully crushed them, and indulged in them with a delightful enthusiasm, as if that modest bag contained celestial delicacies. Meanwhile, Westbrook was engaged in cheerful banter with the jovial Harden. The specifics of their conversation eluded Shan, and he had no desire to eavesdrop. Ibaka sat on the bench, a towel draped over his head, his gaze vacant as he absorbed the happenings on the court. Shan sensed that he was deep in thought and refrained from disturbing him. Shan found himself exceedingly bored and redirected his attention to the basketball game. Observing the back and forth, with each team scoring in turn, he noted the well-executed defense and offense. There were no individual plays, no slam dunks, no blocks. It was exceedingly tedious. In such a monotonous environment, Shan sat on a stool, his eyes slowly closing as he drifted into slumber. Time meandered on, and soon it was approximately 4 minutes before the conclusion of the fourth quarter of the game. Deep in his reverie, Shan held the Dnoy Award in his left hand and the FMV trophy in his right, his feet resting upon the regular season MVP. Suddenly, the voice of Westbrook pierced the air, calling out, "Wai Ming! Wai Ming! Wake up! Shan! Hurry and get up! We are on the brink of a comeback." Shan was abruptly lifted by Ibaka on his left and Durant on his right. With bleary eyes, he replied, "Huh? What? What flipped?" Westbrook pointed towards the scoreboard in the distance. Shan squinted, following Westbrook's finger. "WC, 86, 86. What on earth are you doing? You're blatantly playing us. 8 minutes. Have they really closed the gap by 25 points? Are there 5 McGrady's or 5 O'Neills on the court? This is the 2009 regular season Pistons, not the 2019 playoff Clippers. Not even fiction would dare to write such a scenario. You've only scored 7 points in 8 minutes. Just over a free throw a minute. Is this some kind of alternative reality where every shot is guaranteed to go in?" Shan quickly patted his face to regain his focus, preparing to enter the game. However, the Pistons still held possession, and Scott was unable to call a timeout. Shan promptly inquired of Westbrook about the recent turn of events. Westbrook, his expression grave, fixed his gaze on the shooting guard across the court, Gordon. Yes, that Gordon, who had amassed an impressive 15 points since his entry in the third quarter, including 3 consecutive three-pointers that had swiftly leveled the score. Moreover, within just 8 minutes of the fourth quarter, he had recorded 4 assists, his involvement indirectly contributing to nearly all 25 points scored during that span. He had single-handedly revitalized the entire team. Truly, as the youngest recipient of the NBA's 6th Man of the Year award, his prowess was not to be underestimated. After hearing Westbrook's words, Shan came to the realization that Gordon might indeed be the most formidable challenge of the match. He couldn't help but focus intently on this formidable opponent. The Pistons' latest offensive attempt faltered, prompting Scott to swiftly call a timeout for substitutions. Scott, with a furrowed brow, observed the 5 players who returned to the bench in silence. He then replaced them with Westbrook, Cephalosha, Durant, and Naynard, alongside Shan. Scott casually outlined a few offensive strategies for the 4, though these plans did not involve Shan. Yet, as Shan prepared to take the court, Scott grasped his arm, his voice simmering with intensity as he leaned in to whisper, "Lee, this time, do not allow them to regain their momentum." Shan nodded slightly, and then slowly stepped onto the court. However, not far away, Michael Curry, observing Shan's entrance, broke into a sinister smile. Naynard initiated the play, passing the ball to Westbrook. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook executed a swift maneuver, deftly bypassing Rodney Stuckey with a right-hand drive. He surged into the paint and, with a single-foot takeoff, delivered a breathtaking two-handed slam dunk. B00M. The resounding explosion of the dunk reverberated through the arena, instantly elevating the morale of the Thunder, overshadowing that of the Pistons as the Thunder's momentum reached its zenith. After landing, Westbrook retreated, casting a fierce glare at the 5 Pistons players, exuding an aura of dominance. Rodney, at the top of the arc, controlled the ball and called for a double screen, forcefully attacking the lane, but was intercepted midway by Shan. Noticing Shan's defensive presence, Rodney swiftly passed the ball to Gordon in the corner, then inexplicably vacated the court to the other side for a smoke break. Gordon regrouped the offense, summoning Jason Maxiell for a screen. After Jason effectively blocked off Cephalosha, Gordon seized the opportunity to break left. However, at that moment, Shan swiftly adjusted his defense, positioning himself before Gordon. Facing Shan, Gordon maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, with a quick crossover to create a slight separation from Shan's defense. He promptly pulled back a half step to the three-point line and leaped for a jump shot, attempting to carry on the shooting rhythm he had established earlier. Although the seemingly simple maneuver proved effective, Shan's defense rendered him powerless. Shan, since you are so eager to maintain your shooting rhythm, very well. I shall provide you with an open opportunity to shoot. Shan, having intentionally lured Ben Gordon into believing there was ample space for a shot, sought to create an illusion of opportunity rather than passing the ball. After all, it was far more prudent to place faith in his own capabilities, akin to a divine hero descending to rescue the entire Pistons team, than to rely on his erratic teammates, who frequently faltered in their offensive endeavors. Indeed, Ben Gordon succumbed to the moment, as Shan advanced a step forward at the precise moment when Ben Gordon retreated. He leapt into the air with remarkable force. Under the incredulous gaze of Ben Gordon, he emphatically swatted the basketball away with his right hand. Following this, Westbrook accelerated, deftly evading Rodney, and was the first to seize the ball soaring toward the center court. Rodney gritted his teeth, closely trailing Westbrook, determined to thwart this attempt. However, Westbrook deftly tilted his head, catching sight of the pursuing Rodney behind him, and once again accelerated, leaving Rodney in his wake. Bursting into the paint, he took 2 explosive steps and leapt, his form graceful as he executed a one-handed, rim-rattling dunk, adding another 2 points to the scoreboard. As the Pistons prepared to inbound the ball, Durant, hands on his hips, approached Naynard. No matter how many times I witness it, I remain awestruck by the sheer absurdity and impenetrability of Shan's defense. You dare to shoot in my presence? Apologies, but prepare to be rejected. Just a step away? Nearly a step. Who do you think you are? Prepare to be rejected. A step and a half away? Pray, could you not stand any closer? Prepare to be rejected. Shan's defense, with no angles left unguarded, is truly terrifying. I hope to never encounter him in my lifetime. Yet for now, I am grateful he is on our team. Naynard glanced at the fervently eager Shan nearby, and a thought flickered through his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement with Durant's perspective. Rodney, once again passing the ball to Ben Gordon, hesitated to act recklessly, clearly eager to win, especially considering his lackluster performance of 4 out of 15 in 36 minutes, an abysmal statistic for a player of his caliber. Ben Gordon noticed that Shan had been pulled away by Jason and swiftly altered his direction, charging toward the paint. However, he was once again intercepted by the now unobstructed Shan. With no alternative and unwilling to suffer another humiliating rejection, Ben Gordon passed the ball to Jason, who was positioned in the corner. Faced with an open shot, Jason decisively launched a three-pointer, only to see it clang off the rim, concluding the play. Shan effortlessly secured the rebound. Just as he was poised to pass the ball to Westbrook, Charlie from behind suddenly wrapped his arms around him. In that moment of confusion, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep. Number 31 from the Pistons committed a personal foul. Number 87 from the Thunder was awarded 2 free throws. In an instant, the curiosity that had accompanied Shan's recent rebound inexplicably faded away. swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. Shan approached the free throw line, gazing at Durant with a hint of confusion. Durant smiled but remained silent. Receiving the basketball from the referee, he dribbled it casually a couple of times before raising it high above his head, adopting a textbook shooting stance to execute his first free throw. Clang. As expected, Shan's initial attempt struck the back iron. After exchanging fist bumps with several teammates, Shan glanced at his right hand, pondered for a moment, and then nodded resolutely. Once again taking possession of the basketball, he dribbled the ball twice with his right hand before raising it high to take a shot. Clang. The heavens offered no favors. Shan's second free throw ricocheted off the front of the rim. Following the two attempts, the Pistons secured the rebound, their faces adorned with triumphant smirks, while Shan retreated in frustration. However, Durant and Westbrook quickly approached him, offering words of comfort. No worries, it's just 2 free throws. Their skills do not match ours. We cannot possibly lose. Just think of it as practice for free throws. Shan observed the two individuals, nodding slightly on the surface. Yet an increasing sense of unease stirred within him. Then Gordon took the initiative to orchestrate the play himself, calling for Charlie's screen before driving towards the basket. Seizing the moment when Shan and his team members were unable to provide timely defense, he abruptly halted and took a jump shot. Alas, it was unfortunate that the basketball failed to find its mark, indicating that Gordon's earlier excellent shooting touch had dissipated. Naynard was in a prime position and successfully secured the rebound. However, a whistle blew. The Pistons' number 54 committed an off-ball foul. The Thunder's number 87 was awarded 2 free throws. Shan gazed at Jason, who was embracing him, with an expression of utter despair. At this moment, Shan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. I apologize, but this is the nature of my work, Jason explained slowly, his demeanor submissive as he looked at the silent Shan. Upon concluding Jason's explanation, Shan immediately directed his gaze towards the Detroit Pistons bench. There, he beheld head coach Michael Curry, alongside his assistants, and the formidable Ben Wallace, all arrayed in a line, their mouths agape in broad smiles. Thumbs raised in a gesture of approval towards Shan. Shan was momentarily rendered speechless. Glancing around, he noticed that the referee was oblivious to his actions. Without hesitation, he directed an impeccably upright middle finger towards the Pistons bench. Shan once again found himself at the dreaded free throw line. Grasping the basketball, he placed both hands behind his head and executed a catapult-style shot. The ball danced precariously on the rim for a brief moment before unmistakably bouncing out. For his second attempt, Shan employed a more unconventional technique, akin to a chamber pot throw. This time, the basketball soared toward the hoop, and to Shan's astonishment, it gracefully slipped through the neck of the rim. Shan's face instantly fell into a grim expression. Shan, surrounded by an aura of volatility, exhibited an unsettling demeanor as Jason approached him. The intensity in Shan's eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, punctuated by a hint of lethal menace. A sense of foreboding washed over Jason. It was evident that Shan's resolve and fury were at their peak. Jason, feeling an inexplicable surge of fervor, instinctively took a step back, wary of the proximity that might ignite an overwhelming heat between them. Lost in his own fervent musings, Jason remained oblivious to the high-quality screen he had set for Gordon. Upon recognizing the exceptional screen, Gordon's spirits soared, prompting him to cut towards the basket with enthusiasm. Yet, as he maneuvered, an eerie sensation brushed by him, momentarily unsettling his focus. Nevertheless, with Rodney's pass and an unguarded lane before him, all previous distractions faded from his mind. Gordon gathered the ball, took a step, and with a cheerful grin, launched a layup. These 2 points are within easy reach. However, just as he leaped, an ominous shadow surged past him, swiftly ascending into the air. Boom! With a resounding crash, Gordon's shot was abruptly swatted away. As he landed, he turned to see Shan, exuding an unsettling aura, standing directly behind him. Cursed fate! It was indeed him who had just passed by? I underestimated the situation. Durant seized the rebound, accelerating in pursuit of a fast break. Yet, Gordon swiftly regained his composure, once again embracing Shan. As the referee's whistle pierced the air once more, Shan, after having missed 2 free throws, approached the free throw line with a furrowed brow. Durant stifled a laugh, covering his mouth, and gently patted Shan on the shoulder. You've had a tough time, brother, he remarked. Westbrook also joined Shan, intending to offer some words of comfort, yet he couldn't help but chuckle. Shan gazed at the referee, who was approaching with the ball, his expression devoid of hope. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward and inquired, "Is this truly permissible? Surely, I cannot spend the last 3 minutes merely taking free throws?" The referee, observing the youthful confusion etched on Shan's face, could not help but chuckle. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against penalizing Shan and addressed his inquiry. "Of course, my child. While it may appear somewhat unseemly, this indeed constitutes a tactical arrangement." After receiving a response, Shan, feeling displeased, returned to the free throw line. He took the basketball, exhaled warm breath onto his clenched right fist, and with a few fingers gripping the ball, resolutely lifted it above his head. Bang! Bang! Swish! At last, Shan's first free throw successfully found the net after bouncing twice off the rim. Shan couldn't help but smile as he raised his right arm, showcasing his prowess to those around him. Shortly thereafter, he prepared for his second free throw. Grasping the basketball, he wiped away the sweat that had just emerged from his brow. With a renewed sense of reverence, he launched the ball once more. This time, it was evident that the basketball struck the rim, soaring high into the air, heading toward the center of the paint. The surrounding players instantly converged, bracing themselves for the rebound. However, Shan took a giant step forward, exerting his strength as he propelled himself into the sky. Utilizing his height, wingspan, and explosive speed, he outpaced everyone, snatching the ball from the air with his right hand and dominating the court. With fierce determination, he aimed for the center of the hoop and unleashed a powerful slam dunk. B00M. The resounding impact echoed as the referee signaled the 2 points as valid. The spectators in attendance were left in awe, utterly captivated by this breathtaking spectacle. Shan executed a breathtaking skyward slam, overpowering 4 individuals, including his own teammate. Shan landed on the court, raising his arms and pounding his chest in a furious roar, venting all his frustrations from earlier. The head coach of the Pistons, Michael Curry, immediately called a final timeout, surrendering by substituting in his bench players. The morale of the Pistons had evaporated, leaving them with an inevitable defeat. Chapter 15. Routine press conference. After concluding the match against the Detroit Pistons, Shan's statistics were indeed remarkable, yet when juxtaposed with his debut, they reflected a significant decline. He recorded an almost triple-double with 9 points, 4 assists, 15 rebounds, 11 blocks, and 3 steals, achieving an astonishing shooting percentage of 100, all from dunks within the paint. However, his free throw efficiency was notably poor, hitting only 1 out of 13 attempts. In the end, the final score stood at 93-101, with the Thunder narrowly defeating the Pistons, nearly facing a comeback in the fourth quarter, fortunately extinguishing Ben Gordon's shooting rhythm in the closing minutes. At this moment, Pistons head coach Michael Curry and players Ben Wallace and Ben Gordon were engaged in a media interview. "Mr. Wallace, what do you believe was the reason for today's defeat?" Wallace stroked his chin, generously praising Shan. Number 87 of the Thunder, Shan, is an exceptionally formidable defensive player. How can I put it? He is undoubtedly the best player on the court today. Although his offensive performance was rather lackluster, his defense continuously struck at our hearts. Even when he did not directly guard others, his remarkable agility rendered our attempts to penetrate the paint futile. He is truly an impressive individual. I have witnessed his previous game against the Kings, where he achieved double-digit blocks in consecutive matches, surpassing defensive statistics I struggled for years to attain. His height, wingspan, strength, speed, and leaping ability are certainly among the elite. It is safe to assert that if Shan were to become a free agent one day, all 30 teams would vie for him. He would be an essential piece in any championship puzzle, should his offensive skills elevate to a higher tier. He could indeed perform miraculous feats as a singular driving force for a team. Everyone, including the coaches nearby, was astounded by Wallace's remarks. They could scarcely believe he would bestow such high praise upon Shan, whom he had met only once. "Mr. Wallace, do you not think that such commendation might inspire others while diminishing your own stature?" Wallace shook his head with a smile, resolutely replying, "I am nearing retirement and wish to attract a strong player to the Pistons in my final days, though my contract dictates otherwise. Leaving a good impression may yield opportunities in the future. Mr. Gordon, do you share the same sentiment as Mr. Wallace?" Ben Gordon furrowed his brows, responding with equal decisiveness. Of course, without having faced him directly, one can never truly grasp the terrifying dominance of his defense. The sensation he imparts is an omnipresent, suffocating dread, akin to a blade poised at my throat at all times. His formidable arms create an impenetrable barrier, leaving no room for escape. Countless times, I believed I could effortlessly surpass him for a layup, only to find him trailing behind, effortlessly blocking my shot, making me feel as though I were a deliberately placed prey, waiting to be hunted. Every attempt at a step-back jumper or a fadeaway felt as if he were toying with us, allowing us a glimmer of hope before swiftly leaping to snatch the ball, extinguishing any chance of scoring and obliterating our aspirations. This sensation was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Scott was unleashing his fury at the chaotic five on the court during the final minutes of the fourth quarter. As for the Thunder's 5 stars, they remained untouched by Scott's wrath, each boasting a plus-minus exceeding 10. With their significant contributions, there was no time for praise, let alone criticism. Thus, the Thunder quintet huddled nearby, engaged in whispered conspiracies. 3-pointer, shall we? No, it's too late. I want it. 4. Boom. Durant. Russell. I'm the one shooting threes. What are you talking about? I'm willing. Durant. A 5K straight. For cards remaining, I'll pass. As it's rare for Russell to lead me to victory, Shan gazed at the utterly disastrous hand of cards in his possession and resolutely allowed Westbrook to lead him to victory. Durant scratched his chin, his beard bristling with frustration as he slammed his palm against the floor. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to believe that your hand won't explode in the end. I cannot fathom that you can outplay me with your 17 cards. You dare to defeat Kevin Durant. I shall purchase every hamburger for everyone present today. Hearing Durant's bold declaration, Westbrook offered a sly smile and revealed his final 4 cards. For twos. A bomb. Durant was left utterly astonished. Nearby, Harden and Ibaka let out muted cheers, while Shan and Westbrook exchanged triumphant fist bumps. For those who are out, just make sure to get me 10 beef burgers. Kevin, just like my brother, I too want 10. Well, I'll settle for 15 beef burgers. Durant pursed his lips and retrieved a small phone from his pocket to jot down these quantities. Shan pondered for a moment. My appetite is quite substantial. I would like 25 triple-layer cheese and beef burgers, with extra pickles and minimal tomatoes. Durant quietly jotted this down, then paused in surprise. Oh, wait. Lee. Don't you often mutter about tomatoes during training? Your compatriots, Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, have also mentioned this peculiar vegetable before. Why do you want fewer tomatoes? Having spent considerable time with Shan, Westbrook and the others were well aware of his habit of murmuring about tomatoes during each shooting and free throw practice. Thus, Durant's comment piqued their curiosity, and they all turned to Shan with eager, inquisitive expressions. Shan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and slowly replied, I indeed did not mention tomatoes. I was merely venting my frustrations with some expletives. Shortly thereafter, Scott arrived, accompanied by Westbrook and Durant, with Shan carrying a sizable bag of hamburgers and a large takeout meal to face the reporters. After exchanging pleasantries with Scott, the journalists from various media outlets began to pose their inquiries to the 2 prominent figures of the team. Excuse me, Kevin. Who do you believe is the most valuable player of this game? Is it yourself or Russell? Durant rested his chin on his hand and grimaced, unable to fathom the absurdity of the question posed by the media. Well, I believe there isn't a single most valuable player in this game. Everyone here is invaluable. We, the Thunder, do not differentiate who is who. We are all one family. There is no division between you and me. As Durant concluded his statement, a round of applause erupted from the audience. Westbrook, smiling, reached out to give Durant a high five. Meanwhile, Shan was preoccupied with devouring his burgers, lost in the delight of the culinary experience. After the journalists had exhausted their questions, they finally turned their attention to Shan. Pardon me, Mr. Delicious Burger. I would like to inquire if, much like the previous days, you achieved a defensive double-double today, just 1 point shy of a triple-double. Are you content with this? Are you truly satisfied with the coaching staff's decision not to devise offensive strategies for you? Upon hearing this, Scott, Westbrook, and Durant's expressions darkened, harboring an urge to silence the insufferable journalist. Shan was taken aback by the sudden question, while Durant hurriedly opened a nearby bottle of water, gently patting Shan's back as he offered him the drink. Shan quickly pinched the bottle of water that Durant handed him with a few fingers, downing it in one swift motion, much like consuming a vial of blue liquid. Cough, why would I feel resentful? Our sole desire is for the team to triumph in the match. Statistics and defensive strategies are of no concern to me. Moreover, as you all are aware, my defensive prowess far surpasses my offensive skills. I am solely focused on defense. as engaging in offense requires both mental acuity and physical exertion. On the offensive front, we place our trust in Russell, Kevin, and the others. It is precisely because of this mutual trust that I can concentrate on executing my defensive responsibilities. Upon the utterance of Shan's words, smiles instantly blossomed on the faces of the three individuals beside him. A wave of applause erupted from the journalists below. However, Scott gestured with his hand, and soon two security personnel approached the troublesome reporter, escorting him out. Subsequently, Scott called upon the next journalist to pose a question. A female reporter with yellow skin raised her hand, and Scott acknowledged her. I have traveled all the way from Huaxia specifically to interview Shan. Upon hearing a familiar tongue, Shan's face lit up with a radiant smile, and he immediately engaged her in conversation in Chinese. Ah, you've worked hard. Traveling such a distance to interview me. Have you eaten? Would you care for a hamburger? The young journalist promptly waved her hand in refusal. I have gathered a multitude of questions from your fans, and even the esteemed Zhang Weiping is aware of my visit to interview you. He hastily penned a message of blessings. Shan, upon hearing about the esteemed elder Zhang Weiping, gazed at the female reporter with great delight. Zhang Weiping is indeed my idol. Feel free to ask anything. What would you like to know? The first inquiry pertained to the various nicknames bestowed upon him by numerous fans across the nation. They include Mountain God, Hat King, and Mountain Song. Which one do you prefer? Shan pondered for a moment, utterly at a loss. I shall leave it to you. My mind is not inclined towards contemplation, and I possess no inspiration for a nickname. Choose whichever you fancy, and that shall be my moniker. If you have a more fitting suggestion, I entrust it to you as well. Amidst the curious gazes of all the journalists and a few from the Thunder, a female reporter began jotting down notes. Subsequently, the second fan posed a question. I greatly admire your shot-blocking defense. However, when will you manage to master those wretched free throws? What are your thoughts on today's Yugong Ishan strategy devoid of free throws? Shan. After listening, Shan awkwardly translated into English for the others. Upon hearing it, everyone erupted into laughter. Regarding this matter, I believe that reinforcing steel should be mixed with spaghetti. Please respond to the question directly, without any pretense. They cannot comprehend. And there is no one else here. Ahem. The free throw coaching staff will customize specialized training methods for me. I believe that soon, perhaps, it will be perfected. The female reporter expressed her gratitude and resumed jotting down notes. Finally, there are the blessings from the esteemed elder Zhang Weiping. The female reporter retrieved a note from her handbag and handed it to Shan. Shan opened it, and, the more he looked, the more his smile broadened. He then translated it into English for everyone. Hey, Shan, everyone back home is elated to see you participate and be selected in the first round. A formidable, youthful, and healthy Chinese player has once again graced the NBA stage, showcasing a new era of Chinese glory to the world. Rest assured and strive diligently, Shan. Go forth and reveal your innate talents. Let the world witness a different kind of Chinese individual. The 1 billion people of our nation stand as your most steadfast and unyielding support. Shan, as he spoke, was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pride, self-assurance, and unshakable confidence. The journalists and his coaches, momentarily taken aback, soon found themselves applauding wholeheartedly, moved by Shan's genuine confidence and pride. Chapter 16. The admiration of Barkley. After the interview concluded, Durant and the others prepared to venture outside for some merriment. As both Shan and Harden were merely 20 years old, the bar would not permit them to purchase alcohol, thus they were not included in the outing. Shan is indifferent, isn't returning home to sleep more comfortable than this? Conversely, Harden seems a bit inclined to join. Following the conclusion of the game, after the Cavaliers triumphed over the Huskies with a resounding score of 87-104, the esteemed TNT crew received first-hand information from the Thunder. Kenny Smith exclaimed, Oh, Sir Charles, are you aware of the new player from Huaxia, acquired by the Thunder this year with the 25th draft pick, who has been outperforming this year's injured number 1 pick by leaps and bounds? Charles Barkley responded, Oh, Shan. Of course, I am well aware of him. It's not every day one gets to see a power forward from our ranks in the NBA. I cannot help but pay close attention. Kenny leaned his elbow on the table, scrutinizing the note in his hand. Really? Do you realize that Lee has averaged? How much? My goodness. 15. 5 rebounds and 12. 5 blocks. What kind of data are you giving me? Kenny's astonishment was palpable as he shouted, slamming his fist onto the table. Sir Charles, seated across from him, smirked, A mischievous grin plastered on his face as he observed Kenny's outrage. The data we possess is entirely authentic. There is no fabrication here, oh dear partner, my beloved Kenny Smith. No need to get so worked up, it's just 12. 5 blocks. You can't possibly be unaware of this. Can you? It seems your information is rather outdated, Charles teased, leaning closer to the table, his expression laced with sarcastic curiosity. Kenny's face darkened, crumpling the note into a ball and hurling it off the table. When he noticed the camera aimed at him, his expression quickly transformed into a professional, albeit forced, smile. Well then, esteemed Sir Charles, since you are so well informed and possess such vast knowledge regarding Shan, why don't we place a wager? If you believe this compatriot of Yao Ming from Huaxia can maintain such formidable performance against the Trailblazers in the next game, what shall we wager? Perhaps a kiss from that stunning lady from the 2002 bet on whether Yao Ming could score 19 points? So, my dear, brave, confident, and illustrious Sir Charles, do you dare to accept this wager? Kenny leaned in, a cunning look in his eyes as he regarded the unflappable Charles Barkley. Barkley listened attentively to the terms of the bet Kenny had proposed, then erupted into laughter, looking down at Kenny with disdain. Oh, do you know? Since that fateful kiss with the wretched donkey in 2002, I have inexplicably found myself reminiscing about that taste amidst tomatoes. It feels as though, over the years, while narrating the journeys of various Chinese players, I have intermittently found myself kissing that donkey's rear once more. Henceforth, I shall not allow myself to be subjected to that cursed donkey's backside again. This reversal is truly intolerable. Barkley seized the microphone and bellowed with fervor before dramatically discarding it. He retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his coat pocket and donned them with flair. Striding to the center of the stage, he assumed a serious expression, expertly mimicking Michael Jackson's iconic moves for a full minute. In that moment, Barkley felt a refreshing sense of liberation, reminiscent of the fierce battles he once fought alongside that old rogue. However, he mused that it would have been even better without that little belly. Kenny gazed at the antics of Barkley, utterly flabbergasted, his hands covering his eyes as he muttered to himself, I do not know him. He is not my partner. I do not know him. Barkley, with a hearty laugh, removed his sunglasses and tossed them onto Kenny Smith's bald head. All right, no more fooling around. To be honest, Kenny, the first time I laid eyes on Shan was during his football match. He single-handedly held back his opponent, pushing forward against the combined efforts of 2 adversaries, and he managed to shove them back 5 yards. With the subsequent support of his teammates, he propelled himself an astonishing distance of 40 yards. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that achievement? Barkley extended 4 fingers, his expression grave as he regarded Kenny. Kenny seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, his demeanor turning serious as he focused intently on Barkley. Shortly thereafter, Shan was whisked away by the basketball coach of their school to serve as a temporary power forward substitute. At that moment, I developed a profound interest in this young Chinese lad and began attending each of his basketball games thereafter. I was utterly astounded by Li's performance. His statistics boasted an average of nearly 5 blocks and 3 steals per game, despite having no prior exposure to basketball. The coach had merely provided him with a basic explanation, yet he instinctively excelled at defense. It was nothing short of terrifying, remarkably similar to my own prowess. Barkley, Kenny, director and crew. Barkley cleared his throat, taking a moment to compose himself before continuing. Upon closely observing Li, I realized that if this young boy were to abandon football in favor of basketball, given his physical gifts and athleticism, I would wager my entire future career in commentary to guarantee his dominance would rival that of the peak Shaquille O'Neal from 1996 to 2004. With an expression of absolute certainty, Barkley spoke earnestly to Kenny Smith. Kenny, momentarily taken aback by Barkley's bold assertion of wagering his own future, struggled to comprehend why Charles Barkley held such high regard for a rookie from China, Shan. His mind raced with questions. Why does Charles have such faith in him? Could it truly be more than a fleeting moment? Is he not concerned about potential injuries, which pose the gravest threat to any athlete? Unable to grasp the reasoning, Kenny turned his gaze toward the production team, seeking answers. Unfortunately, the crew remained equally silent in the unexpected half-minute of stillness until Barkley broke the tension. Kenny, how about we make a wager? The terms will be as you suggested, but I'll stake my commentary contract. If I lose, I'll terminate my contract and no longer be part of the TNT commentary crew. Should you lose, however, all you have to do is give a peck on a donkey's rear. Kenny and the crew were momentarily stunned, eager to defuse the situation. Yet Barkley raised a hand to silence them and confidently declared, "Relax, folks. I trust my instincts." He had already printed a betting agreement, having anticipated this moment. "Apologies. I bet that in the next game, Shan will not only achieve double digits in both rebounds and blocks, but he will also outshine Odin, Aldridge, Juwan Howard, and Joel Przybilla." After signing the contract with flourish, Barkley tossed it in front of Kenny and the crew before departing with panache. The cameraman quickly shut off the camera, but some audience members recorded the entire segment and shared it online. In the aftermath, they were compelled to sign the agreement. Failure to do so would lead the audience to believe they were backing down, resulting in a significant loss of viewership. The production team understood the gravity of the gamble. If Barkley won, TNT would experience an unprecedented surge in viewership. Conversely, should he lose, not only would they lose the esteemed Barkley, but also the legion of fans he brought with him, leading to another decline in viewership. It was indeed a perilously sharp double-edged sword. Chapter 17. The starting lineup. Exhausted, Shan and his companions returned by bus to Oklahoma, preparing to face the Portland Trail Blazers in 2 days. After returning home, Shan cradled the little kitten and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Oh, the joys of youth. However, his respite was short-lived as his phone erupted with a cacophony of messages. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Why can't I enjoy a peaceful sleep first?" The kitten, Na, gently shifted away from Shan's chest and settled beside him, silently observing. Shan turned over and unlocked his phone. "Mr. Shan, my name is Yeri, and I am a manager at the Nike brand. We at Nike intend to offer a 5-year contract worth $25 million for your endorsement of our footwear, and we sincerely wish to collaborate with you. During the collaboration period, you are required to refrain from wearing any apparel or footwear from brands other than Nike, actively promote all of Nike's products, and regularly attend promotional events organized by Nike. I have already signed the contract, and the electronic copy has been sent to you. Please sign it and return it to me." Shan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the series of inequitable terms, slowly uttering, "Foolishness. Just ignore it." He then tossed his phone aside, embraced his cat, and planted a fervent kiss upon it before drifting back into slumber. This time, Shan slept soundly, only awakening at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Xiao Nana claimed to have risen long ago, she still rested her head upon Shan's arm. After indulging in a delightful session of cat cuddling, Shan retrieved some raw meat for Nana and picked up his phone to check the messages. 10 missed calls in the next moment. An unfamiliar number rang through once more. "Hello, who is this?" Hello, Teacher Shan. I am a manager at Anta. My name is Fong Hu, but you may call me Xiao Hu. We heard that you have taken on the role of your own agent, so I am reaching out directly to your mobile. Do you have time this afternoon? We would like to discuss some matters regarding a sneaker contract with you." Surprised by the youthful and timid voice on the other end of the line, Shan noted the politeness and courtesy in the way he addressed him. How courteous and respectful. With a cheerful tone, he responded, "Of course, I have time. What time this afternoon? Where shall we meet?" "We will be at a Cat CAF in the city center called Cat Coffee. Have you eaten yet, Teacher Shan? If not, now is a good time. I have ordered plenty of food." Hearing Fong Hu's words, Shan felt even more elated. Not only would he enjoy a complimentary meal, but he could also relish in the joy of cuddling cats while dining. It sounded absolutely delightful. Shan smiled, contemplating the aspiration of one day opening a Cat CAF. "Wait, before you hang up, I have a question for you. Why do you refer to me as teacher? Are you not aware? Various highlight reels of your remarkable blocks have surfaced on Bilibili, and you have become an idol for numerous proficient centers and power forwards across the nation. They are fervently practicing their blocking techniques, eager to emulate your defensive prowess and embody the spirit of winning championships through staunch defense." Shan rode his bicycle to the Cat CAF mentioned by Fong Hu. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a corner devoid of any feline presence, where a large table was piled high with an assortment of packaging boxes. Seated beside it was a young man, his face etched with anxiety, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. This young fellow appeared quite youthful. Could he be of the same age as I? Fong Hu spotted Shan's arrival and promptly rose to greet him. "Shan, you have finally arrived. Let us refrain from calling me teacher. We are of the same generation, so simply address me as Shan," he replied. Fong Hu nodded in agreement. The two took their seats, and Fong Hu opened the takeout boxes, revealing an array of barbecue delicacies before Shan. "These are all for you. I have just finished my meal." Shan indulged himself without reservation, savoring the feast. "Why do these cats not come over to play? The meat is so fragrant. Surely they would desire to partake. Shan devoured the meat voraciously while casting a puzzled glance at the distant cluster of cats. Fang Hu felt somewhat awkward and sheepishly scratched his head. I have always been ill-fated in winning the affection of small creatures. Even dogs bark at me, cats turn away in disdain. And my pet hamster vanished the very next day. Shan was taken aback, halting his meat consumption, and gazed incredulously at the somewhat embarrassed Fang Hu. Well, let us discuss the contract, he said. Fang Hu quickly regained his composure, nervously retrieving the contract from the bag beside him. Anta intends to offer you a 4-year sneaker contract worth $40 million. We will customize shoes according to your preferences. And there are no restrictions regarding apparel or mandatory attire. You may choose whether or not to participate in Anta events. Fang Hu spoke extensively. And Shan found it quite agreeable, with no oppressive clauses and the liberty to decide on event attendance. Moreover, the annual sum amounted to $10 million. Although after taxes it would dwindle to several million, it remained a substantial figure. Shan swiftly signed a contract with Anta, a remarkable deal worth $40 million over 4 years, secured by a rookie. This sensation left him feeling somewhat unreal, akin to a character from a novel, contemplating figures like $400 million over 4 years or $1 billion in monthly earnings. He pondered, why would Anta dare to offer such a lofty sum for someone who has merely played a handful of games as a rookie? Shan could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired of Fang Hu. The reason we dare to engage in such a lucrative contract with you is that our boss has recognized your palpable potential. In truth, had you been introduced to basketball earlier and actively participated in tryouts, the first overall pick in 2009 would undoubtedly have been yours. Furthermore, your playing style is exceedingly captivating. While scoring comes naturally to many, excelling in defense is a far more formidable challenge. In a league populated with skilled defenders, the number of players achieving double-doubles and blocks is indeed scant, yet you have accomplished in 2 games what they have failed to achieve over several years. Moreover, in Oklahoma City, you have garnered quite a fan base. Among 5 fans, 2 are ardent supporters of yours. Some fans have remarked that since the Supersonics rebranded as the Thunder, your defensive statistics have set unprecedented records for the franchise, leading to an increasing admiration from Oklahoma fans. This is the confidence we have in you. Also, could you kindly grant me an autograph and take a photograph together afterward? Upon returning home, Shan received the installation instructions for Billy from Fang Hu. He called his family to share the good news, and his mother expressed her happiness for him. However, she was apprehensive about him getting a tattoo, concerned about cleanliness and potential financial exploitation, thus suggesting that their uncle could assist Shan with the tattoo instead. Listening to these words of concern, Shan felt a profound sense of calm. He gathered his equipment and headed to the gym to practice with them. On the court, Durant approached Shan with a broad grin, holding a pair of knee pads. These knee pads were exceptional, designed to safeguard your knees. As for the arm sleeves, Russell's are even better, but I didn't purchase them for you since you arrived too late. He has already placed the knee pads in your locker. By the way, Scott is over there. Let me call you over. Shan gratefully accepted the short knee pads, exchanged a playful elbow with Durant, and briskly donned them before scurrying over to Scott. Child, do you know why I summoned you? He inquired. Is it because I have offensive strategies? No. It is to practice free throws. Have you seen your free throw performance? It is utterly astonishing. Do you know what those fans, who both adore and despise you, are saying? They exclaim, if your free throws were better, this damn game would have ended long ago. Why is it that a power forward has worse free throw skills than Shaquille? Therefore, today you shall practice those free throws relentlessly. Scott's critiques rained down on Shan like a torrential downpour. Upon hearing that the afternoon would be solely dedicated to free throw training, he let out a deep sigh of frustration. Shan, with a hint of frustration, remarked that although he does not toil excessively, his fate is indeed unfortunate. The past 2 days have swiftly elapsed, during which he has sent off the clay molded to fit his size 55 feet alongside his specific requirements for basketball shoes. In preparation for the impending home match against the Portland Trail Blazers, the starting lineups for both teams have undergone a notable change. Scott, having learned of Barkley's gambling incident and its implications, has elevated Shan to the starting position, relegating Jeff Green to the bench. Jeff Green wholeheartedly supports this decision, for dissent would lead to Scott summoning him to face off against Shan in a rather daunting manner. In the players' tunnel, DJ was announcing the Thunder players' entrance. Shan, adjusting the Black Lightning armbands, stood before Westbrook, while Durant positioned himself at the back. When questioned about this arrangement, Westbrook squeezed Shan's shoulder and said, "This is your first start. According to the hierarchy of talent within the team, you are now the third in command, with Kevin as the leader of the Thunder." Amidst DJ's announcements and the jubilant cheers from Thunder fans, the moment finally arrived for Shan's introduction. Oklahoma City fans. Next, we present our key player from the last 2 games. The first creator of the Thunder's shot-blocking legacy. The nightmare of defenders. The ball thief who tears through opponents. From Huaxia, wearing number 87. The king of D0V. Shan. Durant and Westbrook exchanged smiles as they applauded Shan, encouraging him to step forth and embrace the adoration of the crowd. Shan, with a smile, jogged out, listening to the cheers of the fans. He clenched his right fist and struck his chest 3 times. "Leave the Thunder's defense to me." The starting lineup for the Thunder included Russell Westbrook, Sefolosha, and Kevin Durant. Shan, Nenad Kirstic. The starting lineup for the Trail Blazers: Andre Miller, Brandon Roy, Martell Webster, LaMarcus Aldridge, and Greg Oden. Chapter 18, Thunder vs. Trail Blazers. The warm-up concluded. Both teams gathered at center court for the jump ball. Kirstic and Oden leaped simultaneously, with Oden securing the initial possession due to his height and wingspan. Shan retreated to the paint, vigilantly monitoring the play. Miller passed the ball to Roy, who signaled for an isolation, prompting the others to swiftly create space, leaving Roy and Sefolosha in an expansive 2-man realm. However, Shan did not withdraw too far, remaining just half a step outside the paint, poised to provide assistance against Roy at any moment. Roy, with the ball, entered a triple threat stance, while Sefolosha maintained a close distance, embodying a solid defensive posture. After enduring countless days of rigorous training with Shan, every member of the Thunder had bolstered their defensive prowess. Roy accelerated, attempting to bypass Sefolosha, who was tightly glued to him. The drive was challenging but not insurmountable. Sefolosha lacked the physicality to match Roy, who resolved to leverage his strength to force a shot. Roy surged forward, circling from the baseline for a reverse layup, but Sefolosha failed to provide adequate disruption, merely watching as Roy ascended for the basket. In that moment, however, Roy completely overlooked Shan, who remained crouched in his position, extending his arms into the path of the ball, effortlessly securing it and achieving the first block of the match. Roy stood there, momentarily stunned, as if he had just gifted the ball to Shan. "You sly fox. When did you get here?" Shan sought to initiate a fast break with Westbrook. However, the Trail Blazers promptly established their defensive formation, thwarting the Thunder's intentions. Westbrook, at the top of the arc, signaled for Shan to set a screen, and after utilizing the pick, he drove towards the basket. Miller, attempting to contest, unexpectedly collided with Shan's chest. Dazed and momentarily immobilized, Miller felt as though he had just struck a solid mass of iron. Damn, is he made of steel? Why is he so unyielding? Yet, Westbrook would not linger. Facing Aldridge's help defense, he executed a swift change of pace, accelerating past with remarkable finesse. Soaring towards the unguarded hoop, he delivered a thunderous dunk, shaking the rim. Upon landing, he raised his arms in triumph, as DJ and the Thunder fans erupted in loud cheers for Westbrook's prowess. Aldridge initiated the play, passing to Miller, who, from the corner, found Webster after a screen. Webster, seeking to drive past Durant, found himself well defended, unable to seize an opportunity. Consequently, he passed to Roy, who moved to the top of the arc before finding Oden in the post. Oden, receiving the ball with his back to the basket, faced immediate pressure from Nenad. Faking a hook shot several times, Oden realized Nenad was not deceived by his feints. Lowering his center of gravity, he forcefully attempted to back down. Despite being at a disadvantage in height and weight, Nenad took a deep breath, bracing himself, with his right hand poised to disrupt Oden's shot. Once Oden established a comfortable position, he executed a left fake, drawing Nenad's focus before pivoting right for a hook shot off the glass, securing 2 points effortlessly. As the transition unfolded, Westbrook swiftly passed to Durant stationed at the 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the ball, Durant noted Nenad's intention to set a screen and promptly declined it. Nenad, understanding the cue, retreated to the perimeter, joining Shan at the baseline. Durant, exhibiting a triple threat stance, faked to create a small gap from Webster before rapidly initiating his drive, halting at the mid-range for a pull-up jumper. Webster, caught off guard by the sudden maneuver, could only watch helplessly as the ball swished through the net. In contrast to Oden's forceful post play, Durant's mid-range shot appeared effortlessly graceful. With possession returning to the Trailblazers, Miller surveyed the court and spotted Aldridge signaling for the ball. Miller lofted a pass to Aldridge, which intrigued Shan. Upon receiving the ball, Aldridge faced Shan's defense. One hand on the ball, while the other gestured for space, signaling his intent to isolate. Once space was created, Aldridge faced Shan and proclaimed, "Hey, rookie, are you aware of the recent buzz surrounding Barkley's wager? I will ensure that everyone knows it was I who shattered your defensive reputation, revealing to the world that you are merely a fraud." Shan remained unresponsive to him, for many had hurled similar vitriol at him before, only to be ultimately thwarted by Shan's formidable defense. Thus, he remained impervious, his gaze unwavering, fixated intently on the basketball held by Aldridge. Aldridge, sensing the tedium of the encounter, turned his back in an attempt to execute a post move against Shan. Shan stood resolute like a towering mountain, unyielding in the face of his opponent's attempts to break through. Aldridge, nearly forced to relinquish the ball, felt a flush of shame wash over his face. He feigned a leftward maneuver to deceive Shan, while secretly pivoting to his right to execute a breakthrough. Shan closely followed him, denying Aldridge any opportunity to shoot, effectively neutralizing him. Forced into a corner, Aldridge had no choice but to gather the ball in place. With no other recourse, he gritted his teeth and attempted to create a sliver of space by colliding with Shan, yet it proved utterly futile. As the 24-second shot clock dwindled, Aldridge could only resort to a quick jab followed by a pivot, leaping backward in an effort to make the shot. Shan offered him no chance whatsoever, mercilessly snatching his cap once again without leaving any semblance of dignity. Upon landing, Shan promptly passed the ball to Westbrook. With the ball in hand, Westbrook initiated a fast break. However, Miller and Webster swiftly pursued him. Westbrook, with keen eyes, hurled the ball towards the two defenders with great force. To the astonishment of Miller and Webster, the basketball miraculously slipped through the legs of both defenders, executing a pass of extraordinary caliber, reminiscent of a season highlight, which found Durant, who was also sprinting down the court. Upon receiving the pass, Durant took 2 steps, transitioned into an explosive leap, and delivered a thunderous dunk. In that instant, all the fans in attendance rose to their feet, hands raised in fervent celebration, honoring the remarkable assist between the two Thunder players. Accompanied by DJ's exuberant shouts, the crowd echoed their names: Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant. At that moment, amidst the thunderous applause resembling a genuine storm, the morale of the Thunder soared, reaching unprecedented heights. As Durant landed, he pounded his chest in exuberance, celebrating with Westbrook, who had rushed over to embrace him. Webster glanced at the celebrating duo before silently retrieving the ball for the inbound. Miller, too, remained quiet as he caught the ball, uncertain of his own thoughts. As Miller dribbled past half-court, he found Roy and swiftly passed the ball to him. After calling for a screen from Odin, Roy drove towards the basket, facing Nanod's defensive support, and passed to Odin, who was making a cut nearby. Although Odin was closely guarded by Cephalosha, his bulk was undeniable. Cephalosha attempted to disrupt Odin's shot, but only partially succeeded. However, Shan, stationed at the baseline, quickly rotated to provide help defense. Observing this, Odin, without waiting for Shan's approach, awkwardly attempted a high bank shot, only to see the ball ricochet off the rim. The basketball landed in Aldridge's hands. After securing the ball, Aldridge aimed to shoot, but Shan, having not strayed far, was once again positioned to defend. Shan's formidable hands enveloped all of Aldridge's offensive avenues. At that moment, Aldridge came to a profound realization of the terrifying nature of Shan's defense. With his back pressed against Shan, Aldridge sought to pass the ball to a teammate, but suddenly, a powerful hand stripped the basketball from his grasp with astonishing swiftness. Shan swiftly seized the basketball, passing it to Durant, who was positioned not far away. Durant, alongside Westbrook, executed a fast break once more, with Miller and Webster attempting to defend. However, this time, the duo was well prepared, unwilling to serve as mere background players once again this season. As Durant approached the three-point line, he lofted the basketball high into the air. In a spectacular display, Westbrook leaped, grasping the ball mid-flight and, with a fierce glare, slammed it decisively into the hoop. The consecutive connection between Durant and Westbrook left the Trailblazers players in a state of confusion. What were we even defending against? Observing his players in disarray, Trailblazers coach Nate McMillan promptly called for his first timeout, gathering them for an uplifting pep talk. Meanwhile, the Thunder team celebrated their return to the bench, exchanging high fives with their substitutes. Scott clapped enthusiastically, welcoming them with a smile, as if victory were already within reach. Gentlemen, you have performed exceptionally well, but we have yet to claim victory. We must embody a more resilient and dominating spirit. Every offense, every defense demands our utmost effort. As Scott imparted this invigorating motivation, he placed his right palm before the players. One by one, the Thunder players stacked their hands atop each other, followed by a unified cheer, as the Thunder surged back onto the court with renewed vigor. On the court, the Trail Blazers starting five stood resolutely, exuding strength and determination as they prepared to launch their offensive against the Thunder. Shan stood beside Aldridge, acutely aware of the transformation within the Trail Blazers. Yet, he paid it little mind, for he was confident that the advantage lay with him. As Odin initiated a sideline inbound pass to Roy, Roy swiftly located Miller at the top of the arc. Upon receiving the ball, Miller immediately called for a pick from Aldridge. Once Aldridge had effectively shielded Westbrook, he discreetly shoved Shan aside, moving towards the basket. Observing this, Miller lofted the basketball high into the air. Although taken aback by the push, Shan instinctively recognized the impending alley-oop as he noticed Miller's poised throwing stance. With a powerful stride, he positioned himself directly beneath the apex of the ball's trajectory. In a display of remarkable athleticism, he leaped with extraordinary height, effortlessly intercepting the ball mid-flight. As Shan caught the ball with one hand and it touched the ground, the crowd had yet to erupt in cheers when he hurled the basketball with the precision of a quarterback's long pass. Just as the spectators were puzzled by this sudden action, they were taken aback to see that Westbrook, previously obstructed, chose not to defend but instead initiated a fast break all on his own. Receiving the ball tossed by Shan, he crossed the three-point line and launched the basketball towards the backboard. Leaping high, he seized the rebound midair and emphatically dunked it into the hoop. Upon landing, Westbrook let out a fierce roar, pounding his chest, and approached the basketball hoop to forcefully collide his forehead against it. The Thunder fans, unreserved in their enthusiasm, chanted Westbrook's name once more. As the Trail Blazers prepared to inbound, Roy assertively claimed the ball, undeterred by the Thunder fans' fervor, and calmly called a play. Aldridge pulled Shan towards the perimeter, aware of Aldridge's capability for long-range shots and his somewhat threatening three-pointer. Thus, Shan dared not stray too far. Remaining vigilant and poised to defend that area, Roy dribbled to the baseline, deliberately widening the distance between himself and Shan to neutralize any threat Shan posed to his offensive maneuvers. He signaled Odin for a screen, which Odin executed flawlessly, completely obstructing Cephalosha, allowing Roy to break through. However, Nenad promptly switched to provide defensive support, intercepting Roy. Yet, leveraging his exceptional agility, Roy managed to pivot past Nenad, and facing an unguarded basket, he skillfully banked in a layup for 2 points. Shan initiated the play, while Westbrook positioned himself at the top of the arc, passing the ball to Cephalosha before making his move. Cephalosha surveyed the court, ultimately finding Durant, who had maneuvered to the perimeter. Shan executed an off-ball screen for Cephalosha, who swiftly maneuvered to an unguarded corner. Durant promptly located Cephalosha, who took a three-point shot, only to have it disrupted by Aldridge's timely defense, resulting in a miss. Odin effortlessly seized the uncontested rebound and passed it to Miller. Miller contemplated a fast break in retaliation, yet the Thunder's swift transition forced him to abandon that notion, reluctantly opting to organize a half-court offense. The Trail Blazers maintained their characteristic style, leveraging Aldridge's menacing shooting prowess to draw Shan away from the paint. This created a 4-on-4 scenario. Although the Blazers were down an offensive option, the Thunder had lost a significant defensive anchor, tipping the advantage in favor of the Blazers. However, this advantage was soon overshadowed by Shan's frustration at being sidelined defensively. Observing their offense, Shan felt a surge of eagerness, allowing Aldridge to drift 3 steps away. As Webster breached the paint, aided by a double screen from Roy and Miller, Shan closed in from the corner. Webster, taken aback, instinctively threw the ball towards Aldridge's approximate location in the absence of a clearer option. Aldridge stumbled slightly, but managed to capitalize on the errant pass, regaining his balance and adjusting his shooting form. Just as Aldridge lifted the ball above his head in preparation to shoot, Shan surged forward, covering the distance in what felt like an instant, leaping to deliver a resounding block that sent the ball careening out of bounds. Aldridge, watching the ball soar away, felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He had created space, but had not fully disengaged. The Blazers' strategy to stretch Shan's defensive reach proved effective and worthy of emulation by other teams. though it bore the risk of being thwarted by Shan's formidable shot-blocking ability. Aldridge inbounded the ball, his face taut with urgency as the shot clock dwindled. Roy successfully caught the ball on the perimeter and attempted a pull-up jumper, but Cephalosha was right in his face, resulting in a complete air ball, which led to a shot clock violation and an additional turnover for him. The first quarter flew by, and within these few minutes, the Trailblazers were consistently dominated by the Thunder on both ends of the court. The omnipresent threat posed by Shan left the Blazers in a state of disarray. Aldridge had been blocked by Shan 4 times in the first quarter alone, having yet to score a single point and accumulating 2 turnovers, creating the impression that he might consider retirement after this game. On the offensive front, they could not afford to ignore Shan. For although he lacked ball handling and self-creation skills, he was an exceptional finisher, and his leaping ability was nothing short of extraordinary. With minimal dribbling, he could spring into action, 1, 2, and he was airborne, charging in for a resounding one-handed slam over Aldridge. Fortunately, it was Roy and Miller who stepped up at the right moment. The duo frequently executed drives and passes, creating opportunities for their teammates, aside from Aldridge, thus preventing the score from widening excessively. The score stood at 29-17, with the Thunder enjoying a double-digit lead over the Trailblazers. With just 33 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Thunder possessed the ball. Westbrook held the ball at the arc, surveying his surroundings before spotting Durant making a move. He promptly directed the pass in that direction. However, Miller, who was defending Westbrook, had already anticipated this, swiftly intercepting the ball and immediately embarking on a fast break. Westbrook hurried after him, while Shan, positioned at a 45-degree angle behind, noticed the interception and crouched down, giving chase. As Miller faced Westbrook's defensive pressure, he took a significant step to the right with his right foot while his left foot leaped to the left, executing a textbook Euro step to deceive Westbrook. Subsequently, he lofted the basketball towards the basket with his left hand. Yet, a powerful right hand swatted the airborne ball onto the backboard, sending it rebounding away. Miller stood frozen in astonishment, while Shan, having no time to rest, quickly noticed Roy nearing the rebound and rushed to provide defensive support. After successfully securing the rebound, Roy saw Shan right in his face and, with remarkable fluidity, executed a step-back move to evade him, followed by a soft jump shot. However, a dark shadow swept by, accompanied by a thunderous sound, as the basketball was once again deflected out of bounds. This is my territory. Chapter 19, Thunder vs. Trailblazers, Part 2. After the Trailblazers inbound the ball, they struggled with their shooting touch, culminating in a missed three-pointer during the final offensive play of the first quarter. In the closing seconds, the Thunder also hastily concluded their possession with a missed shot. The intermission passed in an instant. Coach Scott replaced Westbrook, Cephalosha, and Naynard with Kevin Ollie, Harden, and Ibaka. Shan's extraordinary physical prowess enabled him to endure the entirety of the second and even the third quarter. Scott, with a cunning look, cast his gaze towards Odin in the distance, once again positioning Shan as center to form a defensive twin tower alongside Ibaka. The Trailblazers, in response, substituted in Steve Blake at point guard, Travis Outlaw at small forward, and Juwan Howard at power forward. With the Thunder in possession, Kevin Ollie dribbled at midcourt, seeking an opportunity. Shan executed an off-ball screen for Harden on the left corner, while Ibaka set a similar screen for Durant on the right corner. As Durant advanced, he utilized a pick from Ollie, who drove aggressively into the lane before kicking the ball out to Harden in the right corner. Harden feigned a shot, only to pass to Durant at the top of the arc. Durant, with a hesitation dribble, maneuvered past his defender before abruptly stopping for a jump shot, but unfortunately, the ball was met with rejection by the rim, clanging off the iron. Odin, positioning himself effectively, secured the rebound against the tenacious Shan. Yet, as Odin landed, Shan seized the unsteady basketball with both hands, forcefully yanking it away from the beleaguered Odin's grasp. The Thunder fans erupted in excitement, some covering their faces in disbelief, while the Thunder bench erupted in laughter, unable to look away from such a brutal display. After Shan seized the ball, he swiftly passed it to Durant in the center. Without hesitation, Durant rose up and executed a clean jumper, effortlessly scoring over Othello. The basketball sailed through the air and found its mark in the hoop, securing 2 points. As the Thunder hastened back on defense, Durant, grinning widely, playfully clasped hands with Shan, exclaiming, "My goodness, Lee, your thefts are a spectacle that never ceases to amaze." That center, Odin, seemed rather feeble. "I rarely manage to seize such opportunities, though snatching it from behind is slightly easier," Retrieving it directly from within is indeed more challenging, yet not impossible. Shan, with an expression of calm contemplation, addressed Durant, who momentarily stood in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Shan, who nodded in affirmation. Have you already been researching more efficient methods of theft? Are there alternative robbery procedures? The very notion of such a conversation, delivered with a serene demeanor, was utterly chilling. Meanwhile, on the other side, the beleaguered Odin, his face contorted with frustration, was preparing to inbound the ball when Roy, standing alongside him, expressed his exasperation. Why are you so soft, Greg? He's 4 centimeters shorter than you and outweighs you by 8 kilograms. How could you let him take it from you like that? Can't you be more assertive? This is truly disappointing. Odin remained silent, his eyes glinting with a different intensity as he quietly prepared to pass. Observing the shift in Odin's demeanor, Roy inwardly chuckled, pleased that his objective had been achieved. He then gradually dribbled the ball into position. Just as Odin reached a reasonably comfortable spot, he swiftly blocked Shan with one hand while raising the other, signaling for the ball. Shan stared blankly at Odin. Bewildered. What on earth? Do you intend to challenge me? He quickly positioned one hand to guard against Odin, adopting a defensive stance. Roy, observing the fierce determination emanating from Odin, who matched Shan's intensity, chuckled softly as he directed the others to create space, allowing Odin to take on Shan one-on-one. The other Trailblazers, seeing Roy's unwavering confidence, hesitantly stepped back, while the Thunder Quartet exchanged puzzled glances. Are you serious? However, the Thunder players, amused and eager to witness the unfolding drama, naturally accommodated the situation. Odin, with his back to Shan, held the basketball aloft, contemplating his offensive strategy. Suddenly, a large hand snatched the ball from Odin, forcing him to hurriedly dribble in a flustered manner. Odin dribbled towards the basket, as Shan's left hand obstructed his line of sight, while his right hand sealed off the driving lane. With renewed determination, Odin turned once more to back down Shan, gritting his teeth as he exerted all his strength. Shan stood his ground, adhering to the principle of confronting challenges head-on. The fierce clash of muscles elicited exhilaration from the spectators. However, it was not long before Odin felt disheartened, realizing that his strength paled in comparison to Shan's. Despite being 8 kilograms heavier, Odin's considerable weight could not compensate for the formidable power in Shan's lower body, which effortlessly absorbed the impact. Gritting his teeth, Odin resolved not to let the Trailblazers down. He decided to go all out. Executing a deep jump step into the paint, his right hand poised to send the basketball soaring towards the rim. Yet, Shan's defense was impeccable, effortlessly. He maneuvered in front of Odin, his left hand snatching the ball from midair. Such a crude attack. Did he truly believe he could score in my presence? Shan seized the basketball as it touched the ground, immediately positioning himself against Odin to thwart any attempts at interception, and deftly delivered a pass to Kevin Ollie. Ollie gradually advanced to the midfield, where he relayed the ball to Harden stationed at the 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Upon receiving the ball, Harden executed a triple threat stance, feigning a move while casting a glance towards the interior where Shan resided. Shan, understanding the unspoken cue, subtly nodded and stepped forward to set a screen for Harden, allowing the Thunder trio to create ample space. As Harden utilized the screen to penetrate and draw the attention of 2 defenders, Odin, realizing he might be leaving his assignment, hastily retreated to guard Shan. In a moment of desperation, Harden lofted the basketball high into the air, prompting Odin to attempt a replication of Shan's previous spectacular alley-oop interception. However, upon leaping, he starkly realized the limitations of his own vertical leap, and it became apparent that Harden's alley-oop pass was excessively lofty, nearly grazing the top of the backboard. Yet, Shan was no Odin. What was beyond Odin's reach was well within Shan's grasp. With a powerful leap, he soared upwards, his head aligning with the rim, and with both hands, he embraced the basketball, executing a reverse C-shaped motion as he emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. B00M. Shan executed a thunderous dunk, causing the entire basketball hoop to tremble precariously under the sheer force of his strength. As Shan returned to defense, he was met with a chorus of cheers, proudly showcasing his formidable biceps. He exchanged a high five with Harden, anticipating the Trailblazers' offensive maneuver. Juwan Howard initiated the play, while Blake controlled the ball at the top of the arc, gesturing emphatically to Odin, who was stationed with his back to Shan. Get him out of there. Don't let him inside. Odin, with a look of distress etched on his face, nodded and hurriedly brought Shan down to the baseline. However, uncertain of Odin's shooting ability, Shan opted to give him some space, retreating to a distance of 3 steps and positioning himself near the paint. As Blake passed the ball, he glanced over at Odin, casting a disapproving look at Shan, who lingered near the paint. Odin shrugged in exasperation at Blake. Meanwhile, Otelo maneuvered past his defender, charging toward the basket, only to be intercepted by Ibaka. Otelo delivered a bounce pass to Howard, who, upon receiving the ball, attempted a shot that was swatted away by the lurking Shan. Blake seized the opportunity, collecting the rebound and sending a swift pass to Odin, who raised his hands for a shot. This time, Shan was unable to contest, as he was simply too far away. Yet, Shan's defensive presence loomed large. And given Odin's innate lack of shooting finesse, the ball arched beautifully, but ultimately fell short of the rim. Ibaka secured the rebound and found Durant, who then relayed the ball to Kevin Ollie. Ollie drove straight into the paint, confronting the dual defense of Blake and Roy. He feigned a layup, only to pass it out to the open three-point shooter, Harden. Harden launched the shot, but was met with timely defense from Otelo, causing the ball to rattle off the rim after 2 bounces. Roy adeptly positioned himself, successfully claiming the rebound. As he signaled for a fast break, he caught sight of Shan and Ibaka, who were both watching with sly smiles, prompting him to take a deep breath and slow down the pace to organize the play. Roy passed to Blake, who frowned, his expression tense as he called for Odin to set a screen. Odin effectively blocked Kevin Ollie, allowing Blake to maneuver past both defenders. Shan, with his large hands extended, immediately stepped up to challenge Blake. Blake faked left, attempting to deceive Shan, but upon realizing he couldn't get past, he pivoted and retreated to the perimeter. Both Roy and Otelo reached out for the ball, yet Blake, after a brief glance at them, opted to lob it to the well-positioned Odin inside, who was matched up against a much smaller point guard. With a fierce expression, Odin prepared to unleash his strength, fully aware of the impending confrontation with Kevin Ollie. Sensing the potential danger, Ollie glanced at the distant Shan, inhaled deeply, and resolutely moved in to meet Odin. Odin lowered his center of gravity, pressing back against Ollie with all his might. Ollie found himself pushed back with each forceful contact until, in a final thrust, Odin cleared the space for a commanding dunk. "No, give me the ball," Blake swiftly called out to Odin, yet Odin had already soared high to execute a powerful dunk. Paying no heed to him, suddenly, a tremendous force emerged from behind Odin, striking the basketball from his grasp. "Dunking is prohibited in our court," declared Shan with a calm demeanor, while Odin, incredulous, landed and prepared to contest for the rebound, only to see the ball soar to the opposite side. Howard managed to seize the ball before Ibaka, leaping directly for a shot, but Ibaka, gritting his teeth, emphatically rejected it from behind. Odin desperately lunged for the basketball, poised to make a hook shot, when he noticed Shan's sudden loss of offensive intent. Spotting Blake behind Shan, he delivered a precise pass to him. With confidence, Blake took the ball and attempted a layup, believing Shan lacked the speed and agility for such a quick lateral movement and turn. However, Shan possessed a velocity comparable to that of the explosive guard, Westbrook, coupled with the reflexes of a former football player. He swiftly turned to position himself behind Blake, rising to block the shot. This time, the Trailblazers had no opportunity to score, as the whistle blew, signaling a 24-second shot clock violation. Shan and Ibaka charged towards each other, leaping simultaneously to collide shoulders in celebration. The trio, burdened with resentment and anguish, returned to defense. Roy, witnessing their disheartened expressions, approached and offered them encouragement with a gentle pat on the back. "Brothers, the opposing team merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. We all know that our Trailblazers possess far superior strength. Believe in yourselves, will you? We can triumph." The three, gazing into Roy's sincere eyes, nodded in unison before resolutely resuming their defensive positions, yet the thoughts swirling within them remained unspoken. Chapter 20, Thunder vs. Trailblazers, Part 3. Harden propelled the offense forward, with Durant positioning himself at a 45-degree angle. Without a moment's hesitation, Harden decisively passed the ball to Durant. With his back against Altro, Durant leaned in, creating space as he maneuvered the ball, rhythmically shifting his movements against Altro. He then executed his signature drag step, performing 2 swift changes of direction to deceive Altro. As Altro closed in on him, Durant fluidly stepped back, establishing a comfortable distance. Altro, caught off guard, attempted to halt his advance. Yet he could do little to disrupt Durant's rhythm, watching helplessly as Durant's mid-range jumper found its mark. After 4 minutes of back-and-forth offense, Scott finally called a timeout to substitute Westbrook into the game. The statistical analysis revealed that the Trail Blazers' interior was completely locked down by the formidable defensive duo of Shan and Ibaka. Odin and Howard, mired in a dismal state, struggled to penetrate Ibaka's defense, unable to counter his adept post moves. As for Odin, better left unmentioned. His scant points were largely accrued from free throws. The second quarter saw no improvement. Roy and Blake had long since lost hope in Odin, merely wishing for him to avoid an early retirement. Durant showcased an impressive shooting efficiency of 5 out of 8, while Harden contributed 4 points in the second quarter. Ibaka recorded 2 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block. Kevin Ollie, though scoreless, managed 4 assists, and Shan delivered an astonishing performance with 4 points, 12 rebounds, 4 steals, and 9 blocks. On the Trail Blazers bench, the players stared in disbelief at Shan's remarkable statistics. His defensive prowess seemed effortlessly executed, as if he were merely quenching his thirst. To allow a rookie to amass 9 blocks in a single half left them questioning whether he had unlocked some extraordinary ability or perhaps consumed a performance-enhancing substance. However, only those who had faced Shan understood that his strength was purely innate. Returning to the bench, his teammates, drenched in sweat, sat in silence, while Shan, exuding an air of ease and contentment, appeared strikingly out of place. Shan retrieved 2 fragrant lemons from the bag beneath the stool, skillfully peeling away their thick skin with his teeth before indulging in their juicy flesh. Durant, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, settled beside Shan, his wide eyes fixed in astonishment upon the expressionless figure relishing the lemons. He could not help but swallow hard. "Lee, do you truly enjoy eating lemons like that? Isn't it sour?" Shan casually chewed on the fruit flesh and shrugged his shoulders. "It's not sour at all. I find it rather sweet." "I do. Would you like to have a bite? It's delicious." Shan extended the uneaten half of the lemon towards Durant, signaling him to take a taste. Durant raised an eyebrow slightly, accepting the lemon with a hint of skepticism. Shan made an exaggerated expression of taking a big bite, and Durant, gazing at the sincerely animated Shan, sniffed the lemon in his hand and discovered a delightful citrus fragrance. Hesitant yet intrigued, he took a generous bite of the fruit. Durant exclaimed, "I've been deceived." Instantly, his face tightened in disbelief, and upon witnessing this reaction, Shan burst into laughter, swiftly capturing the moment with his phone. Separation line on the court. Westbrook was engaged in an intense back-and-forth with several starters and substitutes from the Trail Blazers. Utilizing his remarkable explosiveness, Westbrook relentlessly attacked the paint, creating opportunities for his perimeter teammates. However, this persistent assault on the interior led to numerous turnovers, and by the second quarter, he had accumulated 3 mistakes. In contrast, Aldridge of the Trail Blazers, upon seeing the formidable young player from Huashan no longer on the court, grinned broadly, resembling a jovial heavyweight. He finally began to showcase his exceptional athletic prowess, executing various alley-oops and putback dunks. His diverse array of low-post offensive techniques and his formidable mid-range shooting became apparent. Particularly towards the end of the second quarter, after Jeff Green's missed shot, Aldridge secured the rebound and quickly found Blake, who initiated a fast break. Upon reaching the 3-point line, Blake launched an alley-oop. Aldridge soared for a spectacular 180-degree alley-oop dunk, his face contorting with intensity as he triumphantly pounded his chest and flexed his biceps towards the Thunder bench, venting all the grievances he had endured in the first quarter. Shan gazed at the self-satisfied Aldridge not far away, applauding him with a smile. He then pointed to his own eyes with 2 fingers before directing them at Aldridge. "Just you wait." In an instant, Aldridge's expression and demeanor shifted. He bit his lower lip in sheer terror and nervously fidgeted with his fingers, retreating silently and swiftly into defense. Webster, filled with concern, approached Aldridge and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "LaMarcus, are you all right? What has caused this sudden change?" Aldridge remained silent, casting a quick glance at Shan, who was laughing with others on the bench in the distance. Following his gaze, Webster replayed in his mind the actions that had just transpired, and he regarded the anxious young man before him with a look of compassion. He gently patted Aldridge's back, offering comfort. "A dead comrade cannot aid a living one," he remarked. "LaMarcus, I sincerely apologize, my friend. Regarding this matter, you must navigate it on your own. None among us Trailblazers can assist you. It is solely up to your efforts. We believe you can overcome that shot-blocking demon. Go for it." After providing his words of solace, Webster hurriedly distanced himself from Aldridge, wary of being dragged into any repercussions when Shan sought to confront Aldridge. Aldridge stood there, a bitter expression etched on his face, lost in thought. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 61-50, with the Thunder maintaining a double-digit lead over the Trailblazers. Despite the Thunder's advantage, the Trailblazers had managed to catch up during the second quarter. Scott remained unperturbed, confident that his squad was giving their all. Losing would be a challenge unless they faced a truly superstar team. He devised several offensive strategies, including pick-and-rolls, handoffs, and screen-and-shoot plays, ensuring that his players developed synergy. He aimed to avoid a scenario where the starters were overwhelmingly strong while the bench was significantly weak. With 7.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Westbrook charged into the paint, drawing a foul. Scott called upon Harden, Durant, Shan, and Collison to enter the game. Shan stood beside the suddenly drenched Aldridge, his hands resting on his thighs as he bent slightly to greet him. "Hello. Have you missed me?" Aldridge, slick with cold sweat, leaned closer to Shan and spoke slowly. "Brother, I was wrong. Can you go easy on me this time? Let us take it slow and work on our teamwork." Shan smiled as he looked at Aldridge, who was drenched in cold sweat, and slowly shook his head. "Not happening." After receiving this response, Aldridge cast a desperate glance towards his head coach, only to be met with a look that seemed to say, "You're on your own." Aldridge thought to himself, "I'm finished." Westbrook made both of his free throws, and Joel Poole initiated the play from the baseline. Miller dribbled back and forth near the top of the arc, calling for a screen, prompting Aldridge to instinctively step up. Miller shot Aldridge a fierce glare, hastily waving him away. "For heaven's sake, don't bring Shan over here." Shan chuckled softly, followed by his teammates' expressions of disdain, as he led the woeful Aldridge to their familiar base. Shan felt a deep sense of pity for Aldridge, who seemed to be despised by his teammates, and thus initiated a conversation with him. Aldridge retorted, "Isn't this all you're doing?" Shan, hailing from J Province in Huaxia, inquired about Aldridge's origins. After contemplating the hand extended by Shan, Aldridge grasped it firmly. "I am LaMarcus Aldridge, from McDonald's, Texas." Shan and Aldridge engaged in an animated discussion, with Aldridge glancing at the unfolding events on the court while maintaining a light-hearted banter with the engrossed Shan, his eyes gleaming with a distinct intensity. At last, during a moment of distraction from Shan, Aldridge suddenly unleashed his explosive speed, darting past the baseline. Webster deftly passed the ball, successfully finding the cutting Aldridge. With both hands clutching the ball, Aldridge grimaced as he positioned it behind his head, summoning every ounce of strength to slam the basketball into the hoop. The sharp sound of the dunk reverberated, leaving everyone astonished as they beheld Aldridge hanging from the rim. Their astonishment was not merely at Aldridge's powerful dunk, but at the realization that while he soared, the basketball had vanished. Did he really just miss an open basket? Aldridge, suspended from the rim, was momentarily taken aback. "Where's my ball? What happened to the ball I was holding?" It turned out that as Aldridge launched into his acceleration, Shan had donned a mischievous grin and followed closely behind him. In full view of the spectators, he raised his hand and gently swatted Aldridge's basketball away. Enraged, Aldridge completely disregarded his empty hands and lunged toward the rim. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had become a jester. Overwhelmed with a mixture of anger and humiliation, he pressed his lips together, resolutely determined to seek retribution against Shan. Shan grasped the ball and, once more, unleashed a long pass akin to that of a seasoned quarterback, piercing through the vast expanse of the field and precisely locating the swift Westbrook. Westbrook, with grace, caught the ball and executed a powerful, extended-arm slam dunk, effortlessly securing 2 points. Hezbollah trudged to the opposite side to initiate the next play, while Miller, seizing possession, approached the arc. He observed the furious Aldridge, who was positioned at a 45-degree angle in the low post, eagerly signaling for the ball. His gaze imbued with unwavering determination and immense intensity. For a fleeting moment, Miller hesitated but ultimately chose to trust his teammate, delivering the ball to Aldridge. Meanwhile, the adjacent teammates, in a flurry of anxiety, reached out in an attempt to reclaim the ball. Yet, upon looking to Miller, he confidently nodded, affirming his faith in Aldridge's ability to exact a cold vengeance upon the defender, just as he had done in the past. Aldridge, with both hands firmly gripping the ball, radiated an aura charged with fury directed at Shan. Shan also sensed the transformation in Aldridge and believed he must exert every ounce of effort to diligently defend against this shot. Aldridge made a tentative attempt to back down against Shan, only to realize the latter's unyielding strength, prompting him to decisively abandon the idea of backing in. He feigned to the right, swiftly pivoted to the left in a flexible maneuver to break through, but was unable to advance even a single step past Shan, who effectively thwarted his attempt. Aldridge then retreated while dribbling between his legs to create space, accelerating his drive from the right side. Shan stepped forward, once again intercepting Aldridge. Aldridge bent low to evade Shan's arm, preparing for a layup, only to find Shan's left hand suddenly hovering above the basketball. Aldridge, taken aback, quickly attempted a fadeaway jump shot, but Shan advanced, his right hand positioned directly above the ball, poised to block any shot. Aldridge retreated momentarily, using his shoulder to forcefully nudge against Shan's chest, gritting his teeth to create a slight distance. At last, he released a high hook shot with his right hand from a 45-degree angle. However, Shan leapt like a sprightly bamboo shoot, executing a majestic block, confidently securing the basketball. Upon landing, he swiftly passed it to Westbrook, who, now closely guarded, faked a shot to draw the defense before passing to Harden. Harden halted abruptly for a jump shot, effortlessly securing another 2 points. The Trail Blazers head coach, Nate McMillan, could no longer bear the sight and promptly called a timeout, substituting the visibly distressed Aldridge out of the game. From that point onward, Aldridge remained on the bench, returning to the sidelines. He could hardly comprehend the words of those around him, slumping onto his seat, his eyes reddened with emotion, feeling as if tears were about to spill forth. He hastily draped the towel over his face, concealing his expression and state from onlookers. Yet, some unsavory individuals managed to capture that moment of Aldridge and shared it with the caption, "The rising star Shan overwhelms and brings veteran LaMarcus Aldridge to tears." 2 days later, in a match between the Trail Blazers and the Hawks, Aldridge played a staggering 40 minutes, achieving a career-high score of 47 points along with 6 blocks. When questioned about it, Aldridge consistently maintained that it was simply a matter of his own performance, insisting that it was not a means to vent his emotions. Absolutely not. Of course, the Hawks and the Trail Blazers developed a rivalry following that game, but those are tales for another time. Chapter 21, Thunder vs. Trail Blazers, Finale. With possession of the ball, the Trail Blazers positioned Howard against Aldridge. Howard wore a bitter expression, shaking his head as he approached Shan. He understood that any offensive player ensnared by Shan's defense would render his own involvement in the play utterly insignificant. He often felt like a mere spectator throughout the entire match. Shan is capable of participating in defense. However, we are unable to engage in offense due to his formidable physique and defensive prowess. Shan may choose to refrain from offensive maneuvers, yet we cannot afford to disregard him, for he possesses the capability to exploit openings and score effortlessly. In a conventional match, whenever Shan is involved, whether it be with Odin, LaMarcus, or even Howard himself, they all seem to drift aimlessly on the court. Howard draws Shan to a more familiar angle near the diagonal three-point line, contemplating that he must contribute in some manner. Roy receives the pass with poise, accelerates, and attempts to drive past Harden. However, Harden stays closely matched, denying Roy any opportunity. Blake and Webster maneuver on the perimeter, seeking an opening, while Westbrook and Durant effectively seal off the passing lanes around them. With no viable options inside, Roy resorts to backing down his defender. He makes several attempts to overpower Harden, only to realize the latter's exceptional bulk. After one last forceful attempt, he spins and executes a fading jump shot. Though Harden leaps appropriately to contest, the basketball bounces twice on the rim before settling securely within the net. Collison inbounds from the baseline, and Westbrook crosses half-court before handing the ball to Harden, allowing him to reclaim his rhythm through isolation. Harden, possessing the ball, signals for space to initiate his solo play. Roy adjusts his pants, then emphatically slaps the floor, adopting a defensive stance. After a simple triple threat move, Harden accelerates towards the right, with Roy keeping pace. Sensing Roy's presence, Harden swiftly changes direction, feigning a left side drive to create space, then retreats and pulls up for a shot. The basketball strikes the back iron but fails to find its mark. Meanwhile, Howard positions himself strategically against Shan, who anticipates the play and adeptly maneuvers to secure an advantageous rebounding position. After Shan secured the rebound and landed, Pulaslabi, who was guarding Collins, seized the moment while Shan was preoccupied with Howard's interference and stealthily swatted the basketball from Shan's hands. Shan promptly reacted, gazing at the basketball that was about to soar beyond the three-point line. He lunged forward to save the ball, his right hand swiftly reaching back to reclaim it, while he himself tumbled out of bounds, colliding with the crowd. In the astonished gaze of the three onlookers, the ball miraculously slipped through the legs of Polsreby and landed in the hands of Coruscant. Instinctively, Coruscant leapt up to execute a slam dunk. Polsreby, hindered by his considerable weight, was momentarily unable to pivot swiftly. By the time he fully turned around, he was met with a resounding dunk over the rim. Coruscant and Durant rushed to Shan's side, assisting him to his feet. Upon rising, Shan swiftly turned to inquire about the well-being of the fans and photographers who had been inadvertently knocked over. "Are you injured?" Several fans, taken aback, clutched their chests, while others held their stomachs, and one alluring Latina even covered her posterior. "Oh dear, it hurts so much. I can't get up without an autograph," exclaimed one. "Indeed, I shan't rise without a photo," another lamented. This is unbearable. I must have it all, no exceptions." Shan gazed at a group of Thunder fans, who were joyfully frolicking and laughing, rendering him speechless. The photographer, demonstrating remarkable dedication, wielded a large camera lens, capturing close-up shots of Shan. Shan glanced at the photographer, wishing to inquire about any injuries he might have sustained. However, due to the nature of his profession, the photographer could not speak. Instead, he gestured with his hand and lifted his shirt, revealing a blue jersey emblazoned with the number 87, accompanied by another jersey of the same number in white. In an instant, Shan comprehended the underlying significance. Shan laughed heartily as he extended his fist, exchanging fist bumps with each of his teammates, instructing them to wait for him here after the match before swiftly returning to defense. Howard turned around, noticing Shan engaged in conversation with fans, still yet to return to defense, and attempted to request a ball for a quick shot against the Thunder. However, as he received the pass and turned, Shan suddenly appeared before him in an instant, causing Howard to flinch, nearly losing possession of the ball as he hastily returned it to Blake. Howard exclaimed, "Damn, you startled me. How did you return to defense so swiftly?" True to form, Howard adopted his usual tactic of becoming nearly invisible on the court, rendering himself almost undetectable. Shan chose to disregard him, pushing Howard 4 steps away to the paint area, effectively sealing off the crucial right side of the paint. Blake received a double screen from Poole and Webster, and faced with Durant's defensive pressure, he took a step back for a shot. Durant's interference was commendable, yet fortune favored Blake this time as the basketball circled the rim twice before finally sinking into the net. Collison initiated the play, while Westbrook maneuvered at the arc, his keen gaze scanning the positions of his teammates. Noticing a lack of opportunities, and perhaps feeling the urge to take a shot himself, he beckoned Shan to come over for a screen. Shan's screen-setting prowess has always been remarkable, capable of entirely shielding the defenders. As Russell Westbrook utilized the screen to penetrate, Shan instinctively executed a downward motion. Observing this, Howard hesitated to leave Shan open for an alley-oop, while simultaneously eyeing Blake, who was poised to follow Westbrook closely, wagering on Westbrook's propensity for an alley-oop attack. Westbrook's eyes widened in defiance. "You dare to treat me this way? This isn't a mere video game. I am adaptable." In a sudden burst of speed, Westbrook maneuvered around the screen, leaving Blake behind, and executed a signature one-handed dunk with remarkable flair, effortlessly securing 2 points. As Westbrook landed, he strode with an air of dominance, embodying his trademark swagger. Howard, holding the ball, exhaled in resignation, while Blake, equally resigned, gestured for him to initiate the play. One cannot fault Howard and Blake, as this tactic afforded little defensive opportunity. Shan executed a high-quality screen, effectively neutralizing his opponent. Westbrook's exceptional speed left the defender unable to keep pace, forcing the interior defender to make a critical choice. Should they focus on preventing Shan's alley-oop, they risk leaving Westbrook unguarded. Conversely, if they concentrate on Westbrook, he can effortlessly deliver the alley-oop pass, resulting in a thunderous dunk by Shan. While others may attempt to provide timely assistance from the perimeter, Westbrook's court vision and passing speed are remarkable, making it nearly impossible for defenders to miss an open teammate. As the Trailblazers positioned themselves, Howard and Shan found themselves momentarily disengaged at the baseline. Suddenly, Blake erupted with explosive speed, evading Westbrook. Collison could not allow Poole to be left unchecked, prompting Shan to rush in for support. Blake caught sight of the open three-point shooter, Juwan Howard, and immediately delivered the ball to him. Shan found the distance too great to provide timely defense. With a sly grin, he took a step forward, feigning a leap to block the shot, and then firmly shook his robust physique. Howard, believing he might be at risk of being blocked, instinctively elevated the arc of his shot. Yet, the basketball did not even graze the rim, as a bridge pass was effortlessly intercepted by Collison. Frustrated, Howard tapped his head and promptly pointed to his chest, acknowledging, "This is my fault." After several exchanges, the score gap widened again to over 20 points. The Trailblazers withdrew their main players, conceding defeat. Scott, showing respect, also took his disciples off the court, allowing the substitutes to accumulate some points. The Trailblazers found themselves mired in a scoring slump, as the efficient scoring from Blake and Roy could not sustain their lifeline. Despite Westbrook's 5 steals in the third quarter, he was relentlessly pursued by Shan, whose eyes gleamed with determination. Even during a 2-on-1 fast break in the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, Westbrook was blocked twice, once on a mid-range shot and once during an Eurostep attempt. Ultimately, the two players hesitated to push the fast break, opting instead to remain stationary, awaiting their teammates' return to the court. Inside, Pursleby lacked offensive prowess, but he managed to record 2 blocks, both courtesy of Collison's second-chance attempts. Howard's three-point shooting was dismal, going 0 for 4 and with 2 turnovers. He contributed nothing to the team. Entering the paint felt akin to seeking help from Professor Shan with homework, resulting in blocks and steals, leaving him in disarray. The Thunder gleefully amassed points, with the isolation king Durant leaving Webster with little more than minimal interference. Harden flourished from beyond the arc, hitting 3 out of 3, pure bliss. Westbrook, though contributing 6 points and 4 assists, was plagued by a total of 9 turnovers, including those from the first 3 quarters. Please refrain from criticism. It was indeed 9 turnovers in that game, and he was quite overwhelmed, along with fouling out with 6 fouls in the third quarter. Despite being the team's highest scorer, an unfortunate turn of events. Collison's grin was lopsided as he executed a spectacular dunk over an opponent. Although he faced 2 blocks, he redeemed himself by blocking Pursleby once, restoring his pride. When Shan is present, all Thunder fans feel that playing basketball can be so relaxed. As long as the interior defense is entrusted to Shan, we can focus solely on offense to secure victory. There is a growing belief that this year's playoffs may lead the Thunder to claim their first Larry O'Brien championship trophy. Thus, each time Shan delivers a block for the team, the fans erupt in fervent cheers, proudly chanting the nickname of the Thunder's war machine. Chapter 22, The Unexpected Challenge. As the fourth quarter unfolds, Shan stealthily approaches the area where fans had fallen, ready to bestow his signature upon them. Shan believed himself to be unnoticed, yet he failed to realize that a photographer, wielding a large camera, was grinning widely and capturing his every move. Scott observed Shan on the big screen, dismissing the matter as trivial. In fact, it could serve to enhance Shan's image, portraying him as an endearing figure who cherished his fans. This would inevitably attract more supporters to the Thunder games, resulting in greater profits. When Shan finally grasped the situation and noticed that Scott and the others had not intervened, he continued with the autographs. The big screen was inconsequential, as the audience consisted of Thunder's own fans, eliminating any potential awkwardness. Just as he was signing smoothly, he encountered a dilemma when it was the turn of a Latina beauty. She first requested his signature on her jersey, and then, revealing a generous glimpse of her voluptuous figure, asked him to sign once more. Shan found this to be in poor taste, so he laid down his pen and returned to the Thunder's bench. Observing the bashful young man from Huaxia, the beautiful lady chuckled with a delightful tremor. Shan returned to the bench, and Harden looked at him with a tinge of envy and jealousy. Alas, Lee, your romantic prospects are truly splendid. That recent Latina was indeed a Kardashian. Shan felt somewhat perplexed, uncertain about the meaning of Kardashian. Harden promptly elucidated. The Kardashians are known for their ample bosoms and curvaceous figures. I can recall every stunning beauty among them. Numerous NBA stars enjoy associating with individuals from the Kardashian clan. It is evidently a source of great happiness. Shan shivered involuntarily, quickly shaking his head in disapproval. I, too, find no admiration for the Kardashians. Meanwhile, the TNT crew had just wrapped up their commentary on the Lakers' narrow victory over the Hawks, where they triumphed by a mere 8 points. Kenny Smith eagerly inquired of Barkley, "Hey Charles, why aren't you commentating the Thunder versus Blazers game today?" Barkley looked at Kenny with incredulity. "What the hell? Have you lost your mind? This is not my television station. I can't simply choose which game to watch. If you want to see the Thunder play, go talk to the director. I couldn't care less." Ever since Barkley signed the betting agreement, he had become increasingly unrestrained. The outspoken Barkley did not hold back, voicing his thoughts regardless of whether they were on air. You know what, Kenny? I wasn't just late today. Do you know what I was up to? No idea. Did you sneak off before the show to relieve some tension for your little brother? Indeed, keeping your little brother standing for 2 hours isn't easy. Yes, just like with your mother. Get lost, Kenny. You worthless sack of garbage, Barkley exclaimed. I sent someone to the Thunder's home ground to film a video, and as expected, the game should be nearing its end. Barkley confidently connected to the TNT big screen, where a bearded man clad in a Kevin Durant jersey appeared. Hey, guys, I'm on TV. A suited man beside the bearded fellow pushed him aside and adjusted his attire before stepping into the frame. Hey, Charles, you're as punctual as ever. Of course, timeliness is a hallmark of a true gentleman. Go interview some Thunder fans about their thoughts on this year's roster. The suited man nodded at the camera and began to ask people nearby. Hey, brother, what do you think of the Thunder this year? The bearded man replied, Yo, bro. Our Thunder is invincible this year, destined for victory. Thunder for the championship. Woo. A young Asian boy chimed in. Shan's defense is impregnable. Durant's isolation is unguardable. Westbrook's dunks are unstoppable. The Thunder boasts both the strongest defensive shell and the most formidable offensive artillery. A blonde woman added, Lee's public wolf waste. Even for a night. It's life-extending. The suited man suggested, let us ask someone else. A man with sunglasses and a mask chimed in. You know, Lee is an exceptionally skilled defender. His defense can restrain most players who rely on drives for scoring. Whether in one-on-one or help defense, his defensive intensity and consistency are top tier. Barkley found this commentary familiar and moved closer, shocked to recognize the man. Wait a minute. No way. You're LeBron. What are you doing in Oklahoma? The man in the suit handed the headset to LeBron. I came to Oklahoma to hang out with Kevin, and unexpectedly, after watching the game, I was utterly astonished. Lee's defense was truly incredible. He achieved a remarkable stat line today. 10 points, 21 rebounds, 5 assists, 16 blocks, and 6 steals, boasting an extraordinary triple-double of 10-20-15-5-5. This is reminiscent of the ancient era, akin to Wilt Chamberlain's statistics, which is simply unbelievable for a current rookie player. After listening to LeBron's remarks, Barkley smugly adjusted his collar and cast a disdainful glance at Kenny Smith. What does that mean? How could the seasoned Kenny not be aware? The wager was clearly in Barkley's favor, leaving Kenny to chuckle wryly and shake his head. He was certainly profiting, yet simultaneously at a loss. The group conversed for quite some time, and at last, the game concluded with a final score of 109-91. Shan exchanged handshakes and embraces with the Pioneers, and Aldridge approached him proactively. Next time, I shall exact my revenge upon you. Until then, I hope you do not allow others to breach your defenses, for I shall be the first giant to break through your walls. Shan gazed joyfully at the amiable Aldridge and embraced him warmly. Please take a seat. This isn't merely about encouragement, LaMarcus. I eagerly anticipate your offensive prowess. This fortress will remain steadfast in the NBA, and I shall defend with even greater diligence next time. Aldridge firmly grasped Shan's outstretched hand, smiling as he replied. Then I truly could not ask for anything more. As Shan returned to the bench to gather his belongings, Durant approached with an imposing figure alongside a small team of photographers. Lee, he introduced, this is my friend LeBron James, the star of the Cavaliers. The individuals beside him are the interview team from Barkley. Although Shan was not acquainted with them, being a good friend of Durant, he extended a professional smile and shook hands with them. After a round of mutual flattery among the group, the man in the suit interjected and handed the earpiece to Shan. Shan reclined on the technical platform, donning the headset as he observed the screen displaying a portly figure leading a donkey, slowly making his way to the center. Hey, Lee, we have triumphed in our wager. That rascal Kenny must face the consequences. Ha. Shan felt somewhat awkward, for he truly did not know these individuals. Shan hesitantly gazed at the screen, while Barkley sensed something amiss. Bro, you can't possibly be unaware of our tumultuous wager, can you? I know. Recently they've been discussing some bet, he replied. Both Kenny and Barkley exchanged a look of exasperation. Well, this kid doesn't recognize us. Get lost. Kenny, go kiss your donkey's backside. Barkley briefly introduced himself and the betting agreement to Shan. The trio engaged in extensive conversation, though it was primarily Barkley who dominated the dialogue. At last, under Barkley's relentless urging, Kenny Smith's prominent lips were firmly pressed against Kenny's foul rear. "Ah, the restroom." Barkley and Shan erupted into laughter at Kenny's hasty retreat. "By the way, Lee, your reputation is indeed resounding. There aren't many prominent power forwards in the NBA, and now there's one more. I firmly believe your defense can render you a nightmare for any team." In response to Barkley's generous admiration, Shan humbly replied, "The coach instructed me to give my all, and I did. I believe others can achieve the same." "Nonsense. Don't be so modest, my friend. You truly are a unique defensive player in the NBA. Which current rookie can average over 10 blocks per game? You could say the defensive skills of other big men are utterly lacking. To my knowledge, 2K is already crafting your all-star model. Your presence has nullified all their defensive attributes. Compared to previous defensive capabilities, now peaking at a maximum of 99, your emergence has compelled these defensive attributes to decline. Thus, 2K currently dares not approach you. Chapter 23. Uncle Lee San comes for a tattoo. Shan and a few others lingered at the court for an extended period, while Kenny, after excusing himself to find the restroom during the show, never returned. Both Charles Barkley and LeBron James expressed great admiration for Shan's impeccable defensive skills. Barkley candidly remarked that Shan was born in the wrong era. Had he played in the NBA during the 1990s, Barkley would have sought to join forces with Shan to confront that old rogue, potentially even securing a championship title. Following his commendation of Shan's defense, LeBron expressed his optimism regarding Shan's future and voiced a desire to collaborate on the court in the days to come. Once the casual conversation concluded, Shan returned home. No sooner had he laid down on his bed than a knock sounded at the door. "Xiao Shan, open the door. Your third uncle is here to give you a tattoo." Shan abruptly sprang from his bed and flung open the door, only to be greeted by the sight of an elderly gentleman in his 80s, with a kind visage and an ethereal presence. Shan's parents hold a high status in the ancestral hall, referring to their third uncle as brother, while Shan, in truth, ought to address him as uncle. Yet he has grown accustomed to calling him third uncle. "Third uncle, why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming? I would have gone to greet you. Moreover, it seems I forgot to inform you of my address. How did you manage to find me?" The third uncle, gazing at the astonished young man before him, stroked his beard and smiled benevolently. "Oh, it's nothing at all. That young lad, Shan Si, took a shortcut to bring me here. Otherwise, I surely would have lost my way." "Shan, who is Shan's?" Shan urged his third uncle to come in and take a seat, preparing a cup of exquisite white tea for him. As his uncle gently brushed the tea leaves floating atop the brew with the lid of the teacup, he savored a sip and slowly remarked, "Ah, Xiao Shan, what has prompted you to suddenly consider getting a tattoo?" "Alas, one must choose the design wisely, for it embodies significant meaning before one etches it onto the skin. Goodness, there are so many tea leaves." Shan retrieved 2 photographs from the drawer of the bedside table and placed them upon the desk. His third uncle picked up the images, squinting to examine them closely, then turned his gaze back to Shan. Bursting into laughter, he regarded Shan with admiration. "You rascal, you've certainly got taste. To have your eye on something as unique as an Ouroboros. It suits your character. I shall lend you my support in this endeavor." Shan, "Uncle, please do not suddenly behave like a bandit. It is rather frightening." Shan gazed at his once ethereal and transcendent uncle, who had unexpectedly transformed into a valiant bandit leader, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "What has happened to the bandit? Back in the day, when I brandished my blade against the Japanese invaders, I was far more dashing than I am now. If it weren't for my age, I would have stormed into their lairs without hesitation," his uncle declared with formidable authority, prompting Shan to timidly applaud from the sidelines. "Why are you still clapping? Disrobe. I shall assist you in getting a tattoo right now, as your uncle," fearing criticism for my inability to write about the tattooing scene. Time passed, and under the masterful craftsmanship of Uncle Lee, the process unfolded. The back and right shoulder of Shan bore several terrifying and grotesque markings, resembling an indescribable, immortal serpent devouring its own tail. Shan gazed at his tattoo in the mirror, nodding with delight. He turned to his uncle, who was busy tidying up, and exclaimed, "Wow, Uncle, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. The details are so lifelike, it looks magnificent." Hearing Shan's flattery, his uncle felt a swell of pride, his mustache curling with satisfaction. However, he maintained an air of composure, stroking his mustache nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes with a cool demeanor, and replied calmly, "Ah, for someone like me, Creating a cricket tattoo is merely a matter of skill. It's exceedingly simple, almost trivial. Shan continued to flatter with insincere praise. Of course, such a simple matter can be swiftly and flawlessly resolved by you, third uncle, in no time at all. Far superior to second and fourth uncles. What else could it be? Third uncle's brow lifted, and a suppressed smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he swaggered towards the balcony, shaking his head in a self-satisfied manner while retrieving his pipe to indulge in a leisurely smoke, resembling a mischievous old rascal. Chapter 24. Home match against the Los Angeles Lakers. In recent days, third uncle had remained at Shan's side, somehow bringing with him 2 small jars filled with 2 pounds of sweet potato liquor. He declared, "This is a fine brew of sweet potato liquor crafted by ninth uncle and ninth auntie, a treasure not sold to outsiders, but shared exclusively among family." Shan inhaled the sweet and fragrant aroma and, seizing the moment when his third uncle was distracted, stealthily took a sip. In less than 5 minutes, his eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed onto the stool, succumbing to slumber. His third uncle immediately turned around, stroking his beard and bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, do you think I do not know you? The moment you lift your rear, I can predict the scent of your mischief." It took just 1 sip to bring you down. With one hand, he gently dragged Shan to the sofa, watching over the little one with a benevolent gaze, while he indulged in peanuts and sunflower seeds, consuming 2 pounds before finally retiring for the night. It was only at dawn that Shan gradually stirred from his slumber. Shan was astonished to discover that he was entirely free of a headache. Instead, he felt remarkably at ease, prompting him to marvel at the exceptional quality of the wine. He refrained from waking the slumbering kitten and rose alone to seek a drink of water, only to find a token of appreciation left on the dining table. After finishing, Shan realized that his third uncle had already left to find Miguel Luzi. He couldn't help but scratch his head, reflecting on how much his uncle enjoyed having fun. Time swiftly passed, and Shan and his companions arrived at the changing room, preparing to face their formidable adversary of the day, the Los Angeles Lakers. Shan removed his t-shirt, revealing a physique reminiscent of an ancient deity. As he turned to retrieve his jersey, he showcased his back, displaying the intricate tattoos before his friends. Durant, stroking his chin, remarked slowly, "Damn, his looks nearly rival mine." Westbrook immediately turned, incredulously staring at Durant. What nonsense are you spouting?" Ibaka and Harden sat on a bench, admiring Shan's tattoos. "The craftsmanship is exquisite. It's as if this Ouroboros is right before us. Such delicate artistry." On another note, "Kevin, I must admit, Shan is 100 times more handsome than you. You can't envy them. Even Yao Ming from 02 and 03 was more handsome than you." Yao was indeed striking back then. Calling him my idol would not be an exaggeration. "Ah, it's all good. Big guy, while you may be slightly less handsome than Shan, your charisma surpasses his." Durant, the starting lineup for both teams, the Thunder's starting 5, Russell, Cephalosha, Durant, Shan, and Naynard. The Lakers' starting 5, point guard, Derek Fisher, shooting guard, Kobe Bryant. Small forward, Ron Artest, who changed his name in 2011 to Meta World Peace. Power forward, Lamar Odom. Center, Andrew Bynum. Before the game commenced, Kobe, dressed in training gear, approached Shan, who was practicing free throws. With an appreciative gaze directed at the youthful player, he gently patted Shan's back. "Hey, Lee, I've watched your videos, and you play exceptionally well." Shan turned around and discovered a Lakers player who seemed vaguely familiar, yet remained unknown to him. "Oh, thank you, Kobe." Sensing Shan's discomfort, extended his hand for an introduction. Kobe Bryant. "You can simply call me Kobe." Placing his hands on Shan's shoulders, Kobe gave them a firm squeeze. "Relax, young man, I won't bite. Today, I need you to bring forth your utmost strength, as I intend to break through your defense." Shan appeared considerably more relaxed as he conversed with Kobe. "Is that true? I hope you become the first to break through the defense." Kobe and Shan engaged in light-hearted banter for quite some time, until the moment of the game arrived, prompting both teams to gather for the jump ball at center court. The players were eager and ready, as the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Bynum was the first to seize the jump ball. The Thunder swiftly positioned themselves, with Fisher holding the ball at the top of the arc. Kobe moved upward as Fisher executed a handoff screen, effectively blocking off Cephalosha. Westbrook shoved Cephalosha aside, signaling his intent to guard Kobe one-on-one. With the ball held in both hands, Kobe presented a triple threat stance, his gaze fixed on the wide-open Westbrook before him. "Russell, you cannot contain me. You know this." Westbrook tilted his head slightly, defiantly responding, "Huh? I will stop you. I am no longer the player I was last year." Kobe nodded slightly, leaning against Westbrook. And in an instant, he initiated his dribble, executing a smooth crossover that allowed him to pivot and effortlessly glide past Westbrook, leaving him momentarily rooted to the spot. Westbrook quickly regained his footing, utilizing his remarkable speed to close the gap on Kobe. Remaining remarkably composed, Kobe halted abruptly, leaned back against Westbrook, and performed a graceful turnaround, delivering a stunning fadeaway jumper. Westbrook leaped with determination, striving to contest the shot, yet the ball swished through the net with a satisfying sound. Kobe raised his right hand, tapping his chest twice, indicating that his shooting touch was particularly sharp that day. As the ball was inbound by Nenad, Westbrook dribbled back and forth just outside the three-point line. Nenad set a screen, but Westbrook waved it off. The others quickly understood his intent and cleared the space for a one-on-one opportunity. Seizing the moment, Westbrook accelerated past Fisher with sheer speed. Bynum, alert to the play, attempted to provide defensive support, but Westbrook executed a fluid spin move, eluding Bynum and finishing with a layup off the backboard. Westbrook raised his arms in triumph, resembling a victorious silverback gorilla. Fisher brought the ball up as Odom positioned Lee near the baseline. Bynum faked a screen and slipped past Nenad. Seizing the opportunity, Fisher tossed a lob for the alley-oop. With a thunderous crash, Bynum completed the alley-oop dunk. As he landed and retreated on defense, he spread his arms above his head, mimicking the shape of wings. Taking responsibility for his mistake, Nenad acknowledged his error, and Lee prepared to inbound the ball. Westbrook crossed half-court and immediately sought out Durant. The moment Durant received the ball, Artest closed in, applying tenacious defense that made Durant uncomfortable. With his back against Artest, Durant attempted to pivot around him, but Artest stayed tightly attached. Lowering his center of gravity, Durant hesitated momentarily before executing a double crossover, creating a bit of space before stopping abruptly for a pull-up jumper. Artest leaped to contest the shot. Perhaps due to Artest's relentless defense, Durant's mid-range attempt clanged off the rim. As the play transitioned from offense to defense, Fisher glanced at Artest, contemplating the best course of action, and ultimately passed the ball. Artest pressed against Durant, initiating a drive fueled by his physical prowess. But Durant denied him any opportunity, forcing Artest to retreat. Frustrated by the turn of events, Artest's temper flared, and he called Odom over for a screen, determined to retaliate. Odom promptly set a screen, with Lee shadowing him closely, prepared to defend against Artest's south impending drive. After Odom cleared the way for Durant, Artest exploited the screen to penetrate, finding himself face-to-face with Lee. His mindset had shifted. He couldn't afford to lose face, and he doubted that Lee could guard him on every attempt. With vigorous strides, Artest faced Lee and leaped, one arm raised high, basketball in hand, aiming to deliver a thunderous dunk over him. Shan executed a lateral leap with remarkable precision, effortlessly swatting away the basketball with a single, deft palm. Kobe and Cephalosha, stationed at the three-point line, observed the ball's slow descent and simultaneously leaped to contest it. Kobe successfully seized possession. With the shot clock dwindling, he accelerated past Cephalosha, narrowing the gap between them. From a 45-degree angle, he halted abruptly for a jump shot. Cephalosha exerted every ounce of his strength to leap and disrupt the shot. But it was too late. He failed to provide any interference. Suddenly, Shan soared from behind Cephalosha, plucking the basketball from the air. Nearby, Odom, Kobe, and Artest were momentarily stunned, with even Artest's temper subdued. As they retreated on defense, their faces bore expressions of confusion directed towards the remarkably muscular Shan, who had just leapt higher than anyone could have anticipated. Westbrook received Shan's pass and surged forward on a fast break. Glancing up, he noted the Lakers, 5 in number, against the Thunder's 3, an undeniable advantage. He accelerated towards the paint, but both Fisher and Kobe rushed to provide defensive support. Faced with their oncoming challenge, Westbrook was forced to halt abruptly for a fading jump shot. The ball danced precariously on the rim, but ultimately failed to find its mark. Shan advanced into the paint area occupied by 3 players, exerting himself to seize the rebound. Among the 4, Shan's hand stood out the most. With his right hand, he deftly elevated the basketball for a putback attempt. The ball ricocheted off the back iron, rolling toward the opposite side. Artest, recognizing that his involvement was unwarranted, withdrew, while the other three towering big men leapt once more to contest the basketball. Shan, once again relying on his formidable skills, attempted to make a rebound in basketball. However, due to the congestion of players, his shot struck the front rim directly, causing the ball to descend once more. Shan was invigorated, the basketball showing him no mercy. With all his might, he leaped into the air, surpassing everyone to grasp the ball with both hands. He forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. Odom and Bynum were left speechless, while Arteist and Fisher could only sigh in resignation. Kobe, on the other hand, was filled with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Shan exchanged high-fives with his teammates as he retreated to the midfield, bowing his head to embrace the radiance descending from above. The sky has collapsed. I shall bear it. Chapter 25, Thunder vs. Lakers, Part 2. After a few minutes of courteous exchanges, Arteist attempted a drive to the basket, but was met with a dual defense from Naynard and Durant. He could only catch a glimpse of his teammates' positions from the corner of his eye, passing the ball out to Odom, who was positioned at a 45-degree angle for a long two-pointer. Odom skillfully received the basketball, scanning left and right to assess his teammates' positions, pondering whether he could facilitate a pass. After a moment of observation, he noted that the other four Thunder players were tightly marked, yet their defense lacked finesse. While Shan's defense was lax, albeit his was the most effective, Odom harbored little desire to attack. Against slower opponents, he could rely on his technique and speed, while against faster adversaries, his bulk might give him an edge. However, this B was swift. He was not only fast but also heavy. His strength was formidable, and he could leap like a gazelle. Damn. Exhausted, Odom had no choice but to initiate his own offense. Resolute, Odom's gaze radiated determination as he executed a shot fake. Yet Shan maintained a respectful distance, unaffected by the feint. Accelerating from the left side, he aimed to engage Shan, who remained unperturbed in his defense. With a fluid pivot, Odom aimed to outmaneuver Shan, only for Shan to position himself squarely in front of Odom, nearly causing him to lose his dribble. Leaning back, he turned and sought to create space from Shan's defense, who swiftly matched his movements. Odom, maintaining his central pivot, attempted to slip past Shan's armpit. But Shan was one step ahead, once again thwarting his advance. Odom retreated yet again, successfully executing a left-handed hook shot from mid-range. His graceful footwork astounded both fans and players alike, though it was merely a spectacle of movement. At the moment Shan leaped from the ground, he instinctively took a small step forward, swiftly following through with a block. Similarly, at the instant the basketball was released, he gracefully caught it mid-air with an elegant hook shot. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Arteist reflected on Shan's recent blocks, his face contorted in frustration. Damn it. That infernal jumping tiger. Shan seized the ball and passed it to Westbrook. The Thunder's 5 players swiftly initiated a fast break, while the Lakers hurriedly fell back on defense, successfully thwarting the Thunder's advance. Westbrook, utilizing 4 screens, suddenly surged forward, effortlessly evading Fisher and barreling into the paint. Both Odom and Bynum leaped simultaneously to provide defensive support, but Westbrook soared into the air, and in an instant, the basketball vanished. It landed in the hands of Shan, who had sprinted to the right side for a long two-pointer. Momentarily puzzled, Shan nevertheless approached the basket with confidence. After dribbling twice, he leaped from outside the paint, and as Odom descended, he too sprang up to contest Shan's shot with a defensive block. In the air, Shan noticed Odom closing in on him. He bent down to gather the ball and, astonishingly, evaded Odom's block right before the eyes of everyone present. After slipping under his arm, he elegantly extended his body and slammed the ball into the hoop. Thunder fans erupted in a frenzy, exuberantly celebrating Shan's remarkable evolution. They were well aware of Shan's struggles with self-initiated offense, recognizing his offensive skills as rather rudimentary. Yet, this acrobatic dodge and dunk truly dazzled the spectators. Westbrook, stationed beyond the baseline, looked on in disbelief, bending at the waist to witness Shan hanging on the rim. Just moments ago, this young man's dunk nearly outshone my own. As he returned to defense, Westbrook approached with a grin, bumping elbows with Shan in celebration. That was impressive. What a play. Shan leaned closer to Westbrook and whispered, "To be honest, I was just guessing earlier. It suddenly occurred to me that if I were given another chance, I might not be able to do it." Westbrook, momentarily at a loss for words, opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, unsure of what to say. Well, it seems this fellow hasn't changed a bit. The Thunder and the Lakers continued to play for a few more minutes, and during the timeout, All Thunder players except Westbrook were substituted for rest. On the Lakers side, apart from Kobe and Bynum, the other three players were also taken off the court. Shan settled onto the bench once more, retrieving a lemon with delight and savoring its tangy flavor. Beside him, Durant cast a wistful glance at Shan, gradually creating distance between them by shifting his seat. Shan, with a smile, presented 2 bags of crispy noodles from Raccoon City as an apology to Durant. Just moments earlier, Durant had caught a glimpse of something familiar being retrieved from Shan's backpack and quickly turned his head away, feigning ignorance. Shan patted Durant on the back and, after handing him a pack of Pocky, Durant turned with delight to accept the treat. With determination, he crushed the snacks and pinched a handful with 3 fingers, savoring each bite with a sense of joy. It felt akin to visiting a friend's home, where their family presents snacks, prompting us to feign indifference, turning our heads away until they place the treats before us and invite us to indulge, at which point we must exhibit genuine happiness and surprise. In the final 6 minutes of the second quarter, the score stood at 42-42. Kobe was in fine form today, making 5 out of 12 shots, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc. When Shan was absent from the court, Kobe frequently penetrated the paint, drawing fouls and converting all 8 of his free throw attempts, ultimately achieving a game-high score of 20 points. Bynum was remarkably efficient, making all 4 of his shots and successfully accumulating 8 points. Before the substitutions, Scott summoned Shan to his side and leaned in to whisper, "Lee, do you see that hefty fellow named Bynum? According to what others say, he's nicknamed Little Shark. Can you tolerate him? If it were me, I couldn't. When you get on the court, keep a close watch on him. Block him. If he plays power forward, you match his position. If he plays center, you do the same. In short, do not allow him to score. I entrust this task to you." Scott then called upon 2 defensive stalwarts, Shan and Ibaka, alongside the versatile trio of Durant, Harden, and Westbrook. On the opposing side, Lakers coach Phil Jackson gathered his players and addressed Bynum. "Andrew, we need your presence in the paint. Lee, the players he defends are merely average. But you are not. You are Little Shark Bynum. Tell me, can you handle him?" Bynum, gradually fueled by the motivational words, looked increasingly fierce, nodding emphatically at Phil Jackson. "Leave him to me, coach. I can handle this." Back on the court, with the Lakers in possession, Bynum prepared for an inbound pass, while Shan stood directly in front of him, waving his large hands to disrupt the throw. As Bynum glanced towards his teammates, he suddenly thrust the ball in front of Shan, a blatant act of provocation. Sitting on the bench, Phil Jackson's brow furrowed deeply. Sensing a flicker of unease, Shan stood unwaveringly in place, persistently disrupting the serve. Kobe darted out to the perimeter, finding himself in an open position. As Bynum skillfully tossed the ball to the distant Kobe, Shan suddenly leaped, intercepting the serve midair. After a brief stumble, he swiftly initiated a fast break, with Bynum and Kobe also accelerating, fervently pursuing the play. Shan strode forward with great determination, leaving the 2 behind. He launched the ball from beyond the 3-point line, taking 2 swift steps to cross into the free throw area. Subsequently, he leaped high on 1 foot, placing the basketball behind his head and forcefully slammed it into the net. Kobe furrowed his brow, casting a resigned glance at Bynum before ambling over to await the inbound pass. Shan adjusted the frame, and, as he landed to defend, he bent down in anticipation when Bynum approached him. He scooped up a handful of empty yellow sand from the smooth floor and, with an impassive expression, slowly let it fall before Bynum. "Do you wish to play? Then I shall indulge you. But what is the price?" Bynum, somewhat enraged, swiftly positioned himself after the ball was in play. Kobe received the ball and made a long pass to Fisher, who was near the midfield. Upon receiving the pass, Fisher did not rush into an attack. Instead, he surveyed the positions of his nearby teammates. Bynum, positioned at an angle near the paint, leaned against Shan, raising his hand to request the ball. Fisher hesitated to pass immediately, discreetly glancing at Kobe not far away. Kobe furrowed his brow, tilting his head slightly towards Bynum's position, indicating that he should handle the play himself, while also signaling Shan to awaken him, a distinction between inspiration and reality. Fisher lofted the ball to Bynum, and those nearby wisely created space, allowing the 2 to showcase their skills. Bynum held the ball aloft, testingly leaning into Shan. Shan restrained his strength, yet maintained a certain level of prowess. Bynum suddenly realized that Shan did not possess the immense weight and power they had described. Taking a deep breath, he attempted a forceful back move against Shan. In the contest of back and abdominal muscles, Shan effortlessly withstood the challenge, while Bynum struggled, nearly losing control of the ball. Ultimately, after one last attempt at a back move, he executed an unstable jump from the side, foolishly hoping for a thunderous dunk. Shan had already anticipated the trajectory of the basketball attack and effectively obstructed it. After swatting the ball away, he landed gracefully, while Bynum stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Spotting the ball that had fallen nearby, he cleverly shielded it with his ample frame and successfully seized possession. Realizing he lacked the strength of Shan, Bynum decided against forcefully asserting himself. Instead, he pivoted away from Shan, turning his back before leaping to attempt another dunk. Approaching from Shan's dominant side, Shan executed a volleyball-style block, sending the ball soaring several meters away. On the bench, Phil Jackson observed this spectacle, slapping his forehead in frustration. "What have I done? I truly spoke too soon." Ibaka secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Harden, aiming to initiate a fast break. However, the Lakers appeared to have foreseen this move, with four players promptly positioning themselves to defend, denying the Thunder any opportunity for a quick counterattack. Harden slowed his pace, waiting for his teammates to get into position, while Shan came over to set a screen for him. After utilizing the screen, Harden drove forward, drawing the attention of two defenders. Without looking, he executed a behind-the-back pass to the open Shan, who was positioned at the free-throw line. Bynum quickly realized and rushed back to defend against Shan. After receiving the basketball, Shan took a single dribble, facing the approaching defender Bynum. He leaped into the air, raising the ball in his hand like a torch held high. Bynum, believing he could not prevent this shot, resolved to make Shan's effort equally challenging. With determination, he delivered a powerful slap to the arm that held the elevated basketball. Despite being hindered, Shan utilized his impressive wingspan and strength to slam the basketball into the net. The whistle blew, granting Shan an additional free throw. Bynum, today, became merely a backdrop, as Shan showcased his star prowess through both offensive and defensive plays. Shan glanced at the crimson handprint on his palm, his expression devoid of emotion as he effortlessly caught the basketball. With a casual one-handed free throw, to everyone's astonishment, the ball swished through the hoop. As Odom prepared for the tip-off, Fisher could not restrain himself from admonishing Bynum. "Why do you insist on causing trouble for the team and yourself? What have you done to provoke him?" Chapter 26, Thunder vs. Lakers, Part 3. After Odom initiated the tip-off, as Kobe and his teammates gradually positioned themselves on the court, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Shan, whose expression remained inscrutable, radiating an overwhelming aura of intensity. It felt as though a haunting melody titled Level 1 alarm reverberated around him, incessantly pounding against his heart. This time, Fisher directly passed the ball to Kobe, allowing him to go one-on-one. Faced with the youthful Harden, Kobe accelerated, driving towards him with determination. He abruptly halted, executed a behind-the-back dribble, and created space, releasing a shot with a slight lean back. The simplest of maneuvers proved to be the most effective. However, fortune was not on his side. As the shot clanged off the rim, Bynum leaped to contest the rebound, but upon noticing that Shan had not jumped, he abruptly altered his intentions, considering an offensive rebound instead. Just as Bynum was about to release the basketball midair, a resounding crash echoed throughout the arena, clear enough for everyone to hear. In an instant, Shan's formidable arm forcefully pinned the basketball against the backboard. The proximity allowed Bynum to discern the sinewy veins coursing through the arm, reminiscent of a dragon, and the rock-like musculature that seemed to envelop the ball. His fingers, resembling towering mountains, appeared to press into the basketball, gripping it with unwavering tenacity. Only at this moment did Bynum realize the magnitude of the colossal trouble he had unwittingly stumbled upon, one that was heavier than the earth and as daunting as the heavens. Shan grasped the ball with one hand, hurling it forward with the same fervor he once displayed while throwing a football. Ahead of him, Westbrook was already in motion, effortlessly catching the basketball. In a seamless transition, he transformed 3 steps into 2, soaring into the air for a thunderous slam dunk. The connection between Li Wei and the team ignited a wave of excitement among the Thunder fans, who rose to their feet, fervently cheering for their beloved team and bolstering their unstoppable morale. Fisher, with the ball in hand, signaled for Bynum to set a screen. Bynum effectively shielded Westbrook, allowing Fisher to exploit the pick and drive through, while Shan swiftly adjusted his defense. Ignoring Westbrook's attempt to recover, Bynum surged into the paint, and Fisher lofted an exceptionally high alley-oop pass to prevent Shan from intercepting it. Shan, upon witnessing such an elevated alley-oop, swiftly turned and dashed towards Bainam. If I cannot thwart the alley-oop, then I shall neutralize the one who performs it. Both Bainam and Shan leapt in succession, yet to the onlookers, it was evident that Shan's vertical leap surpassed that of Bainam. At the precise moment Bainam secured the alley-oop with both hands, Shan's right hand had already ascended from behind, grasping the basketball. Shan decisively executed an alley-oop from behind, once again denying Bainam any opportunity to score with an emphatic rejection. Phil Jackson, somewhat bewildered, exclaimed his exasperation. He promptly called a timeout and hastily substituted Bainam with DJ Mbenga. While reprimanding the dejected Bainam, Phil Jackson quickly shifted his focus to strategizing for his team. He instructed the Lakers to refrain from attacking the paint and to instead utilize pick-and-roll plays to create space for shooters. As for DJ Mbenga, his role was to simply keep Shan at bay and commit fouls when necessary. After finalizing his instructions, Kobe, although tempted to challenge Shan, suppressed his impulsive thoughts upon realizing that his team was significantly trailing the Thunder. When the teams returned to the court, the Lakers adhered to Phil Jackson's directives, avoiding drives to the basket. Odom and Mbenga frequently set screens for the other three players, creating separation. The results were somewhat acceptable, with Artest, Kobe, and Fisher making several mid-range shots. However, after a few successful attempts, Shan half-heartedly abandoned Mbenga, effectively closing down the shooting space. Shan intermittently engaged in defense, exerting considerable pressure on the Lakers players. Among them, the hot-tempered Artest found himself in utter despair as he was blocked by Shan a staggering 3 times, each time resembling a volleyball spike. This count does not account for the 2 instances where Durant thwarted his own attempts. Whenever Artest felt the urge to confront Shan in a fit of rage, he would turn and behold Shan's penetrating gaze, capable of consuming all. His expression devoid of emotion, and his physique reminiscent of an imposing mountain. The fury within him would inexplicably dissipate into thin air. Conversely, the Thunder displayed no significant defensive issues. However, on the offensive front, the players struggled to find their rhythm, their shooting touches far from their usual form. The chilling inconsistency in their shots prevented them from widening the score gap. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the halftime score stood at 58-66, with the Lakers trailing the Thunder by merely 8 points. As the halftime break concluded, both teams returned to the court. With the Thunder in possession, Westbrook slowly initiated the offense. At the baseline, Harden utilized Shan's off-ball screen, receiving a handoff from Westbrook. After passing the ball, Westbrook set a screen for Kobe, who executed a swift pivot to evade Westbrook's defense, yet was temporarily hindered. Fisher and Kobe switched their defensive assignments, quickly closing in on Harden, displaying remarkable agility. Harden maneuvered past Fisher, narrowly slipping by him. Odom, tasked with defending Ibaka, promptly provided support, while Harden composedly executed a side-handed bounce pass to Ibaka. Odom's late arrival left him a spectator as Ibaka made a close-range shot, banking it in with precision. Transitioning from defense to offense, Fisher called upon Odom for a screen. Odom successfully impeded Westbrook, allowing Fisher to drive towards the basket, while Odom remained beyond the three-point arc, drawing 2 defenders towards him. Fisher adeptly passed back to Odom, who, unguarded, unleashed a decisive three-pointer, adding valuable points to the scoreboard. Shan initiated the play, and as Westbrook traversed the half-court, he paused momentarily. Durant positioned himself at a 45-degree angle, skillfully maneuvering to evade Artest's defense, signaling for the ball. Westbrook delivered a precise pass to him. With the ball in hand, Durant pivoted towards the basket, momentarily hesitating as he sidestepped the defense. Artest, ever vigilant, reached in to disrupt. But this time Durant denied him the opportunity. With a sudden burst of acceleration and a deft change of direction, he managed to elude Artest. However, Artest quickly regained his composure and matched Durant's pace. Unfazed, Durant executed a smooth, drifting jump shot, finding nothing but net. Chapter 27, Thunder vs. Lakers Final. The Lakers regained possession, with Fisher dribbling near midcourt. Kobe, utilizing a double screen, darted into an open space for a three-pointer. Fisher delivered a direct pass to Kobe, who, upon receiving the ball, halted abruptly and executed a clean jump shot, sinking a three-pointer. The ball returned to the Thunder as Ibaka inbound to Westbrook, who advanced the ball across the court. Facing the seasoned Fisher, Westbrook called for Ibaka to set a screen before driving through the defense. Odom, keenly aware of Westbrook's aggressive approach, staunchly guarded the paint. Undeterred by the presence of defenders, Westbrook launched himself into the air for a thunderous dunk. Odom, unwilling to concede, leaped in an attempt to thwart Westbrook's assault. Yet, Odom proved no match for the ferocity of Westbrook's offensive onslaught. The resounding sound of the dunk echoed through the arena as Westbrook emphatically soared over Odom, landing with a powerful chest thump and a fierce roar. As the Lakers regained possession, Kobe seized the ball. He called for a screen from Odom and then drove towards the basket, with Ibaka trailing closely. As Kobe elevated for a layup, he noticed Ibaka poised to block. Demonstrating exceptional core strength and agility, Kobe pulled the ball back into his abdomen, twisting his body to evade Ibaka's attempt. He executed a magnificent reverse layup off the backboard, scoring with finesse. Following this basket, Kobe shot a piercing glance at Ibaka, nodding while retreating to defend. As the third quarter concluded, the gap in the score widened once more, with the team's tally standing at 78-93. Shan and Ibaka, the formidable defensive stalwarts, anchored the Thunder's interior, creating considerable discomfort for the Lakers. The Lakers found it exceedingly difficult to score effectively in the paint and from close range, while their outside shooting could not be relied upon consistently. Although there was a glimmer of hope for penetrating Ibaka's defense, Shan, with his imposing presence, seemed to extinguish any possibility of scoring. As the fourth quarter approached, Shan, draped in a towel and carrying 2 cups of water, stealthily made his way to the Lakers bench. Shan gently nudged Odom's shoulder, offering him a drink of water, then encouraged him to step aside, allowing me to listen. Odom, mistaking Shan for DJ Mbenga draped in a towel, instinctively accepted the water and made room. Shan smoothly maneuvered his way in. The Thunder fans behind us stifled their laughter, while the large screen captured this comical scene. Bynum remained lost in his own world. Odom stood nearby in a daze, sipping water, oblivious to the antics unfolding around him, as the other Lakers players paid no heed to the moment. Shan, draped in a towel, handed a bottle of water to Phil Jackson. Without lifting her head, Phil Jackson murmured a thank you and continued to banter with Kobe. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Shan boldly placed his hand on Kobe's shoulder. Phil Jackson contemplated pulling the starters to allow the substitutes to gain some cohesion. However, a divergence of opinion arose between Kobe and Phil Jackson. Kobe expressed his determination, stating that he was unwilling to concede defeat. There was still a chance, and if they persevered just a little longer, victory could be within their grasp. Shan is absolutely correct. However, Phil Jackson incisively expressed his thoughts, drawing from his own experience as a power forward before his retirement. He understands all too well the sheer terror of Shan's defense in the current league. Our offense cannot penetrate their formidable defense. We lack scoring in the paint. It is impossible for this game to revolve solely around shooting from the perimeter. Kobe, if you can manage to score even a single point against Shan's defense, we will all rally together to fight alongside you in this match. Shan, the coach's words hold some truth. At that moment, Odom turned around and discovered a robust man in a white jersey leaning against Kobe's shoulder. The jersey bore the prominently displayed name Lee. Odom was momentarily taken aback, rushing forward in an attempt to pull Shan away. Shan Tao, without a backward glance, forcefully pushed aside Odom with a swift motion of his hand, simultaneously gesturing for him to retreat to the bench and refrain from disturbing his strategic contemplation. Odom, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief, "How rude. Is this how you show politeness?" The Thunder's bench, filled with admiration, gazed at Shan with awe, erupting in a chorus of applause that resonated with profound respect. The Thunder fans, nearly beside themselves with laughter at the bench's antics, joined in the applause. Meanwhile, the Lakers, engrossed in their tactical discussions, looked up in confusion, uncertain as to why the Thunder supporters were inexplicably clapping. Shan feigned a look of confusion, glancing around at the fans of his own team alongside the Lakers. The Lakers once again lowered their heads to study their tactics. Shan, a beat behind, placed a finger to his lips, signaling to the fans to refrain from drawing attention to themselves. Phil Jackson illustrated a pick-and-roll strategy for Kobe on the tactical board. Shan boldly pointed to the 4th position on the tactical board. "Coach, I propose that we have Odom come up to set a screen for Kobe, while Mbenga moves without the ball to set a screen for either Artest or Shannon Brown, executing a cross-motion play. After the screen, Kobe can drive towards the basket. If Artest and Shannon Brown successfully create their positions, he can deliver a precise pass to them. If they fail to get open, Kobe can take on Shan one-on-one, making history, or he can pass to the mismatched Odom to exploit Westbrook. Upon hearing Shan's seemingly straightforward tactic, Phil Jackson suddenly perceived that there might be some merit to this strategy. Simplicity could indeed be the most effective means of scoring. Interesting. You certainly have a keen understanding of the game. Phil Jackson and the assembled Lakers players lifted their gazes towards the player who had just devised the strategy. In that moment, they beheld a tall individual of Chinese descent, clad in the Thunder's white home jersey, standing in the spot originally designated for Odom, wearing a sincere smile and giving a double thumbs up in approval. Instantly, dozens of players were left in a state of astonishment, all gazing blankly at the beaming Shan. Meanwhile, the fourth quarter of the game commenced. Shan hurriedly returned to the Thunder's bench, leaving a group of bewildered Lakers players frozen in place. Mbenga inquired, "What do we do now?" Phil Jackson, his expression a blend of irritation and disbelief, gazed at Mbenga. "Let us follow Lee's suggestion and give it a try." Just as Shan was preparing to re-enter the game, Westbrook leaped onto his back and cheerfully exclaimed, "You're truly amazing, Lee." Durant and Harden joined in the merriment, sharing a fist bump with Shan, while Scott chuckled and shook his head, pointing at him. "You really are quite the sly one." Upon entering the court, the Lakers had possession. Kobe orchestrated the play from the top of the arc, with Odom setting a screen, while Mbenga provided a pick for Artest off the ball. As Kobe drove towards Shan, he briefly scanned his teammates. Artest and Durant had created a slight distance, not wanting to pass to an unmarked player. Shan and Brown had not broken free either, leading to a reluctance to share the ball. "It seems I must rely on myself." Kobe shifted directions and accelerated, attempting to bypass Shan, who matched his pace, offering no quarter. Kobe, tightly guarded by Shan, attempted to pivot and elude him, but Shan retreated a step, effectively blocking Kobe's advance once more. Observing this, Kobe executed a couple of backing moves, leveraging his strength to create space away from Shan, and then took a step back for a fading jump shot. Shan advanced a step up the mountain, narrowing the distance to Kobe. With a vigorous leap, he snatched the basketball from midair with his right hand. The Thunder launched a fast break. Westbrook received Shan's pass and tossed the ball into the air for the trailing Ibaka, who soared and executed a thunderous dunk. As the teams transitioned between offense and defense, Kobe once again held the ball. After being emphatically blocked by Shan, his gaze sharpened with determination. He called out for Shan to come over, signaling his intent to take him on in a one-on-one duel. Shan joyfully exchanged defensive positions with Westbrook, while Kobe passed the ball to the adjacent Shan and Brown. Shan and Brown swiftly returned the ball to Kobe, confident that Shan would not be deceived by the triple threat stance. Kobe chose not to adopt such a posture. Instead, he dribbled the ball and accelerated, aiming to outpace Shan with his remarkably quick first step. He found Shan directly intercepting him. However, Kobe elegantly pivoted past Shan and made a beeline for the basket, executing a layup with finesse. After Shan positioned Kobe, he trailed closely behind, ever ready to execute a block. Kobe, aware of Shan's presence, accelerated his jump, intending to pivot at the baseline and deliver a thunderous dunk. Just as Kobe was about to execute the dunk, a large hand suddenly emerged from behind him, intercepting the trajectory of the basketball. Shan successfully blocked the shot once more. Kobe seized the descending basketball, pivoted, and executed a jump shot. Shan leaped as well, and for a fleeting moment, the two seemed to float in the vastness of space. In an effort to evade Shan's block, Kobe nearly reclined as he released the basketball from his grasp. Yet, once again, Shan mercilessly denied Kobe's attempt to score with his formidable shot-blocking prowess. Shan once again hurled the basketball towards Harden with the precision of a quarterback's long pass. Harden executed an elegant Euro step, deftly evading Shan and Brown's defense, and scored with a layup. Following this play, Phil Jackson called for a timeout, substituting in bench players to signal his team's capitulation. Chapter 28, Journey to Houston. As the final buzzer echoed, the game concluded with the Lakers trailing the Thunder, 103-114. Kobe approached Shan and his teammates, embracing them in a gesture of camaraderie, assuring Shan that he would reclaim his honor in the next match. During the Lakers press conference, a reporter inquired, logically, the Lakers should possess greater strength than the Thunder. Why did the team falter in this game? Phil Jackson responded with a formal demeanor, stating that the loss did not signify anything definitive. Our team still requires greater synergy in our cooperation. We all believe we can grow stronger in the future. The reporter, evidently dissatisfied with Jackson's answer, turned to the contemplative Kobe. After a moment of reflection, Kobe scratched his nose, tapped the table, and slowly articulated, "Overall, the strength between our two teams is rather balanced, perhaps a 60-40 split. We boast formidable players such as Arteist, a defensive stalwart, the versatile Odom, and the young talent Bynum, alongside myself, creating a luxurious lineup. However, our vulnerability lies within our defensive players. It is not that our defense is inadequate, but rather the opposing duo of Shan and Serge Ibaka. They are both formidable foes for any offense, especially Shan, whose defense is historically exceptional. Today, he achieved an astonishing triple-double with 12 points, 17 rebounds, and 19 blocks. The paint is dominantly his territory. When he is on the court, our players, including myself, find it nearly impossible to score effectively inside. Their partnership resembles a battlefield, with Shan and Ibaka wielding colossal shields, defending against all comers. Russell James and Kevin stand behind them like sharpshooters, waiting to strike. No one can breach their defense. It is safe to say we were thoroughly outmatched by Shan's defensive prowess. The reporters, having received the answers they sought, diligently scribbled notes in their notebooks. After a brief pause, another reporter posed a question to Kobe. "How should we address this?" Kobe pondered for a considerable time before shaking his head. "Honestly, I am uncertain how to counter Shan's defense. We will devise strategies specifically targeting him. However, the most pressing issue is our lack of dedicated training. We simply must exert more effort and increase our practice. Our abilities can certainly be enhanced." The teammates of the Oklahoma City Thunder were utterly captivated by Shan's amiable and humble demeanor, as well as his extraordinary abilities. The Thunder players generally enjoyed each other's company, spending quality time with Shan. Within the bustling confines of the locker room, the teammates engaged in cheerful conversations, celebrating Shan's remarkable triple-double achievement while also commemorating their hard-earned 4 consecutive victories at the onset of the regular season. At that moment, Scott pushed open the door to the lively locker room and approached the players with a smile. "Gentlemen, in honor of our splendid start to the regular season with this 4-game winning streak, we have the opportunity to revel in some leisure today and tomorrow, with no training sessions. However, be cautious not to overindulge. Lee, your performance today was exceptional as always. Please meet with those pesky reporters shortly. The rest of you are dismissed." Upon hearing Scott's words, the Thunder erupted in jubilant cheers. Durant and Westbrook patted Shan on the shoulder before departing the arena alongside their jubilant teammates. Shan, with a sense of resignation, shrugged his shoulders and followed in Scott's footsteps. Shan sat in his chair, gazing despondently at the sea of faces before him. After posing a series of inconsequential inquiries to Scott, the reporter swiftly redirected the focus towards the drowsy Shan. "Do you feel relieved following this match? From our observation, you seemed remarkably at ease during your final moments on the court." Upon hearing the question posed by the journalist, Shan wiped his face with his large hands in disbelief. Could it be that such an absurd question was indeed asked? It was far from a simple matter. On the contrary, it was exceedingly challenging. One might say that our victory in this match was merely a stroke of luck. The opposing Lakers possess formidable strength, and their offensive prowess posed a significant threat to us. Shan's response was rather ordinary, leaving no opportunity for the reporters to seize upon any faults. Having received the answers they sought, the reporters audaciously pressed on with their inquiries. "We noticed you appeared somewhat agitated on the court. Is it due to personal troubles or a discontent with the Lakers?" Upon hearing the question, Shan furrowed his brow, his fingers instinctively yearning to massage the tension away. Squinting, he shook his head, at a loss for words. Nearby, Scott had naturally overheard the ludicrous remark, raising a middle finger defiantly towards the journalist, before wordlessly ushering Shan away from the scene. Upon returning to the locker room, Scott lit a cigarette and patted Shan on the shoulder. "Kid, don't let those unscrupulous journalists bother you. I know they can be perpetually irritating and repugnant, but simply regard them as fools or lunatics. Relax and focus on being yourself," he advised before departing. Shan gazed at Scott's retreating figure, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, the phone nestled within his backpack emitted the sound of a ringing call. Shan glanced at his phone and noticed an unfamiliar number. Could it be yet another tedious collaboration? It seems he urgently needs to find an agent. Shan answered the phone, and a voice, both familiar and unfamiliar, resonated from the other end. "Hello, is this Shan? This is Dayo." Upon receiving a call from Dayo, Shan was so elated that he nearly dropped his phone. "Hello, Dayo, this is Shan. He glanced at the regular season schedule and noted that you would be visiting the Houston Rockets in 3 days. I took the liberty of requesting your number from your coach a few days ago. I hope you won't hold it against me. It's nothing. These are trivial matters. By the way, I went ahead and purchased a first-class plane ticket for you, hoping you would arrive in Houston sooner. I heard from Teacher Zhang that your free throw performance has not been commendable, and I wanted to lend you a hand. Furthermore, I have been frequently dreaming lately, with many individuals in my dreams urging me to help you find an agent. Previously, I had an agreement with Colin Pan, wherein I recommended him to represent the next player from Huaxia. Upon hearing the words on the telephone, Shan was instantly filled with elation, as it presented an opportunity to resolve 2 issues at once. He readily acquiesced to De Yao's proposal. Chapter 29. The 2 giants extend a special favor to Shan. Upon receiving his plane ticket, Shan quickly gathered his belongings, took his cat, and boarded the flight to Houston. After approximately an hour or 2, he emerged from the airport with his feline companion. Just as he was about to hail a taxi, a man of American descent pulled up in a large SUV and greeted Shan in fluent Mandarin. Shan, I am Colin Pan. De Yao is injured and currently recuperating at home, so he sent me to pick you up. Shan looked at Colin Pan, whose face was etched with resentment and fury, filled with confusion. Was the injury truly that severe? Indeed, they had insisted that Yao Ming gain weight, coupled with some despicable acts directed towards him. His brow, nose, chin, arms, abdomen, knees, and toes. There was not a single part of his body that remained unscathed. I have never witnessed anyone within the entire NBA subjected to such brutal treatment. This is utterly inhumane. Colin Pan pounded the steering wheel in anger. Standing up for Yao Ming, Shan furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a moment, lost in contemplation. Alas, expressing any grievances would be of no avail. It was best to board the vehicle first. O'Neal, having just concluded a game, journeyed directly via private jet to De Yao's residence. Upon hearing of Shan's imminent arrival, he was filled with surprise and joy, eager to meet him. After a brief drive of several dozen minutes, the 2 arrived at the entrance of De Yao's home. Upon pushing the door open, they were greeted by the sight of a robust black man seated on the sofa, relishing a generous serving of mashed potatoes with a fork in hand. De Yao was comfortably perched on a single sofa, engaging in conversation with the man, while 2 crutches leaned against the sofa. Yao, Shaq, Shan has arrived. O'Neal turned around, smiling and giving a thumbs up to Shan with the fork in his hand. Welcome. De Yao also turned, greeting Shan warmly. Shan, you've come. Find a place to sit. There are no formalities here. Just make yourself at home. Shan, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and, cradling the cat, settled beside Colin Pan. Big brother Yao, this is Dr. Shaquille O'Neal, he replied. Upon hearing Shan's introduction, Colin Pan was taken aback, while Yao Ming chuckled and applauded. O'Neal gazed at Shan with disbelief. Wow, I can hardly believe you actually know who I am. And most people have forgotten I hold a doctorate. This is truly astonishing. Shan glanced at O'Neal with a hint of embarrassment. In the year 2000, my father took me to Louisiana State University and taught me, at the tender age of 11, the art of wooing young ladies. You were remarkably muscular back then, and I vividly recall you donning your graduation attire while posing for photographs alongside others. After Shan finished speaking, the other 3 seemed to fall into a silence, as if ensnared by the combined presence of Garen and Arthur. After a brief moment of quietude, they collectively raised their thumbs in approval towards Shan. The 4 of them then engaged in a delightful conversation, covering a plethora of topics ranging from external matters to internal happenings and various pieces of gossip. Eventually, as their discussion began to wind down, Colin Pan and Shan finalized a contract with the same terms as Yao Ming's agent. Following the signing, Colin Pan excused himself to attend to other matters, while the 3 slowly made their way to Yao Ming's regular basketball training venue. When I watched your game footage, it appeared as though you fell victim to the Mount Tai tactic. Your free throw shooting seemed rather lacking. Would you like me to teach you? Shaquille O'Neal, with one hand gripping the basketball, flashed a confident smile at Shan, raising an eyebrow. Yao Ming couldn't help but cover his face with one hand, stifling a laugh. Oh my, Shaq, are you serious? Teaching him free throws will only condemn him for life. O'Neal looked at the beaming Yao Ming with a faint sense of grievance. I made 7 out of 10 free throws yesterday with the Cavaliers. That's a commendable performance. Yao Ming gestured towards the free throw line, prompting O'Neal to demonstrate his shooting skills. O'Neal puffed out his chest, exuding confidence as he approached the free throw line. He dribbled twice and released the ball. The crisp sound of it swishing through the net echoed. O'Neal silently flaunted his prowess, patting his chest triumphantly, while Shan retrieved the ball for another pass. O'Neal took another shot. Clang. Failing to apply sufficient force, the ball hit the front of the rim. He collected the ball and tried again. Clang. This time, he exerted too much power, hitting the back of the rim. Clang. The shot veered off to the side, striking the side of the rim. As O'Neal wiped the cold sweat from his brow, Shan passed the ball to him once more. O'Neal dribbled in place, licked his lips, and took a shot. It missed entirely. O'Neal's expression, already somber, deepened into a frown so dark that his features seemed nearly indistinguishable, observing the two beside him stifling their laughter. O'Neal seized the basketball and slammed it down onto the floor with great force. The ball rebounded and, with a resounding thud, struck O'Neal's face. He fell to the ground, covering his face and emitting a low groan reminiscent of an elderly man. "Oh, no. I covered lunch today. Please, let us keep this incident between us." Shan and Yao exchanged a knowing smile as Shan helped O'Neal to his feet. Yao handed his crutches to Shan, picked up a basketball, and positioned himself at the free throw line. "Shan, I have watched your videos, and it seems your strength is quite formidable. However, your shooting touch appears to require refinement, as nearly every shot lands near the rim. What you need to focus on now is consistency. Typically, you glance at the basket, dribble a couple of times, and then shoot. You might consider slowing down a bit. Dribble 5 times, ensuring your fingers, rather than your palms, grip the ball. Then, elevate the ball before you. Pause to ascertain the basket's position, stabilize yourself, and finally release the ball." Having conveyed this advice, Yao bent down and executed 5 dribbles in place. As he lifted the basketball, he raised his head in unison, allowing the ball to come to a halt before him. Finally, he shot with impeccable form, sending the basketball soaring through the air. Swish, a crisp sound echoed as the ball smoothly found its way through the net. Shan retrieved the ball and passed it back to Yao. Yao raised his hand and scored once more, successfully converting 5 consecutive free throws. Shaquille O'Neal, eyes shut, averted his gaze from Yao. "Am I envious? Not in the slightest. It's merely a free throw, what of it? Life continues without them. Besides, free throws lack excitement. I harbor no envy, none whatsoever." Shan gazed in bewilderment at the basketball and the hoop, feeling that they appeared particularly obedient in the presence of Yao Ming. Yao Ming accepted the crutches handed to him by Shan, gesturing for him to give it a try. Shan grasped the basketball and emulated the technique of the great Yao Ming as he took his shot. The ball first struck the back rim, ricocheted off the side rim, and ultimately descended into the net. Shan gazed intently at the bouncing basketball. He dashed forward to seize the ball and attempted once more. Swish. This time, it effortlessly found the net. "Remarkable. It seems you have mastered a crash course. Personal experience confirms, my current shooting percentage is between 60 and 75, whereas it used to be merely 20 to 40. Shan widened his eyes, utterly incredulous as he gazed at his hands. Yao and O'Neal burst into laughter, thoroughly amused by Shan's reaction. After engaging in playful antics for a while longer, Yao decided to take a break and left the training ground. Leaving the two behind, O'Neal patted Shan on the shoulder and inquired, "Would you like to learn my signature technique? As an ancient Chinese saying goes, having more money does not weigh one down. What do you say?" "Sure. And it's actually having more skills does not weigh one down. Though having more money can also be quite liberating," Shan replied. O'Neal chuckled, tossing a large training pad to Shan for him to wear. "Let me teach you my foundational technique from my youth. First, position yourself low and back against your defender, reaching for the ball. Once you have possession, hold the ball with both hands and perform a high sweeping motion with it, ensuring that your upper arms and shoulders lean against the defender. Use your strength to overpower them and execute a powerful pivot, creating space for an easy dunk." As O'Neal demonstrated in slow motion, he clearly articulated each step. While the execution appeared straightforward, the nuances were challenging. When sweeping the ball, it should ideally be positioned behind the head, and the upper arms must be elevated to avoid being called for an elbow foul. The use of the upper arms and shoulders was meant to obstruct the defender's attempts to steal the ball. When pivoting, it is essential to use one's body to create space by nudging the defender, effectively pushing them away. The dunk itself should involve placing the ball behind the head before leaping. The defender, being pressed against the backboard and the rim, would find it impossible to jump and block the shot, resulting in a successful dunk. O'Neal elucidated the technique with clarity, and Shan eagerly absorbed this knowledge of finishing moves. Taking the initiative, O'Neal picked up a foam pad to serve as Li Shan's practice partner, encouraging him to give it a try. Li Shan, with his back against O'Neal, executed a soaring slam dunk with remarkable finesse. The speed of his movement was so swift that O'Neal barely had time to react, and the force of the play sent foam flying onto Li Shan, resulting in a successful and one. O'Neal gazed at Li Shan in disbelief. The speed of his spin, the elevation of his jump, and his remarkable growth potential left O'Neal utterly astonished, as if the post move was custom designed for Li Shan. Elated, O'Neal took Li Shan aside to teach him another skill. He explained that if the game extended and stamina waned, players could resort to a short-range finger roll or a soft hook shot. This skill is essential for any interior player, and those he had faced had likely employed it. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Li Shan, who rendered their true prowess ineffective. O'Neal, with his back to the basket, dribbled, spun towards the hoop, and elevated his arm to release the ball, successfully banking it in. He added, "If we miss our shot and the ball comes our way, we can go for a follow-up dunk." O'Neal demonstrated the finger roll again, deliberately hitting the front rim before leaping to secure the rebound and finishing with a dunk. "Phew, getting older makes it harder to stay agile," he remarked. He then demonstrated a low body turn to evade interference while misleading the defender's judgment, using his free hand to shield the ball effectively, before leaping to execute a banked hook shot. "Now, it's your turn to give it a try." Li Shan certainly would not miss this opportunity for learning. Diligently practicing the half-hook shot training imparted by O'Neal in a one-to-one imitation akin to a gourd painting a gourd. Subsequently, he intentionally missed several shots, leaping from outside the paint, catching the ball midair, and executing a thunderous dunk. O'Neal, observing the young man before him, chuckled and shook his head. This fellow is evolving remarkably quickly. In the following period, O'Neal instructed Li Shan in various techniques to confront larger interior players. Techniques such as baseline spin dunks and powerful, ground-shaking dunks were among those he imparted. O'Neal urged Li Shan to repeat these moves several times to establish muscle memory. Li Shan's explosive and continuous slam dunks left O'Neal utterly astonished. Yet, he felt that something was amiss and hurriedly called for Li Shan to stop. "Li, don't dunk like that. Pass the ball to me, and do it like this." O'Neal took the basketball, dribbled a short distance, positioned the ball behind his head, spread his legs apart, and unleashed a powerful dunk that ravaged the rim. He then tossed the ball back to Li Shan, encouraging him to give it another try. After receiving the ball, Li Shan dribbled a considerable distance before launching himself into a powerful slam dunk. With a resounding crash, the poor basketball hoop could no longer withstand the force of the two players and was forcefully dismantled by Li Shan, who clasped it in his hands. The glass shattered into countless fragments, cascading down upon the fallen Li Shan like delicate snowflakes. Chapter 30. Daily life. The resounding crash of Li Shan's fall and the shattering of the backboard echoed throughout the entire house. Just moments after taking a brief respite, Yao Ming, upon hearing the commotion, hurriedly leaned on his crutch and made his way toward the training court. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld Shaquille O'Neal assisting Li Shan to his feet, who was gripping the seemingly weeping hoop with his right hand, brushing off shards of glass from his body. Yao Ming exclaimed in bewilderment, "What on earth has transpired? My hoop. Who is responsible for this?" Shaquille quickly withdrew his hand from supporting Li Shan and distanced himself, discreetly indicating towards Li Shan with one hand. "It was Li Shan. He is the culprit." Li Shan. "However, Shaq has also indulged." "O'Neal, what? This is slander. It is nothing but blatant defamation." As lunchtime arrived, O'Neal casually ordered a lavish meal worth around $30,000, featuring exquisite dishes such as pure acorn with smoked veal brisket and smoked veal ribs. Shortly after placing his order, O'Neal's phone rang. "Hello? Yes. I merely treated myself to a lunch." "Nonsense. My credit card has been frozen. What's wrong with spending $30,000 on lunch? Unfreeze my card. It is my money, and I shall spend it as I please." Li Shan gazed at O'Neal with a hint of disbelief, then turned to glance inquiringly at Yao Ming. Yao patted Li Shan on the shoulder, reassuring him. "It's quite normal. You'll get used to it. Shaq is like that, though this time he has shown a bit of restraint. A few years back, during one of his outings, he spent over $70,000 at the supermarket on clothes and socks, and it felt as though he nearly emptied the store." Li Shan nodded slightly, while Shaka clasped his hands towards Li Shan, raising an eyebrow with a hint of playful arrogance. After indulging in a satisfying lunch, the three of them collapsed onto the sofa, clutching their bellies in contentment. "Xiao Shan, I might have to retire," Yao suddenly declared, his complex statement causing both of his companions to turn towards him, their expressions reflecting his unwillingness to accept this reality. As the silence lingered and they struggled to find the right words to comfort him, Diao continued, regardless of the nature of the injuries. They represent a formidable hurdle that every athlete must confront. Since entering the league in 2002 and now in 2009, I have suffered a staggering 18 injuries over nearly 8 years, with various ailments continuously undermining my health. I fear I can no longer endure within the league. The two remained silent, at a loss for how to console someone as despondent as Diao, a once-peak athlete now facing forced retirement due to injuries. Diao propped himself up and slowly retreated to his room for a nap, while O'Neal slumped on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Shan is in a similar situation. Lee, my purpose for coming to this side of Diao is to provide some guidance. I advised him to temporarily set aside the ordinary events in Huaxia and focus on nurturing his health. Furthermore, though I lack the authority to dictate, I feel compelled to mention that Diao needs to lose weight. He currently weighs 310.5 pounds, 141 kilograms, while I am at 325 pounds, 147 kilograms. He does not possess my knee strength, and such considerable weight could overwhelm him. I discovered this information, and, although it is difficult to believe, it appears to be accurate based on my findings. Should there be any inaccuracies, please inform me, and I shall rectify them immediately. I have attempted to persuade him, yet he declined. I recognize that my suggestions may seem burdensome, but I now implore you to attempt to persuade Diao. O'Neal, typically known for his humor, regarded Shan with an unusually serious expression. Shan did not immediately acquiesce, as he lacked confidence in his ability to persuade Diao. However, he did possess a strategy to address Diao's injury concerns. I may not be able to convince Diao to refrain from participating in certain commonplace domestic events, for I am aware of his profound sense of national pride, and I am uncertain whether he has entered into any inequitable contracts. Nevertheless, I can certainly discuss Diao's injury situation with my family. Chapter 31, Rockets vs. Thunder. Shan converged with the Thunder's young talents. During their training session, he showcased the reliable free throw technique that Yao Ming had imparted to him. Durant and Westbrook, along with their companions, gazed at Shan with incredulity, scrutinizing him intently. Subsequently, the four retreated 3 steps in unison, their vigilant eyes fixed upon him. Westbrook amusingly mimicked a police officer, shouting at Shan, "Halt! Do not move. Raise your hands. Quickly reveal your identity. You are certainly not Shan. His free throw record cannot possibly be 3 out of 5. It must be 5 out of 10. Confess your motives. Everything you say from this moment will be used as evidence in court. For his free throw percentage can only be 1 in 10. The surrounding onlookers laughed heartily in agreement. Exactly. It feels as though Yao Ming is donning Shan's skin. The free throw motion is identical. Yao, quickly shed your Shan disguise. Let us go indulge in some beer. Shan. The date is now November 7th. The Houston Rockets are set to host the Oklahoma City Thunder. The starting lineups for both teams are as follows. Houston Rockets: Aaron Brooks, point guard; Trevor Ariza, small forward; Shane Battier, small forward power forward; Luis Scola, power forward center; Chuck Hayes, power forward center. As for the Thunder, their formidable 5 include Westbrook, Harden, Durant, Shan, and Ibaka. Both teams are preparing to tip off. As the referee tosses the ball high into the air, Ibaka and Hayes leap simultaneously, with Ibaka managing to tap the basketball towards the rear. Shan executed a swift pass beneath his legs to the waiting Westbrook, who adeptly received the ball and pivoted to orchestrate the offense. Aware of Ariza's formidable defensive prowess, Westbrook deftly directed the ball to Durant. Facing Battier, who possessed equally commendable defensive skills, Durant did not linger in contemplation. He initiated a right-side drive, abruptly halting to create space between himself and Battier before launching a clean jump shot. Battier, unable to provide timely assistance, watched as Durant's mid-range shot found the mark with unwavering precision. With the Rockets now in possession, Brooks held the ball at the arc, while Scola advanced to set a screen. As Brooks maneuvered through the pick, he was intercepted midway by Westbrook, who deflected the ball to Scola at the top of the arc. Shan spread his arms in defense while Scola elevated the basketball, surveying the movements of his teammates. Ariza, utilizing a double screen, sprinted into an open position beyond the arc. Scola promptly located his unmarked teammate. Ariza launched a three-pointer from his unguarded stance, seamlessly finding the net in response. As the offense transitioned to defense, Westbrook observed that the opposing team was initiating a tactical offensive. Determined to counter with a strategy of his own, Westbrook dribbled with one hand at the top of the arc, raising the other high and flicking two fingers. The four players from the Thunder understood precisely what was expected of them. Harden and Durant maneuvered to the right corner, while Ibaka moved to the left corner. Shan swiftly set a screen for Westbrook, effectively clearing his path. As Westbrook accelerated following the pick, he seamlessly penetrated towards the basket. Scola, having studied the synergy between Lee and Wei, momentarily impeded Westbrook, granting Brooks the opportunity to catch up before promptly returning to guard Shan. Brooks adeptly evaded Lee's screen, successfully staying on Westbrook's tail. Observing that Scola was preoccupied defending Shan, Westbrook audaciously launched an alley-oop. At that moment, Hayi, positioned at the baseline, quickly shifted to provide assistance to Shan, resulting in a well-coordinated double team. All three players leaped simultaneously, vying for the alley-oop pass. Shan was the first to secure the basketball, yet the relentless double team left him in considerable discomfort, forcing him to transition from a dunk to a dribble. During this attempted alley-oop, the ball disappointingly clanged against the rim and rebounded away. The three players, seizing the opportunity presented by the loose ball, leaped once more to contest for possession. Shan seized the airborne basketball with remarkable swiftness, enveloping it in both hands while firmly grounding his body against Scola. Like a nuclear bomb descending to the earth, he unleashed a powerful slam towards the hoop. Boom. The master of rebounds. Bro. Shan touched down, smiling as he proudly raised his biceps, showcasing his immense strength. Chapter 32, Rockets vs. Thunder, Part 2. Brooks found Battier at the top of the arc, who then passed the ball to Ariza. Ariza, with the ball, attempted to penetrate Harden's defense, but was halted at mid-range. Ariza sought to back down and overpower Harden. Yet the latter's lower body strength was beyond what Ariza could handle. At least 3 Kardashians would be required to match it. Ariza was forced to stop as he was rebuffed. Promptly passing to Scola, who had positioned himself at the arc. Scola lobbed the ball into the paint to Hayes. Hayes established position against Ibaka, mimicking Yao Ming's signature move, executing a low-post hook shot that kissed the backboard and found its mark. Harden, stationed at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, initiated a solo play, employing a series of crossovers to evade his defender. He swiftly changed direction, accelerating to breach the defense, then came to a sudden halt to create space before launching a three-point shot. Ariza's attempt to provide help came too late, failing to sufficiently disrupt the shot. However, the basketball rimmed out. Shan positioned himself adeptly, securing the rebound and swiftly passing the ball to the distant Harden. Harden initiated his drive, accelerating, yet was unable to elude Ariza. With his back against Ariza, Harden utilized his slight weight advantage, executing a couple of pivots before leveraging his momentum into a fadeaway jump shot. Regrettably, Harden's shooting rhythm remained elusive. In the paint, 4 players vied for the rebound. And once again, Shan showcased his tenacity, elevating to claim the basketball. As the 4 players descended, Ibaka withdrew from the fray, opting not to complicate matters for Shan. The 3 remaining players leapt again in pursuit, and Shan propelled the ball into the air once more. As they landed, Shan sprang back up, seizing the rebound mid-air, and promptly returned it to Harden, accompanied by a resolute gaze that seemed to communicate, "The rebound is mine. You need only focus on scoring." Harden's eyes deepened with determination as he received the ball, rising up against Ariza's formidable defense for a clean jumper. The crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated, securing 2 points. Applause erupted from the bench, teammates expressing their encouragement for both Harden and Shan. As they retreated on defense, Harden and Shan synchronously bumped fists, a sign of camaraderie. In the transition from offense to defense, Ariza held the ball, passing it to Brooks in the corner, who called for a pick from Scola. After utilizing the screen, Brooks sought to penetrate, but upon Shan's timely help defense, he immediately kicked the ball out to the moving Battier. Battier, receiving the double screen from Hayes and Ariza, took a mid-range jumper near the free throw line. Unfortunately, the ball struck the back iron, failing to find the mark. Ibaka collected the rebound and handed it off to Westbrook, who launched a fast break. All 10 players raced forward, as the Thunder aimed for a quick transition, but the Rockets swiftly quelled the opportunity. Westbrook, raising a hand in frustration, resigned to a half-court battle. Shan set a screen for Harden in the corner, who positioned himself beyond the three-point line, ready to receive the pass. At that moment, Westbrook caught sight of Harden's movement and glanced towards Durant in the corner, yet his hand swiftly propelled the ball towards the vacant Harden. As Harden secured the ball and prepared to accelerate for a breakthrough, a hand abruptly struck the basketball from his grasp. Caught off guard, Harden could only watch as the ball slipped from his control. Ariza seized the opportunity, collecting the stolen ball, and dashed forward, leaving everyone behind in a swift counterattack. Just as Harden was ready to defend, he suddenly felt a rush of wind pass beside him. Shan, with his head bowed, accelerated into a vigorous run, showcasing an astonishing speed for his substantial physique, visibly closing the distance between himself and Ariza. The other four members of the Thunder chose not to defend, placing their faith in Shan and his suffocating defense. Ariza dashed into the paint, only to be incredulously confronted by Shan, who had rapidly approached from the side. Noticing that the distance was still manageable, Ariza leapt with the ball in hand, preparing to deliver a powerful two-handed dunk. However, in a remarkable display of agility, Shan closed the gap once more, astonishingly matching Ariza's airborne ascent with an incredible leap. Shan's powerful hands soared through the air, making direct contact with the basketball, resulting in an intense clash of muscles. Under the astonished gaze of over 10,000 fans, Shan executed a block reminiscent of a thunderous slam, effectively thwarting the dunk attempt. Ariza landed awkwardly, stumbling back several steps amidst the incredulous gasps of Rocket supporters, before losing his footing and collapsing onto the court. With a bewildered expression and vacant eyes, he stared blankly at the floor of the Rockets arena, utterly perplexed. How could this be? How could he possibly keep up? Was it conceivable that he had been raised on a diet of LeBron James? Upon witnessing this scene, Shan swiftly passed the basketball to the approaching Durant. Approaching Ariza, who was seated on the ground, he bent down and extended a hand, hoping to assist him in rising. Are you all right? Do you need help? Ariza, momentarily dazed, lifted his head to gaze at this fellow compatriot Yao, shaking his head with a smile as he grasped Shan's outstretched hand. I'm fine. I'm quite well, in fact. Exceedingly happy. You are truly remarkable. Chapter 32, Rockets vs. Thunder, Part 3. The two teams exchanged relentless efforts, and among the 10 players on the court, excluding Westbrook, Harden, Durant, and Brooks, the remaining 6 were all defensive stalwarts. The Rockets declared, while you, Shan and Ibaka, torment us, we shall return the favor. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 20-22, with the Rockets trailing by a mere 2 points. It was evident that each player's shooting touch was rather mediocre. With each mid-range shot exchanged, the fans were on the verge of slumber. Yet the occasional three-pointer or block invigorated the crowd at the Toyota Center, awakening them with renewed enthusiasm. Shan, feeling the chill of the court, observed that the Rockets players were utterly unyielding, failing to penetrate the defense. Brooks and Ariza excelled in three-point shooting, while Battier demonstrated remarkable proficiency in mid-range shots. Hayes and Scola rarely engaged in post-play, opting instead for pick-and-rolls or receiving the ball at the arc to orchestrate the offense. Shan surprisingly managed only 3 blocks in the first quarter, and those were earned as he drew the defense out to the perimeter. Upon returning to the bench, he did not accept the towel offered by Jeff Green. Instead, he smiled wryly and pointed to his forehead, which bore no trace of sweat. As he settled onto the bench, he quickly donned his training gear to keep warm, wary of catching a chill from the arena's air conditioning. Scott was in the midst of explaining tactical maneuvers when he suddenly noticed Shan shivering nearby. He hastily concluded his discussion and took a seat beside Shan. My child, what is the matter? It feels as though you were playing on the court as if you had just swum in a frozen lake. Shan bitterly rubbed his forehead, feeling a profound sense of ennui on the court. None of them dared to enter the fray, and I had only managed to secure 3 blocks in the first quarter. I was reluctant to let anyone slip past me. After all, Scola possessed a remarkable mid-range shot. Without defensive blocks, it felt as though my very soul was being gradually eroded by an encroaching chill. Scott gazed at this remorseful young man in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Do you hear yourself? Only 3 blocks. Are you serious? Scott's expression shifted swiftly as he sought to comfort Shan. Hey, kid. How about I set you up with some low-post plays and high-percentage isolation? Didn't you learn a few tricks from Shaq a few days ago? Why not showcase the unique ferocity and explosive power that is distinctly yours to the world? Shan incredulously raised his head, gazing at the beaming Scott, his eyes questioning in bewilderment. Really? You say my ball-handling skills are the worst in the league, possibly leading to turnovers? Scott, with a nonchalant wave of his hand, replied indifferently, nonsense. Just play freely. Without a star player on the Rockets, this should be a secure victory. However, the game ultimately ended with an 11-point defeat. As Westbrook exploded for 33 points, Durant contributed 27, and Jeff Green and Naynard were overwhelmed by Scola and Landry. Scott summoned his disciples, imparting a few simple isolation plays to Shan before preparing to take the court. The Thunder's lineup consisted of Westbrook, Cephalosha, Livingston, Shan, and Naynard. The Rockets fielded Kyle Lowry, Chase Budinger, Ariza, Carl Landry, and David Anderson. Just before the game commenced, Shan joyfully approached the scorer's table. As Westbrook was tightening his shoelaces in preparation to enter the game, Scott grasped his arm firmly. "Russell, if Lee's performance becomes unbearable to watch, refrain from running isolation plays for him." Westbrook scratched his head and nodded in agreement. Returning to the court, the Rockets gained possession. Lowry passed the ball to Budinger, who, utilizing Ariza's screen, penetrated the paint with a deft floater that eluded Naynard's block, the basketball swishing through the net. Naynard initiated the play, passing to Westbrook. Shan executed the isolation play Scott had assigned him, moving to the top of the arc to receive a handoff from Westbrook. Naynard, Livingston, Cephalosha, and Westbrook positioned themselves along the baseline, clearing ample space at the top of the arc and in the paint for Shan's isolation. Shan cradled the ball in his hands, a broad, innocent grin illuminating his face. Landry, with arms outstretched, attempted to thwart his defense, but was momentarily unsettled by Shan's unexpected, carefree smile. The players on the Rockets bench gazed in disbelief at Shan's solitary offensive maneuver at the arc. Meanwhile, the Rockets fans witnessed, for the first time, this young man from Huaxia, renowned for his defensive prowess yet often criticized for his lackluster offense, embark on an authentic solo attack, prompting an astonished cheer to erupt from the crowd, rallying support for the young talent. Shan briefly outlined the three threats, indicating his imminent intention to engage in singles competition. Landry rolled up his pant leg, displaying an exceedingly fierce expression, and struck the floor with a resounding thud, spreading his arms wide in anticipation of Shan's attack. Shan, with a series of swift changes in direction, sought to establish his rhythm. Subsequently, he unleashed his explosive physical prowess, accelerating fiercely to the right, effortlessly bypassing Landry by a considerable margin with his initial stride. Landry, taken aback, hastened to match Shan's speed, pressing his body closely against him, extending his large hand in an attempt to intercept the ball. Shan executed a sudden and rapid stop-and-turn maneuver, skillfully bypassing Landry, who was caught off guard and rendered immobile in his position. Shan soared effortlessly towards the unguarded hoop, launching from the free throw line. B00M. Shan's powerful two-handed dunk thundered into the basket with the force of 1,000 pounds. The fervent Rockets fans in attendance, witnessing this display of sheer athleticism, became utterly enamored with this towering young man. An eruption of jubilation swept through the crowd as they raised their arms and cheered his name. Meanwhile, the players on the Rockets bench stood in astonishment, mouths agape at the sight of Shan hanging from the rim. Notably, Rockets head coach Rick Adelman saw in Shan the echoes of the dominant force that was Shaquille O'Neal, a man who rendered defenses helpless from 1996 to 2003, ruling over the league's interior with an iron fist. Shan pulled up the rim and leaped back to the ground, exuberantly throwing his head back in a roar of triumph. As the momentum shifted and the Rockets seized possession, Landry positioned himself at a 45-degree angle, eagerly signaling for the ball, intent on reclaiming his honor. Without hesitation, Lowry deftly lofted the ball to him. Landry, with his back to Shan, opted not to attempt to post up, fully aware that Shan's strength is widely recognized as among the top 3 in the league. As Landry pivoted to receive the ball, seeking to engage Shan, the latter remained unfazed. A swift change of direction to the right was promptly thwarted by Shan, who effectively stymied Landry's advances. With a deft dribble, Landry shifted his weight and maneuvered around Shan's outstretched arm, making a quick drive from the baseline for a reverse layup. Alas, he was met with Shan's imposing presence, who swatted the basketball against the backboard with a resounding force. Shan passed the ball to Westbrook and swiftly moved to a familiar spot just outside the left side of the paint, reaching out once more for the ball. This time, it was a low-post isolation play orchestrated by Scott. Observing that they were still ahead in the score, Westbrook lofted the ball to Shan, directing the other 3 players to spread out to the perimeter, thereby clearing the lane. Shan, with a smile, leaned against Landry, raising the ball high above his head, signaling Landry to be prepared. Landry immediately used one hand to block Shan while raising the other hand to assume a defensive stance. Shan executed a sweeping turn from a high position toward the basket, compelling Landry to slightly retreat under the pressure. He then delivered a powerful move to the right, pivoting with force to push Landry beyond the baseline. Shan once again confronted the vacant hoop, soaring through the air to execute a powerful dunk. Landry, momentarily contemplating a defensive effort as he was pushed out of bounds, swiftly retreated upon witnessing Shan's explosive leap and ferocious slam. Boom. Another 2 points effortlessly secured. Chapter 33, Rockets vs. Thunder Finale. During halftime, the score stood at 41-52, with the Rockets trailing behind the Thunder. Rick Adelman realized that he had no key players available. Even the star athletes were unable to lead the team effectively. While Scola could still orchestrate plays from the top of the arc, it was of little consequence against the Thunder's formidable lineup. With no viable alternatives, Rick Adelman instructed Brooks to continue as point guard while Ariza engaged in off-ball movement, emphasizing the necessity of taking open three-point shots. Badier remained at small forward, acting as a floor coach, constantly adjusting tactics. Landry, playing power forward, could establish a presence in the paint, while Scola facilitated playmaking from the arc, executing pick-and-rolls from the perimeter. Rick Adelman's strategy seemed to treat the Thunder as mere practice opponents, subtly signaling his capitulation. Scott, naturally, accepted Adelman's surrender, yet, for the sake of caution, aimed to allow the Rockets some leeway while simultaneously honing his own tactics. Thus, he sought to minimize Shan's opportunities for shot blocking from the perimeter as much as possible, due to Nenad's dismal performance at center. With a woeful shooting percentage of 1 for 8, Scott felt a surge of frustration and promptly benched the underperforming Nenad. This allowed Shan to take on the center position. After a few dunks, Shan found little excitement in this role and was instead assigned the task of securing rebounds and facilitating ball movement. Harden was designated as the point guard to spearhead the offense, while Harden, Cephalosha, Durant, and Ibaka focused on finding their rhythm from beyond the arc. Three-pointers or long mid-range shots were on the table, with Harden and Durant occasionally executing drive-and kick strategies. Shan patted his chest twice, accepting the task at hand. The others nodded in agreement. Back on the court, the Rockets regained possession. Scola orchestrated the play from the top of the arc, while several Rockets players executed a flurry of frantic movements and screens. The Thunder, showing respect, eased off their shot-blocking defense, yet they still maintained their vigilance. Ultimately, a hasty three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Westbrook leaped to secure the rebound and initiated the offensive push himself. Shan awaited inside the paint while his teammates maneuvered outside. Harden received the ball, extended his arms, and took a shot. It clanged off the rim, falling short. Shan established position and secured the offensive rebound, subsequently passing it to Ibaka in the corner. Ibaka, with swift determination, drove in and executed a sudden jump shot, only to once again hit the back iron. Scola, positioned advantageously, leaped to grab the rebound, but Shan, from behind, deftly tapped the ball back. Rising once more to secure the board, Shan once again passed the ball to Durant at a 45-degree angle. Without even a moment's hesitation to feint, Durant simply raised his hand to take the shot. As Shan anticipated the arrival of work, he turned to once more observe the trajectory of the rebound. Under the basketball board, Scola gazed at Shan with a look of resignation, his body pressing against him in an attempt to establish a position. However, it proved futile. Shan deftly sidestepped, extending his foot to secure a reverse position against Scola, effortlessly claiming the rebound once more. Scola exclaimed, "I bought a watch last year." Shan faced the hoop, choosing not to execute a direct dunk. Instead, he passed the ball once more to Durant on the perimeter. This time, Durant showed no hesitation, sending the basketball through the net with a flawless swish. Shan relentlessly secured several offensive rebounds, leaving Scola utterly bewildered. In a moment of exasperation, he shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of innocence towards his teammates. It was truly impossible to contain this relentless force. He was even outmatched in rebounding. The teams exchanged tactical plays with fervor as the Rockets missed a shot and the Thunder capitalized with a score. By the third quarter, the Thunder had established a commanding lead of over 20 points, prompting them to withdraw all their starters. Shan returned to the bench, receiving a training outfit handed to him by an assistant coach before taking a seat on the stool. Shan suddenly fell backward, and a tall boy wearing a skull mask approached, steadying Shan's shoulder. "Hey, Shans, how have you been lately? Why have you written so little?" "I've been busy registering for competitions these past few days. Besides, there's hardly anything to write about the Rockets from 2009. Brooks and Ariza are excellent three-point shooters, while Battier and the others are primarily defenders. It's challenging to craft a narrative around three-point shooting. With McGrady injured and Yao hurt, it would have been much better if the Rockets had a player capable of breaking through defenses. Chapter 34, The Journey Home. The personnel from 2K arrived. After the game between the Rockets and the Thunder concluded, Shan tidied up his belongings and headed straight to Yao's home. Upon entering, Yao celebrated Shan's recent victory, noting that they had effortlessly secured 5 consecutive wins at the start of the regular season. Yao, I just defeated your team. Why are you so jubilant about my 5-game winning streak? Oh, it's nothing. After this match against you, they should learn a great deal. Your defense, offense, and teamwork will greatly benefit them. Yao smiled as he settled into the sofa, and Shan nodded thoughtfully. Brother Yao, I contacted my 7th uncle. He and his traditional Chinese medicine team can come to Houston to help treat your injuries. Also, with the World Championships approaching in August 2010 in Turkey, I was contemplating our national team's starting lineup. Center Yao, power forward either me or Lien, small forward Sun Yu, shooting guard Wang Shipong, and point guard Lu Wei. This ensemble surely has the potential to bring home some accolades from the championships. Just thinking about it is exciting. For now, Brother Yao, you should focus on resting. Shan joyfully shared his plans for the coming year with De Yao, who listened patiently to his words. Subsequently, with a wry smile, De Yao shook his head and touched his thigh, uttering an exceptionally weighty statement. But, Xiao Shan, can I truly recover? Shan was momentarily taken aback by De Yao's words, observing the reluctant expression on De Yao's face. He contemplated for a moment before placing his hands firmly on De Yao's shoulders, gazing into his eyes with unwavering conviction. Brother De Yao, you may choose not to believe me, but you cannot doubt the Li family. If my 7th uncle asserts that it can be cured, then it is essentially assured. After Shan finished speaking, he gave a thumbs up to De Yao. De Yao smiled helplessly. Indeed, the Li family possessed considerable prowess. For how else could they amass wealth so abundantly from the rice market? As he was preparing to board the vehicle with his bag while returning to Oklahoma with the Thunder team, Shan received a phone call from Colin Pan. Lee, I have delightful news to share with you. The esteemed 2K company reached out to inform me of their intention to acquire your likeness rights and endorsement within the 2K series. Initially, they presented an offer of $2 million. However, I successfully negotiated a non-exclusive agreement for a duration of 2 years at a sum of $800,000. Given your youthfulness, my intuition tells me that your potential remains largely untapped, and you possess a significant chance of becoming the first individual from Huaxia to grace the cover of NBA 2K. As you continue to grow stronger, you will undoubtedly be in a position to secure even more lucrative contracts. Thus, I opted not to sign the exclusive agreement. Following the contract's execution, they will come to capture your athletic movements and shooting postures. Shan found the reasoning compelling. Very well, let us proceed with the signing. When will they arrive? They have already reached Oklahoma. So soon. All right, I shall disconnect for now and arrive shortly. Shan hung up the phone, and as he turned around, Westbrook, Durant, and the others had gathered behind him, quietly eavesdropping on the conversation. Thank you so much, bro. The 2K company has reached out to you. You are about to become a gaming star. $400,000 a year. I heard it. Today, Lee, you must treat us to drinks and festivities. I want 3 peach cocktails. Shan observed his rowdy teammates, shaking his head with a smile as he waved his hand. Your thoughts are quite commendable, but I am not yet 21. The bartender certainly will not serve me alcohol. Therefore, I shall owe you this one. And on August 7th next year, I will treat you all to a night of revelry. Woe is me. After a considerable passage of time, the Thunder team returned to Oklahoma, and Shan, equipped and ready, made his way to the arena. Having previously coordinated with the staff of 2K, they had been awaiting his arrival for some time. Hello, Lee. I am Dos Desvin. You may simply call me Dos. Hello, Dos. I am Shan. Just call me Lee. The two engaged in a brief, professional handshake and exchanged a few pleasantries before Dos's assistant presented Shan with a peculiar set of motion capture attire. Shan took out his phone and placed it in an ideal position, preparing to commence the video recording. Hey, Dos, may I record a video? I wish to share it with my compatriots across the ocean in Huaxia. Dos nodded in agreement. Of course, we will occasionally release some video updates for the outside world as well, partly to garner some traffic and, ultimately, to earn more revenue. Shan nodded in agreement, donned his gear, and commenced recording the video. Lee, let us capture your dunk package, we proposed. We have observed your exceptional leaping ability and your dunking skills have begun to manifest in recent matches. Therefore, we have tailored a specific dunk package for you. Please demonstrate a few of your commonly utilized dunking maneuvers, followed by your favorite dunks, and finally, some of the more challenging feats. Aim to incorporate some rim-hanging actions or post-landing movements. Shan, clutching the basketball, nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the signal to commence, he accelerated from beyond the three-point arc, swiftly approaching the free throw line. With a powerful leap, he momentarily suspended in the air before plunging his entire forearm deep into the rim, executing a graceful one-handed dunk. Shan lingered momentarily above the hoop before descending. Shan retreated to the back, and upon receiving instructions, he sprinted from beyond the three-point line, transitioning from 3 steps to 2, and leaped directly from the free throw line. B00M. An impeccably executed one-handed dunk from the free throw line. Dose and the nearby staff exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. Chapter 35. The collapse of the 2K staff. I am Dose, formerly known as Dose Sko Deswan, a clerical employee at 2K. I have previously participated in documenting and creating dunk packages for Vince Carter and Kobe Bryant. I bore witness to Vince Carter's breathtaking and graceful 360-degree dunk, his windmill, and his between-the-legs dunk. I also witnessed Kobe Bryant's extraordinary core strength in his baseline spins and back-to-the-basket moves. Undoubtedly, both of these athletes are exceptionally gifted and stand out as remarkable basketball players. My colleagues and I were thoroughly captivated by their extraordinary dunks. Now, I find myself recording the recent exploits of Shan, a burgeoning star in the league, renowned for his prodigious leaping ability and impenetrable defense. We had anticipated that his dunks would resemble those of Shawn Kemp or Charles Barkley. However, we never expected this. He is a fusion of Jordan and O'Neal. His most frequently executed dunk begins with a gliding slam from the free throw line. How on earth are we to contend with this? I can comprehend your 2-footed tomahawk dunk, but you take off without even grazing the free throw line, as effortlessly as sipping water. It feels like a dream. Subsequently, Shan showcased an array of unique gliding dunks, powerful slams, and ferocious dunks, all from various distances around the free throw line. Shan's dunks are characterized by a weightiness and ferocity that set them apart from others. Several staff members transitioned from astonishment to bewilderment, ultimately resigning themselves to a state of stupor. Meanwhile, Westbrook and Durant, who had stealthily approached to observe, erupted into laughter from their seats. Hey, KD, look at them. It's hilarious. Indeed, Lee is a formidable challenge crafted by 2K, with a shoulder width of 72 centimeters, making him a veritable supermodel within the game. His agility rivals that of a point guard, his strength is akin to that of a center, and his leaping ability surpasses that of a shooting guard, rendering him nearly unmatched in the interior positions. In the regular season, across 5 games, the only player to score against him was John Brockman of the Kings, who managed a basket solely because Shan was not defending him. All other players guarded by Lee failed to score a single point. Should Shan's defensive prowess be accurately represented, 2K would need to overhaul all existing defensive attributes, tendencies, badges, and stability metrics of past players. Perhaps Lee could become the first player to achieve a defensive attribute of 100. Remarkably, Lee has only recently entered the league, yet his defensive statistics are already record-breaking. How could 2K possibly assign him defensive badges, awarding him a full set of purple badges as a rookie? The notion of a rookie with all purple badges is beyond imagination, and one can only ponder the astronomical rating he might receive. Durant stroked his chin, contemplating, as he crushed a bag of Raccoon City snacks and shared a bit with Westbrook, who enthusiastically indulged. Westbrook affirmed Durant's sentiments before redirecting his gaze back to the players on the court. Is that all the dunk packages? Aren't there more moves I could use? Shan shook his hand lightly, smiling as he looked at Duos and the others. However, Duos and the rest merely cast him a resentful glance, leaving Shan bewildered and scratching his head in confusion. Let us first have a word. You stay here and await our return, they said, not allowing Shan a moment to respond before swiftly turning on their heels and pushing the door open to exit. What now? We should never have accepted this task. For the sake of those damned commissions, we are truly suffering. What else can we do? The boss summoned us here. If you have any abilities, why not confront the boss directly? Enough with the bickering. Let us first determine how to price and restrict Shan's dunk package. Set the price at 4,000 VC. With restrictions of 95 for both the cut dunk and standing dunk, limited to power forwards and centers. Isn't that a bit steep? Kobe Bryant's package is only 3,000. and Dominique Wilkins is merely 3,400. Should we lower it? What do you propose then? Are you the boss, or am I? Is Wilkins' dunk package even close to being as formidable as Lee's? Lee executes a smooth, effortless reverse layup. His free throw line dunk is as easy as sipping water. He has only 20 and still has room to grow. He can become even more formidable when the time comes for him to participate in the dunk contest. We would have set his price too low, diminishing his potential, and we would bear the consequences. Don't think that just because you have a bit of talent, you can act superior in front of me. Chapter 36, Thunder vs. Magic, Part 1. Duos and the others assign Shan's cut dunk and standing dunk both a rating of 95, while all other finishing moves, shooting finishes, and playmaking abilities were assigned the lowest attributes for a forward. The offensive tendency was remarkably low, effectively labeling him as a reluctant shooter, whereas the defensive inclination was maximized. After much contemplation, Shan's overall evaluation has been set at 87, which has now established a new record for the highest overall rating among 2K rookies. Once again, he has achieved an astonishing milestone. Shan possesses remarkable physical attributes, boasting a speed rating of 90, strength of 97, agility of 85, and an impressive jumping ability of 95. In terms of badges, all defensive badges have reached at least gold status, while his finishing badge is a solitary silver for rim protector. Within the game, Shan's defensive attributes range from 90 to 95, with his block rating astonishingly set at 99. Consequently, all other defensive players in the game have seen their block ratings reduced to 95, establishing Shan as the premier shot blocker in NBA 2K10. It is anticipated that Shan will soon make his appearance in the game. The 2 days of rest swiftly elapsed, bringing us to November 9th. The Oklahoma City Thunder were set to host the Orlando Magic at their home arena. The Thunder's starting lineup remained unchanged, featuring Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Kevin Durant, Shan, and Serge Ibaka. The Orlando Magic starters were Jameer Nelson, point guard, J.J. Redick, shooting guard, Matt Barnes, small forward, Brandon Bass, power forward, and Dwight Howard, center. As both teams gathered for the jump ball, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Ibaka and Howard leapt to contest the possession, with Howard leveraging his physical advantage to effortlessly tip the ball behind him. The Thunder players quickly retreated on defense. Nelson, positioned at the top of the arc, awaited his teammates' alignment. Howard established a strong position in the low post, backing into Ibaka and demanding the ball, while the other 3 Magic players drifted towards the perimeter, clearing the paint for Howard's one-on-one play. Nelson executed a bounce pass to Howard, who lowered his center of gravity and firmly backed into Ibaka. Despite Ibaka's valiant effort to maintain his ground, he found himself gradually succumbing to Howard's strength and bulk, being pushed deeper into the paint. Seizing the opportunity, Howard aggressively backed into Ibaka, forcefully displacing him before pivoting to face the basket and effortlessly laying the ball into the hoop. However, as Ibaka attempted to recover and contest the shot, he inadvertently struck Howard's arm. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Howard was awarded an additional free throw. As Howard approached the free throw line, Ibaka, filled with frustration, slapped his forehead, while Shan offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. The referee signaled for the free throw, subsequently handing the ball to Howard. After a few dribbles, Howard raised his hand and released the shot, which danced on the rim before settling into the net. For reference, it is noted that Howard had 17 free throw attempts in this game, successfully converting 10 of them. Shan retrieved the basketball and passed it to Westbrook. At the top of the arc, Westbrook continued to dribble, calling Ibaka to set a screen, seeking to reclaim his rhythm with a shot. As Westbrook received the screen, he accelerated, penetrating towards the basket. Howard approached, closely guarding Westbrook, who executed a feint with his right, then performed a left-footed Eurostep, finishing with a left-handed layup. However, Howard matched Westbrook's Eurostep, leaping to block the layup. In the corner, Barnes seized the rebound and swiftly initiated a fast break. Ibaka at the top of the arc and Shan at the right baseline raced back to defend, aiming to intercept the play. As Barnes dribbled, he tossed the basketball into the air. Shan, noticing Howard charging in with his head down, instantly realized an alley-oop was imminent. Just as he was about to leap to thwart the play, Ibaka jumped in front of Shan, attempting to disrupt the alley-oop. Unfortunately, Ibaka failed to intercept the pass, inadvertently obstructing Shan's position for a potential block. Howard successfully caught the alley-oop midair, forcefully slamming it into the hoop. As he landed amidst the jeers of the Thunder fans, Howard grinned widely, cupping his hands to his ears. Louder. I can't hear your cheers. Upon landing, Ibaka noticed Shan, whom he had inadvertently blocked, and felt a pang of guilt. Offering a sincere apology for his mistake that led to the early 0-5 surge against their team, Shan chuckled, expressing indifference, allowing himself a moment of arrogance. Just as he prepared to serve, Howard unleashed a boisterous taunt directed at Ibaka. Is this what you call defense from the Thunder? It seems rather lackluster to me. Is that all you've got? Those block statistics, are they merely fabricated? In an instant, the atmosphere in the Thunder's home court fell eerily silent. The 5 Thunder players fixed their piercing gazes upon the audacious Howard. Russell, do you know? This is the first time someone has questioned the efficacy of my defense. Shan fixed his gaze upon Howard, passing the ball to Westbrook, who nodded at Howard. You shall make him regret his actions, won't you? We shall entrust him to you shortly. Shan nodded slightly and, as he passed by Ibaka, uttered a phrase, I will take his position. You switch to guard base. Ibaka nodded in agreement and decisively exchanged positions with Shan. Howard, noticing a slender figure from China stepping in for him, could not help but scoff. If you were Yao Ming, perhaps I wouldn't be able to handle you, but you are no match for my stature. Do you believe I could easily break you? Shan disregarded him entirely, pushing him to the brink of despair. This was precisely what Shan ought to do. Westbrook located Durant, who was matched against Barnes. Durant swiftly maneuvered the ball, driving towards the basket, halting abruptly to create space, and with a single step, executed a clean jump shot. Barnes, unable to interfere due to the distance, could only watch as the ball missed its mark, rattling off the rim. Howard, positioned advantageously, secured the rebound. However, behind him, Shan extended his sinuous hands, seizing the basketball from Howard's grasp. In an instant, Howard and base turned to obstruct Shan, whose delicate hook shot was thwarted and failed to find the net. Howard reclaimed the rebound, but Shan was undeterred, clutching the ball once more. This time, Howard was resolute, tightly grasping the ball, denying Shan any opportunity. Just as the referee was about to signal for a jump ball, Shan exerted tremendous force, yanking the basketball away, his fierce gaze compelling Howard to relinquish his hold. Howard, losing his balance, fell against Shan, who embraced the ball and faced base's defense, soaring for a thunderous dunk over Howard. B00M. The whistle blew, and Howard was charged with 2 turnovers and a foul, granting Shan an additional free throw opportunity. Westbrook and Durant averted their eyes, hands firmly covering their faces, unable to witness Howard's plight any longer. Thunder fans erupted, standing and roaring in delight at the spectacle of Shan's ferocity. The atmosphere was electric, with every fan on their feet, while the DJ exuberantly exclaimed, "Oh, my God." As Shan landed, he pounded his chest and stomped his feet in a fit of rage, exuding an overwhelming presence. Howard was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow as he engaged in dialogue with the referee. The recent tussle for the ball was undeniably a foul. It was not a fair display of physical contest. The referee raised his hand, blocking Howard's protest. That was not a foul by the established standards, he instructed, urging Howard to return to his position as free throws were about to commence. Realizing his attempts to communicate with the referee were futile, Howard seethed with frustration as he retreated to one side of the key, hands on hips, awaiting the conclusion of the free throws. As Howard turned away, the referee concealed a smirk of excitement. Unless you can conjure a joke, I shall blow the whistle for any minor contact. If he doesn't, he show up. I am the arbiter of the game. Well, that last play was exhilarating. Indeed, bringing Thunder from the Trailblazers was a wise decision. Such audacious plays are a rarity in the league. Shan received the basketball passed by the referee, dribbled it 5 times, and effortlessly sank the free throw. After completing the shot, he bent down and applauded Howard, who was preparing to inbound the ball. I shall provide the defense you seek, but what will be the cost? Can you withstand it? As they transitioned back on defense, Harden approached Shan with a hearty laugh and exchanged a high five. Lee, if I had been subjected to your recent maneuvers twice, when I wake up tonight to relieve myself, I'd find nothing but your steals beneath the covers. On the Magic's side, Nelson passed the ball to Barnes, who was making a run to the perimeter. After searching for a teammate, he passed to Base. Howard set a screen for Redick, allowing Base to deliver a direct pass to Redick, who found himself with a moment of space. Seizing the opportunity, the sharpshooter caught the ball and launched a 3-point attempt. Following closely behind Howard, Shan leaped into the air, executing a lunar-like block with a single hand. successfully denying the three-point shot. Shan caught a glimpse of Westbrook launching a fast break and swiftly propelled the basketball forward. Westbrook seized the opportunity, taking 2 steps in a single bound before soaring into the air for a thunderous dunk. The connection between Li Wei and the team ignited jubilant celebrations among the fans once more. Westbrook, observing the incoming pass from base, instinctively placed his hands around his abdomen and began to sway in a playful manner. The rapid transition between offense and defense saw the Magic gaining possession. However, Howard's smile had vanished, replaced by vacant eyes and an expression of fury that hinted he was determined to reclaim his territory. In a familiar low-post position, Howard positioned himself against Shan, reaching out for the ball from Nelson. Without hesitation, Nelson delivered the ball into Howard's hands, recognizing him as the linchpin of the team. As Howard backed into Shan, he sought to gauge the defense. Yet, just as he secured the ball, a powerful hand deftly swiped it away, causing Howard to freeze in shock and relinquish the ball outside. It was evident that Howard felt intimidated, his pride slightly bruised, prompting him to demand the ball once more in a bid to assert his dominance. Barnes had no choice but to loft the ball back to Howard in the low post. This time, Howard was resolute, summoning all his strength. He fiercely drove against Shan. Shan firmly blocked Howard, their muscles colliding with intense fervor, igniting the passion of the fans. However, it was not long before Howard relinquished his strength. While Shan possessed formidable lower body power, Howard's was rather average. Howard nearly found himself rebounding backward from Shan's force, but without hesitation, he executed a swift roll and maneuvered beneath the basket, aiming to bank a shot off the backboard. Shan did not even leap, effortlessly swatting Howard's shot away with a single hand. The basketball was seized by Harden, who accelerated into a fast break. However, Harden's pace paled in comparison to Westbrook's, and he was soon intercepted by Redick, prompting Harden to deliver a long pass to Westbrook. Westbrook, slightly hindered by Nelson, focused intently and launched the basketball high into the air. Durant evaded Barnes's defensive return, catching the alley-oop and executing a powerful dunk. With a swift connection from Dewey, another 2 points were swiftly added to the score. Nelson continued to handle the ball, this time opting not to pass to Howard. Instead, he signaled base to set a screen. After utilizing the pick, Nelson accelerated, maneuvering past several defenders, and, just before Ibaka could intervene, he halted abruptly for a jump shot. Yet, Westbrook had anticipated and circumvented base's screen, blocking Nelson's mid-range attempt from behind. Westbrook retrieved the ball and, in an instant, initiated a fast break with Harden. During the transition, Nelson intercepted Westbrook, who decisively passed the ball to Harden. A dark figure darted past as Redick swiftly intercepted the pass, shifting the momentum. The Magic launched a fast break, and as Redick observed the Thunder's 5 players positioning themselves, he noticed Howard near the paint, gesturing towards the basket, a clear implication. Without hesitation, Redick sent the ball soaring, while Howard, seemingly oblivious to Shan's presence, took a few steps back to prepare for an alley-oop leap. Shan lowered his head and pursued. Once was enough for an alley-oop. Do you wish to attempt it once more? Shan leapt slightly later than Howard. Yet his astonishingly swift vertical leap allowed him to catch up to Howard in an instant. Just as Howard secured the basketball, Shan simultaneously delivered a forceful slap, pinning the ball against the backboard with great ferocity. In the realm of the Thunder, the sky is indeed a no-fly zone. Chapter 37, Thunder vs. Magic, Part 2. Under Howard's bewildered gaze, Shan presented him with a delectable cap made of delightful delicacies. Shan firmly grasped the basketball on the rebound and executed a precise long pass that found Durant's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Durant feigned a shot, drawing Barnes into the air, then took a sidestep before delivering a smooth mid-range jumper. 2 points were securely added to the score. In an instant, the Thunder unleashed a surge, leading 9-5. Magic's head coach, Stan Van Gundy, called for the first timeout of the game. Stan aimed to halt the momentum and cool down the Thunder's fiery performance. During the timeout, players gradually returned to their respective benches. A visibly despondent Howard sat in silence on his chair, clearly showing signs of withdrawal. Stan took a small stool and positioned himself in front of Howard, ready to impart some motivational wisdom. Dwight, don't tell me you've conceded defeat to a rookie. Howard shook his head, but his gaze remained vacant as he stared at Stan. Dwight, look at me. We are a team, and you are the cornerstone of our Orlando squad. If the core of the team believes in failure, then the entire team is doomed to lose. So tell me, soldier, Are you truly willing to surrender just 3 minutes into the first quarter? Howard shook his head vehemently, his furious expression and fiery gaze revealing his steadfast determination. Stan gently patted Howard on the back of his head and nodded. Excellent. We need to work together. We have Jamal, Redick, Barnes, and other sharpshooters on the perimeter. Dwight, we need your explosive presence and rebounding skills. Draw defenders away, or after claiming a rebound, pass it out to the perimeter. If our outside teammates find open opportunities, they can seize three-point chances or take mid-range shots. On the other side, Scott exchanged high fives with his players. He smiled at the Thunder's starting five and nodded approvingly. Well done, gentlemen. Our solid defense seems to have agitated Orlando. But we must not grow complacent. The Magic will retaliate with a fiercer offense. Therefore, we must respond with an even more aggressive and ruthless defense against their attacks. We must leap to contest every shot they take. If we happen to commit a foul, that's fine. It's merely a foul. We must not allow them to score. Scott did not devise any offensive strategies. Instead, he fervently articulated his focus on defense, leaving Westbrook and his teammates utterly astonished. After all, a coach who merely a month prior prioritized offense, neglecting defense, now urged his offensively potent disciples to commit to a complete lockdown. Although Westbrook and the others were taken aback, they momentarily believed they were embodying the defensive-minded Pistons. Nevertheless, they complied with their coach's directives, placing their hands together in a gesture of solidarity and encouragement. Upon returning to the court, the atmosphere was electric as the two teams faced each other in a fierce display of competitive spirit. The Magic's base initiated the play, passing the ball to Redick, who swiftly delivered it to Barnes before immediately repositioning himself. Barnes called for a pick from Howard, maneuvering around the screen, while Durant found himself momentarily obstructed behind it. As both Barnes and Howard charged forward in unison, Shan faced two defenders, while Barnes feigned a layup, momentarily drawing Shan's attention before delivering a bounce pass to the adjacent Howard. Shan swiftly retracted his elevated foot and turned to assume a defensive position against Howard. Observing Shan's timely return to defense, Howard promptly passed the ball out to Nelson. Nelson executed a handoff pass and set a screen to thwart Redick, who was being closely pursued by Harden. Redick seized the opportunity for a three-point shot, but Westbrook quickly leaped into action to disrupt the attempt. He came perilously close to blocking the shot, falling just short by a fingertip, yet his interference was impeccably executed, applying relentless pressure. Ultimately, the three-point attempt clanked off the rim. Although this offensive play did not yield points, the Orlando Magic sensed a glimmer of hope for success. Ibaka adeptly secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Durant at the top of the arc, initiating a fast break. The Magic's defense responded promptly, denying the Thunder any chance for a quick transition. Durant, familiar with his 45-degree three-point shooting position, faced Barnes' defense. With a significant change of pace, he shook off Barnes' center of gravity, and after maneuvering past him, he stepped back for a mid-range jumper from the left side. Unfortunately, the shot did not find its mark. Shan found himself sandwiched between Howard and base as the rebound fell awkwardly, leaving Ibaka too distant to contest, allowing Howard to claim the board. Following the rebound, Howard tossed the ball to Nelson, who, upon receiving it, exploded into a furious dribble, clearly intent on executing a fast break. Near the free throw line, Shan accelerated, his long strides propelling him forward with remarkable agility. Lowering his head, he outpaced Westbrook and Durant, gradually closing in on Nelson. As Nelson penetrated the paint, he leaped for a powerful dunk from mid-range. However, the pursuing Shan, akin to Warwick targeting a wounded prey, leaped with outstretched arms towards Nelson. Shan's hands almost instantaneously pressed down upon the basketball, the immense force compelling Nelson to alter his trajectory as the ball was forcefully pinned against the backboard. Shan firmly grasped the basketball as it touched the ground, poised to pass it to a teammate. However, Nelson, who had just been shoved out of bounds by Shan's force, stealthily ambushed him from behind. Seizing the moment when Shan was distracted, he swiftly knocked the basketball from his hands. Redick, positioned on the perimeter, quickly sprang into action, seizing the rebound and launching a shot. Yet, Shan had regained his focus, advancing with a determined stride. He leapt into the air, delivering an unyielding rejection with a single-handed block, effortlessly denying the Magic any chance of scoring. Behind Shan, Nielsen shook his head in disbelief at Redick. "What on earth are you doing? Why did you come in?" Redick said nothing, merely sulking as he retreated to defend. Shan passed the ball to Westbrook, who, upon receiving it, accelerated fiercely. penetrating the paint where Howard and Base stood. He launched himself upward, aiming for a thunderous dunk. However, a sharp clang echoed as the basketball collided with the rim's iron, thwarted by the formidable defensive prowess of Howard and Base. Despite Westbrook exerting every ounce of strength, he could not force the ball through the hoop. Base secured the rebound and found Barnes, who was compelled to advance the offense at a measured pace. Barnes passed the ball to Nelson at the top of the arc. While Shan was drawn to the corner by Howard for a moment of respite, Nelson lobbed the ball to Base, who, with his back to Ibaka, utilized his impressive physique to engage in a couple of powerful shoves before executing a turnaround jump shot. Unfortunately for him, Ibaka was there to deliver a resounding block. Harden retrieved the basketball, which had been swatted away by Ibaka, and swiftly tossed it to the waiting Westbrook, who finished with a simple layup. In the remaining minutes, the Magic's offense was thoroughly dismantled, while their defense was overwhelmed and dominated. Shan, adorned with 8 blocks and a sheen of perspiration upon his brow, returned to the bench. Behind him sat a tall figure, his face concealed by a skull mask and an orange scarf draped around his neck, who retrieved a chilled bottle of mineral water from his bag and offered it to Shan. Shan grasped the water that was handed to him with 3 fingers, downing it in one go before turning his gaze towards the man. "Where is your brother, Shan's?" he inquired. Pa rubbed his chin beneath the skull mask, his left eye darting to the left, while his right eye glanced downward to the right as he pondered for a moment. "Shan's mentioned, he went to retrieve your shoes." 6 pairs were made, in combinations of blue and white, blue, black and white, blue and black, black and white, and black, blue and white. I am uncertain about their quality, but they say it is quite good. I expect the subsequent chapters will be forthcoming soon. Shan nodded thoughtfully as Pa retrieved a portion of Italian pasta from his small bag and offered it to him. However, Shan promptly shook his head in refusal. Chapter 38, Thunder vs. Magic, Part 3. In the final 5 minutes of the second quarter, the Thunder called for a timeout, with the score standing at 37-21. The Magic trailing by 16 points. Shan took to the court once again, while Harden, Durant, and Ibaka rested. Westbrook and Shan entered the game with the bench players, engaging in a fierce exchange of points. On the opposing side, the Magic's Nelson, Barnes, and Howard were exhausted, prompting the introduction of Jason Williams, Michael Pietrus, and Marcin Gortat. With the Thunder in possession, Shan initiated the play from the sideline, finding Westbrook. Westbrook, with the ball beyond the arc, dribbled, executed a screen, and swiftly bypassed White Chocolate. As Gortat leaped in an attempt to defend, Westbrook, akin to a ninja turtle, deftly passed the ball to Naynard at his side. Naynard rose and executed a powerful dunk. Gortat inbound to White Chocolate, who, holding the ball at the top of the arc, called for Base to set a screen before driving towards the basket. Shan prepared to bolster the defense against White Chocolate. As White Chocolate turned his gaze to the right, Shan instinctively assumed he would pass in that direction and followed his gaze. However, White Chocolate circled the ball around his waist and, using his right elbow, propelled it behind him towards the left side, where Pietrus had found an opening beyond the 3-point line. Pietrus received the ball, halted abruptly, and released a 3-point shot that found its mark. Shan was momentarily astonished by the miraculous pass executed by White Chocolate, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. He mimicked the same movement as White Chocolate, only to quickly furrow his brows, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing Shan's futile attempt to emulate him, White Chocolate flashed a playful wink. Naynard prepared for the inbound pass. Westbrook, stationed beyond the 3-point line, surveyed his teammates' positions, but found them lacking. At that moment, White Chocolate positioned himself at a considerable distance from Westbrook. Seizing the opportunity, Westbrook launched a 3-point shot, but alas, it clanged off the rim, failing to find its mark. As the play transitioned, White Chocolate once again orchestrated the offense. When he reached the top of the arc, Shan felt as though he had tapped into a universal cerebral network. His gaze instinctively shifted toward White Chocolate, who briefly glanced back before signaling Base to come up for a screen. After Base successfully blocked Westbrook, White Chocolate took advantage of the opening, driving toward Shan. The two exchanged a brief look, and White Chocolate abruptly halted, maintaining unwavering eye contact with Shan. With his left hand, he deftly sent the ball through his legs in a no-look bounce pass, which navigated through his own legs before ricocheting past Westbrook and landing inexplicably in Base's hands. Startled, Base nearly fumbled the ball, but managed to secure it just in time. With Westbrook closing in, he took a floating shot, but the awkward trajectory of his attempt was evident, and it ultimately failed to find the basket. Shan secured the rebound and delivered it to Westbrook. Westbrook initiated the offensive surge, calling upon Shan to set a screen at the top of the arc. After utilizing the pick, he accelerated towards the basket, drawing the defensive attention of both base and white chocolate before elegantly dishing the ball back to Shan. Shan seized the ball and accelerated into the offensive play. BAS stepped up to defend, and Shan caught a glimpse of Rosa sprinting behind him. Coming to an abrupt halt, he instinctively passed the ball beneath his legs, aspiring to replicate the enchanting pass of Jason Williams. Yet, reality often proves to be merciless, lacking the extraordinary finesse of the white chocolate. Shan inadvertently struck the basketball with his foot. Beep. Number 87, a violation for kicking the ball. Shan, with an awkward smile, shook his head and passed the ball to the referee at the sidelines. White chocolate approached Shan with a grin, extending his hand for a high five. Keep it up. You are still young, only 20. These passing techniques and little tricks can be learned gradually, step by step. Just let it come naturally. Shan smiled as he shook hands with white chocolate, nodding in acknowledgement of his mentor's instruction. After a few exchanges, it seemed that white chocolate, perhaps caught up in the exhilaration of the game, was showcasing his extraordinary passing skills with fervor. With an array of dazzling passes, elbow, behind the head, through the legs, and around corners, he captivated Shan, evoking both excitement and curiosity. The spectators, too, were enthralled by this seemingly theatrical display. However, the statistics told a different story. In just a few minutes, white chocolate racked up 4 turnovers. Nonetheless, his passes provided the Magic with a glimmer of hope. Yet, it proved to be a mere flicker. As the Thunder's defense and offense were exceptionally formidable, their efficient defense masked the Thunder's low shooting percentage. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 53-36, with the Magic still trailing. After a brief intermission, the third quarter commenced with the Thunder in possession and Westbrook orchestrating the offense. After a few passes around the perimeter, Cephaloz found an opening for a layup. Regrettably, he was swiftly met with a defensive response from Gortat, failing to pass to Nanad beside him in time, resulting in a missed shot. Gortat seized the rebound and swiftly tossed the ball to White Chocolate. Shan lowered his head and surged forward in pursuit. White Chocolate, aware that Shan would seize every opportunity to counter the fast break, strategically drew his defense towards one side. As Shan charged into the three-point line, White Chocolate lofted a rather high alley-oop pass to Petrus. However, in the face of overwhelming numerical superiority, this maneuver was of little consequence. Shan swiftly redirected his aim as the basketball descended from a great height towards the upper edge of the backboard. With remarkable agility, he leaped ahead of Petrus to contest the ball, extending his arm to intercept it with precision. Meanwhile, Petrus, still caught in the moment, jumped only to land bewildered, staring blankly at Shan, who had soared effortlessly to seize the ball. Is this not somewhat absurd? Shan passed the ball to Westbrook, who swiftly relayed it to Cephalosha. Cephalosha, with a sudden stop, took a mid-range shot, but regrettably failed to seize the opportunity. Gortat secured the rebound and made another attempt to deliver a long pass to his teammate in the backcourt. Shan discerned the trajectory of the pass and deftly intercepted the airborne basketball. However, the ball was deflected and on the verge of going out of bounds. In a swift motion, Shan secured the ball against his chest and came to an abrupt halt. The sound of tearing echoed as his shoes finally succumbed to the strain. His foot burst forth from the tip of the shoe, leaving behind 2 dark skid marks on the court floor, reminiscent of a racing car's sharp drift. Shan was taken by surprise and twisted his ankle. Yet instinctively he reacted immediately, crouching down with a pained expression before coming to a swift halt on one foot at the sideline. Shan swiftly passed the ball to Westbrook, but it was intercepted by Redick, who was positioned behind Westbrook, allowing him to seize the opportunity and initiate a fast break. Shan hastily yanked off the tattered shoes from his feet, clutching them in his left hand, and sprang to pursue Redick. Redick dashed into the paint, taking 3 swift steps for a layup, when suddenly, the sky was overshadowed by a dark figure. Shan struck the basketball with a swift motion of his right hand, sending it soaring towards the backboard, where it was subsequently retrieved by Petrus. Seizing the opportunity, Petrus launched a 3-point shot without hesitation. Meanwhile, Shan turned around, transferring his tattered shoe from his left hand to his right, and hurled it towards the trajectory of the just-released basketball. A sharp sound echoed as the shoe met its target. Shan's tattered shoe struck with precision, executing both a hit and a block. However, Accompanying this was the sound of the referee's whistle. Beep. Number 87. Interference violation. Chapter 39. Thunder vs. Magic. Final. After Shan executed a flawless defensive maneuver against Pietrus, the referee abruptly halted the game. This was due to Shan's sudden stop, which left two distinct skid marks on the court floor, thereby damaging the surface. The referee blew the whistle for a timeout, wasting one of the Thunder's precious and arguably unnecessary timeouts. As Shan returned to the bench, Westbrook and his teammates rushed over with concern, inquiring about the condition of Shan's foot. Shan, clad in socks, stamped his feet upon the floor, only to discover a lingering pain in his right ankle. He recalled that it was during a sudden stop that he had inadvertently damaged his basketball shoes, resulting in this injury. However, after shaking his foot and stretching a bit, the discomfort swiftly dissipated. It was nothing serious, a brief respite would suffice. The intensity of the match had been overwhelming, with relentless running and jumping, leading to considerable strain on his body, an expected consequence of pushing his footwear beyond its limits. Upon returning to the bench, Scott gently patted Shan's arm, urging him to sit and recover. Durant took a bottle of ice water from the assistant coach and handed it to Shan, advising him to apply it to his ankle. Although Shan felt no particular issues with his feet, he nonetheless accepted the ice water and dutifully applied it to his ankles. Just as Scott was elucidating tactics to the other team members, Shan's, with a beaming smile, presented several boxes to Shan. The untapped basketball shoes had arrived, and all 6 colorways were quite appealing. The high-top design enveloped the ankles, while the sturdy soles provided excellent protection against lateral falls. The softened soles offered remarkable rebound, ensuring a comfortable and breathable fit. Shan took the 6 pairs of sneakers, furrowing his brow in perplexity as he gazed at Shan's. What on earth is this? Spouting rhymes like that. Are you preparing for graduate school? Shan's retrieved a bottle of red beverage from his pocket, took several hearty swigs, and offered a large slice of pizza to Shan, shaking his head in amusement. Hee, this is just a trivial matter. These lines came to me quite suddenly. Impressive, isn't it? Shan chuckled and shook his head, giving a thumbs up to Shan. He retrieved a pair of sneakers named Black Hole, in deep blue and black, and swiftly donned them, tapping his feet lightly. Remarkable, they felt rather comfortable. Before long, the damaged court floor had been replaced, and both teams returned to the field. As Shan had burst his previous sneakers, the striking blue and black high-top shoes drew considerable attention from onlookers. Shan's previous interference violation resulted in possession for the Thunder. The starting 5 once again take the court, while the Magic's starting 5 also re-emerge. Shan once again sought out Howard, confronting him at the center position. Harden, in possession of the ball, initiated a solo attack, accelerating before deftly changing direction to penetrate the defense. Regrettably, Redick shadowed him closely, denying Harden the opportunity to drive for a layup. Harden abruptly halted, executing a retreating mid-range shot. The basketball clanged off the rim, rebounding beyond the confines of the basket. While Howard found himself ensnared by Shan, who had skillfully maneuvered to establish position right in front of him. Shan effortlessly secured the offensive rebound and swiftly passed it back to Harden. Harden then relayed the ball to Durant, who audaciously launched a three-pointer without hesitation. Unfortunately, the basketball once again ricocheted off the rim. Base, having neglected Ibaka, came over to assist Howard in boxing out Shan. Yet Howard found himself unable to contain Shan, who dominated the defensive boards. Ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of both players that Shan was rendered incapable of contesting the rebound. However, the ball sailed towards the unguarded Ibaka, who seized the opportunity to collect the rebound. The Magic's duo failed to respond in time, allowing Ibaka to score with a bank shot under the basket, thus securing 2 points. Howard silently prepared to inbound the ball. Nelson passed to Barnes, who then transmitted it to the moving Redick, who executed a drifting 3-point attempt. The shot struck the side of the rim and bounced away. As Shan leapt to seize the rebound, Howard, seizing the opportunity while Shan was momentarily distracted, swatted the basketball from his grasp. Just as the ball was about to soar beyond the 3-point line and out of bounds, Shan lunged towards it, clutching it midair and forcefully tossing it behind him. Durant, positioned beyond the arc, staggered but managed to catch the descending ball, swiftly pivoting to accelerate into a fast break. Nelson, eager to thwart Durant's advance, attempted to keep pace, but Durant adeptly evaded him with a nimble maneuver. With 2 powerful strides, he soared into the paint, executing a flawless dunk. The Magic team remained uniformly silent, with Base casting a meaningful glance at Howard, as if to say, You had to slap that ball. Barnes hurried to initiate the play, while Nelson propelled the offense forward. Nelson signaled for base to come over for a screen, and after utilizing the pick, he executed a sudden stop to sink a mid-range jumper. Shan initiated the play by passing the ball to Westbrook. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook skillfully crossed half court. As Nelson approached to defend, he suddenly shifted gears, effortlessly evading Nelson and driving into the paint, intent on scoring. Howard swiftly rotated to challenge Westbrook, who executed an acrobatic turn in midair, evading Howard's block and elegantly launching a right-handed layup that found the net. Howard immediately triggered the inbound pass. Nelson, positioned at the top of the arc, orchestrated the offensive strategy as Barnes and Redick utilized Howard and Base's off-ball screens to create movement. Redick deftly shook off the trailing Ibaka, seizing an opportunity to surge into the unguarded lane. Nelson, with both hands, launched the ball towards Redick. Noticing the pass from the corner of his eye, Shan swiftly abandoned Howard, racing into the paint to provide defensive support. Redick, confidently receiving the ball, prepared to leap for a thunderous dunk, only to realize that Shan had already closed in on him. Yet Redick felt compelled to proceed regardless of the impending challenge. Shan's right hand firmly pressed down upon the basketball, seizing it from midair. Redick landed, staggering back a few steps before promptly returning to defense. Shan embraced the ball and spotted Durant in the distance, swiftly launching it his way. As Durant secured the basketball, he was abruptly intercepted by Barnes. Durant then relayed the ball to Harden, who subsequently passed it to Westbrook. Ignoring Nelson's defense, Westbrook soared into the air, executing a one-handed dunk with the grace of a helicopter in flight. He strode away with an imposing swagger, reminiscent of a victorious guerrilla leader, disdainfully surveying his adversaries. Nelson quickly initiated play by passing to Redick, who dribbled back and forth at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, with Base squatting at the baseline alongside Ibaka. Distracted by their conversation, he called upon Howard to set a screen. Howard effectively blocked Harden on the right side, allowing Redick to step forward and attempt a three-pointer. However, just as the ball was released, Shan leaped from behind Howard, effortlessly snatching the ball with a single hand, triumphantly blocking the shot. After receiving the ball, Shan quickly accelerated and initiated a fast break once more. Redick and Howard promptly reacted, swiftly converging to double-team Shan as he dribbled down the court. In a moment of distraction, Shan found himself ensnared by a double team, nearly losing his balance and face-planting onto the court. However, he caught sight of Westbrook at the periphery. With a deft flick of his right hand, he delivered the ball into Westbrook's grasp, prompting Howard and Redick to swiftly redirect their focus toward him. Shan stumbled momentarily, then immediately accelerated to catch up. Just as Westbrook was about to be overtaken by the two, Shan glanced at Westbrook and pointed his right index finger towards the sky. In an instant, Westbrook comprehended Shan's intention. He sent the ball soaring into the air with one hand. However, the astute observers could clearly see that Westbrook had launched the ball far too high, nearly reaching the upper rim of the backboard. Just as the fans were beginning to suspect that the Thunder's play was a blunder, Shan's performance once again shattered their expectations. Shan leaped into the air with a single foot, reaching for the basketball as it neared the rim. With a powerful motion, he seized the ball with his right hand and thrust it toward the hoop. B00M. The entire basketball hoop trembled violently under the force of Shan's incredible slam dunk, a breathtaking display of his extraordinary talent. The Magic team fell into a profound silence, starkly contrasting with the exuberant crowd of fans surrounding them. Their offense faltered, and their defense was equally lacking. In just a few minutes, the Thunder had surged ahead with a scoring spree of 12-2, widening the gap even further. Stan Van Gundy called a timeout, substituting in his bench players, signaling an admission of defeat for the quarter. Scott, with a wry smile, could only reluctantly accept Stan Van Gundy's surrender. The Thunder's quintet never tires. Chapter 40. The Royal Guard Studio as the final whistle blew. The scoreboard read 73-104. The Thunder triumphed over the Magic by a staggering 31 points, with Sifo Lassa even making a game-winning three-pointer in the last 25 seconds. In this match, Shan predominantly occupied the fifth position, making a remarkable debut with 28 minutes on the court, during which he amassed 9 points, 4 assists, 23 rebounds, 7 steals, and 15 blocks. Among his 23 rebounds, 10 were offensive, and his 2 spectacular saves significantly contributed to his team's triumph. In stark contrast, Howard of the Magic, who matched up against Shan, played for a total of 32 minutes, but managed only 11 points, 1 assist, 7 rebounds, 1 steal, and 2 blocks, rendering his performance almost overshadowed by Shan's dominance. Post-game, the Magic team appeared despondent and taciturn, choosing not to partake in media interviews and departing the Thunder Arena promptly. Although Shan, Durant, and their coach, Scott, initially intended to forego interviews, Scott insisted on bringing Durant and Lee along. The four found themselves before a throng of reporters, with Scott, as customary, being the first to address the media. Coach Brooks, during this match, we received information suggesting that you once pursued an extreme offensive strategy, dismissing defense. Yet, in this game, it seems you directed your players to focus wholeheartedly on defense. What prompted such a significant shift in your approach? Scott leaned back in his chair, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the reporter. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to the executives of the Dallas Mavericks, who facilitated the acquisition of a historical D0V at virtually no cost to us here in Oklahoma. On behalf of the Thunder, I thank Dallas. In recent matches, it is evident to the discerning eye that Shan's defensive prowess and intrinsic defensive system, coupled with Serge Ibaka's commendable rim protection capabilities, have instilled a sense of trepidation in our opponents, making them hesitant to effectively score in the paint. With our interior defense secured, we can dedicate ourselves to fortifying our perimeter defense. With a dual defensive strategy in place, our offensive capabilities can rival any team. As Scott concluded, the reporter nodded, jotting notes in his notebook. The renowned coach Scott Brooks, having acquired Shan through a special trade with the Dallas Mavericks, disdainfully remarked after the match against the Magic, "The players from other teams are cowards. None dare to challenge the Thunder's interior." As Scott remained absorbed in his thoughts, other reporters redirected their inquiries towards the players nearby. "Kevin, Russell, Lee, there have been rumors that Oklahoma has formed a Big Five, including you three, along with James and Serge. Furthermore, your remarkable winning streak has secured you the top position in the Western Conference, leading many to speculate that you are the top seed and championship contenders. Do you believe you can clinch the championship this year?" Durant responded, "We cannot guarantee that we will win the championship this year." Russell added, "But we will strive to perfect every detail in our game. Shan, we shall undoubtedly vanquish our rivals and strive for the elusive O'Brien Trophy." The three exchanged knowing smiles and celebrated with a gentle elbow nudge. Meanwhile, reporters below bowed their heads, diligently jotting down notes. The formidable trio of the Oklahoma City Thunder boldly declared that no other team in the league was worthy of mention. They would trample the remaining dozens beneath their feet. And this year, the O'Brien Trophy would undoubtedly belong to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Later, as Shan pedaled his bicycle homeward, his phone rang with a call from Colin Pan. "Hello, Colin Pan, what is up? Heading to the studio? Send me the address, and I shall arrive promptly." After a brief interval, Shan found himself before a large building not far from his home. Following the floor number provided by Colin, he ascended to a spacious studio on the 13th floor. At the entrance, a rather juvenile sign proclaimed Royal Guard in glowing letters. "Who put this up? Won't it be a bit awkward for visitors?" Colin Pan and Shan emerged from within the studio, ushering Shan inside. My brother insisted on this. He said it had to be done. It's all right. Your parents purchased the entire 10th to 15th floors. This one is merely for handling routine matters. So others want to come here." The 10th and 11th floors were designated for basketball training, aerobic swimming, and indoor fitness, while the 12th floor was where we would share meals. The 14th floor catered to entertainment and socializing, where friends could also be invited. And the 15th floor was our residence. However, the furnishings for the 10th, 11th, 12th, 14th, and 15th floors had yet to be completed. Thus we were unable to access them. Colin Pan was responsible for your contracts and such, while iScore and Toe Reel managed procurement. Anine served as the security chief and your physical training coach, while Xiao Fu and Mafet were the head chefs. Ephesus and Mightodon handled public relations behind the scenes. And Pa, along with the dog Toby and the cat Timmy, were the mascots. As for me, I merely came here to relax and sleep. Enjoying a free salary from you. I shan't enumerate the other staff members. So, what do you think? Does it appear perfect? Shan peered at Shan with one eye open and the other closed, while Shan, somewhat pensive, scratched his cheek, unsure of what to say. "It is indeed impressive, but I can't shake the feeling that we are in some fantastical realm." Shan's widened his eyes in disbelief at Shan's statement. "Oh wow, bro. We're just regular workers who love cosplaying. Don't overthink it. We are normal people, and certainly possess no extraordinary abilities." Shan's led Shan into the grand living room, slumping onto the sofa before addressing Shan. In a couple of days, we have another match against the Kings. After all, they are our former subordinates, and they aren't particularly strong, so I won't elaborate on the away game against the Kings. Instead, I shall directly write about the back-to-back away game against the Clippers. Shan nodded as he gazed at the exquisite studio. Suit yourself, after all. I am merely a basketball player. By the way, you are currently quite popular online. Someone uploaded 2 of your stunning diving saves during the game, which caught the attention of Pistons legend Dennis Rodman and Celtics icon Bill Russell. Rodman had his jersey retired not by the Bulls but by the Pistons, as he spent a significant amount of time with the bad boys. Rodman remarked online, "After watching Lee's video, I truly find it hard to fathom those so-called scouting reports. Why isn't Lee compared to me? His tenacity in diving saves is commendable, and his fierce, robust defense is exceptional. I once said that mastering rebounds is essential for securing victory in a game. I will continue to monitor this promising Chinese rookie, eager for more of his performances." Meanwhile, the legendary Bill Russell expressed, "China truly is a superpower teeming with talent. From the versatile Wang Zhizhi to the naturally strong Monk Botter, the first Chinese No. 1 draft pick Yao Ming, the athletically gifted Yi Jianlian, the shot-blocking Sun Yu, and finally to Shan, whose defensive prowess commands respect in our era. Each of them is remarkably outstanding, truly unique players in the NBA. I believe that in the future, China will produce even more exceptional talents to join the NBA family." With a smile, Shan finished his words, and Shan, overjoyed, let loose on the sofa. Chapter 41, Thunder vs. Clippers, Part 1. In the span of 2 days, Shan's Royal Guard studio was nearly complete, with all the equipment meticulously arranged. Shan then followed the troops to Sacramento, competing as the visiting team and effortlessly triumphing over the Kings. The final score of the match was 103-80. Shan made a stunning debut, scoring 7 points, providing 2 assists, and securing an impressive 26 rebounds, along with 5 steals and 9 blocks. Notably, he astonishingly garnered 15 offensive rebounds in this match, marking the lowest number of blocks in his career. After completing the match against the Kings, Shan felt utterly despondent. Whenever he was on the court, the Kings seldom attempted to penetrate the paint for scores. Just 9 blocks. How am I supposed to carry on after this? Naturally, his lamentations were met with scorn from Westbrook and the others. What do you mean, just 9? Do you think everyone possesses your level of prowess? For others, achieving 3 or 4 blocks in a game is already an outstanding feat. Following the conclusion of this game, the Thunder promptly departed Sacramento, heading to Los Angeles in preparation for their upcoming back-to-back contest against the Clippers. The rosters for both teams are as follows: Thunder's 5 stalwarts, Westbrook, Harden, Durant, Ibaka, and Shan. Clippers starters, Baron Davis, point guard, Rasul Butler, shooting guard, Al Thornton, small forward, Marcus Camby, power forward, and Chris Kaman, center. The matchup between the Clippers and the Thunder has generated considerable anticipation among fans and basketball enthusiasts alike, particularly regarding the face-off between Camby and Shan. Although both players are renowned for their exceptional defensive capabilities, their offensive skills are somewhat lacking. However, fans maintain that they are here for enjoyment. One player is the 3-time blocks leader and the 2007-08 season's Defensive Player of the Year, Marcus Camby. The other is Shan, a rookie who boasts an impressive average of 9.1 points, 3.5 assists, 20 rebounds, 5.1 steals, and 14.2 blocks per game. Yet, some might inquire, with both being defensively skilled players, what is there to behold? They lack offensive prowess and desire. We can't expect to witness them engage in a brawl. Some fans naturally chimed in unison. Of course, the excitement lies in witnessing their block attempts against each other's teammates. Let us see whose defense truly reigns supreme. It can be seen as a transition from the old guard to the new. After a brief warm-up, the players took to the court for the jump ball. Under Scott's directive, Shan was tasked with exerting greater effort to contest offensive rebounds, while the defensive boards were primarily entrusted to Ibaka. As the referee elevated the basketball high into the air, both Ibaka and Kaman leapt simultaneously to seize the ball. Kaman made the initial contact, redirecting it behind him to secure the jump ball victory. The Thunder players swiftly retreated on defense, with Byron meticulously orchestrating the play while awaiting his teammates to position themselves. Once several teammates were in place, Kaman in the paint extended his large hands for the ball, which Byron delivered to him. Kaman lifted the ball with both hands, closely guarded by Ibaka. After a slight nudge to adjust his positioning, Come On executed a one-handed hook shot. Ibaka's defense was tenacious, restricting Come On's shooting space and providing effective disruption. The shot missed, and Ibaka secured the rebound, quickly finding Westbrook. Westbrook launched a fast break towards the paint. However, Byron and Russell offered staunch resistance, forcing Westbrook into a sudden stop and an awkward jump shot. The ball clanged off the rim. Russell grabbed the rebound, and the momentum shifted instantly. He made a long pass to Ale, who, upon receiving the ball, executed a quick drive and pull-up jumper, only to have it swatted away by Durant. Russell retrieved the blocked ball, performing a crafty maneuver to evade Durant, and accelerated into the paint, aiming for a layup. Shan swiftly positioned himself to provide defense from the side, while Rasul executed a fluid turn, leaping outward. He utilized his inner hand to shield Shan, raising the basketball with his outer hand, poised to complete the play. Shan leaped, disregarding the defender, effortlessly seizing the basketball with his remarkable vertical leap and impressive wingspan. Shan, the quarterback, delivered a long pass to Westbrook, who was positioned at a distance, to complete an unfinished task. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook accelerated, penetrating the inner line once more. Byron rushed forward, desperately attempting to defend against Westbrook, yet Westbrook, with Byron clinging to him, unleashed a powerful dunk over his opponent. After landing, Westbrook turned towards Byron, pounding his chest and roaring in celebration. However, he was immediately met with a warning from the referee, as his exuberant display of triumph was deemed excessive. Westbrook promptly halted, rubbed his nose, and with a hint of disdain, pursed his lips in disappointment. Shan approached with a smile and exchanged a high five with Westbrook, who shrugged his shoulders in resignation. All right, you're the referee, you call the shots. Byron brought the ball past half court, passed it to a teammate, and then received it back after executing a smooth dribble. He gestured to a nearby teammate, signaling for a one-on-one play. Westbrook, with his back to the other teammates, waved his hand, indicating he preferred to be unassisted in the paint, eager to reclaim his dominance. The players from both teams quickly vacated the lane, standing aside like spectators, watching the unfolding drama. Byron initiated a series of threatening dribbles, probing Westbrook's defense, who stood firm with outstretched arms, refusing to be deceived. Byron then leaned into Westbrook, swiftly dropping the ball and spinning around. Westbrook reacted instantly, pulling back to intercept Byron's move. Byron executed a between-the-legs dribble, quickly stopping on a dime, feigning a rightward shift before darting left to evade Westbrook, subsequently launching into a decisive drive. As Westbrook swiftly regained his footing and accelerated to keep pace, Byron sensed Westbrook closing in and, with a powerful dribble, maneuvered closely to him. He executed a smooth turn on the right side, leaving Westbrook rooted to the spot. Finally, he finished with a delicate hook shot, banking it off the backboard with unwavering accuracy. Shan dashed to initiate the play, while Westbrook, positioned at the arc's apex, seamlessly delivered the ball to Durant. Holding the sphere beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, Durant surveyed the defender, then suddenly feigned a pass towards the basket, causing his opponent to leap in vain. With a swift lateral movement, he executed a clean jump shot. Regrettably, the basketball failed to find its mark. Shan extended his leg to establish position, effortlessly displacing Camby with a swift maneuver, and secured the rebound in front of both Camby and Come On. Just as he was poised to pass the ball to Durant, a hand reached out from behind, intercepting his pass. Camby seized the basketball and directed it toward the perimeter, where Russell awaited. Shan leapt forward, deftly slicing through the air to intercept the pass. He immediately sought out Durant, who awaited on the perimeter. Durant received the ball and shot without hesitation. AI Air, caught off guard, was unable to provide timely defense, leaving him to watch helplessly as the three-pointer swished through the net. The two, Camby and the retreating Shan, exchanged a glance, the flames of competition igniting in their eyes. This match would not be an easy one. Durant retreated to the three-point line, celebrating with a high five with the returning Shan. Byron held the ball, while Russell maneuvered to receive a handoff from him, with Byron effectively setting a screen. Westbrook instinctively rushed to defend Russell, but after Byron's screen, Russell launched a three-pointer, which unfortunately missed its mark. Ibaka effortlessly secured the rebound and passed to Harden, who advanced the ball past half-court. After signaling for Shan to set a screen, Harden accelerated to penetrate the defense. Camby promptly positioned himself to contest Harden, who executed a sudden stop and a fading jump shot. Camby leaped with fervor, providing significant interference. Harden's shot struck the back iron and ricocheted out. Camby pivoted to seize the rebound, while behind him, Shan charged into the paint, leaping to snatch the ball from above Camby's grasp, and forcefully slammed it down into the hoop. Boom. Shan executed a deft block, thwarting his opponent. Camby cast a wary glance at Shan before swiftly passing the ball to Russell. At the arc's pinnacle, Russell skillfully maneuvered the ball, while Camby set an off-ball screen for Byron. Byron advanced to receive the ball and, in a fluid motion, penetrated the paint. As he faced Shan's impending defense, he initiated an Euro step, but sensing the threat of a rejection, he quickly passed the ball to the perimeter where Ale awaited. Upon receiving the pass, Ale discreetly signaled for Come On to set a screen. Then, taking advantage of Durant's momentary lapse, he smoothly navigated past the screen. As Durant turned to pursue, he collided forcefully with Come On. Ibaka swiftly moved to provide help defense. Ale, with one hand shielding the ball from Ibaka, attempted to loft it towards the rim. Yet, Ibaka effortlessly swatted Ale's layup away. Come On, positioned behind, retrieved the rebound and unleashed a quick shot, only to be met with a resounding rejection from Shan. Shan seized the basketball and hurled it with great force towards the opposite side. Russell Westbrook caught the ball and, with remarkable agility, soared for a thunderous dunk. Mike Dunleavy called a timeout to alleviate the team's current state. Chapter 42, Thunder vs. Clippers, Part 2. As both teams returned to the court, the Clippers regained possession. Byron, at the top of the arc, signaled for Come On to set a screen. After executing the pick, he accelerated to penetrate the defense, drawing Serge Ibaka's attention. Byron deftly passed to Come On, who made a small jump before releasing the shot, successfully scoring points. With the transition of offense and defense, Westbrook found himself at the arc, calling for Ibaka to set a screen. After swiftly maneuvering past the pick, he aimed to attract defenders and set up for an alley-oop. Unfortunately, Come On and Byron anticipated Westbrook's strategy. Byron interfered with Westbrook, while Come On blocked Ibaka's jump, thwarting the alley-oop attempt. In an instant, the momentum shifted as Come On passed the ball to the fast-breaking Al. Al sprinted down the court, with Durant closely trailing him, denying Al any opportunity for a swift advance. With no other options, Al passed the ball back to Russell, who was also rushing down the court. Meanwhile, Harden, trailing behind Russell, had already created several feet of separation. Russell entered the paint, faking a shot to draw Durant's defense, then executed a layup with perfect synchronization. With Durant, the mantis, poised to catch its prey, Shan, the unsuspecting sparrow, drew perilously close. Shan took 3 steps before launching into a powerful leap. With a massive hand swatting the basketball away, the ball rebounded into Harden's grasp, who swiftly passed it to the perimeter for Westbrook. Westbrook executed a bounce pass to Ibaka, who confidently secured the ball and charged into the paint, confronting Come On head-on. Ibaka prepared for a one-handed dunk, while Come On extended his arms, exerting every ounce of effort to block the shot. However, a sharp sound echoed as the ball struck the rim above Come On's head. With a fierce expression and an air of triumph, Ibaka completed the one-handed dunk over his defender. Upon landing, he let out a roar, raising his arms to showcase his impressive biceps. Come On, feeling somewhat resigned, shrugged and sighed. After all, he had always had a penchant for avoiding physical confrontations in the paint. Despite his towering height of 213 centimeters, which made it somewhat challenging to protect the rim with his 211 centimeters wingspan. Yes, and yet, I find it perplexing that while some commentators describe Come On as a robust center who bolstered the Clippers' offense and defense, others claim he rarely engages in physical play, rendering him an inadequate help defender and increasingly a liability on the defensive end. It seems contradictory, and without having closely observed Come On's style of play, I can only speculate. Come On dutifully retrieved the ball and passed it to Russell. Noticing that Harden was not applying pressure, Russell took a sidelong three-point shot, which swished through the net with precision. Shan initiated the play by passing the ball to Westbrook, who swiftly delivered a long pass to Durant. With a calm demeanor, Durant propelled the offense forward, maintaining possession at the top of the arc. As Ibaka attempted to set a screen, Durant gestured for a high-position isolation play, dismissing the screen with a wave of his hand. The Thunder players quickly spread out. Durant, shifting the ball to his right hand, executed a sharp crossover to his left, driving towards the basket. Al, his eyes locked on Durant, managed to keep pace with him. As Durant spun to once again drive past his defender, Al extended his leg to impede Durant's progress. Reacting instantly, Durant leaned back against Al, using the force of the contact to launch a fadeaway jumper. Al leaped to contest the shot. Although he did not significantly disrupt the attempt, Durant instinctively elevated his release slightly. The ball clanged against the back rim, bouncing off the iron and out. Down low, Camby exerted all his strength to secure his position against Shan, preventing him from maneuvering around for a better angle. Meanwhile, Come On occupied the opposite side of the basket, successfully blocking Ibaka. Just as Camby believed he was on the verge of claiming the rebound, Shan, leveraging his imposing physique, leapt from behind Camby to attempt to put back. Unfortunately, the ball struck the front rim and failed to find its mark. Camby, once again, intensified his efforts, using his body to try and shove Shan out of the rebounding area. However, Shan remained as steadfast as a mountain, unwavering and singularly focused on the airborne basketball. As all four players leapt for the rebound, Shan, with his remarkable vertical leap and an impressive wingspan of 230, deftly redirected the ball back towards himself off the backboard. Upon landing, Ibaka, witnessing Shan's burgeoning dominance, quickly retreated from the rebounding fray, opting not to hinder his own team. This granted Shan ample space to operate, while Camby and Come On found themselves similarly afforded the same advantage. Yet, the disadvantage remained. Shan's superior leaping ability and speed allowed him to reclaim the ball off the backboard before either of them could react. Come On, obstructed by Camby, lost his chance to contest the rebound. Camby, attempting to throw an elbow to disrupt Shan, discovered to his dismay that Shan's abdomen was as unyielding as steel, causing his own elbow to throb painfully. Shan leapt once more, executing an exquisite maneuver to pluck the fruit from above Camby's head. Shan seized the ball and immediately positioned himself with his back to Camby, who in turn closely adhered to Shan's back, denying him even the slightest opportunity for offensive maneuvering. However, Shan possessed little finesse in his play, tentatively leaning against Camby. He suddenly executed a powerful back play against him. Camby's defensive stance was swiftly compromised, eliciting an involuntary grunt from him. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to yield, steeling himself to withstand the challenge once more. Although Shan stood 3 centimeters shorter than Camby, he outweighed him by over 20 pounds. Thus, bolstered by strength and mass, Shan delivered an even more forceful back play in response. This time, Camby was truly overwhelmed. He expelled a heavy breath, staggering backward and relinquishing the space beneath the basket entirely. Shan, without a moment's hesitation, executed a spectacular two-handed slam dunk, leaving no opportunity for the defenders to react. On the bench, Mike Dunleavy observed every detail intently, arms crossed and lips pursed, shaking his head in disapproval. Faced with Shan, there seemed to be no viable strategy. The only option would be to commit a foul immediately upon his receiving the ball, though such an approach would be exceedingly counterproductive. As the Thunder transitioned back on defense, Ibaka approached Shan with a smile, exchanging a fist bump and exclaiming in exhilaration. Carmelo received the inbounds pass, and Byron jogged to the top of the arc, awaiting his teammates' positioning. Once Carmelo established himself in the low post, he called for the ball, which Byron readily delivered. Upon receiving it, Carmelo faked a few times before attempting a high hook shot, but his touch was off, and he failed to score. As the offensive and defensive roles switched, Ibaka positioned himself in the same spot, raising his hand for the ball. Carmelo promptly moved to defend him, but Ibaka deftly pivoted towards the basket. Alarmed, Carmelo quickly turned to follow, only to find that Ibaka had outsmarted him, spinning around and using his hip to block Carmelo's path while reaching for the ball. Westbrook lofted a pass to Ibaka, who embraced the ball and created space for his shot. With a similar high hook shot from the low post, he effortlessly banked it in. Carmelo was momentarily stunned. Having been previously bewildered by Yao's footwork, he was now schooled by Ibaka's hook shot right in front of him. Mike Dunleavy called a timeout to allow the starters a brief respite, while the substitutes stepped in to regain their rhythm. Chapter 43, Thunder vs. Clippers, Part 3. The Thunder's starting five returned to the bench, exchanging fist bumps and words of encouragement with their teammates. Coach Scott was briefing the substitutes on the tactical adjustments necessary for their impending entrance onto the court. Shan occupied a seat closest to the player tunnel on the bench. He removed his black hole shoes, replacing them with a pair of high-top basketball shoes predominantly black and white, accented with blue decorations. The logos on either side of the shoe had been altered to 4 distinct musical notes due to NBA regulations, and the shoe was aptly named Silent Band. Westbrook and Harden approached and took a seat beside Shan. In the next quarter, when we take the court, make sure to set plenty of screens for me and James, he instructed. After listening, Shan nodded. Westbrook patted Shan on the shoulder and urged Harden to join him in hearing Scott's tactical arrangements. Shan leaned back against the stool as Shan handed him a piece of paper. "What is this?" Shan inquired. Shan placed his hands on the edge of the stool, resting his head upon them. "Your jersey sales, 56,000 jerseys. For a rookie player, this is an astonishing figure." Shan, with a cheerful demeanor, stroked his chin while gazing at the sales data in his hands. Turning to Shan's, he inquired, "What about the sneaker sales? They must be considerable as well." Shan opened his eyes and smiled at Shan. "Zero, not a single pair has been sold. However, Anta has garnered immense acclaim both domestically and internationally, and their other series are performing quite well." Observing the puzzled and bewildered expression on Shan's face, Shan's provided the final explanation. "In the NBA, forwards rarely sell shoes. This is primarily due to the fact that the popularity of forwards does not match that of star guards, and the high-top, hefty nature of their shoes, coupled with the relatively less captivating performance of forwards compared to guards, makes it quite challenging to boost sneaker sales. Legends such as Olajuwon, O'Neal, and Yao Ming have all attempted to market their own shoes, yet sadly, the sales were dismally inadequate, leading to their eventual withdrawal from the market. If they struggled to sell shoes during their peak fame, it is indeed unrealistic for someone with only modest recognition to venture into the sneaker business. Do not criticize me by mentioning players like Embiid, Davis, or Antetokounmpo, who have successfully marketed shoes. Times have indeed changed." Embiid famously stated, "Any player, regardless of position, can wear my shoes," and even Anthony Davis dons Kobe ADs. The landscape of NBA forwards has long since transformed. With the first quarter concluding, the second quarter commenced swiftly. Scott made slight adjustments, allowing several players who had not yet taken the court to gain some experience. With 6.5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the score stood at 38-31, with the Thunder enjoying a slight 7-point lead over the Clippers. Scott called a timeout, holding on to his synthetic three-star plan. He promptly instructed his 5 key players to take the court and play freely, confident in the abilities of Durant and Westbrook. He simply needed to hand them the ball without worrying about orchestrating offensive strategies, relishing the leisure of his role. As both teams returned to the court, the Thunder regained possession. Shan initiated the play by passing the ball to Westbrook. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook gradually advanced the offense. Before Shan could position himself, Westbrook, from the top of the arc, orchestrated the movement, surveying the positions of his teammates. Byron surged forward to apply pressure, and before Westbrook could secure the ball, Byron deftly intercepted it, subsequently shielding it with his body and thereby relinquishing possession. Byron then hastened the ball down the court, launching a rapid counterattack. Shan turned and lowered his head, propelling himself forward in pursuit. Westbrook closely shadowed Byron, attempting to leverage his formidable physical prowess to thwart Byron's fast break and reclaim possession of the ball. However, Byron's athleticism was equally remarkable among the cadre of guards, proving he was no pushover as he withstood Westbrook's pressure and initiated his own fast break. The two surged ahead. Byron, with the ball secured at his waist, deftly evaded Westbrook's reaching hand and executed a Euro step, gliding past him. As Byron lifted the ball for a right-handed layup, Shan soared from behind, using his left hand to swat away Byron's attempt at the basket. Shan seized the ball and forcefully hurled it towards Harden. Harden adeptly caught the ball, while Ibaka approached to set a screen. Dodging 2 defenders, Harden faced off against Come-On, executing a mid-range jumper that swished through the net with precision. Come-On swiftly passed the ball to Ale, who launched a long pass to Rasul. At this moment, Rasul found himself under the defensive scrutiny of Russell. Rasul initially intended to leverage his height and weight advantage to overpower Westbrook, but as he caught a glimpse of Shan in the paint, radiating anticipation and joy, he promptly abandoned that ill-fated decision. With both hands cradling the ball, Rasul swept it downward from a high position, fending off Westbrook's aggressive defense. Upon initiating his move, he broke to the right, utilizing a slight physical edge to gain some distance from Westbrook. Rasul executed a sudden stop, pivoting with the ball as he turned away from Westbrook, his feet landing simultaneously in a back-to-the-basket position. With his left foot as the pivot, he feigned a shot to the right, deceiving Westbrook before swiftly turning back to the left for a slightly leaning jump shot. Just as Rasul prepared to release the ball, he was abruptly halted by a powerful force. Russell Westbrook's signature rear block thwarted Rasul's attempt to score. After reclaiming the ball, Westbrook initiated a fast break. He surged into the unprotected Clippers paint, tossing the ball against the backboard. The ball ricocheted back into Westbrook's hands, allowing him to self-throw and dunk for an easy 2 points. Rasul could only watch as Russell gestured playfully, cradling his hands in front of his abdomen. Camby rushed to inbound the ball, passing it once more to Rasul, who then bounced it to Byron. Byron subsequently relayed the ball to Ale, who, after receiving it, accelerated unexpectedly towards Durant. However, having endured the relentless pressure from Shan, Durant's defensive awareness and skill remained formidable. He hesitated for just a moment before swiftly matching Ale's pace with his long strides. With no other options, Ale halted abruptly and took a jump shot, prompting Durant to immediately leap for the block. Ale's shot felt right, and he managed to score over Durant while drawing a foul for a hit on his arm. Ale stepped to the free throw line and successfully converted the shot. Shan initiated the play by passing the ball to Westbrook. Westbrook gradually advanced the offense, waiting for Shan to position himself appropriately before decisively driving towards Byron. After being forcefully challenged by Westbrook for a short distance, Byron witnessed Westbrook abruptly halt and execute a rigid jump shot. Regrettably, the excessive force caused the basketball to ricochet off the back iron. Meanwhile, Camby was earnestly battling for position against Shan, as Shan retreated slightly. Camby immediately panicked and took a step back. Shan deftly positioned his foot in front of Camby's rear, nudging him aside, successfully establishing a prime location before Cantor could leap for the rebound. He skillfully snatched the ball and passed it back to Westbrook. This can be done, a little retreat. But remember to brace yourself against that person, otherwise, you might fall. It's best not to do this on a casual court, but it's permissible in formal games. Positioning for rebounds is genuinely effective, yet it's advisable not to overdo it. After securing the ball with both hands, Westbrook dribbled a couple of times before attempting a shot once more. However, he still failed to find the net, with Cantor and Camby blocking him from both sides. Shan felt a slight discomfort, yet it was merely a minor inconvenience. He elevated the basketball higher, denying them the chance to contest for it. And as the two leaped to grab the ball, he cleverly maneuvered away from their positioning, this time without their interference. Shan once again seized the rebound and swiftly tossed it back to Westbrook. Upon receiving the pass, Westbrook faked a shot, causing Byron to jump. Then, using the screen, he stormed into the paint and soared for a one-handed dunk from just inside the arc. Cantor stared blankly at Camby, who looked back at him in resignation. Camby suggested, "Shall we switch places?" To which Cantor declined, saying, "Let's not." Cantor sighed and walked over to inbound the ball. Mike Dunleavy also felt helpless. They couldn't secure offensive rebounds, couldn't defend the defensive ones. Their offense was chaotic, and their defense was being breached. It was only the second quarter. They couldn't possibly resort to a fouling strategy, risking fouls when they still needed to compete in the fourth quarter. The interior defense was crumbling. Even with Ben in the game, they would have to battle hard. And not committing fouls? Ridiculous. The opponents wouldn't allow them to close the gap by the fourth quarter. DeMar. How exasperating. Back on the court, Byron continued to handle the ball, passing it to Cantor in the post. Cantor turned with a feint and executed a bank shot from the low block with precision. This marked Cantor's career-high attempts, 26 times. Don't keep asking why I always pass to Cantor. Ibaka inbounds to Harden, who observes his three teammates migrating to the corners. He shared a knowing glance with Shan, who grinned back, providing Harden with an exceptionally executed screen, as always. After utilizing the screen, Harden drove to the basket. Regardless of whether he drew the defender's attention, he launched the ball skyward upon entering the paint, then performed a signature retreat with both hands behind his back, leaving the rest to the unstoppable Shan. As expected, Camby and Russell were undistracted by Harden's presence, turning to intercept the alley-oop. They were met with the sight of the basketball hovering near the rim, leaving them with a profound sense of despair. How on earth can one defend against this? Though Camby and Rasul were unable to contain him, they were determined to make it difficult for Shan. Camby positioned himself directly in front of Shan, prepared to block his jump, while Rasul, more aggressive, leaped onto Shan, seemingly intent on denying him any chance to score. Yet, Shan appeared impervious to the nearly 100 kilograms of weight bearing down on him, effortlessly launching himself skyward. With his right hand, he seized the basketball and forcefully drove it toward the hoop. A resounding B00M echoed as the rim quaked violently. Shan's powerful slam dunk was successful. The referee's whistle pierced the air as Camby fell to the ground and Rasul committed a foul, granting Shan an opportunity for a two-point play with an additional free throw. Shan landed, bending low and letting out a fierce roar, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Teammates on the bench and many incredulous fans stood up, furrowing their brows as they gazed at the replay on the large screen above. Particularly striking was the moment when Rasul leaped to embrace Shan, who seemed utterly indifferent to Rasul's presence. As he executed his signature alley-oop dunk, he inadvertently toppled Camby in the process. Fans, teammates, and opponents alike covered their faces, peeking through their fingers to witness the brutal spectacle unfolding on the screen. That shot had surely secured a spot among the top 10 plays. Just as he was preparing to approach the free throw line, Rasul walked over to Shan and inquired, "Hey, Lee, I jumped onto your back. How could you possibly leap again?" Shan stood in a daze for a while, scratching his head and gazing at Rasul with a hint of confusion. "Is that so? Did you just leap onto me? But I didn't feel anything, sigh. It should have merely been a standard alley-oop dunk, shouldn't it?" Rasul, staring at Shan's earnest and bewildered expression, felt his pupils dilate in an instant, standing there at a loss for words, for reasons he could not fathom. A wave of homesickness washed over Rasul, and he could only exhale a deep, heavy sigh. Shan approached the free throw line, catching the basketball passed to him by the referee, and subsequently took a steady shot. However, perhaps still affected by the previous moment, the ball rimmed out and failed to find the net. The Clippers regained possession, and Mike Dunleavy noticed that Russell was not quite himself, promptly calling for a timeout. Chapter 44, Thunder vs. Clippers, Final. During the timeout, Russell sat silently on the bench, tossing the towel in his hands over his face. Dunleavy quickly took a seat beside Russell to inquire about his condition. Russell, with the towel covering his face, shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Yet it was apparent to discerning eyes that the recent miss had deeply affected him. Dunleavy chose not to press the issue and nodded in resignation. "All right, you can rest on the bench for now. I'll have Ricky Davis take your place for a while," he said. Russell remained silent, continuing to nod beneath the towel. Just as Dunleavy prepared to leave to strategize with the team, Russell pulled down a corner of the towel and asked, "Coach, do you really think we can compete against those giants?" Dunleavy looked at Russell, his half-exposed face, and slowly shook his head. "Son, I can't say for certain whether we can defeat them, but we must make an effort. Even if we ultimately fail, at least we will have tried. Won't we?" With that, Dunleavy turned away, focusing on explaining tactics and fostering team cohesion. Ricky Davis, former leader of the Cavaliers, regarded LeBron as a subordinate. During his time with the Cavaliers, in pursuit of his first career triple-double, he even charged towards his own basket, believing LeBron would assist him. After being traded, he famously remarked, "I thought he was here to support me." On the Thunder's side, the 5 players returned to the bench, surrounded by jubilant teammates celebrating with enthusiastic elbow bumps. Shan sat on the bench, eagerly accepting the water passed to him by Shans, gulping it down in quick succession. Jeff Green and Naynard, grinning widely, plopped down beside him. "Lee, that play you just made was absolutely phenomenal. It was truly more exhilarating than a snake. You caught an alley-oop while carrying a guy weighing around 200 pounds, then knocked Camby down before delivering that emphatic dunk. Especially that trash talk you just threw out, pure gold. Did you just jump on me? I hardly felt a thing. Damn, bro. That was incredibly impressive." Just look at Russell on the other side. His expression is like he just tasted something terrible. Shan was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing the banter between Jeff Green and Naynard. That statement should have been a mere declarative, right? At that moment, I truly did not feel his presence behind me. Surely, that cannot be considered trash talk. Jeff Green and Naynard were instantly bewildered, exchanging perplexed glances. "My goodness, are you serious?" Shan shrugged his shoulders, asking rhetorically, "What else is there?" The two exchanged glances filled with pity as they gazed at the distant Rasul. As the players returned to the court, Rasul was conspicuously absent, with Ricky Davis stepping into his position. The Clippers seized possession, and Byron, with the ball, passed it to Ricky. Confronted by the youthful Harden, Ricky exhibited the triple threat stance, accelerating past his defender with a decisive drive. Caught off guard, Harden yielded half a step of space and failed to keep pace. Undeterred by Harden's lag, Ricky executed a sudden stop for a mid-range jump shot, which he sank effortlessly. Shan initiated the play by passing the ball to Harden, who gradually dribbled to the top of the arc, raising a hand to signal for isolation. The Thunder's 4 players swiftly retreated to the baseline, creating space. Harden faced off against Ricky Davis, executing a rapid series of between the legs and behind the back dribbles to his right hand. Suddenly, he lunged forward, causing Ricky Davis to instinctively backpedal to guard against Harden's drive. As Harden pulled the ball back, he simultaneously pushed off with his front foot. Stepping back to release a shot, the three-pointer sailed through with unwavering precision. Without a glance back, Harden turned and raised his hand in a gesture of flair. As the transition between offense and defense unfolded, Ricky reached out to request the ball from Byron, who hesitantly passed it to him. Ricky then signaled for Camby to come up and set a screen at the 45-degree angle for a three-point attempt. Observing Camby successfully create separation from Harden, Ricky drove forward. Meanwhile, Westbrook disregarded Byron and sprinted ahead. Shan swiftly transitioned to defend against Ricky Davis, who immediately launched an explosive move to draw closer to Shan. Seeking to deceive Shan into retreating, he swiftly pulled back and executed a jump shot. Shan leapt gracefully, snatching the basketball from midair. Shan caught sight of Westbrook, who had already sprinted far away, and delivered a one-handed long pass into Westbrook's awaiting hands. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook soared into the air for a thunderous dunk, securing an additional 2 points. Camby swiftly initiated the play, passing the ball to Byron, who surveyed the positions of his teammates on the court. Suddenly, Al executed a deft cut, while Come On, unbeknownst to Durant, set a screen for Al. As a result, Durant collided unexpectedly with Come On. Ibaka, momentarily caught off guard, inadvertently granted Al an opportunity to cut to the basket. Byron immediately swung the ball to the cutting Al, who, upon receiving it, was poised to leap for a dunk. However, in the blink of an eye, Shan had already positioned himself in front of Al as a formidable defender. Al, startled, hurriedly passed the ball to Camby. Shan turned around and took a step forward, arriving directly before Camby. Camby, equally flustered, hastily returned to the opposing AI air, saying, "I shall return it to you." Shan once again positioned himself in front of AI air, who stared in astonishment at the basketball in his hands, eager to pass it to the perimeter. Shan felt as if he were being treated like a fool. In an instant, a pair of large hands seized the basketball, yanking it fiercely into his embrace. AI air simply could not withstand Shan's strength, and the basketball was swiftly wrested from his grasp. Shan raised the ball above his head with both hands and forcefully passed it to the fast-breaking Westbrook. Westbrook received the ball, evading Byron's interference, and launched it directly toward the backboard. The basketball rebounded, and Durant leaped into the air, catching the ball mid-flight and executing a powerful dunk. The morale of the Clippers plummeted once again, prompting Al to approach Camby and inquire, "Marcus, I just passed you the ball. Why didn't you just dunk or shoot? It was such a prime scoring opportunity." Camby, visibly irritated, retorted, "How can you ask me that? Why didn't you dunk or shoot when you charged in? It was an excellent opportunity for an alley-oop, yet you chose to pass to me." Al was instantly silenced, retreating to his position. Come On initiated the play, and Byron took control of the ball. Byron executed a series of crossovers, then suddenly accelerated to break through, only to be thwarted by Westbrook, who intercepted the pass. Westbrook seized the basketball and pushed the fast break, while Byron stood motionless, unwilling to pursue. Westbrook penetrated the Clippers' interior, launching himself just a step in front of the free throw line. The young athlete unleashed a ferocious dunk, extinguishing the Clippers' hopes. Upon landing, Westbrook emphatically slapped the floor and pounded his chest, releasing his pent-up intensity. At that moment, every player on the Thunder's bench rose, waving their towels in jubilant celebration of yet another score. It felt as though the Thunder, in their away game, had commandeered the atmosphere of the home court. Mike Dunleavy called for a timeout, signaling his capitulation. Chapter 45. The Birds account the Thunder's 5 players returned to their benches. Observing their substitutes engage in a lackluster exchange of play, Harden and Westbrook munched on unknown snacks, while Shan fetched Nana from Shan's, placing the cat on his lap and indulging in a frenzy of affection. Durant donned a dark gray hoodie, crowned with a small pink hat, glancing at the 4 beside him as he pulled out a pair of glasses from his bag and silently adorned his face. "Hey guys, don't I look incredibly dapper in these glasses? I feel like a refined gentleman, much like Depp," Durant declared. Upon hearing this, Westbrook set down his snacks, turned to Durant, and displayed an expression of disbelief. "Oh, for heaven's sake, please don't act ridiculous around us, Kevin. I implore you to take off those wretched glasses. If you encounter any setbacks, you can talk to us. We're a team, and we can solve things together." Durant chuckled, playfully slapping Westbrook on the shoulder, exasperatedly gazing at him. "Don't be jealous of my good looks. You could never match my charm." He pushed his glasses up with a flourish, casually tousling his hair. Shan gently placed a kiss on the slumbering Nana and lifted his gaze to admire Durant's attire. Indeed, this ensemble suited him remarkably well. It felt as though Durant, taken aback, looked at Shan with astonishment, resting his hand on Shan's shoulder. Did you see that? It appears Lee possesses a discerning eye. You all ought to learn from him. Shan caressed his chin, deep in thought, resembling a delicate young gentleman. Shan responded earnestly, nearly causing Westbrook to spit out the water in his mouth. Haha, that's so spot on, the charming young Durant. Durant slowly removed his hand from Shan's shoulder, rolling his eyes to the point of nearly losing sight. Lee, your description is splendid. But perhaps refrain from it next time. At this moment, Harden finally shifted his gaze from the court to his side, innocently inquiring, What? What is up? Let us blame this on Irving. As the final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, the score stood at 97-88, with the Clippers being decisively struck down by the Thunder. After exchanging embraces and gestures of goodwill, both teams retreated to their respective locker rooms. Following a brief shower and change of attire, Scott led the Thunder's core five to the press conference. Westbrook donned a striking red jacket with nothing underneath, showcasing his robust physique, complemented by jeans. Harden appeared in a black hoodie and loose-fitting pants, adorned with a black and gold watch on his wrist. Durant opted for his signature pink cap, paired with a leopard print coat and fitted jeans. Ibaka, dressed in formal attire, exuded a sense of maturity. On the summit of Mount Lee, adorned with headphones, a striking tabby cat reclines upon his broad shoulders. He is clad in a blue hoodie and black harem pants that reveal his ankles, while his feet rest upon a pair of silent sneakers. The starting five of the Thunder, akin to the fashion of the lightning that dances across the sky, embody an aura of contemporary flair. The six individuals take their seats, and the reporters, as usual, engage in a brief exchange of pleasantries with Scott Brooks before directing their attention towards Durant. Kevin, in today's match, you achieved a remarkable feat with a game high of 30 points, alongside 10 rebounds and 5 assists, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage of 75. What can you attribute this outstanding performance to? Is it a testament to your individual prowess, or do you believe the Clippers' defense faltered? As soon as the male reporter concludes his inquiry, Westbrook hastily gulps down his water, slamming the bottle upon the table, glaring at the reporter with an unyielding gaze, and dismissively waves him off, exclaiming, "Next." What kind of nonsense question is that? The atmosphere momentarily thickens with awkward silence. Durant and Harden share a chuckle, placing their hands upon Westbrook's shoulders. With such a loyal brother by his side, what more could one desire? Durant, grinning broadly, encourages the next reporter to speak. Russell, do you believe our Oklahoma team requires further reinforcements? Who knows, and why are you asking me? Are you looking for trouble? He retorts. Next, LeBron. We've received whispers that you've been liking numerous posts featuring women with gourd-like figures online. None of your business. Next, Westbrook, already in a fervor, has struck fear into the hearts of all present reporters, leaving them momentarily speechless. Fortunately, a blonde female journalist shatters the brief silence. Lee, I do not intend to inquire about your performance on the court, as your impressive statistics of 8 points, 21 rebounds, and 11 blocks have already captivated us. Instead, I would like to ask a few questions regarding matters off the court, if that is permissible. Shan gently stroked the cat while gazing at the reporter. Of course. You may ask, he replied. All right, Lee, I would like to inquire when you will activate your Twitter account, as many people online are eagerly awaiting the emergence of your little bird account. Shan was somewhat perplexed. He pondered why so many people eagerly anticipated his online presence. Durant adjusted his glasses with a smile, stroking his chin as he addressed Shan. Of course, it is to engage in profound dialogue and meaningful exchanges. Many who are eager and impatient wish to treat you to dinner. Your romantic prospects are indeed plentiful. Why not inquire of this lovely lady if she wishes to join you? I must say, James and I are utterly envious. Shan gazed at the enchanting lady, who smiled at him and nodded without hesitation. He promptly waved his hand in refusal. At this moment, he had no such intentions, but he would expedite the progress of his Xiaonyao account. Chapter 46. The arrival of Shan's parents, the Thunder swiftly returned to Oklahoma. With 3 days remaining before their next encounter against the San Antonio Spurs, the team enjoyed ample time to recuperate and restore their physical condition. Upon disembarking from the thunderous bus, Shan promptly cradled the feline and made his way to the Royal Guard studio. Shan just ascended to the 13th floor in the elevator, cradling a cat in his arms. As soon as he stepped through the threshold of the studio, He was taken aback to find Anine and Ifis seated on the sofa, engaged in a passionate kiss, exchanging saliva. Li Shan's eyes momentarily lost their luster, as if his very soul had been extracted, leaving him in a state of dazed stupor. The backpack slung over his shoulders slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, a testament to his sudden weakness. Even the cat, wide-eyed, rose from Li Shan's embrace. Fixated on the interaction between Andain and Ifis, is this truly acceptable in the studio's hall? Just as Andain was poised to advance further with Ifis, Li Shan's voice shattered their idyllic moment. Ifis, noticing the stunned duo of man and feline, felt a rush of crimson flood his cheeks. He hastily donned his thick glasses from the coffee table and fled the scene in disarray. Andain, her brow furrowed with a blend of frustration and ire, turned to glare at Li Shan. Damn it, I had finally managed to connect with Ifis, and now you've ruined everything. I swear, I shall make you pay. Li Shan, cradling a cat, dashed behind the sofa, entangled in a playful pursuit with Andain, akin to the legendary Qin Wang circling a pillar. Although Andain voiced her discontent, she swiftly adjusted her mindset and emotions. Yet her face still bore the marks of anger as she seated herself upon the sofa. Andain, I do not object to your romantic endeavors in the studio, but such behavior is wholly inappropriate here. Andain raised an eyebrow, tugging at the corners of her mouth as she fixed her gaze upon Li Shan. The duo, known as 01 and 02, had already advanced their relationship within the company. However, at the very least, they had not engaged in such activities in my presence, nor in such a critical setting. So, are you implying that as long as it remains unseen by you, it is permissible to conduct such affairs within the office? Li Shan furrowed his brow in exasperation as he rubbed his temples, while Andai, after a fit of laughter, made her way towards the direction where Ifisi had departed. At that moment, beneath the grand office building, a formidable expedition vehicle, measuring 10 meters in length, 2.5 meters in width, and 3.7 meters in height, loomed like a steel behemoth before the edifice. A towering man, standing at 2 meters and 40 centimeters, adorned with a robust beard, and accompanied by a striking woman, who bore the marks of fitness at 1 meter and 90 centimeters, disembarked from the vehicle. The man tossed the keys to a nearby attendant and, with a hand larger than the attendant's head, placed it upon the young man's shoulder. Ensure that my vehicle is parked properly. Should anything go awry, you shall face the consequences. The attendant, measuring a mere 180 centimeters, appeared diminutive in the presence of the imposing figure, tremblingly nodded before hastily rushing to tend to the vehicle. In the lobby of the 13th floor, Li Shan and Shanxi gathered together, engaged in lively conversation. Shanxi patted Li Shan on the back and gestured towards the space behind him. Li Shan turned around, a look of mild astonishment crossing his face. Mom, what brings you here? Have you and Dad already completed the ascent of Annapurna? Mountain Mother removed her sunglasses and embraced Li Shan. Of course, your father and I are not to be underestimated. At an elevation of over 8,000 meters, we conquered it with ease. Let me take a good look at you. You've become so thin. Are you down to 230 pounds? My poor child. Has your coach not allowed you to eat enough? Li Shan gently extricated himself from his mother's embrace. Mother, I have grown quite robust. I now weigh 234 pounds and have never faced a situation of hunger. By the way, where's father? I do not see him around. Li Shan hurriedly shifted the topic, and Mother Shan chuckled as she pointed behind Li Shan. Indeed, a large hand landed heavily on Li Shan's shoulder. Li Shan swiftly grasped the enormous hand with both of his own, executing a powerful shoulder throw towards the ground. However, his father, Mountain Dad, reacted with remarkable speed, stabilizing himself on his feet before hitting the ground. In a deft maneuver, he seized Li Shan's hand and similarly flung him away, causing Li Shan to crash onto the sofa. There is progress, but it is still insufficient. Shan, you must practice more diligently. Li Shan reclined on the sofa, exhaling a deep sigh before springing up with a swift motion akin to a carp leaping from the water. He gazed at the imposing figure of the man before him, a broad smile gracing his face as he embraced him. Dad, Mom, welcome to my studio. After Li Shan briefly introduced the core members of his studio, Shanba burst into hearty laughter. Not bad at all. The studio is quite impressive, boasting numerous talents and commendable skills. It appears to be a vibrant team. Shanxi, with a hint of resignation, shrugged and humorously lamented. I feel like I'm on the verge of being scolded to death. There's vitality, yet my heart is heavy with frustration. Li Shan, filled with curiosity, inquired of Mother Shan. "Mother, what brings you back this time? Why such a sudden visit?" With a smile, Mother Shan rested her elbow on Li Shan's shoulder and replied, "We came over to check on Ama and the others a few days ago. This time, we wanted to see how things are on your end before heading to Texas to handle some matters regarding the association. We also hope to catch your next match." Li Shan, deep in thought, stroked his chin contemplatively. "Is it dangerous? Should I ask Uncle to bring some people along this time?" Father Shan approached Li Shan from the other side, leaning against the sofa. "There is no danger. It's merely your Uncle Hua, Uncle Hung, Uncle Song, and Uncle Hung coming over to chat and attend to some personal matters. Rest assured, they are all part of the Li family. And they will return to your mother's house later. The wrestling competition is about to begin. Speaking of which, Shan, your contract is only $2 million for the year. And after your agent's fees and taxes, you're left with merely a little over $1 million. How will you cover the office salaries and daily expenses? Would you like your parents and a few uncles to chip in a bit to purchase a team for some leisure?" Father Shan playfully hooked his arm around Li Shan's neck, enticing him with the allure of his financial resources. Li Shan promptly extricated himself, shaking his head. As for purchasing a team, that was best left aside. It held no allure for him. Presently, playing basketball was quite enjoyable, and he had ample pocket money and New Year's gifts to comfortably manage his salary and daily expenses. His mother, cradling a cat, gently approached while caressing Nana. "Tai, you should refrain from constantly meddling in Shan's life. Our son has grown. He is capable of handling these matters. Shan, if you no longer wish to play basketball, feel free to discuss it with your father and me. We can transfer a few companies to you to play around with. If you prefer not to work outside and wish to stay at home, that is perfectly fine as well. Our family is not lacking in resources. Do not burden yourself unnecessarily. The Li family will always be your steadfast support." Chapter 47. Away game against the Spurs. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, the Thunder team boarded their bus, arriving at the renowned SBC Center in San Antonio. In the past few days, Li Shan's royal team has fervently promoted the upcoming matchup between Li Shan and Duncan through online platforms. Although it is not a home game, and they will not reap ticket revenue, this endeavor serves to introduce this promising newcomer from Huaxia to a broader audience of basketball enthusiasts. Currently, the seats at the Spurs home arena are fully allocated, with countless fans gradually making their way into the venue. 5 towering members of the Li family, Tai, Hua, Hung, and Song, have taken their places in the front row, closest to the Thunder's bench, accompanied by 6 middle school students. Each of the 5 giants dons a pair of sunglasses, their muscular arms crossed over their chests as they sit confidently in their seats. Li Shan, adorned with headphones, stood at the free throw line, engrossed in his shooting warm-up, oblivious to the presence of his family who had taken their seats. Russell Westbrook approached, dribbling a basketball, and with a swift motion, he released a shot that swished effortlessly through the net. As Westbrook extended his hand for a high five, Li Shan was about to reciprocate, only for Westbrook to quickly retract his hand and tousle his hair instead. Li Shan chuckled as he pointed at Westbrook several times, who in turn smiled and gestured back at Li Shan. Li Shan extended his hand to request a ball from his assistant. With a single hand, he grasped the basketball thrown to him and passed it to Westbrook. Westbrook returned the ball to Li Shan, who subsequently sent it back, only for Westbrook to pass it once more. Li Shan grasped the ball with one hand, executing an extraordinarily lifelike feint that deceived Westbrook into reaching for the catch. Observing this scene, Harden rushed to Westbrook's side and whispered in his ear, "Smell." Westbrook, with a resigned smile, hooked his arm around Harden's shoulder. Li Shan smiled faintly, effortlessly releasing the ball with one hand. As the basketball swished through the net, Li Shan raised an eyebrow as he observed Westbrook, who acknowledged him with a nod. In a moment of camaraderie, both parties reached out for a high five. However, just before their palms could meet, Li Shan swiftly withdrew his hand and brushed his hair back. This time, Durant leaned against Westbrook alongside Ibaka and Jeff Green, loudly exclaiming, "Smell." The starting lineups for both teams were as follows: Thunder, Lee, Ibaka, Durant, Harden. Westbrook, gradually becoming nonchalant. San Antonio Spurs starting lineup: Tony Parker, point guard; Keith Bogans, shooting guard; Richard Jefferson, small forward; DeJuan Blair, power forward; Tim Duncan, center. The referee entered the court holding the ball, and the players took their positions for the jump ball. Following Scott's arrangement, Li Shan switched positions with Ibaka, assuming the role of starting center for this match, facing off against the legendary Tim Duncan, who had entered the league as a superstar and was also a power forward by trade. The physical measurements for both players are as follows. Tim Duncan, height, 211 centimeters, 213 centimeters, wingspan, 226 centimeters, weight, 118 kilograms. Shan stands at a height of 208 centimeters, with a wingspan of 230 centimeters and weighing 117 kilograms. Despite their nearly identical statistics, their styles of play are extraordinarily contrasting. One is a master of both offense and defense, showcasing exceptional attacking prowess, while the other is singularly focused, exhibiting impenetrable defense. Some fans have privately speculated who is superior, the perennial superstar Tim Duncan or the defensively flawless rising star Shan. Remarkably, their matchup stands at 1-1. As the scene unfolds on the court, the referee strides to the center circle, holding the basketball aloft while casting a glance at both Shan and Duncan, signaling the impending jump ball. An electric anticipation fills the air as Shan and the stoic Duncan exchange a knowing look, the essence of competition and challenge palpable between them. The referee releases the ball into the air, and at its apex, both Shan and Duncan leap simultaneously in pursuit. However, Shan's remarkable leaping speed swiftly eclipses Duncan's as he palms the ball and sends it behind him. Russell Westbrook receives the pass and glides to the top of the arc, suddenly accelerating past Tony Parker with a dazzling burst of speed. Upon penetrating the paint, he encounters DeJuan, who is defending nearby. Undeterred, Westbrook engages in a forceful left-handed layup. Yet, regrettably, his attempt clangs off the rim, failing to find the mark. DeJuan secures the rebound and hands the ball to Tony Parker, who, finding himself unguarded, seizes the moment and initiates a rapid fast break. Shan instantly lowered his body, exerting every ounce of strength to pursue fervently. Shan swiftly closed the distance with Tony Parker, who made a rapid advance into the paint. From a position just 2 steps beyond the free throw line, he leaped with the ball cradled in both hands, soaring towards the rim to execute a powerful dunk. Shan closely followed and leaped to execute a blocking defense. However, Tony Parker's jumping height and distance appeared to be rather unremarkable as he began his descent halfway through the air. This dunk vividly illustrated how Tony Parker forcefully slammed the basketball against the rim, causing it to ricochet away. In the sky, Shan extended a colossal hand, poised to thwart the impending dunk, only to find himself grasping at emptiness. Below, Tony Parker observed the spectacle above, creating an atmosphere rife with awkwardness. The rebound was seized by the ever-persistent Durant, while Shan descended to the baseline. Locking eyes with Tony Parker in a shared moment of bemusement, Tony scratched his nose and gestured a thumbs up towards Shan. Nice block. That was your rejection, wasn't he it? Shan, with a wry smile, spread his hands and shook his head at Tony Parker, indicating that he had not executed the blocking defense against him. However, Tony Parker chose to disregard Shan's denial and promptly sprinted back on defense. The spectators on the sidelines were nearly in fits of laughter. A mere ordinary regular season ticket, priced anywhere from several dozen to a few $100s, offered the chance to witness such an entertaining spectacle, making it an undeniable bargain. The king of block could even dismiss the need for a cap and still swat away the opposing team's basketball. Returning to the court, Durant dribbled into the backcourt, his emotionless gaze fixed on Richard as he sought a breach in his defense. Suddenly, Durant made a sharp change of direction, evading Richard, and from a 45-degree angle, he executed a swift stop-and-pop jump shot. Though Richard could not defend in time, Durant's shot regrettably failed to find the basket. Duncan, expertly positioning himself, secured the rebound without allowing Shan a chance, successfully claiming the ball. Shan slightly disrupted Duncan's pass, allowing his teammates time to transition back on defense before swiftly returning to his position. At the top of the arc, Tony Parker orchestrated the play, while Duncan, positioned at a 45-degree angle, reached out for the ball. Shan maneuvered forward to defend, and Duncan feigned a downward move. Shan quickly pivoted to keep pace with Duncan, who then spun to shield Shan with his body, once again requesting the ball from Tony Parker. This exquisite display of positioning and ball-seeking left Shan in awe. Upon receiving the pass from Tony Parker, Duncan found Shan immediately in close defense. Duncan leaned back to test the waters, then turned and swept the ball high, forcing Shan to create some distance. However, as Shan stepped back just a fraction, his substantial right hand hovered above Duncan's position, moving laterally to obstruct Duncan's view of the basket. For a moment, Duncan's offense stalled against Shan's defense. But the versatile Duncan quickly regained focus, launching a series of probing steps that pressured Shan's front foot, compelling him to retreat slightly. After a deceptive fake, Duncan rose swiftly for a shot. Unfortunately for him, Shan remained unfooled by the feint and leaped forward at the moment Duncan released the ball, successfully blocking the shot. Following the block, Shan executed a one-handed toss to the fast-breaking Russell Westbrook. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook pivoted to evade Tony Parker's attempt at a steal, then finished with a right-handed layup. Tony Parker, with the ball in hand, skillfully executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, dramatically changing direction to shake off Westbrook before swiftly making another wide turn to bypass him completely. As he surged towards the basket, he was met with immediate help defense from Ibaka. In response, Tony Parker spun, dribbled past his defender, and smoothly utilized the backboard to score. Shan passed the ball to Westbrook, who dribbled to the distant three-point line. Tony Parker adjusted his shorts, his gaze fixed intently on Westbrook, poised to defend. With a sudden burst of speed, Westbrook changed direction, maneuvering past Parker without losing momentum. Inside, Duncan swiftly moved to assist, and Westbrook gathered the ball, delivering a pass to Ibaka behind him, threading it through Dewan's waist. Ibaka, receiving the ball, executed a close-range shot that smoothly found the net. Duncan initiated the play, with Parker continuing to orchestrate the offense. Duncan called for the ball in the low post, and Parker obliged with a lob. Duncan, leaning against Shan, attempted to back him down, but found Shan unyielding. Again, Duncan tried to overpower Shan, but his turnaround jumper was met with a resounding block right in his face. Shan seized the basketball and forcefully hurled it in the direction of Westbrook. Westbrook caught the ball, took 3 steps in 2 strides, and soared into the air for a powerful dunk. Unable to contain himself, Popovich called for a timeout to devise a strategy. Chapter 48, The Floor Flow Nemesis, Shan Thunder vs. Spurs, Part 2, Popovich summoned his disciples to gather around. He instructed them to substitute kiss bogans with Manu Ginobili, aiming to either draw fouls or penetrate the interior to attract defensive attention before kicking the ball out. Duncan was to create more pick-and-roll situations, seeking opportunities to evade Shan's direct matchup and receive the ball in the low post for an easy score. Popovich remarked, Shan is truly a nuisance. If only Tim hadn't suffered a torn lateral meniscus in his left knee back in 2000. The title of the Flying Devil was not earned without merit. Otherwise, he could surely have held his own against Shan. Scott, exhilarated, suggested that Shan should focus on Duncan relentlessly. He added, there's no need to tightly guard Duncan's three-point shot. He is not particularly adept at it. As for defensive switches, Scott could only conceive this simplest method to enable Duncan to score efficiently. Switching? If you concede points, do not switch, Shan. My intent is to incapacitate one of your core players and make the game miserable for you. Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili? If you two can. Refrain from entering the paint. You shall forever remain at the perimeter, shooting 2s or 3s. After all, in mid-range, I still have Ibaka and Durant. My defense will serve to frustrate you. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, with the Spurs in possession of the ball. Dewan initiated the play by passing to Tony Parker, who executed a low handoff with Ginobili at the three-point line. After receiving the ball, Ginobili, noticing Harden was blocked, accelerated and drove towards the basket. In an instant, Shan relinquished his guard on Duncan at the corner three-point line and swiftly shifted his focus to Ginobili. Ginobili, closely shadowing Shan, attempted an elegant Euro step, intending to deceive him and finish with a layup. However, Ginobili soon realized that Shan was unfazed by his feint, as a formidable hand remained persistently obstructing the path to the basket. Seizing the moment, Ginobili deftly gathered the ball and passed it to Duncan stationed beyond the arc. Duncan, receiving the ball with precision, took a step into the paint and executed a beautifully arched shot that gracefully swished through the net, scoring a 2-point jumper from mid-range. A composed smile emerged on Duncan's face, relieved that this was his home court. Otherwise, in Dallas, he might have faced a dubious technical foul from the referees. Shan passed the ball to Westbrook, who, while advancing the ball, whispered tactics into Shan's ear. Shan nodded repeatedly before swiftly taking his position. At the arc, Westbrook orchestrated the play while Shan set a screen for Durant in the corner, allowing Durant to receive the pass. Ibaka also set a screen for Westbrook, but Dewan quickly reacted and shadowed Westbrook. Harden maneuvered to find an opening, and Ibaka once again set a screen for him at the arc. Durant passed the ball to Harden, who, with his left hand, surged towards the basket, unopposed, and executed a layup off the backboard. Ginobili was blocked by Ibaka, while Tony Parker failed to notice in time to provide help, granting Harden an easy scoring opportunity. Tony Parker quickly raised his hand in acknowledgement of his mistake. DeJuan initiated the play, passing the ball to Parker, who then relayed it to Ginobili, calling for a screen from DeJuan. After the screen, he accelerated to break through, but Ibaka immediately switched to guard Ginobili. Ginobili pulled back to hold off Ibaka and made a sharp leftward drive. Ibaka regained his focus and matched Ginobili's pace. As Ginobili abruptly halted for a jump shot, Ibaka leaped to contest but was unable to block it, creating a formidable defensive presence. Unfortunately, Ginobili's shot ricocheted off the rim. Ibaka secured the rebound and passed it to Westbrook for a fast break. However, having learned from previous humiliating fast breaks, the Spurs quickly retreated to defend, forcing Westbrook to methodically set up the play. The Thunder positioned themselves, with Durant requesting the ball at a 45-degree angle from Westbrook. The team trusted their veteran leader, and Westbrook unhesitatingly directed the ball to Durant, then cleared space, handing the spotlight to him. Durant lowered his stance and executed deceptive dribbles, fixating his gaze on Richard. With a powerful crossover to his left, he attacked Richard's right side, effortlessly maneuvering past him. Richard, realizing the situation, pursued closely. Without hesitation, Durant suddenly stopped and took a jump shot. Richard leapt to contest, slapping Durant's arm, causing Durant's attempt to hit the front rim and miss. The referee quickly blew the whistle. Frustrated, Richard was called for a foul, granting Durant 2 free throw opportunities. Durant received the ball from the referee, dribbled a couple of times, then lifted his hand to shoot, successfully netting the score. He approached Shan and Ibaka for a high five, then exchanged fist bumps with Westbrook and Harden. Durant made his second free throw as well, effortlessly adding another 2 points. DeJuan retrieved the ball and passed it to Tony Parker, who dribbled across half-court to Duncan at the free throw line before moving around Duncan to reposition. Ginobili set a screen for Parker, who navigated the baseline, utilizing screens from Richard and DeJuan to effectively block Westbrook. Duncan delivered a direct pass to Parker at the three-point line, who wasted no time in shooting, denying anyone the chance to defend. However, the unprepared three-pointer clanked off the rim. DeJuan, fortunate, easily jumped to secure the rebound. He took a step, nudging Ibaka, and attempted to score. But Ibaka was not to be underestimated, swatting away DeJuan's shot. Westbrook then received the ball and passed it forward to Shan. After catching the ball, Shan surged forward with remarkable strides, skillfully evading Duncan as he charged into the paint, positioning himself for a powerful one-handed slam dunk that brutally shattered the rim. Chapter 49, Thunder vs. Spurs, Part 3, Shan's scoring spree ignited. As the first quarter concluded, the scoreboard displayed a narrow lead of 27-23, with the Thunder ahead by a mere 4 points. Throughout the first quarter, aside from Popovich's solitary substitution, the remaining timeouts were utilized solely for brief respites and tactical discussions. No key player was benched, and the competitive spirit of both teams was fervently ignited. Having played the entire first quarter, Shan sat on the bench, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, sipping from a small cup of warm water infused with a pinch of salt to replenish his energy. Scott approached and took a seat beside Shan, inquiring, "Lee, are you able to continue?" Shan wiped the sweat from his brow with the towel draped around his neck and nodded, signaling his readiness and vigor. Scott responded with several affirmative nods, proclaiming, "Good. In the initial 4 to 6 minutes of the second quarter, I plan to have you back on the court, alongside Russell, to create havoc for them. Make it a priority to contest both defensive and offensive rebounds. If an opportunity for a fast break arises, seize it. Likewise, capitalize on any chance for a second attack or putback. Your aggression and assertiveness must be formidable, catching them off guard. I am uncertain whether Tim will return to the game. It is highly probable that he will not take a breather. Should Tim remain absent, feel free to request the ball and initiate your own offensive plays. These 2 quarters may prove to be quite taxing for you, as you will need to juggle both defense and offense. If you find yourself struggling, signal to me, and I will call a timeout for you to rest. Do not push yourself too hard. After all, this is merely a regular season game." Shan smiled as he looked at Scott and said, "If we win this match, it will mark our 9th consecutive victory. We are currently at the top of the Western Conference. Regardless of whether it's Russell, Kevin, or LeBron, I believe none of them would want to lose this match easily, and I feel the same way. A little fatigue is insignificant. Let us aim for a 10-game winning streak as the regular season commences. Scott patted Shan on the shoulder and called his disciples over. Russell, you and Lee will take the court next. Make sure to create plenty of scoring opportunities for him. Tim is getting older and has suffered a significant injury to his left foot, making it difficult for him to jump as high or as far as he once could. You should focus on throwing right-side alley-oops to Lee, targeting Tim's left side. Kevin Ollie and Safalosha, make sure to run your routes. If you find yourself open for a three-pointer, take the shot without hesitation. Lee will dominate the offensive boards inside. Jeff, set more screens for them to create openings. Also, remember to capitalize on mid-range opportunities. Matt Bonner is a tall shooter, so do not allow him any open three-point chances. Stay tight on him, as he lacks the ability to drive past defenders. The break soon came to an end, and both teams returned to the court. Duncan did not continue to match up with Shan, as Popovich had McDyess come in to guard him. Employing a strategic maneuver akin to the ancient game of horse racing, Popovich avoided having Tim directly confront Shan defensively. However, McDyess, now 35 years old, despite having certain skills on both offense and defense, was no longer in his prime as he was during the years of 1997 to 2000. As the Spurs gained possession, McDyess threw the ball in from the sideline, while Shan waved his large hands to disrupt the play. Ginobili caught the pass, and McDyess set a screen for him before rolling down. Kevin Ollie was momentarily blocked, and Shan, now defending against two players, made a quick decision to guard Ginobili. Seeing Shan approach, Ginobili tossed the ball high into the air, setting up an alley-oop for McDyess. Shan leaped directly, seizing the opportunity to intercept the alley-oop without hesitation. Shan launched a pass to Westbrook, who, upon receiving the ball, found himself tightly guarded by George Hill. Westbrook, closely shadowing Hill, executed a splendid behind-the-back bounce pass to the trailing Kevin Ollie. George, did you expect this? It's still me, even if not in the spotlight. Kevin Ollie received the exquisite assist and effortlessly scored with a layup. Michael Finley approached to inbound the ball to George Hill, who then sent a long pass to Ginobili. Upon receiving the ball, Ginobili made a swift and dramatic maneuver to evade Kevin Ollie, accelerating into the paint, where he took off against the oncoming Shan, preparing for a thrilling one-handed dunk. Shan forcefully slapped the ball out of Ginobili's hands. Do not say that Ginobili cannot dunk. He has indeed performed a one-handed dunk over Bosch and a two-handed dunk over Yao Ming. Shan seized the ball and once again passed it to Westbrook. This time, the Spurs responded with remarkable timeliness, thwarting the Thunder's fast break opportunity. Westbrook was compelled to gradually orchestrate the offense, waiting for Shan to position himself. Westbrook summoned Shan for a pick and roll, and Shan executed an exceptionally effective screen, completely blocking George Hill. Westbrook accelerated to penetrate the defense, while Shan seamlessly moved towards the basket. Westbrook delivered the ball to Shan, who took a single dribble before executing a powerful two-handed dunk to score. McDavis promptly raised his hand to acknowledge his mistake before retrieving the ball to pass it to George Hill. George Hill leisurely dribbled past half-court and lobbed the ball to Bonner, who had established his position in the paint. Bonner leaned into Jeff Green, attempting a turnaround jumper, but was heavily contested by Green, resulting in a missed shot. Jeff Green secured the rebound and passed the ball to Westbrook. At this moment, Westbrook was not in a hurry to initiate a fast break. The Spurs had learned from their previous encounters with the Thunder's swift transitions and quickly retreated to establish their defensive formation. Westbrook, undeterred, thought to himself that if they set up defensively, he would involve Shan, but if they did not, he would exploit the fast break opportunity. Westbrook orchestrated the play from the top of the arc and called for Shan once more for a pick and roll. Shan thwarted Westbrook's advance, while McDyess had learned from his previous lesson, simultaneously guarding against the passing plays of both players. However, Westbrook casually tossed the ball high into the air, and McDyess instantly recognized it as an alley-oop. Just as he prepared to leap for an interception or to disrupt the play, he realized that the ball was not only wildly off target, but also soaring far too high for him to reach. In contrast, Shan was undeterred. He launched himself skyward on one leg, grasped the basketball with both hands, and executed a powerful dunk in a C shape, effortlessly securing another 2 points. The score began to widen slightly between the two teams. As Shan descended, he left behind a trembling basketball hoop and the solitary figure of McDyess. McDyess, feeling a mix of helplessness and grievance, caught the gaze of his teammates directed towards him. What could I do? I could only shrug my shoulders in resignation. There was nothing else I could manage. From the sidelines, Popovich rose to his feet and bellowed at McDays, "Stay close to him. Keep tight on him. Do not let him take off." McDays nodded vigorously in response to Popovich's commands. During the transition from offense to defense, Ginobili seized the ball and accelerated past Kevin Ollie, leaving him in his wake. Shan remained vigilant against McDays, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on the area surrounding the paint. As Ginobili surged into the lane, Shan promptly shifted to provide support. Noticing Shan's defensive maneuver, Ginobili, without even glancing at his opponent, executed a bounce pass to McDays. Without hesitation, McDays lifted his hand to shoot, but Shan did not yield. He advanced a step, leaped, and effortlessly intercepted McDays' attempt at a basket. Shan passed the ball to Westbrook, who proceeded to steadily advance the offense, granting his teammates a few moments of respite. Once the Thunder players positioned themselves, Shan established a solid post position, effectively blocking McDavis as he reached out for the ball from Westbrook. Without hesitation, Westbrook opted to lob the ball directly to Shan. Shan gently leaned against McDavis, catching him off guard as McDavis had relaxed in anticipation of a light charge. However, without warning, Shan unleashed a powerful thrust, forcing McDavis to stumble back a considerable distance. Yet, McDavis quickly regained his composure, closing the gap and employing one hand to disrupt while the other remained vigilant in defense. Nevertheless, Shan was relentless, delivering another formidable charge before McDavis could adequately prepare his defensive stance. With a muffled grunt, McDavis exhaled sharply, retreating another step. Shan seized the ball and executed a powerful one-handed dunk from below, while McDavis, after being knocked aside by Shan, leapt in an attempt to block with both hands. However, his jump was rather insufficient, resulting in his hands merely slapping against Shan's arm, inevitably leading to a foul. On the Thunder's bench, a young girl with twin ponytails sat quietly, cradling Shan's little cat in her lap, intently watching the court as Shan prepared to step up to the free throw line following the dunk. "Oh, how rough my brother plays. Yet that defender seems utterly incapable of stopping him. It feels as though he might be crushed by my brother's force," nearly gasping for breath, "and has already incurred a foul." The elderly gentleman beside him appears on the brink of exasperation. Upon hearing the words of the little girl, Ty let out a few hearty laughs, exclaiming, "Ha ha, this ball, Shan, truly embodies my style." However, he was soon met with disdainful glances from several other parents. Shan prepared to approach the free throw line, receiving the ball from the referee. As per usual, he dribbled 5 times, paused momentarily, and then raised his hand to release a shot, successfully sinking the free throw. This marked the Thunder's first scoring surge of 7-0, largely attributable to Shan, who had become an offensive and defensive black hole. The Spurs could hardly blame McDavis. He had just narrowly escaped a serious collision and was now standing with his hands on his hips, taking deep breaths to regain his composure. As both teams exchanged plays back and forth, Shan continued to perform for another 5 minutes before finally being substituted by Scott. In this brief period, Shan successfully achieved 13 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 blocks, aiding the Thunder in extending their lead over the Spurs by 19 points. Chapter 50, Thunder vs. Spurs, Final. Shan, drenched in sweat, seated himself upon a chair as the teaching assistant handed him a clean towel. Several middle school students approached, exchanging seats to position themselves behind Shan. "Brother, your basketball skills are rather rough, yet your practice is filled with intricate details." Shan turned around, smiling as he playfully pinched the cheeks of the delightful girl with twin ponytails. "It's Meow Meow. What brings you here? After half a year apart, you have become even more beautiful and charming." Meow Meow, cradling her cat, shook her head in a delightful display of playful defiance. "Brother, you have a penchant for Loli." Shan gazed at his younger sister, who sported a charming little thong, and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing her utter a certain phrase. "Meow Meow, from where did you acquire this expression? Such words are utterly inappropriate, especially since we are siblings." Meow Meow gazed with her wide, endearing eyes at Exine, who was hiding amidst the crowd. "It was Sangu who prompted me to speak. Soon, he would secretly treat me to chocolate." Yen, Lin, Feng, and Lei simultaneously stepped aside, revealing Exine, who stood alone under the gaze of Shan. Exine awkwardly smiled at the fiercely intimidating Shan. "Brother, do you believe me when I say it was not intentional?" Shan also wore a benevolent smile as he gazed at Exine. "Third brother, do you believe me when I say that I want to hit you when we return?" Exine instantly slumped onto the chair, embracing a sense of fearless resignation. Shan turned around, striving to swiftly regain his strength. As the clock approached the final 5 minutes of the third quarter, the score remained tightly contested, with only a few points separating the teams. Shan and Russell Westbrook once again took to the court alongside the Thunder's starting trio. The Spurs, unwilling to yield, dispatched their most formidable five: Tony Parker, George Hill, Manu Ginobili, Mike D'Antoni, and Tim Duncan. The Thunder possessed the ball. Westbrook, receiving the ball just beyond the three-point line on the strong side, swiftly executed a screen and accelerated towards Tony Parker. After a physical confrontation, he managed to push past Parker to take a stable shot, successfully scoring. Mike D'Antoni initiated the play, delivering the ball to Tony Parker, who dribbled past half court before finding Ginobili. Ginobili, positioned at the side, lofted the ball to Duncan, who was well placed in the low post. After receiving the pass, Duncan caught the ball with both hands, facing Shan, and initiated a triple threat, employing a feint in an attempt to create space from Shan. Shan offered no response as Duncan seized the moment to penetrate from the right side. Shan, firmly positioned on the left, closely shadowed Duncan. With a powerful move, Duncan executed a turn while receiving the ball in the low post, launching a high-arcing jump shot. This effort epitomized Duncan's relentless determination as he leaned back to release the shot. Aware of the formidable challenge in defending this play, Shan exerted every ounce of his strength, leaping forward to extend his hand in an attempt to contest the shot. Shan's fingers unmistakably grazed the edge of the ball as it passed Duncan, yet the ball still bounced twice off the side rim before elegantly sliding into the net. All the Thunder players and fans present were left in utter astonishment as they gazed at Duncan and Shan. This marked the first instance where Shan's defense was both a success and a failure. Duncan's shot was a flawless yet unsuccessful attempt, and the crowd erupted in applause for both players. Upon witnessing the ball's successful entry, Duncan, drenched in sweat, grinned widely and raised his right hand to emphatically signal encouragement, inadvertently uttering a soft cheer, fully aware of the shot's challenging nature. Yes, as Ibaka prepared to inbound the ball, Shan gradually positioned himself while discreetly giving Duncan a thumbs up. Incredible. Truly, Tim Duncan is remarkable. That shot was exceptionally difficult. Shan positioned himself advantageously, extending his fist to fist bump the stoic, yet evidently in good spirits Duncan. What an impressive play. Perhaps he could mentor me. Duncan glanced at Shan, surveying the referees to ensure they were not observing, and discreetly met Shan's fist. Thank you. Your defense is formidable. After all, with 10 blocks. Only Wilt Chamberlain could achieve such a feat, he remarked. Note: Wilt Chamberlain's recorded triple-doubles predominantly consist of points, rebounds, and blocks. As Westbrook propelled the ball past the half-court line, Durant reached out for it. Upon receiving the ball, Durant executed a straightforward three-threat move, followed by an audacious 3-meter jump shot that he released with precision. Ginobili could only watch as Durant's shot found its mark effortlessly. In the swift transition from offense to defense, Tony Parker passed the ball to Duncan at the top of the arc, while 3 players on the perimeter engaged in frantic movement. Parker stationed himself beyond the 45-degree three-point line, while Ginobili maneuvered along the baseline, utilizing a double screen to position himself for a pass from Duncan. Duncan quickly identified Ginobili in the corner, but a dark shadow darted in, intercepting the pass intended for him. Shan passed the ball to Durant, who initiated a fast break, with Ginobili closely trailing behind him. Durant charged into the paint and attempted a one-handed dunk, but the tenacious Ginobili leapt with determination, swatting Durant's dunk against the backboard. Tony Parker, following closely behind, seized the rebound, instantly shifting the momentum of the game. Parker accelerated down the court for another fast break, while Shan quickly pivoted to keep pace. Drawing from his previous experience, Parker entered the paint and leapt off the ground for a two-handed dunk right beneath the rim. Shan cast a dark shadow from the heavens, and this time, he truly slammed the ball down, pinning it against the iron rim of the basket. Tony Parker stumbled upon landing, colliding with the padding of the hoop, while Shan seized the ball and deftly tossed it to the nearby Ibaka. Turning around, he flashed a thumbs up at Tony Parker and exclaimed, "Senior, that was a spectacular block." Tony Parker, observing the beaming and endearingly goofy Shan, could not help but chuckle wryly, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head. You've certainly outdone yourself, having received the highest accolades among men. Shan felt a tinge of pride as he jogged back on defense alongside Tony Parker. At the other end of the court, Ibaka passed to Durant, who made a sweeping change of direction to break through, only to be closely pursued by Ginobili. Leaning against Ginobili, Durant forcefully attacked the paint, using a simple up and under move to effortlessly bank the ball in. As the teams exchanged blows throughout the third quarter, the Spurs found themselves trailing the Thunder by 9 points. On the Spurs bench, Coach Popovich refrained from assigning any tactics to his players, opting instead to withdraw the starters and allow some of the newer recruits and bench players to gain experience. Although the starters were filled with questions, their long-standing exposure to the Spurs' militaristic management style kept them from voicing their concerns. At this moment, Popovich took the initiative to explain, "Kids, I know you all possess an unwavering desire to win, and that is commendable. However, in this regular season, we shall concede this game to them. We cannot reveal our full capabilities just yet, lest they discover our weaknesses. Furthermore, we must devise a specific strategy to counter Lee." Popovich's explanation, though rather abrupt, did not raise significant doubts among Duncan and the others, who chose to trust their coach. As the game concluded, the final score stood at 103-92, with the Thunder narrowly securing victory. After the match, Scott tossed the MVP trophy into Shan's embrace. In a remarkable display of skill, Shan achieved a career high of 19 points, alongside 18 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals, and an impressive 11 blocks, culminating in a triple-double performance over 32 minutes of play. His shooting accuracy stood at 70, with a free throw percentage of 60. Chapter 51. The gift from the Lee family. As the match concluded, players from both teams exchanged cordial gestures. The Stone Buddha, the Law of Fortune, and the Demon Blade simultaneously approached Die Zone. Tony Parker remarked, "Lee, your defense is truly exceptional. Next time, I shall maneuver past you effortlessly and score right before your eyes." Shan smiled as he embraced Tony Parker, expressing gratitude for the compliment. "It seems that next time I must showcase an extraordinary defense to counter your exceptional offense." Ginobili approached, extending his hand and bumping chests with Shan. "Though others often remember my drives, I possess a formidable dunking ability as well. Previously, 3 or 4 defenders could not stop my dunks, yet today you managed to block me twice with ease. Truly impressive. Next time, I shall surely dunk over you." Tony Parker, did you hear that? He'll dunk over you. With such bold ambitions set forth by his senior, Shan felt emboldened to be a bit audacious himself. "No matter how many dunks or layups you attempt in front of me, I can effortlessly send them flying." Ginobili and Shan shared a hearty laugh and embraced each other. Indeed, this is how it should be in the NBA, a commercial league. One must be a bit fierce. Yao was simply too kind, which led many to target him maliciously. Ginobili whispered in Shan's ear, to which Shan nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, when you embraced him later, don't let him touch your head," Ginobili remarked loudly, leaving Duncan looking innocently at him. Ginobili patted the top of his own head, the implication clear, while Tony Parker chuckled and departed with Ginobili. Duncan and Shan exchanged smiles and embraced. Duncan stealthily patted Shan's head with one large hand from behind. Shan's large hand swiftly intervened, shielding Duncan's path. "Hey, Lee, you should defend as well." Duncan, releasing his hold on Shan, gazed at him in disbelief. Though the meaning of Manu's words eluded him, he felt compelled to heed the sage advice of his senior. With a disappointed smile, Duncan fist-bumped Shan. "Lee, your defense is truly commendable. The moment you received the ball and took that shot, it was evident that your fingers had unmistakably grazed the basketball. That final shot landing in the net was purely a stroke of incredible luck. Moreover, we may have lost to you this time, but rest assured, we shall reclaim our honor next time and execute our plan for revenge." "Hey, let's not forget that luck is also a facet of skill," Shan replied. "When we meet again, we will undoubtedly approach you with even greater seriousness, champions." The two shared another embrace, exchanged jerseys, took photographs, and soon departed. The Thunder swiftly boarded their bus, returning to Oklahoma. Inside the Royal Guard, upon entering, one could immediately see Chong Wei. Shan had placed Lee Xin on his lap, playfully smacking Lee Xin's backside. "So, you want to call me a pervert, huh?" Smack. "Big brother. You know I'm the real big brother, right?" Smack. "Dad, save me." Lee Xin gazed hopefully at Li Hong, who wore a patch over one eye. Li Hong, adorned with a striking eye patch, rose majestically to his feet, poised to utter a few words. However, beside him, Li Tai, seated on a single armchair with his arms crossed, let out a couple of dismissive snorts. Casting a glance at the standing Li Hong that was imbued with an enigmatic significance, Li Hing stood, swallowed hard, and stretched lazily. After inquiring about the location of the restroom in the Shanxi company, he cast a glance at Li Xine, offering a supportive yet cautionary look that seemed to say, "Good luck, my son." He then hurriedly departed from the scene. Shortly thereafter, several elders of the Li family, accompanied by their children, prepared to leave. The refined Li Hua descended from the vehicle, carrying a large box, which he handed to Li Shan. "This is a gift from your second uncle. At the time of your talent show participation, our generation was unable to attend due to family matters, so we decided to present you with these useful items. Inside, you will find a medicinal plaster that I developed alongside your seventh uncle. It can be used for soaking in water during a bath or applied directly to injured areas to aid in the recovery from sprains and similar ailments." Li Shan hurriedly expressed his gratitude as he received a large box of ointment with both hands. Li Heng took out a file folder from his pocket and handed it to Li Shan, who clumsily grasped it. The training method of the Li family Xiaolong enhances physical fitness and promotes growth. Third uncle succinctly articulated the theme, perhaps due to his background as a paleontologist, biologist, anatomist, and painter. Fourth uncle, Li Heng, then presented a large rectangular box to Li Shan, placing it gently into his arms. Li Heng casually draped his arm over Li Shan's shoulder, while his other hand formed a fist as he spoke to Li Shan about the contents of the box. "Fourth uncle, I have nothing of significance to offer. Inside are merely some toys that boys enjoy. The upper layer contains certificates and toys, while the lower layer is filled with bouncy bombs and supplementary peanuts." At first, Li Shan could not comprehend what his fourth uncle meant by something so mysterious. He cautiously opened a small gap to take a look, only to hastily shut it again. 30 rounds of rapid-fire, large-caliber scatter shots, all manageable with one hand. Akin to tiny peanuts. "Fourth uncle, why have you given me these? How did you manage to bring them on the plane?" His uncle waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's merely a precaution against potential bullying in the United States. Previously, you were surrounded by our people at your grandmother's place, which ensured your safety, as no one dared to cause trouble there. However, this is not New York. Although we do have quite a few folks here, it is prudent to possess certain means of self-defense. Rest assured, all these have been acquired legally." Li Shan found his fourth uncle's words to be profoundly insightful. He accepted the somewhat unconventional gift but passed it to Shanxi, instructing him to carry it away. Finally, it was the fifth uncle, Li Song, who presented a list. Among the items were several instruments that Li Shan had never heard of before. "Xiaoshan," he explained, aside from the large fitness equipment. "These instruments are designed for your post-match recovery. They are exclusive to you and inaccessible to outsiders. Everything will arrive within 3 to 5 days." Li Shan joyfully accepted the list. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 4 elder relatives, all bearing the surname Yu, departed with their children. Shan Ba and Shan Ma also prepared to bid farewell to Li Shan with an embrace. "Son, I have arranged for a basketball coach for you. I believe his name is Cannon Beck. They say he is a remarkable trainer. We observed your game and noticed a lack of finesse. You need to develop a solid technique to establish your presence in the paint. Make sure to learn diligently from him. My dear boy, do come over to your mother's place for a visit. Now that you're grown, it would be splendid for you to spend some time there and perhaps even win a championship." As soon as Shan Ba finished speaking, Shan Ma swiftly pinched his ear, prompting him to plead for mercy. After bidding farewell to his family, Li Shan stifled a yawn and promptly ascended the stairs to seek respite. "Shan's, where's the toy that Uncle C gifted?" Shan's, with one eye closed and the other directed at the television, inquired of Li Shan. "It has been placed in the storage. We shall not retrieve it unless necessary." Li Shan, yawning repeatedly, groggily made his way to his room to retire for the night. Chapter 52, Fundamental Dribbling Training with Cannon Baker. The following day dawned as the Thunder, in a back-to-back home game, faced off against the visiting Los Angeles Clippers. The Thunder triumphed with a score of 105-93, achieving their first 10-game winning streak of the regular season. Noteworthy was the explosive performance of the Clippers trio of formidable players, Come On, Baron Davis, and Al Thornton, who collectively contributed 55 points to the team's total of 93. Particularly, Come On assumed the role of a stalwart defender for the Clippers, though this was partly due to Ibaka's subpar defensive performance. Fortunately for the Thunder, Kevin Durant emerged as a lethal weapon, amassing 40 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block in 40 minutes of play, with an effective field goal percentage of 63 and a true shooting percentage of 60. Meanwhile, Westbrook discovered a method to exploit Li Shan's offensive prowess. In this match against the Clippers, Shan recorded 13 points, 18 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals, and 10 blocks. Shan faced off against the aging and nearing retirement Camby, and one might say the odds were heavily in favor of Shan. With just 3 powerful strikes, he could render Camby utterly ineffective. Is this shameful? Perhaps it is, but it undeniably proves effective. Would you dare to claim that your team possesses a peak Shaquille O'Neal from the three-peat era and not allow him to dominate the paint? Our formidable Shan from the Thunder possesses greater stature, broader shoulders, longer arms, and superior strength. Firstly, you cannot reach for Shan's ball. Secondly, you cannot withstand his might. Thirdly, you cannot disrupt his thunderous dunks. How could you possibly contend with Shan? As for double-teaming him, Shan can easily locate his nearby teammates. What if he plays a bit rough? Once Cannon Baker arrives, Shan will take a few months or even a year or two to refine his mid-range shooting and low-post techniques. For after all, the Chinese are never lacking in shooting finesse. This is Shan, who, in the midst of it all, has a flair for the dramatic. As the back-to-back games concluded, and with a 2-day respite ahead, Cannon Baker arrived at Shan's studio. Though he had a basic understanding of Shan, he was struck by the environment upon entering the studio. The office, though modest in its simplicity, exuded an air of luxury and warmth. Upon researching Shan, Cannon Baker discovered that the 5 floors were not rented but personally owned by Shan, directly purchased from TM. This entire office building belonged to a rookie earning merely $2 million a year. Cannon Baker set his luggage down on the floor and glanced over at the shelf next to the television cabinet. Good heavens! A childhood photograph of Shan with Michael Jackson, complete with MJ's autograph. MJ passed away in June 2009. Goodness, you have such a priceless item displayed in the lobby. Cannon Baker's hands trembled as he longed to pick up the photo for a closer inspection, yet his apprehension kept him at bay. Why not just take a look? Shan had a whole stack of such signed photographs. This one was merely displayed in the lobby due to a slight imperfection, and no one would dare to take it. It turned out that Shan's was quietly seated on the sofa, adding 5 sugar cubes to his coffee, taking a sip that nearly overwhelmed him. Cannon Baker almost choked upon hearing Shan's words. An imperfection? How could I not see it? Even if it were flawed. It is still an autograph from MJ. So this is what it means to be wealthy for generations. No wonder those 2 casually offered me $5 million for 2 years. Cannon Baker finally picked up the photo and examined it closely for a moment before introducing himself to Shan's. Hello, I am Cannon Baker, the basketball trainer summoned by Mr. Lee Tai and Ms. Boergijite. Hello, I am Shan's, a sentinel of the Royal Guard, as well as the general manager and a vendor at the Cattail hot dog stand. Cannon Baker. Excuse me, what? A sentinel? Cattail hot dog? As Shan's observed that Cannon Beck was not engaging, he encouraged him not to take it to heart, then extended his right hand in an invitation to shake hands. It appeared that they were to become colleagues henceforth. Cannon Beck nodded and grasped his hand. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from Cannon Beck, a resounding flatulence that seemed to reverberate through the entire floor. Shan's chuckled as he raised his right hand, revealing the concealed fart pad he had hidden within. Ah, the ever-reliable palm fart pad. Shortly thereafter, Shan returned, burdened with a large backpack. After a brief introduction among the group, they promptly proceeded to the training ground for fundamental drills. Cannon Beck caught a basketball tossed by Shan's and watched as Shan executed nearly flawless basic skills. Next, we shall practice the most fundamental aspect of basketball, dribbling. I have perused numerous videos of you, Lee, and your skills are not quite at the standard of a typical NBA bench forward. If you aspire to be a leader within the team, we must start from the basics and focus on the essential techniques of dribbling. When dribbling, you must maintain control of the ball. Your feet should be positioned slightly wider than shoulder width apart, and you must lower your hips. Your back should be as rigid as a steel rod. While you should not sit too low, you should at least be lower than your defender. Use your elbows to exert force while dribbling, spreading your hands and securing the ball firmly, striking it against the ground with your entire arm rather than merely your wrist, as power is essential in dribbling. Lastly, ensure that your chin remains above your shoulders, not your chest. While dribbling, always survey the court, ready to alter your speed, as your dribbling velocity will cause your defender to lose balance. After imparting this theoretical knowledge and demonstrating the correct fundamental posture, Cannon Beck enabled Shan to learn swiftly. Cannon Beck's fundamental training method. He dribbled the ball 10 times from the side of his right foot, then brought it to the front of his toes for another 10 dribbles, swiftly transitioning to the left foot's toes for 10 more, and then to the side for another 10, completing 5 sets of stationary dribbling practice. Next, Shan learned the technique of dribbling between his legs. With his shoulders facing straight ahead, he ensured his training remained aligned, while his feet stayed fixed in position. He dribbled twice with his right foot, then transitioned the ball between his legs to his left hand, dribbled twice with his left hand, and returned to his right, completing 3 sets in 10 to 20 seconds each. Chapter 53. Battling the Heat. As visitors 2 days later, the Thunder team arrived at the Miami-Dade Arena, prepared to challenge the Miami Heat, led by Wade, in an away game. Prior to the match, the Thunder's 5 players sat on the bench, preparing to warm up. Shan extracted dozens of bananas from his versatile backpack, generously distributing them among his teammates. Durant and the others had grown accustomed to Shan's remarkable ability to produce delectable treats from his bag. After expressing their gratitude, they eagerly indulged in the succulent fruit. I came across a few tidbits recently. I hear you've summoned Cannon Beck to assist you with honing your basketball fundamentals. Word has it his fees are rather steep. Why not consider training alongside me and my coach instead? Durant said, turning to Shan with a mouthful of banana. Shan broke off a small piece of banana and offered it to Nana, who was sprawled across his lap like an old man. He then shook his head at Durant. It's all good. Thanks, brother. I've already signed a contract with Cannon Beck. After all, it's not my money that's paying his salary. Shan, along with a few others clad in quick-release jerseys, took to the court to warm up. He diligently practiced ball control drills tailored for him by Cannon Beck, while Westbrook and Durant observed nearby, nodding in approval. The progress Lee had made was remarkable. Just days ago, he was merely an amateur among amateurs. But now he was drawing ever closer to the caliber of some league forwards. After Durant sank a three-pointer, he turned to Lee with a look of affirmation. Westbrook, chuckling, approached Durant's side. Perhaps it is inherent in the players from Huaxia to possess an exceptional sense of the game. After all, the great Yao Ming did as well, showcasing skills such as the behind-the-back dribble, the fadeaway hook shot, and low-post techniques. They learned with astonishing speed. Harden scampered over to Westbrook, playfully bumping elbows and grinning. Indeed, it is hard to believe that in just a few years, Lee will master the fundamentals of basketball, at which point he will possess an impenetrable defense, Russell's speed, Vince Carter's leaping ability, Kevin's shooting precision, LeBron's explosive drives, Tim's foundational skills, Yao's free-throw finesse, Karl Malone's strength, Hakeem's low-post moves, and Shaquille's back-to-basket prowess. What an extraordinary amalgamation of strengths would manifest in one individual. Westbrook, Durant, and Harden fell into contemplative silence, each envisioning a fiercely Shan, clutching the basketball like a dynamite stick, bulldozing through 2 guards and overpowering 2 towering forwards, ferociously slamming the ball into the hoop. The mere thought sent a shiver down their spines. It seemed rather exhilarating. As the teams prepared to take the court, Shan approached the technical area to continue his warm-up. Shan bent down, using the thumb, index, and middle fingers of his right hand to support himself as he performed 2 one-handed, 3-finger push-ups. He then switched to his left hand and completed another 2 one-handed, 3-finger push-ups. Standing up, he applauded himself, blowing a breath toward his hands in self-encouragement. Shan's actions left everyone on the scene utterly astonished. Shan gazed innocently at his astonished teammates and adversaries. What's wrong? Durant remained silent, giving Shan a reassuring pat on the shoulder before entering the court. Meanwhile, a burly player from the Miami Heat stared at Shan with wide-eyed fascination, whispering something to his nearby teammate, though the content of their conversation remained a mystery. Harden tugged at Westbrook's shirt, quietly confiding, "Brother, I wish to learn that." Westbrook tilted his head, furrowing his brow in confusion as he regarded Harden. "I want to learn it too." The starting lineups for both teams were as follows. For the Thunder, Ibaka, Lee, Durant, Harden, Westbrook. For the Miami Heat, Chalmers, point guard, Dwayne Wade, shooting guard, Quentin Richardson, small forward, Beasley, power forward, Jermaine O'Neal, center. As the players took the court for the tip-off, the referee approached the center circle with the basketball, glancing at both teams before signaling the imminent jump ball. He then tossed the ball high into the air. Ibaka and Jermaine leaped simultaneously, vying for possession to determine which team would gain the initial offensive advantage. Ibaka narrowly secured the tip, directing the ball to the awaiting Shan behind him. Shan passed the ball through his legs to Westbrook, who swiftly turned to catch it. Westbrook dribbled at the arc, extending a hand to push the air, prompting the 4 Thunder players to spread out, creating space in the paint. With his gaze fixed on Chienmos, who met Westbrook's eyes with unwavering determination, Chienmos adjusted his pant leg, ever ready to defend against Westbrook. As Westbrook dribbled, he suddenly adopted an unusual stance, launching forward with a burst of speed that pierced through Chienmos' defense. With an unguarded lane before him, Jermaine, stationed in the corner, abandoned the non-threatening Ibaka and rushed in to confront the incoming Westbrook. Noticing Jermaine's advance, Westbrook wasted no time, accelerating toward him and leaping for a thunderous dunk. With sheer force, Westbrook overpowered Jermaine, slamming the ball into the hoop with one hand. Jermaine, landing dejectedly, retreated to the side, while Westbrook, brimming with excitement, planted his feet firmly, raised his arms, flexing his biceps, and roared and won. In that instant, Harden dashed over, a grin on his face, embracing the elated Westbrook. The referee promptly blew the whistle, declaring the foul. Beep. Thunder number 0, technical foul. The Heat awarded an additional free throw. Westbrook, Harden, Shan. With a determined expression, and Ibaka, wide-eyed, watched as Durant appeared despondent. The entire Miami Heat team expressed their dismay. In that moment, Westbrook could no longer contain himself. He rushed towards the referee to engage in a heated argument. Fortunately, Harden intervened, tightly embracing Westbrook to prevent him from incurring yet another technical foul. Meanwhile, on the bench, Scott was equally agitated, abruptly standing up to confront the referee and inquire about his family. However, Jeff Green and Nanad swiftly restrained their head coach, gently coaxing him back to the bench. They all understood that Westbrook's technical foul stemmed from his frequent outbursts, a common occurrence aimed merely at exerting pressure on the officials. Back on the court, Wade stepped up to the free throw line, calmly sinking 1 out of 2 shots to secure a free point. Following the free throw, the Heat were granted another opportunity to attack. Beasley initiated the sideline inbounds, while Shan waved his arms like a colossal net to disrupt Beasley's pass. Nevertheless, Beasley launched the ball towards Wade, who immediately accelerated, using a swift first step to evade Harden's defense. Despite the prolonged defensive drills from Shan, Harden quickly regained his focus and managed to keep pace with Wade. Wade feigned left and then pivoted to the right, executing his signature Euro-step layup. However, a shadow loomed above him as Shan swatted Wade's attempt away. Wade cast a bewildered glance at Shan before promptly retreating on defense. Durant received the ball, initiating the offensive play. Richardson doggedly pursued him, but Durant, with his back to Richardson, executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Richardson swiftly retrieved the ball, passing it to the approaching Chalmers. Chalmers advanced the ball across midcourt, where Jermaine established position in the low post, raising his hands to signal for the ball. Chalmers obliged, tossing it to Jermaine, who held the ball aloft. He then faked left, spun right, and surged into the paint for a one-handed reverse layup, only to be thwarted by Ibaka's formidable defense. Ibaka secured the rebound and passed to the waiting Harden. Observing the Heat's swift return to defense, Harden methodically propelled the ball forward. He executed a lateral three-point pass to Ibaka positioned at the 45-degree mark. Upon receiving the ball, Ibaka assessed the space between Jermaine and the basket before suddenly rising for a jumper. Jermaine, a moment too late, attempted to contest, but the ball struck the back iron. Beasley sought to box out Shan for the rebound, yet Shan effortlessly brushed Beasley aside and established a prime position. He leapt gracefully to catch the ball midair, finishing with an emphatic putback dunk to add 2 points to the score. Ibaka and Shan exchanged a celebratory fist bump, while Beasley quickly passed the ball to Chalmers. Chalmers advanced over half court and dished it to Wade, who, after receiving the ball, skillfully penetrated to the free throw line. With a convincing fake that momentarily fooled Harden, Wade leapt again, successfully sinking a mid-range jumper. Shan initiated the play by passing the ball to Westbrook. After dribbling past the half-court line, Westbrook positioned himself at the arc, urging the other 4 Thunder players to create space while he prepared to challenge Chienmos. The 4 Thunder players swiftly spread out, yielding space in the paint once more. Westbrook, leveraging his exceptional physical prowess and lightning-fast first step, surged towards Chienmos. Although Chienmos anticipated the move, he was deftly bypassed by Westbrook with ease. Jermaine momentarily abandoned Ibaka to provide help against Westbrook. This time, Jermaine's assistance was timely, compelling Westbrook to hastily switch hands for a layup, but unfortunately, he missed the shot. Jermaine secured the rebound, yet his pass to Wade was intercepted by Harden, who disrupted the play. Harden then passed to Durant, who, upon receiving the ball, faked a shot to mislead Richardson before executing a direct pull-up. Regrettably, the Thunder's shooting continued to falter, concluding once again with a missed attempt. Jermaine leaped, poised to grab the rebound. But a long and imposing right hand deflected the basketball away from him. Beneath the basket, Beasley endeavored to block Shan's path, striving to deny him an opportunity. Yet Shan remained unfazed. The three players leapt once more in a fierce battle for the rebound, but Shan, with both hands, secured the ball firmly before anyone else could. Upon securing the offensive rebound, Shan, confronted by the formidable double team of Jermaine and Beasley, caught sight of the open Ibaka nearby, signaling for the ball. Shan deftly maneuvered the ball through Jermaine's legs, delivering a pass to Ibaka, who was positioned behind Jermaine. Ibaka executed a swift cut and completed a thunderous dunk with ease. Erik Spoelstra, the head coach of the Heat at the time, could no longer contain his frustration and promptly called for his first timeout. Chapter 54, Thunder vs. Heat, Part 2. A triple block stopping the Heat's offense after sharing a few words with his players, Erik's timeout concluded. Both teams returned to the court, with Jermaine inbounding the ball to Wade. Wade cradled the basketball, his gaze fixed intently on Harden. After a series of threatening moves, he feigned a left-side drive, swiftly transitioning into a double crossover, accelerating past Harden. Ibaka stepped in to provide help defense, but Wade's signature hesitation dribble deceived Ibaka, allowing him to execute a layup off the backboard successfully. As the Heat began their transition back on defense, Wade exchanged a playful wink with Shan as he passed by, grinning as he remarked, "Lee, next time you guard me. Serge is still young and poses no real challenge." Shan nodded with a smile in response. "Certainly, we have an agreement. Make sure to come find me to play later." Shan concluded his statement with a smile, prompting Wade to glance at him, pondering. "I never expected this towering figure to be so affable. I had braced myself for a barrage of trash talk, akin to what I received from other defenders." Ibaka initiated the play from the baseline, delivering the ball into Westbrook's hands. Westbrook swiftly advanced and entrusted the ball to Durant. Upon receiving the pass, Durant immediately set the play in motion, executing a change of direction to penetrate, followed by a post-up against Richardson. After a couple of aggressive moves, he spun and released a fadeaway jumper. Richardson leaped in an effort to contest the shot, but unfortunately, his hand merely struck Durant's arm. This resulted in a foul against Richardson, yet he succeeded in significantly disrupting Durant's shot, causing it to miss the mark. Durant approached the free throw line, successfully converting his first attempt, while his second shot, driven by excessive force, ricocheted off the rim. The basketball soared towards Beasley, who strained to position himself against Shan with his back, hips, and elbows. However, Shan, with an audacious maneuver, extended his right foot into Beasley's space and forcefully pushed him aside with his hips. After leaping to secure the rebound, he swiftly passed the ball to Durant. Without hesitation, Durant seized the opportunity, taking a shot that added another 2 points to the scoreboard. He approached Shan for a celebratory high five, demonstrating their remarkable synergy. Meanwhile, on the Heat side, Beasley found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of all his teammates, their stares piercing him like daggers. Particularly, the Heat's head coach, Erik, appeared as though he were ready to strip Beasley of his dignity. Yet, one could hardly blame Beasley. After all, he was a notorious addict, ill-equipped to contend physically with Shan. Frustrated, he initiated the inbound pass, clearly agitated but suppressing his ire. Chalmers held the ball, and Wade reached out to take it, directing Beasley to set a screen. After executing the pick, Shan and Harden switched to defend Wade. Wade dismissed Beasley, signaling for his teammates to create space as he prepared to test Shan's defensive prowess. Shan adjusted his trousers and rubbed his hands, signaling to Wade to make his move. Wade reciprocated with a gesture indicating his intention to initiate an attack. After receiving the ball, Wade did not rush into a drive. Instead, he searched for his rhythm beneath his legs before executing a double hesitation move, followed by a small hop and a significant change of direction, aiming to bypass Shan. However, Shan, possessing equally impressive agility, utilized his extensive defensive range to deny Wade any opportunity for a breakthrough. Wade, maintaining his composure, attempted to bait Shan, who merely extended his right hand to disrupt Wade's rhythm without further reaction. Observing Shan's lack of response, Wade accelerated once more, targeting Shan's left weak side in search of an opening. Employing a ball fake with his upper body, Wade tried to deceive Shan again. But as he pivoted and pulled back, Shan swiftly poked the ball away with his left hand. After quickly retrieving the basketball, Wade shielded it with his left hand while launching a high shot with his right. Yet, at the very moment Wade released the ball, Shan's large hand snatched it directly from the air, effectively claiming it for himself. The entire Heat team promptly retreated on defense, quelling any notion of a Thunder fast break. Shan routinely passed the ball to Westbrook, allowing him to orchestrate the play at a leisurely pace. Westbrook positioned himself on the right side, preparing to deliver a three-point pass, while Harden utilized Ibaka's off-ball screen to elevate and receive the ball. As Westbrook transmitted the pass to Harden, Wade swiftly intervened, intercepting the ball with remarkable agility. Shan observed as Harden was intercepted and immediately pivoted, ready to thwart the impending fast break. Wade seized the basketball that had been deftly sliced away and, with unwavering determination, propelled himself forward. Yet, he quickly realized that Shan was hot on his heels, prompting a clever idea to form in his mind. Wade continued to advance with the ball, and as he surged into the mid-range, he abruptly halted, feigning a shot, causing Shan, who was trailing behind, to leap in anticipation. With a grin, Wade glanced at the airborne Shan and, seizing the moment, lifted his hand once more to execute a precise shot. Undeterred, Shan refused to relent in his defensive efforts. Utilizing his remarkable hang time, he spun in midair, deftly swatting away Wade's attempt. The majority of the audience rose in disbelief, their eyes fixed upon Shan. Wade, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, swiftly pivoted to retrieve the basketball and accelerated towards the Thunder's paint. Upon landing, Shan swiftly turned to catch up with Wade. Wade, with a powerful three-step approach, leapt into the air, preparing for a two-handed slam dunk. Without hesitation, Shan extended his right hand, forcefully swatting Wade's dunk away. The basketball soared towards the opposite end, as both Wade and Shan landed. Wade stood in bewilderment, gazing at Shan, while Shan noticed that the ball he had just deflected was retrieved by the nearby Heat player, Beasley. Fueled by anger, Beasley charged forward, lifting the ball with one hand, ready to attempt a fierce dunk over Shan. Shan leapt for a block, his hands firmly pressing down on the basketball held by Beasley, effectively denying the dunk with a resounding rejection. Upon landing, Beasley stumbled and fell to the ground, landing awkwardly on his backside. Shan, clutching the ball, cast a serious glance towards the audience, raising his index finger with an air of authority. A journalist with a keen eye captured this striking moment from an unconventional angle. Behind him stood Wade, his gaze vacant and incredulous. At the center of the photograph was the solemn-faced Shan, intently focused on the camera while wagging his finger, while in the lower right corner lay Beasley, sprawled on the ground in a state of utter disarray. Shan currently exudes an air of dominance, yet in the blink of an eye, he becomes utterly bewildered. Beep. Thunder number 87, technical foul. Chapter 55, Thunder vs. Heat, final, an early clock out from work. On the 21st day of his entry into the NBA, Shan, a rookie in his first year, received his inaugural technical foul along with a subsequent fine after the game, thereby setting yet another record in the league. Shan, I would rather forego this embarrassing record of falling stocks. Upon hearing the referee's decision, Shan, in a state of disbelief, dropped the basketball and cupped his face with his hands, gazing at the referee with an expression of utter incredulity. The entire Thunder team, too, was plagued by frustration, repeatedly massaging their foreheads. Within a single quarter, they had incurred 2 technical fouls, one for an inadvertent outburst deemed provocative, and another for celebrating in a manner prohibited by the league, with the exception of Mutombo. In truth, there was no fault to be found with either of these rulings. Shan looked on with a pained expression as Wade effortlessly accepted the free points. Durant sympathetically patted Shan on the shoulder after a brief 3 seconds. It's all right, my friend. Do not take it to heart. Everyone makes mistakes. It's merely a matter of positioning. After all, Shan looked at Durant, who had just uttered a profound quote, with a bewildered expression. What? Where did you learn such a gem, Adu? This isn't like you, he exclaimed. Durant playfully adjusted his stylish new glasses, grinning widely, and replied to Shan, Oh, come on, isn't it just charming? Shan shivered deeply, hurriedly fleeing to pass the ball to Westbrook. The two teams engaged in a protracted duel, and soon the first 2 quarters of the match came to a close, leading to a halftime break. The score between the Thunder and the Heat currently stands at 50-35, with the Heat trailing the Thunder by 15 points. The game appears to have taken a rather lopsided turn. Within the Heat's interior, Beasley and Jermaine have been virtually ineffective against the Thunder's defense. At this moment, the Heat's fortunes rely heavily on the efforts of Wade and Cook to keep them afloat. Shan played the entirety of the first quarter, yet spent the entire second quarter on the bench. While his teammates were on the court, Shan was subjected to over 10 minutes of motivational discourse from Scott, who imparted his philosophy: friendship comes first, competition second, and the importance of respecting others, along with the virtues of humility and composure. Shan felt nauseated. The thrill of a triple block was exhilarating. The gesture of waving his fingers was an inadvertent celebration. I relish my playstyle, so why should school competitions dictate my expressions? The players returned to the locker room to rest, listening to their coach's motivational speeches or tactical arrangements. In the Thunder's locker room, teammates exchanged banter and laughter, creating a particularly jovial atmosphere. Conversely, the Heat's side was rather despondent. Upon entering the locker room, Eric unleashed his fury upon Beasley. 16 minutes. Just look at what you accomplished in these 16 minutes. 0 for 5 shooting, no free throws, no rebounds, no assists, no steals, no blocks. You truly embody the egg moniker, Beasley. It's so fitting for you. My hexagonal warrior. Oh, I almost forgot. You also racked up 2 turnovers and 3 fouls. Simply remarkable. You contributed so much to the team. Should I present you with an award? Having been stolen from, blocked, dunked on, and fouled by Shan, Eric exclaimed, "My goodness. Is there anything you can't do? Do you want to be faked out by Shan, who is notoriously poor at handling the ball? Are you truly the second overall pick from the 2008 draft?" With a thumbs up and a delighted expression, Eric lavished praise upon Beasley, his thumbs nearly poking into Beasley's nostrils. Overjoyed, Beasley sat shyly on the bench, staring at the floor while enduring the admiring gazes of his teammates. As halftime concluded, both teams returned to the court. Upon reaching the center position, Scott instructed Shan to adopt a low-post defensive stance, further stifling the Heat's offensive aspirations within the paint. At the power forward position stood the long-absent Jeff Green, while the small forward was Sefolosha. The shooting guard was Harden, and the point guard was Kevin Ollie, with Harden currently enjoying a brief period of unrestricted shooting privileges. In contrast, the Heat featured Wade, Jermaine, and Chalmers on the court, with the power forward and point guard positions occupied by Haslam and Cook, respectively. As the Heat regained possession, they exhibited a marked timidity in the third quarter, predominantly adhering to tactical maneuvers. Aside from Wade's occasional back-to-the-basket fadeaway jumpers, individual offensive plays were nearly non-existent. As the halftime whistle blew, it was fortuitous for the Thunder, allowing Shan to seize the opportunity to overpower Jermaine in the low post. This development frustrated Jermaine immensely, yet he felt powerless to counter it. Particularly as the third quarter approached its final 3 minutes, Jermaine could no longer contain his frustration. He aggressively positioned himself against Shan, demanding the ball in the low post, preparing for a back-to-the-basket move reminiscent of his prowess from 2001 to 2004. After backing down Shan twice, Jermaine quickly realized he was unable to displace him. Undeterred, he dribbled once more, executed a feint, and turned to shoot a jumper toward the center. However, Shan effortlessly blocked the shot, leaving Jermaine in a state of exasperation, shaking his head in disbelief. Shan passed the ball to Harden, who gradually dribbled across half court. Shan positioned himself in the low post on the right, effectively blocking Jermaine, and reached out for the ball. In an instant, Harden deftly lobbed the ball to Shan. Shan, with remarkable force, aggressively challenged Jermaine twice beneath the basket. He then executed a graceful turnaround jump shot, releasing the ball at an impressive height near the rim, which swished through the net effortlessly. This display of finesse left Jermaine devoid of any thoughts of a block. Beasley, you have no reason to complain. This number 13 is unguardable. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Wade received the pass and executed a swift crossover dribble. Driving towards the basket, he halted abruptly, pulling the ball back before seamlessly transitioning into a turnaround jumper. The fluidity of his movements drew a foul from Harden, sending Wade to the free throw line. After sinking both shots, the Thunder regained possession. At the top of the arc, Harden continued orchestrating the play, while Shan set a screen. Harden utilized the pick to penetrate the defense before dishing the ball out to Shan on the perimeter. Shan's deceptive maneuvers failed to fool anyone, as he swiftly changed direction and charged towards Jermaine. With a powerful drive, he surged through the defense, seizing the ball and executing a one-handed slam dunk that soared into the sky, leaving Jermaine helplessly watching from the sidelines as Shan effortlessly scored 2 points. Jermaine, exasperated, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender towards his teammates. This is absurd. How am I supposed to defend against that? If I try to challenge him and end up getting dunked on and injured, I might as well retire right here and now. Recognizing the futility of their efforts, Eric decisively called for a timeout and substituted in the bench players, conceding defeat. Meanwhile, Scott, wearing a devilish grin reminiscent of a Dragon King, also brought in his reserves to enjoy some casual play, ultimately securing another victory. As the final whistle blew, the Thunder triumphed with a score of 107-83. Durant's performance was nothing short of explosive, wielding his skills to achieve the highest score of the game with 40 points, complemented by 5 defensive rebounds and 5 assists. Westbrook also exhibited remarkable prowess, amassing 24 points, 10 defensive rebounds, and 10 assists, achieving a triple-double. Shan achieved an impressive triple-double with 11 points, 20 rebounds, and 11 blocks, comprising 7 defensive rebounds and 13 offensive rebounds. It can be said that the Thunder's dominance on the board secured their victory in this match. On the other hand, for the Heat, Dwayne Wade and Cook bore the brunt of the scoring efforts, with Wade contributing 26 points, Cook adding 19, and Jermaine chiming in with 13. Regrettably, the lack of support from other teammates was evident, as no additional players reached double figures in scoring. After the game, Wade approached the Thunder's quartet with a wry smile, lauding Shan's formidable rebounding prowess before swiftly departing after a photo op. Chapter 56, an inconspicuous title sometime after the conclusion of the match, specifically prior to the upcoming back-to-back clash against the Orlando Magic. Shan, who had just donned the away jersey in the locker room, received a notification of a fine from the league. This penalty cost him a substantial sum of $30,000 from his already meager salary. Moreover, numerous reports concerning Shan emerged in newspapers and online. The headlines read, "Shocking. The rising star from Huaxiao achieves what many dream of in just 21 days." For detailed insights, please click the link below. The newcomer delivers a trio of spectacular blocks, stifling the Heat's offense. Is he the strongest 24th overall pick in history? Why haven't you updated yet? Although Shan has a considerable amount of savings, the hard-earned salary he has accumulated is subject to a hefty penalty of $30,000 due to a mere flick of the finger. This reality is somewhat difficult for Shan to accept. Shan, with a feigned expression of sorrow, tightly embraced Durant, Westbrook, and Harden. Due to the inertia, they tumbled to the ground. In a mockingly tearful tone, he exclaimed, "Ah, Kevin, Russell, James, my $30,000. My entire $30,000 salary. Woe is me." Shan found himself in a rather amusing predicament, as 3 individuals in his embrace expressed their discontent and attempted to extricate themselves, yet his strength rendered their efforts futile. Meanwhile, Jeff Green, seated nearby, captured this comical scene on video and shared it online, amidst a flurry of disparaging comments. One particularly scathing remark read, "I never imagined Lee to be such a greedy and disrespectful individual. Where is the humility and decorum of the Chinese people?" Another lamented, "All the good reputation and character that Yao left in the league have been tarnished by Lee." A third scoffed, "Bah, a miserly wretch. It's hardly worth watching the Thunder's games." However, others vehemently defended Lee, asserting, "How can you expect a player who averages nearly a triple-double and is a crucial piece for any championship team, doing all the dirty work for a mere $2 million a year, not to care about money? With all the taxes, fees, and training costs, he's barely left with anything. And you expect him not to value money? If I were to play in the current era with ancient statistics and didn't receive a $10 million annual salary, you expect me to maintain a pleasant demeanor? Are you out of your mind?" Everyone knows how gentle Lee is on the court. As a primarily defensive player, he refrains from dirty plays and trash talk. This cheerful giant even protects others, and so many players seek him out for conversation after games. How can you still claim that Lee lacks character? You should donate your brain to someone in need. Following the Thunder's match against the Magic, which concluded with a score of 94-90, the Thunder narrowly triumphed by a mere 4 points. Carter played an impressive 37 minutes for the Magic, scoring 34 points, grabbing 2 rebounds, and providing 5 assists along with 3 steals, astonishingly hitting 5 out of 6 from beyond the arc. Regrettably, he found himself without any teammates to alleviate the burden, leaving him utterly isolated. On the Thunder's side, Durant, Westbrook, and others struggled significantly, collectively committing 9 turnovers. Only Harden managed to score 24 points, while Shan contributed 20. In the fourth quarter, the Magic employed a strategy to contain Lee, resulting in him taking 14 free throws in the final minutes, successfully making 8 of them. Scott experienced a tumultuous mix of admiration and frustration towards Lee, torn between wanting to substitute him and fearing the consequences of doing so. Fortunately, Lee's final 3 blocks effectively dismantled the Magic's last attempts from the perimeter, and his flawless execution at the free throw line secured a slender victory for the Thunder. Chapter 57. An unexpected visitor. After concluding the game against Orlando, Shan rejoined the Thunder's entourage as they returned to Oklahoma. On the team bus, he received a call from Yao Ming. "Hello, Big Yao. How has your recovery been lately?" "Indeed, I feel quite well. My legs and body now feel entirely different from before. I am now capable of jogging steadily and performing some basic weight loss exercises. My uncle has now urged me to shed some pounds, with a target of losing at least 20 kilograms, bringing my weight down to 120 kilograms. Shan discerned from Yao's tone that he was in remarkably good spirits. Shan felt a sense of joy at the recovery of Yao's physique. "Indeed. Brother Yao, your weight of 141 kilograms was quite burdensome. It seems that apart from Shaq, there are no other heavyweights in the league. If you were to shed some weight, your mobility would return to the levels of your earlier years, which would be splendid." Dio felt a bit embarrassed. "Your uncle has said the same. At the rate of my recovery, I am certain I will be ready for the World Championship. And we must bring back something golden." A few hours later, Shan returned to the studio, carrying a large bag. Upon entering, he noticed Robu Rung and a man wearing a dark gray cap, engaged in a game of word puzzles with Shan's. The moment Shan stepped through the door, James immediately took notice, rising with a smile to embrace and greet him. "Lee, you have finally returned. I sincerely apologize for not informing you in advance of my visit to your studio." With a look of regret, James pressed his palms together in a gesture of apology, to which Shan responded that there was no significant issue. Another gentleman, adorned with a cap, also stood up to greet Shan, removing his hat as he extended his hand. "Lee, greetings. I am Carmelo Anthony. You may call me Carmelo." Shan nodded and extended his hand to shake hands with Cameron. However, as Cameron grasped Shan's hand, he suddenly performed an unspoken sequence of movements. Shan promptly matched Cameron's rhythm, culminating in a chest bump between the two. Shan's gaze towards Cameron shifted instantaneously, while Cameron's eyes reflected a profound meaning as they fixate on Shan. "Let us converse in my office." Upon arriving at the office, Cameron retrieved a large photograph from his pocket and placed it upon the desk. Shan focused his gaze and realized it was a photograph from the game between the Thunder and the Spurs. On one side of the image, he could see himself chatting casually with his family on the bench. Cameron pointed to Shan's fourth uncle, Lee Hung, wearing a somewhat flattering expression as he looked at Shan. "Lee, do you know this distinguished gentleman? He appears to be a member of your family. Would you be so kind as to introduce me? I have admired him for quite some time." Shan was momentarily startled by Cameron's sudden fervent display. "This is my fourth uncle. He should be returning to Mexico or Italy, as he has matters to attend to over there." Upon hearing Shan's words, Cameron nodded with a hint of disappointment. He then recounted events from several years prior, specifically when Lee Hung was engaged in business dealings in Brooklyn. During that time, young Cameron narrowly escaped a robbery, and it was then that Lee Hung, accompanied by a few associates, rescued him, leaving a profound impression on young Cameron. Lee Hung found the boy rather intriguing and took the opportunity to teach him a set of gestures rich in deeper significance. Shan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a Clinching plot!" Yet, he was well aware that this was indeed the sort of thing Uncle Hung would do. Shan then called Uncle Hung. "Well, you've grown up. It's rare for you to take the initiative to call your Uncle Hung. What's the matter? Are you looking to purchase some delightful toys? Or do you need your Uncle Hang to help you deal with someone? We won't charge you for the first time." Shan glanced over at LeBron and Carmelo, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, neither of them understood Chinese. "Uncle Hung, it's nothing much. Just that a certain Carmelo Anthony expressed his admiration for you and wishes to speak with you." On the other end of the line, Uncle Hung let out an exclamation. "Ah, it's that sweet melon kid. Pass the phone to him. I have a few words to share." Shan turned off the speakerphone and handed the device to Cameron, who, taken aback, quickly accepted the call. Cameron spoke to Uncle Hung C on the other end of the line with a mix of formality and delight. Shan and LeBron exchanged bemused glances as they observed Cameron chuckling and nodding intermittently. After approximately half an hour, Cameron concluded his phone call with Uncle Hung C. With a beaming smile and an air of triumph, he handed the phone to Shan. "Lee, from now on, we are brothers. As long as you are in America, should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." Shan exchanged a bewildered glance with LeBron, utterly perplexed by the sudden outburst from Cameron. Cameron claimed to have received some profound secret from Uncle Hung that could significantly aid his career. Chapter 58, still uncertain about the title. LeBron scratched his chin, struggling to comprehend why his dear friend was so exhilarated. Yet he sensed that Cameron must have stumbled upon something remarkable. Without hesitation, he made a resolute decision. Albeit with a hint of reluctance, he addressed both of them. Given the fortuitous turn of events today, let us indulge in some tacos. I am aware of an excellent establishment nearby. This time, it shall be my treat. Shan gazed at LeBron with a sense of anticipation, while Cameron's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing that LeBron was treating. Cameron exclaimed, "Is the sun rising in the west?" The notoriously frugal LeBron is actually buying dinner. Cameron ushered the two into his vehicle, and they soon arrived at the taco restaurant recommended by LeBron. Despite wearing masks and sunglasses, the trio of towering adults at the counter attracted the attention of numerous diners. "I'll have 2 classic tacos, 2 beef tacos, a large portion of nachos, and some fried chicken." Cameron, what would you like to order? Shan had never tasted such a dish before, so he requested LeBron's assistance in arranging it. Cameron ordered only 2 servings of avocado and shrimp tacos. After placing the order, LeBron exchanged a few words with the front desk and then led Shan and Cameron upstairs to a private booth. Eagerly awaiting the arrival of their delectable tacos, the 3 sat in the booth, indulging in their culinary delights. "How is it? Quite delightful, isn't it? I unexpectedly enjoy the tacos here," LeBron exclaimed as he took a generous bite of the beef taco, nodding in approval at the exquisite dish. Just as he was about to articulate something, he suddenly paused, furrowing his brow in a serious manner, deep in thought while stroking his chin. He then turned to Cameron with a questioning expression. "Cameron, what day is it today?" Cameron looked at LeBron with a hint of disdain and replied slowly, "It's Thursday. Not Tuesday. Come on, LeBron. Even though we're just in a booth, I beg you not to act foolishly here." After hearing Cameron's words, LeBron nodded thoughtfully while seated. As if a realization struck him, he raised his eyebrows in delight and exclaimed, "It seems today is Double Taco Tuesday." Cameron, visibly exasperated, pressed his fingers to his temples and quickly tugged at the bewildered Shan, attempting to lead him outside. "Why did I agree to come out for tacos? We must leave. This guy is seriously unwell." James burst into laughter and quickly reached out to stop the two. After their meal, LeBron and Cameron prepared to drive away. Once Shan bid farewell to them, he immediately received an email from Uncle Hung. "Shan, the kid with the sweet melon is one of us. You can interact with him more. It's not just about learning basketball, but also about the basics of dining, entertainment, and other operations. I have entrusted him with some ventures. So you can arrange for some personnel to learn from him. In Migua, one cannot be without money for food. Though I suggest you refrain from studying those other matters. Furthermore, you should also engage more with LeBron. Making more friends is certainly a wise choice." "Understood, Uncle Hung. I comprehend." In recent days, Shan has continued to diligently refine his lackluster fundamental skills, swiftly absorbing the nourishment necessary to elevate his basketball prowess. Cannon Baker has observed that Shan possesses a commendable sense of the game and learns remarkably quickly. However, his oversized hands render his ball control rather excruciating to witness. During the past few days, Cannon Baker has refrained from exploiting his physical advantages in one-on-one matchups. Out of 21 dribbles and offensive plays executed by Shan, Cannon Baker managed to secure 19 steals, reminiscent of a match where a team incurs 19 turnovers. Yet, should Shan engage in a physically intense confrontation, it is quite possible that Cannon Baker would find himself confined to a hospital bed in Oklahoma. Chapter 59, Rematch against the Lakers. On November 21, 2009, the Thunder faced off against the visiting Washington Wizards on their home court. The final score was 129-98, with the Thunder narrowly clinching victory over the Wizards. The statistics for the Thunder's formidable quartet were impressive. Durant scored 35 points, grabbed 6 rebounds, and delivered 6 assists. Westbrook tallied 26 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists. Harden exhibited extraordinary form with 25 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists, while Shan contributed with 12 points, 27 rebounds, and 8 blocks. Conversely, the Wizards' agent zero, Gilbert Arenas, played for 40 minutes, achieving the highest score of the game with 39 points, including 7 of 9 from beyond the arc and 8 of 10 from the free throw line, alongside 8 assists and astonishingly high efficiency. Karen Butler also played for 36 minutes, scoring 22 points with 4 of 6 from three-point range and 6 of 7 from the charity stripe, showcasing similar efficiency. Both players were nearly unstoppable. Yet their efforts did not culminate in victory. Arenas and Butler exerted themselves, only to find their teammates woefully lacking. Arenas lamented, "I stood on the balcony smoking all night until the morning, and I still cannot fathom how, after all these years of playing, we lost the battle for the boards by a staggering 20 rebounds." Jamison, despite being a premier forward, could not escape the reality that whenever he was guarded by Shan, his performance plummeted below normal levels, a circumstance beyond his control. However, Mike Miller, a shooting guard, contributed little on the court while earning a staggering annual salary of $9.76 million, resulting in a dismal stat line of 5 turnovers, 4 fouls, 3 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound. He was unable to produce offensively or defend effectively, and astonishingly, he was outperformed by rookie Harden. LeBron remarked, "As you all know, Arenas is an exceptionally talented player. I suggest you come to Cleveland, where the King and the General will undoubtedly secure a championship." After a 2-day respite, Shan and his teammates once again boarded the Thunder bus, this time to challenge the Lakers on their home turf. However, the Lakers lineup was no longer as feeble as before, as Pau Gasol, also known as Big Gasol, had returned to the team. This time, the Lakers would compete with a fully intact roster, presenting a significant challenge for the Thunder. The question of whether Shan should focus on defending against Bynum or Gasol has emerged as a significant dilemma for the Thunder. Both players possess formidable offensive capabilities, leaving Shan with the daunting task of neutralizing one, unless Ibaka undergoes a remarkable transformation. Otherwise, it is destined to be a fiercely contested battle. Meanwhile, various sensationalist media outlets online have begun to stir the pot. The Thunder versus Lakers clash, a fiery showdown between the first and second seeds in the West. Will the Thunder once again conquer the Lakers, or will the Lakers exact their revenge and extinguish the Thunder's hopes? An encounter that could rival the intensity of the playoffs is set to unfold in Los Angeles. On the other side, as the Thunder players arrived at the arena for warm-ups, Kobe approached Durant and his teammates, his lips pursed and an unmistakable fighting spirit etched across his face, delivering a bold proclamation. "Kevin, I will win this game." Durant, flashing a broad smile, playfully retorted, "First, your team needs to break through Shan's defense. As for our offense, we will take our shots." Kobe's trash talk paled in comparison to the online exchanges with Durant, leaving him to watch as Durant nodded and gradually retreated. Once Kobe was out of earshot, Durant's smile vanished, and he turned to Westbrook, stating, "This game could be quite challenging. We might not be able to overcome them." Westbrook, brimming with determination, replied, "No worries, just focus on doing your part. If we excel in every aspect, victory will follow. I'm not concerned about anything else. We just need to win the game." With smiles exchanged, Durant and Westbrook shared a fist bump. Before the game commenced, Scott gathered his disciples, unsure whether he was about to dispense motivational wisdom or mere platitudes. Adjusting his square glasses, Scott addressed Westbrook, "Russell, you will be matched against Fisher. Take your time to observe, don't rush. Fisher has an old knee injury, so if you attack, he won't be able to keep up." He continued, "James, Kobe, I can't offer much advice. Just avoid mistakes and refrain from reckless gambles. Lee, you'll take the 5 position. We need to secure the jump ball, and the rebounding duties will fall to you and Serge. Our interior defense relies solely on the 2 of you, and for offensive rebounds, go ahead and dunk as long as you're not double-teamed by Paul and Andrew. Serge, utilize the pick and roll frequently to create open shots for Kevin or James, and seize any opportunities that arise for yourself. Kevin, feel free to shoot from anywhere. If you're open, take the shot without hesitation, as Shan will be guarding the paint. This match is likely to be exceedingly challenging. We cannot afford to relax. Maintain tight perimeter defense, but avoid reckless shots that allow them to penetrate the paint. Shan and Serge will provide timely help defense, secure defensive rebounds, and initiate fast breaks immediately, bringing back the pace we had last season to catch them off guard. We require tactical organization and harmonious cooperation. We must believe in ourselves and trust our teammates. Confidence and courage are indispensable for our Thunder. With these, we shall secure victory." Scott placed his hand amidst the group, gazing steadfastly at the players surrounding him. The Thunder players, their eyes ablaze with the fire of battle, stacked their hands atop Scott's. "We are the champions of the West. Oklahoma. Homer. Thunder." Chapter 60. A grueling battle against the Lakers. The starting lineups for both teams are as follows. Oklahoma City Thunder, point guard, Russell Westbrook shooting guard, James Harden small forward, Kevin Durant power forward, Serge Ibaka center. Shan Los Angeles Lakers, point guard, Derek Fisher shooting guard, Kobe Bryant small forward, Ron Artest power forward, Pau Gasol center, Andrew Bynum as the players took to the court. The referee, clutching the basketball, made his way to center court. He positioned the ball before Shan and Bynum, signaling them to pay attention to the jump ball. Before lofting the basketball high into the air, Shan and Bynum leapt simultaneously for the jump ball, aware that the odds were not in his favor. Bynum nonetheless exerted himself to contest the basketball. Indeed, Shan, with his slightly longer reach, managed to flick the ball behind him first. The Lakers' 5 players quickly retreated to their positions. Ibaka passed the ball to Westbrook, who, upon crossing half court, directly found the advancing Durant, entrusting him with the initial offensive play. Durant, cradling the ball with both hands on the left wing, fixed his gaze intently on Artest, searching for even the slightest vulnerability. With a deft manipulation of the ball, Durant executed a rapid change of direction to drive past Artest. However, Artest maintained a staunch defense, staying closely matched with Durant and denying him any opportunity. Durant pivoted, using his body to shield Artest, then feigned left before swiftly spinning to take a jump shot from the right side. Artest, unfazed by Durant's feint, matched his rhythm in an attempt to contest the shot. Unfortunately for Artest, he was unable to successfully block it. Yet, Durant faced considerable interference, resulting in his turnaround jumper clanging off the rim. Underneath the basket, Bynum was poised to secure the rebound, but Shan, having circled around Bynum, expertly positioned himself to claim the board first. Shan secured the basketball, preparing to make a powerful move. However, his opponent Gasol swiftly intervened, forming an effective double team with Bynum, denying Shan the opportunity to assert himself. Meanwhile, Ibaka quickly darted to a 45-degree angle at mid-range, signaling for the ball from Shan. Beneath the towering peaks, Shan's agile movement found Ibaka with a deft pass. As Ibaka prepared for a mid-range jumper, he was met with a fierce defensive leap from Artest, which severely disrupted his shot, resulting in a missed opportunity. The ball rebounded outward, where Shan found himself ensnared by a double team, rendered helpless as he watched Fisher effortlessly secure the rebound. The Thunder's quintet swiftly settled into position, while the Lakers, having observed the preceding chapters of the Thunder's match against the Heat, had abandoned the notion of a fast break, opting instead to methodically orchestrate their offense. Gasol advanced, exchanging the ball with Fisher in a seamless handoff, while Gasol assumed the role of a dealer at the arc. Kobe, utilizing Fisher's off-ball screen, called for the ball, and Gasol, in perfect synchrony, delivered it to him. As Kobe caught the ball with both hands, he faked a shot, evading Westbrook's defense, and after a swift adjustment, unleashed a three-pointer that found its mark. 3. Kobe Bryant, reveling in the euphoria of the home crowd's cheers, fixed his gaze on Westbrook, pursing his lips and raising a clenched fist, delivering a subtle yet fervent gesture of encouragement. Shan seized the basketball and passed it to Westbrook, who orchestrated the play while meticulously dribbling past the halfway line. At the top of the arc, Westbrook summoned Ibaka to set a screen. After the screen was executed, Westbrook took a lateral step and unleashed a jump shot with precision. Before Shan could even secure his position, he witnessed the basketball ricochet off the rim. Shan did not ponder for long and charged in, preparing to contest the rebound once more. However, his position was far from advantageous, as Bynum leaped ahead of him. Remarkably, Shan managed to keep pace with Bynum, utilizing his middle finger to forcefully propel the basketball upwards for a tip-off. Gasol, sensing the unease, moved closer to execute a double team against Shan. The 3 players leapt simultaneously to vie for the ball, with Shan caught uncomfortably in the middle. Yet, his innate talent prevented him from being overshadowed by the 2 opponents. All 3 made contact with the basketball, but it was Gasol who, from the side, deftly poked it out of bounds. Shan deftly sidestepped Bynum, lunging towards the basketball soaring out of bounds. In midair, he clasped the ball with both hands, executing an exquisite turn before flinging it in the direction of Harden. He then landed heavily, sliding into the embrace of a photographer. Harden leapt, securing the ball with both hands, and delivered a bullet-like pass to the unguarded Ibaka in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Ibaka executed a delicate bank shot, marking the Thunder's first points. Gasol and Bynum approached Shan with respect in their eyes, extending their hands in a gesture of assistance to help him rise. Shan smiled at the 2 individuals, grasping their hands. They exerted their strength to assist him in rising, while Gasol respectfully patted Shan's large hand. As the transition between offense and defense occurred, the Thunder swiftly retreated, with Durant and his teammates approaching Shan to inquire about his condition. Shan, smiling, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was entirely unscathed, feeling no pain whatsoever. The Lakers were preparing to launch an attack, and the Thunder remained focused on their defense, striving to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Bynum maneuvered towards the corner, attempting to draw Shan away, who took a small step in Bynum's direction, effectively marking him. Yet his gaze remained vigilant, surveying the positions of the other players on the court. Bynum, slightly awkward, picked at his nose, seemingly aware that Shan lacked a three-point shooting ability. Fisher, stationed at the top of the arc, signaled for Gasol to set a screen. After a well-executed screen, Fisher used it to penetrate and draw defensive attention. However, Westbrook's defensive prowess had significantly improved since the previous season. As he swiftly utilized his speed to keep pace with Fisher, the switch was unsuccessful, and the defense did not yield the desired result. Fisher, now under pressure, passed the ball back to Gasol. Gasol, upon receiving it, faked a shot to provoke Ibaka, yet Ibaka remained unfazed. Anticipating this, Gasol drove right, attempting to bypass Ibaka's defense. After a brief struggle, he backed into Ibaka and, unexpectedly, pivoted into the paint. Following the pivot, he executed a deceptive hook shot that caught Ibaka off guard, smoothly sinking the basket. Ibaka, having committed an error, retrieved the ball and passed it out from the baseline. Westbrook controlled the ball beyond the three-point line, while Harden emerged from the corner to receive a handoff. Westbrook seamlessly facilitated the pick-and-roll with Harden. Upon receiving the ball, Harden accelerated, evading Fisher and slicing into the lane for a layup. Bynum, having left the unguarded Shan, positioned himself to contest Harden's shot. Harden's awkward high-arcing shot seemed off target, and Bynum believed he had successfully defended against it until a resounding dunk from behind revealed the truth. The play was, in fact, a spectacular alley-oop connection between Harden and Shan. Chapter 61, A Grueling Contest Against the Lakers, Part 2, Shan's dunk over two defenders. Bynum, resigned, cast a glance at Shan before retrieving the ball and passing it to Fisher. Bynum's defense was commendable. 1 against 2 was indeed a challenging scenario. Fisher orchestrated the play as Kobe, positioned at a 45-degree angle, skillfully shielded Harden, signaling for the ball. Without hesitation, Fisher delivered a bounce pass to Kobe, who cradled the ball with one hand while gripping his jersey with the other, indicating his intent to isolate. The other 4 Lakers swiftly distanced themselves, granting Kobe and Harden the stage for their duel. Observing an open lane, Kobe decisively initiated a series of post moves against Harden. However, Harden's weight advantage rendered them ineffective. Undeterred, Kobe seized the moment, faked a shoulder feint to bypass Harden, and executed a smooth fadeaway jumper that found nothing but net. Westbrook and Durant, watching from a distance, furrowed their brows as they observed Kobe's methodical retreat, exchanging worried glances, sensing something was amiss. Something was distinctly wrong. The starting quintets from both teams fiercely clashed throughout the entirety of the first quarter, a full 12 minutes devoid of any timeouts or substitutions. To the astonishment of countless fans, the once invincible Thunder, renowned for their formidable offense and impeccable defense since the commencement of the 2009 to 2010 season, found themselves significantly trailing the Lakers in scoring. The Thunder managed a mere 23 points in the first quarter, while the Lakers astonishingly amassed 33 points. Even more unbelievable was Kobe's shooting efficiency in this match, with a remarkable 7 out of 10 from the field, including a flawless 3 for 3 from beyond the arc and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. He secured an impressive 19 points in the first quarter, a scoring performance so astonishing it felt almost surreal. In stark contrast, the Thunder appeared to be under a vast, ominous cloud, their rhythm disrupted as if torrential rain had descended upon their shooting touch. Durant and Westbrook collectively committed 4 turnovers in the opening quarter, with Durant visibly frustrated by Arteast's relentless defense, resulting in a dismal shooting performance. Durant's shooting statistics were alarmingly low, hitting only 2 of 6 attempts, 1 of 2 from three-point range, and 1 of 2 from the free throw line, totaling a mere 6 points. Westbrook fared no better, making just 1 of 4 shots. Harden, tightly guarded by Kobe, failed to score, going 0 for 5 from the field. The only glimmer of hope for the Thunder came from Lee, who managed to score 8 points through sheer determination with putbacks and opportunistic plays, attempting to keep pace with the Lakers. On the bench, Durant took a sip of water and grimaced slightly. What is going on? This feels off. How can Kobe have such a high shooting percentage tonight? Just the other day against the Bulls, he shot only 33, not making a single three-pointer. This is utterly absurd. Harden, feeling despondent, shook his head in confusion, his expression reflecting his bewilderment. Westbrook patted Harden on the back in a gesture of comfort. Each player on the bench wore a look of dazed incomprehension as they stared blankly at Scott, who was animatedly speaking, completely oblivious to the content of his discourse. Shan took a sip of water and glanced at his somewhat bewildered teammates. With a firm clap of his hands, he rallied their spirits. Hey, we have not yet succumbed to defeat. This is merely a minor setback in our season. Do not wear such glum expressions. Uplift your spirits. We can showcase our true potential. There is still a formidable mountain awaiting our conquest. Shan broke the silence, offering words of encouragement to his teammates. Scott gazed at Shan with a mixture of surprise and astonishment, choosing to remain silent and allow his disciples to take charge. Westbrook, filled with fervor, playfully smacked Harden's thigh, instantly shedding his earlier despondency. With an air of confidence, he addressed his nearby teammates, saying, well said. Although we faced some setbacks in the first quarter, we still hold an advantage. With James' assists and Serge's open looks, we are bound to regain our rhythm. The term give up is one that can only be decided in the final minute. Westbrook's rousing words ignited a spark within the hearts of those around him. Perhaps this is where the charismatic allure of the Thunder truly lies. However, Harden tugged at Westbrook's pant leg, saying, hey, could you refrain from slapping your own leg next time? It really hurts. All right, I apologize, Westbrook replied. As the second quarter commenced, both teams' bench players entered the game, casually taking their shots. In the final 6 minutes of the quarter, Naynard secured a rebound, prompting Scott to call a timeout, allowing both teams to substitute their starters back into the game. Shan executed a standard opening play, and as Westbrook dribbled past the halfway line, he opted not to ascend further, but instead passed the ball directly into the capable hands of his elder brother, Durant. Upon receiving the ball, Durant's gaze was as frigid and devoid of emotion as a block of ice, fixed intently on Artest before him. With remarkable swiftness, Durant initiated his move, employing a crossover step before launching a shot with such speed that Artest scarcely had time to react. In an instant, Durant had soared above him, delivering a stunning shot. Swish! The basketball cleanly found its way through the net, securing a three-pointer. As the offensive and defensive roles shifted, Fisher took charge of the ball. Kobe sought out Fisher, eager to maintain his fiery rhythm. Accelerating, Kobe penetrated toward the basket, closely shadowed by Harden, before executing a sudden stop and rising for a jump shot. With every ounce of effort, Harden leaped to disrupt the shot, and upon hearing the unmistakable sound of the ball clanging against the rim behind him, he realized he had successfully thwarted one of Kobe's attempts. Shan effortlessly secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Westbrook for a fast break. Westbrook caught the long pass and executed a one-handed slam dunk, scoring with aplomb. Artest jogged over to inbound the ball, while Fisher received it and passed it to Gasol. Gasol, in a triple threat position, cautiously probed Ibaka, who raised his right hand, poised for defense against Gasol's advance. Gasol feigned a shot with 1/5 of a movement, then quickly released a mid-range jumper that found its mark with precision. Ibaka promptly inbounded the ball, and Westbrook seized it, continuing the fast break. However, the Lakers quickly set up their defense. Suddenly, Westbrook accelerated, shifting into high gear as he surged past Fisher. Confronted by Gasol and Bynum's defensive efforts, he charged forward without a hint of trepidation, attempting a left-handed layup with a Euro step, only to see the ball rattle off the rim. Bynum caught the rebound and pivoted to pass to Kobe, but the nearby Harden anticipated the trajectory of the pass, leaping to intercept the ball midair. He then dribbled twice, halted, and launched a jump shot, yet unfortunately missed, hitting the side of the rim. Fortunately, Shan had swiftly arrived at the contested area, but he found himself boxed in by Gasol and Bynum, unable to attempt to tip in. Gasol easily collected the defensive rebound and turned to hand the ball to Fisher. Suddenly, a pair of large yellow hands grasped the basketball in Gasol's possession, enveloping it almost entirely. In that moment, Gasol heard a voice that resonated with a peculiar, almost cartoonish exuberance, declaring, "That's mine. Give it to me." Shan, with a beaming expression, sought to seize the basketball, but Gasol, in a moment of sheer astonishment, clutched the ball tightly. "What the hell? What about my admiration? This clearly belongs to me." Yet, Gasol's strength was no match for Shan's. And before the gaze of nearly 20,000 spectators, Shan effortlessly yanked the basketball from Gasol's embrace. In that fleeting instant, the once towering Gasol appeared as pitiable as a frail girl robbed by a merciless bandit. However, Gasol and Bynum swiftly regained their composure, swiftly converging to disrupt Shan's advance. After seizing the basketball, Shan initially intended to execute a slam dunk. However, upon noticing two opponents closing in on him, he contemplated passing the ball outside. Yet, he swiftly realized that if he merely focused on his fear of being blocked, he would miss the opportunity altogether. Shan gritted his teeth, his hands firmly clutching the basketball as he exerted every ounce of strength to leap backward with the intention of executing a powerful dunk. Gasol and Bynum followed suit, leaping alongside Shan to attempt the block. Yet, it was all in vain. A resounding boom echoed through the air. B00M. Shan executed a breathtaking slam dunk, forcefully overpowering two opponents. After landing, Bynum and Gasol staggered back several steps. Beep. The Lakers' number 17 committed a foul. An additional free throw is awarded. Chapter 62. The first defeat of the regular season. Final. Upon landing, Shan let out a long, resounding roar towards the heavens, raising his impressive biceps to showcase his undeniable dominance. The spectators present were left in awe, simultaneously feeling pity for Gasol, who had been brazenly robbed of the ball, and for Bynum, who had unwittingly committed a foul. Meanwhile, they were all taken aback by Shan's remarkable display. Bynum and Gasol exchanged glances from the baseline, letting out a collective sigh filled with resignation. Gasol remarked, "What's the matter? Have you also fallen victim to Shan's thievery?" Bynum replied, "Not quite. But it's almost the same. I merely received a rejection. One becomes accustomed to it." Gasol responded, "That is hardly something one can grow accustomed to." Shan stood at the free throw line, catching the basketball tossed by the referee. After dribbling 5 times, perhaps hindered by the large crimson handprint on his right hand from an earlier collision with Bynum, he failed to score, and the ball slipped away. Gasol collected the rebound. Before passing it out, he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring safety, and then handed it to Fisher. The spectators were amused by Gasol's antics. "Aha! Look." Paul even checked for Shan's presence before passing to anyone else. Henceforth, Shan acquired several new nicknames: the Shadow Creator of Basketball and the Robbery King, Shan. Regaining focus, Kobe called for the ball, pushing it forward with a swift shoulder to counter Harden's diagonal drive. With a step back followed by a cross-under, he executed a jump shot that found its mark with precision. Ibaka initiated the play by passing to Westbrook, who surged forward with the ball. Fisher jogged up to defend Westbrook head-on, but Westbrook effortlessly bypassed him with a quick scissor step. Gasol immediately moved to assist against Westbrook, who, with a powerful Euro step, established position before delivering a thunderous dunk. As the offense and defense exchanged roles, Kobe reclaimed the ball and promptly signaled Bynum for a pick and roll. Bynum set a solid screen, deterring Harden, allowing Kobe to drive through while casting a challenging glance towards Shan. Shan promptly received the information and immediately switched defensive assignments with Harden, now guarding Kobe. Bynum took advantage of the situation, descending into the paint, creating a significant mismatch. He raised his hand, signaling for the ball from Kobe. However, Kobe ignored him, instead lowering his shoulder and accelerating to attempt to bypass Shan, only to be thwarted by Shan's steadfast defense. Kobe quickly engaged in a confrontation with Shan, leveraging the contact to retreat beyond the three-point line, executing a fadeaway shot. Shan leaped with great effort, his raised hands resembling an enormous net that shielded the sky, snatching Kobe's shot from the air. Upon landing, Shan swiftly passed the ball to the fast-breaking Durant in the distance. Durant, receiving the pass, deftly maneuvered under Artest's outstretched arm, executing a spin to evade him. However, Artest, positioned behind Durant, managed to poke the ball away. Accelerating past the momentarily stunned Durant, Artest drew Westbrook's attention, who abandoned Fisher to provide assistance. With keen eyes, Artest suddenly whipped the ball towards Fisher. Seizing the opportunity, Fisher accelerated towards the unguarded lane of the Thunder, preparing for a layup. Yet, at the very moment Fisher released the ball, Shan's formidable hand appeared above the rim, swatting the layup away. Meanwhile, the side position Bynum leapt to secure the rebound and immediately directed a swift pass to the awaiting Kobe, positioned just beyond the three-point arc. Shan swiftly turned to defend. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe fixed his gaze upon the hoop and lifted his hand to shoot without hesitation. Shan was merely 2 steps away from Kobe. exerting every ounce of strength to leap for the block. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed. Shan's volleyball-style block once again thwarted Kobe's attempt to score. The basketball soared far out of bounds, caught by a bearded man who stood there, dumbfounded. The referee calmly awarded possession to the Lakers. While the spectators in the arena gazed in stunned silence at Shan on the court, this fellow, has his physical prowess evolved once more? How long has it been for this rookie? That was undoubtedly a reach of 4.0 meters. The extent of his defensive range is truly terrifying, isn't it? The Thunder players celebrated with Shan, while a few Lakers trembled as they watched him, internally marveling at his astonishing athleticism. Kobe, too, found it hard to believe. Staring at Shan, torn between admiration and a deep-seated resentment, if only the Lakers could trade for Lee. However, he is surely considered an untouchable asset for the Thunder at this point. What a pity. The teams continued to exchange blows. Yet the Thunder players struggled to find their rhythm until the final whistle. Ultimately, the score settled at 85-106, marking a defeat for the Thunder. The standout of the match was Kobe Bryant, who astonishingly scored 56 points, making the Thunder's loss feel quite justified. Durant managed only 19 points. Westbrook contributed 14 points but also committed 6 turnovers, while Harden, heavily guarded by Kobe, was rendered ineffective, scoring merely 10 points with a dismal 0 for 10 from three-point range. Shan delivered an extraordinary performance, amassing a career high of 21 points through opportunistic dunks during his 38 minutes on the court, complemented by an impressive 26 rebounds. However, he struggled to capitalize on the second-chance opportunities he created for his teammates. His shot blocking also experienced a significant decline compared to previous games, recording only 8 blocks. The Lakers, in this match, rarely penetrated the paint for layups, instead relying heavily on successful outside shooting. Consequently, the Thunder faced their first defeat of the 2009-2010 season in their 14th encounter with the Lakers, ending their impressive 13-game winning streak. Chapter 63. Lakers Press Conference and Thunder's Locker Room. After the game, players from both teams exchanged handshakes in a gesture of mutual respect. A beaming Kobe and a grimacing Pau Gasol approached Shan for a conversation. "So how do you feel? I told you we would seek our revenge. And this match is the perfect outcome." Durant and Westbrook shared a wry smile, acknowledging that their loss was indeed justified. Shan smiled and nodded at Kobe, raising both thumbs in admiration. "Impressive." Gasol looked at Shan with a wry smile. "Lee, please don't steal my thunder next time. It has truly left a psychological scar." Shan laughed heartily, casually draping his arm over Gasol's shoulder. "Ha ha ha, next time I'll take yours too." Gasol's eyes widened in disbelief as he hurriedly swatted Shan's hand off his shoulder, a look of incredulity etched on his face. "Lee, you can't do that if you want to keep friends." After a lengthy conversation, Gasol willingly removed his jersey to exchange it with Shan for a photo. Shortly thereafter, a press conference was held for the Lakers. A female reporter posed a question to the players. "Mr. Bryant, you secured a significant victory against the Western Conference leaders with a comfortable double-digit lead. Did you find the game easy?" Kobe squinted at the reporter, perplexed by the question. With a smile, he shook his head repeatedly. No, this game was quite challenging for us. Every player on Oklahoma is formidable. We merely capitalized on Kevin and LeBron's off night. Had they found their rhythm, the outcome could have been quite different, especially with Shan, whom I'm yearning to face." Upon hearing Kobe's words, the assembled reporters erupted in laughter. Another reporter chimed in with amusement. "Mr. Bryant, may I ask, if one day Shan truly joins the Lakers, who would start and who would sit?" The room fell silent, with Gasol and Phil observing Kobe intently. Kobe smiled at the reporter and confidently replied, "Of course, I would step down as a starter. Lee would take the small forward position to guard LeBron, while Artest would play shooting guard, and I'd be the sixth man." The audience chuckled at Kobe's lighthearted response, while the journalists subtly distanced themselves from the reporter who had posed the frivolous question. Meanwhile, in the Thunder's locker room, Westbrook, Durant, and Harden sat in silence, absorbed in their thoughts, attributing the mistakes and the end of their 14-game winning streak to themselves. Scott dragged a chair to the center of the locker room and looked at his usually spirited but now subdued players, clapping his hands to capture their attention. "Hey guys, cheer up. This is just one loss. Every season has its ups and downs. There is no need to shoulder all the blame yourselves. The journey of failure is part of the growth process. Embrace setbacks as opportunities for development and view success as a thing of the past." and we shall grow and succeed even more. After delivering his motivational speech, Scott firmly gazed at the team. Shan was the first to rise. Nudging Scott with his elbow, followed closely by Westbrook, Harden, and Durant as they all approached. Oklahoma. Homer. Thunder. Chapter 64, Matters on the Bus. Intensive training following defeat. Shan followed Westbrook and boarded the bus heading to Oklahoma. Shan, clad in headphones, swayed his leg in rhythm to the music, his eyes closed in a serene repose. Meanwhile, Westbrook, Durant, and Harden sat nearby, engaged in a conversation of indeterminate nature. Shortly thereafter, Durant turned towards Shan and gently tapped him on the shoulder. "Lee, awaken for a moment. We have matters to discuss with you." Shan squinted his eyes and swiftly removed his headphones to gaze at them. "What is the matter? What is going on? Our team has discussed it, and most of us are eager to engage in some post-game practice at the gym. Our group has largely come to a consensus. Now it's merely up to you." "Of course, I'm on board. Post-game practice is indeed an excellent choice. However, given the late hour, the gym's caretaker has likely retired for the night. How about we convene at the large court in my studio? I could summon Cannon Beck for focused training. What do you think?" Durant and the others pondered for a moment before shaking their heads in unison. "That sounds good, but let us leave Cannon Beck out of it. With just the 7 or 8 of us for concentrated practice, we'd prefer to avoid incurring additional costs. His training fees are excessively high." Shan shrugged nonchalantly as he explained to a few individuals. "It's not a big deal, just $5 million over 2 years. We can always negotiate more. It's merely a matter of a few thousand." Westbrook, Harden, and others tilted their heads, squinting in confusion as they exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. "My dear, did you hear that? Such a lavish tone." "Indeed, my dear, I heard it. That's precisely it." Harden scratched his temple, perplexed, and addressed Shan. "Huh. Could you hold on a moment? Lee, are you a rich second generation?" Shan furrowed his brow, thoughtfully fiddling with his fingers, nodding as if in deep contemplation. Harden's heart skipped a beat as he widened his eyes, gazing at Westbrook. "Brother, it seems he possesses wealth beyond mere generations." Jeff Green, resting his head against the backrest, inquired of Shan, "But aren't you residing in an orphanage in New York? Even attending the live draft was arranged by your college coach, wasn't it?" "Oh, that orphanage is merely run by a relative of mine. My parents, enamored with globetrotting, often left me with this elder, deeming me a mere third wheel." Durant clicked his tongue, his deadpan gaze fixed ahead in silence. "So, you're here to experience life, are you?" It struck me as odd that in such proximity to downtown Gotham, amidst towering skyscrapers, there exists a Chinese enclave that has remained untouched by any gang-related disturbances over the years. It appears that Lee's identity transcends that of a mere privileged heir. Westbrook and his companions followed Shan to his studio. At the entrance of the court stood Shan's, wearing a gentle smile, while behind him, a drowsy little Fu, one hand rubbing his eyes and the other clutching Shan's shirt, gazed at Shan and the others in his pajamas. "Oh, you're back. Even at this late hour. You're still training?" Shan nodded with a spirit full of vigor. "Indeed, having lost a match, I am unwilling to accept defeat. Let us return to our training and, if you could, please arrange for Xiao Fu to prepare some late-night snacks for us to enjoy as our training meal." Shan slightly bowed his head, obscuring his indifferent gaze, and spoke to Shan. "It is quite late. Xiao Fu needs her rest to grow properly. I shall awaken Andean and Papyrus to prepare a delicious meal for you all." Shan involuntarily shivered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, as if recalling something significant, and he hurriedly shook his head in refusal. "Let's venture outside to find something to eat." Shortly thereafter, Cannon Baker rushed out of the elevator and into the basketball court. After a brief discussion with Shan and the others to grasp the situation, he unhesitatingly agreed to a collective basketball training session. Durant needed to enhance his consistency, so Cannon Baker instructed him in a single-leg stability shooting drill. Westbrook sought to diversify his offensive strategies, and Cannon Baker taught him methods to improve his shooting touch, including floaters. Harden required a rhythm for his drives, prompting Cannon Baker to encourage him to engage in advanced ball-handling exercises. Ibaka wished to learn about shot blocking. However, Cannon Baker directed him to consult Shan instead of himself. Ultimately, Ibaka approached Shan to inquire about techniques for mid-range jump shots. Every Thunder player present received personalized, one-on-one guidance from a master, instilling a firm belief that their capabilities would soar to new heights this season. Once Cannon Baker had attended to the other Thunder teammates, he finally turned his attention to Shan. Honestly, you have excelled in both finishing and secondary attacks. Just like during the recent matchup with the Lakers. You scored 21 points by capitalizing on opportunities, while Bynum and Gasol were unable to contain you. However, your offensive approach cannot remain so singular. While your acrobatics are exhilarating to watch, I fear that you may encounter a formidable opponent who could jeopardize your well-being. Cannon Baker glanced around before leaning in and speaking softly to Shan. Thus, we must cultivate a diversity in our offensive strategies. Prior to this, I, along with the Thunder, hope to ignite your desire to score, rather than solely pursuing easy baskets, as that may lead to criticism and diminish your historical standing. Before I impart my knowledge of offense to you today, I wish to express a few thoughts. We are striving for a leader within the team, not merely anyone who is labeled as the big boss, but rather a player whose prowess and the team's winning methods establish true leadership. In moments when others struggle to find their rhythm and score, it is your responsibility as the leader to step up, seize control of the ball, and use your formidable physique and expansive court vision to break open the scoring drought. Do you understand? Shan solemnly nodded, prompting Ganongbek to continue. Excellent. Today, we shall practice close-range shooting and mid-range shots. As for the interior offense, you can always consult with Shaquille and Yao Ming, so I shall refrain from further instruction. Chapter 65, Thunder vs. Warriors. A clash between spear and shield. Several days later, the Thunder, having endured a series of matches, once again secured a 5-game winning streak. Triumphing over the Jazz, Bucks, Rockets, Digital Men, and Celtics. Shan's performance in these 5 matches has seen a remarkable enhancement, averaging 11 points, 23. For rebounds, 4. For assists, 8. 6 blocks, and 2 steals per game. This remarkable success can be attributed to Shan predominantly capitalizing on fast break opportunities and executing effective putback dunks, resulting in an astonishing shooting percentage of 83. As the date of December 8th approaches, the Thunder will host the visiting Golden State Warriors. The starting lineups for both teams are as follows. The Thunder's 5 core players remain unchanged, while the Warriors feature point guard Stephen Curry, shooting guard Monta Ellis, small forward Watson, power forward Radmanovic, and center Mickey Moore. As the players take the court for the jump ball, Thunder fans rise in anticipation, eager for their team's first score. The young Ibaka effortlessly secures the ball, gaining the initial offensive possession. Shan caught the basketball and executed a behind-the-back pass to the awaiting Westbrook. Westbrook bent low to retrieve the ball and swiftly dribbled across half court. Curry extended his arms, prepared to defend. Westbrook gestured with an open palm, signaling for a one-on-one, prompting the Thunder's 4 players to disperse rapidly. Curry clapped his hands, motivating himself with fervent declarations. "I can defend you, Russell. I can." Westbrook nodded with a smile, then abruptly accelerated with a swift crossover, leaving Curry completely behind. He charged into the paint, executing a powerful one-handed dunk to score the first points of the game. The Thunder fans erupted, chanting Westbrook's name in unison, guided by the DJ's voice. The formidable Westbrook waved his hand, urging the crowd to amplify their cheers. Curry raised his hand in acknowledgement of his defensive lapse. Mikey Moore quickly inbounded the ball to Curry, who dribbled past half-court. The veteran Ellis approached to execute a give-and-go with Curry, who, in turn, screened off Harden behind him. Westbrook, timely in his defensive switch, contested Ellis's mid-range jumper, which clanked off the rim. Ibaka secured the rebound and swiftly tossed it ahead to Westbrook, who deftly sidestepped Ellis for another emphatic dunk. Westbrook placed his hands on his abdomen and mimicked a baby gorilla, exclaiming, "Come on." Ellis, perceiving this as a slight, nodded in acknowledgement. He received the ball and advanced, signaling Mikey to set a screen. Mikey effectively blocked Harden, allowing Ellis to accelerate and, facing Ibaka's help defense, performed a behind-the-back retreat before launching a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net with a satisfying sound. Ellis had reclaimed his pride, raising his arms to proudly display his muscles. Harden, having been blocked, gazed on with sparkling eyes, reminiscing about Ellis's previous footwork, slowly breaking into a warm smile. Westbrook brought the ball up the court as Harden, grinning, called out for the ball. "Hey, brother, pass me the rock. Let me show off." Although Westbrook felt a twinge of confusion at Harden's request, he relented, thinking, "He is my little brother. It's just a ball." He delivered a direct pass to Harden, who waved his hand playfully, signaling for Shan to come set a screen. Shan impeccably blocked Ellis, leaving no room for error. Harden attempted a three-pointer after a breakthrough, but unfortunately, his shot was inconsistent, resulting in a clang off the rim. Mickey secured the rebound and delivered a long pass to Curry. As Curry pushed the ball down court for a fast break, Shan swiftly reacted, lowering his head and striding purposefully to catch up. The Thunder fans erupted in cheers at this sight. The king of blocks had found his prey. As Curry stormed into the paint for a layup after 3 quick steps, Shan, in a flash, executed a one-handed rejection, emphatically slamming the ball against the backboard, thwarting Curry's attempt. Shan caught the ball and landed gracefully, tossing it to Durant. Durant received the pass, executing a series of dribble moves before confidently sinking a jumper for 2 points. Meanwhile, Curry crouched in the corner, anticipating his teammate's offensive push, slightly astonished as he observed Shan defending against him. With a smile, Shan nodded in acknowledgement towards Curry. Your defense is impressive, but why haven't you pursued a tryout with a team for a higher draft position? Otherwise, the first pick might not have been Blake. Shan awkwardly scratched his head. Well, my mother, that is to say, my grandmother's orphanage, was actually concerned about radiation and its potential impact on the health of children and the elderly, so we did not have computers and did not receive any information. At that time, I was also unclear about the procedures and was unaware of the trial training. Upon hearing this, Curry's imagination ran wild, envisioning Shan abandoning years of training in football to start anew in basketball, laboring through all the arduous tasks in the NBA solely to secure a higher-paying contract to support his family. With a face reminiscent of a cherubic child, Curry looked at Shan with encouragement and support, gently patting his arm. You've worked hard. Shan, with a playful demeanor, found himself defending against Curry, leaving Westbrook to engage in a formidable battle against Radmanovic. As Radmanovic positioned himself low, Ellis promptly delivered the ball to him. The snowman, with a fierce determination, backed down Westbrook, pushing him to the baseline. With a powerful shove, he turned for a layup, but Shan swiftly charged in, executing a remarkable volleyball-style block that sent the snowman's shot soaring away. In the opposite corner, Harden seized the rebound and transitioned into a fast break. Yet the Warriors were already establishing their defense. Without hesitation, Harden passed the ball to Westbrook. Upon receiving the pass, Westbrook surveyed the court. Only 4 defenders? How could there be merely 4? I am prepared to take on 10. Thus, the advantage lies with me. Westbrook, utilizing a screen, executed a rapid dribble for a solo attack, explosively spinning past Ellis. Confronted by 2 defenders in the paint, he leapt into the air, gracefully maneuvering the ball with his left hand to evade their blocks, and subsequently finished with a left-handed layup. Westbrook, amidst the roaring cheers of the fans, celebrated with exuberant chest thumping. Kevin, did you see that? My left-handed layup. This fortnight of training has not been in vain. Durant, observing Westbrook's jubilant display, could only nod in resigned acknowledgement. Ah, yes, indeed, the NBA is quite the spectacle. Chapter 66, Thunder vs. Warriors. Tread carefully as the second quarter concluded with the sound of the buzzer. Both teams retreated to their locker rooms for a brief respite. However, the halftime interlude was short-lived. As the third quarter commenced, the substitutes took to the court, and as time gradually elapsed, the final 5 minutes approached, prompting the return of the starting players. The Thunder regained possession, with Shan initiating the sideline play, delivering the ball to Harden. Harden executed a cannon-like pass to Westbrook, who, stationed at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, received the ball and lofted it high into the paint. Shan swiftly dispelled the skier, charging into the paint, and with Curry's envious gaze upon him, soared high to execute a one-handed slam dunk. Under the watchful eyes of Ellis, the skier promptly raised his hand, acknowledging his failure to keep pace. Curry advanced the ball and passed it to Watson, subsequently initiating his off-ball movement. Watson faked a shot, deftly passing to the open Curry, who received the ball and confidently sank a three-pointer. As Ibaka initiated play, Westbrook located Durant. Durant, after probing, executed a crossover to evade his defender, yet was closely trailed by Watson. Durant, leveraging his position, executed a couple of backing moves before turning to shoot, effortlessly hitting the board for a score. As the game transitioned between offense and defense, Curry summoned the skier to set a pick, then penetrated the lane, drawing the defensive attention of both Westbrook and Shan. The skier, seizing the moment, darted to the unguarded corner. Curry, upon driving to the basket, swiftly dished the ball to the skier in the corner. The skier received the pass and launched a three-pointer, only for Shan to leap forward, powerfully swatting the ball from midair. He then sought Durant, but Watson intervened, swatting the ball away mid-flight. Durant and Watson swiftly engaged in a tussle for the loose ball at midcourt, with Watson securing possession first. though Durant lunged to firmly grasp the basketball as well. The two entered a fierce contest reminiscent of a ground battle in an octagonal cage. The referee began the countdown, ruling a jump ball. Both teams returned to midcourt for the jump, this time featuring Durant against Watson. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and Durant, utilizing his height and wingspan, tapped it first, granting the Thunder possession. With the ball in hand, Westbrook executed a series of swift changes in direction before attempting to break past Curry on the right side. However, Curry, quick as lightning, intercepted the ball directly from Westbrook's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Curry retrieved the basketball and propelled it forward for a fast break. Shan once again quickened his pace to catch up. Curry, focused intently on the hoop, thought to himself without glancing back, Shan must be right behind me. Defending closely, determined, he resolved not to go for a layup this time, proclaiming, "I will make a powerful dunk. This fast break will surely succeed." As Curry prepared to leap for a slam dunk, Shan, closely trailing him, jumped almost simultaneously to block the shot. Yet, in an instant, Curry lost his footing and fell to the ground, unsure of where the ball had gone. As he landed awkwardly, he stood at the baseline, bewildered, while Shan approached, extending a hand to help him up. Curry, wearing a pained expression mingled with a hint of a smile, reached out and grasped Shan's hand. With a gentle pull, Shan lifted Curry from the ground. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any serious injuries?" Curry, unable to suppress the discomfort, rubbed his backside and replied uncertainly, I'm fine, I suppose. Nothing too serious, I think." Shan smiled as he rested his elbow on Curry's shoulder, the two of them standing together at the baseline, embodying a serene moment while observing their teammates engage in a spirited exchange of offense and defense. As the final whistle of the match echoed, the score stood at 104-78, marking a resounding victory for the Thunder with a 26-point lead over the Warriors. When the two teams shook hands in a gesture of sportsmanship, Curry, with a beaming smile, approached Shan, extending his hand for a high five and an embrace. "Lee, your rebounding was phenomenal. 16 offensive boards. Simply astonishing. It's all about luck, isn't it? Your three-point shooting is impressive, and your potential talent is undeniable. One can clearly see it from your off-ball movement in the third quarter, leading to those catch-and-shoot threes." Shan was also exchanging pleasantries with Curry. And upon hearing Shan's words, Curry could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Alas, they all say that my shooting tendencies are problematic, that my shot selections are unreasonable, and that a point guard should embody the qualities of a true playmaker. In order to establish my footing in the league, I have not dared to focus on practicing my three-point shooting until now." Shan clasped Curry's shoulder, urging him to sip on the nourishing broth. "What does it matter to them? Since you possess the potential for three-point shooting, you must transform that formidable talent into your foundational skill. You need not engage in the fray inside the paint where injuries lurk. Your unique three-point prowess is undoubtedly the superior choice." Curry nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom in Shan's words. Shan then continued to speak to Curry, saying, "Thus, acquiring this skill is by no means a detrimental endeavor. You cannot possibly transform into the player they describe. Simply remain undeterred by external influences. Keep pushing forward. I have faith in you." Shan extended his hand to fist bump Curry, who graciously offered to exchange jerseys and capture the moment with a photograph. In Chapter 67, titled "LeBron Arrives," Curry joyfully remarked to reporters after the match, "Although Lee and I are contemporaries, with only a slight age difference, I must express my admiration for him as an athlete. His reliability and exceptional skills have profoundly inspired me. If the opportunity arises, I would genuinely relish the chance to battle alongside Lee on the same team." Following the game against the Warriors, they swiftly overcame the Grizzlies, triumphing with a score of 98-77. The morning after the match, around 9 a.m., a tall black man, burdened with a large bag, entered Shan's studio. In the spacious living room, Shan's, Xiao Fu, and Pa were indulging in rich cream candies and cinnamon pies. "Hello, my friends. Good morning," LeBron exclaimed, laughing heartily as he opened his arms to greet Shan's and the others. "Where is Lee? I don't see him." Shan's pointed upstairs. "They're all still asleep. Ever since our loss to the Lakers, they've been practicing late into the night." LeBron quietly made his way to a rest room on the 15th floor. There, he found Durant sprawled across the large bed, deeply asleep. With a mischievous grin, LeBron tugged at the corner of the blanket and suddenly flung it into the air. "Kevin, wake up, wake up, wake up. Haha, guess who's here?" Durant squinted, his eyes barely open. and looked at the grinning LeBron with confusion before pulling the blanket tightly around himself. Get lost, LeBron. Go away and let me sleep a little longer. Find Russell and James. They're surely still asleep. After informing LeBron of Westbrook and Harden's rooms, Durant buried himself under the blanket and drifted back to sleep. LeBron shrugged and turned to seek out Shan, as he was not particularly familiar with Westbrook and Harden. Reaching Shan's room, LeBron knocked on the door. Upon hearing Shan's invitation to enter, he gently pushed the door open. Inside, he instantly spotted Nana, hands tucked away. Observing Shan as he practiced a horse stance by the window, his body glistening with sweat. Wow, how long have you been at it? The sweat on the floor is nearly forming a small lake. 30 minutes. What brings you here so suddenly, old LeBron? Shan rose to his feet, took a nearby towel to wipe the perspiration from his brow, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. With a smile, he extended his arms wide and embraced James. In just a couple of days, I'll be competing against you all. I didn't travel with the team. I came directly on my own to enjoy a little time here beforehand. Shan and James engaged in conversation as they entered the living room, where Shan eagerly accepted the sweet potato pie handed to him by Xiao Fu, savoring it with great delight. It seems you are not merely here for leisure. With 2 days remaining in Oklahoma, staying in a 5-star suite is quite costly and may inadvertently reveal your whereabouts. This behavior is rather uncharacteristic of you. There must be something you require assistance with. James appeared momentarily caught off guard, yet he quickly regained his composure, maintaining an unflustered demeanor as he addressed Shan. Well, indeed, there is a matter I would like to trouble you with. Actually, would it be possible for me to stay here for the next couple of days? Shan tilted his head, gazing at old James, unable to comprehend. What brings you here? A 5-star presidential suite is far more comfortable than this. My place is merely a modest studio apartment. Oh, I see. You're simply reluctant to spend that money. James, this time, offered a slightly awkward smile. How can you say that? Your place is so private. You won't be disturbed by fans, and it's much cozier. Shan gazed at James with an expression of disbelief. Well, there are indeed other matters at hand. In a couple of days, could you ease off during the game? I am aware that my shooting is not up to par, and I can only utilize my physique to penetrate the paint and create opportunities for my teammates on the perimeter. However, your abilities truly neutralize me. I sincerely hope you can show some mercy, refrain from being too aggressive, and spare me a modicum of dignity, saving your full strength for the playoffs. James clasped his hands together as he looked at Shan, who let out a sigh and produced a key, handing it to him. This is your key. You'll be staying next to Kevin. As for the game, I'll make a suitable appearance. Upon hearing this, James raised both thumbs and smiled at Shan. Good brother. For life. Chapter 68. The Cavaliers' nightmare for James. Shortly thereafter, unable to remain still at Shan's place, James decided to take a drive to clear his mind. Meanwhile, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden happened to awaken at this very moment. Why has LeBron come over? What does he want at this early hour? While Shan was engrossed in playing NBA 2K10, he succinctly briefed the three individuals on the situation at hand. Upon grasping the context, they exchanged knowing glances, and mischievous ideas simultaneously ignited in their minds. Durant swiftly leaped from behind the sofa, lounging beside Shan with a sinister grin, and remarked, Didn't LeBron suggest you ease up? Let us do the exact opposite. We shall not relent. If he dares to drive, I shall let him pass. And you can block him again. Oh, I can hardly imagine the expression that will grace LeBron's face. Durant, Westbrook, Harden, Shan. Adieu. Your words resonate with me. It is truly difficult for me not to offer my support. Meanwhile, basking in the breeze while donning sunglasses, a jubilant LeBron remains blissfully unaware that a game specifically devised against him is quietly brewing. As the clock strikes December 14th, within the Thunder Arena, Shan and his companions are warming up for their shooting drills, adorned with enigmatic smiles. Across the court, LeBron is joyously engaged in light-hearted banter with Shaquille O'Neal and others. The match is about to commence. The starting lineup for the Cavaliers is as follows: point guard Mo Williams, shooting guard Anthony Parker, small forward LeBron James, power forward Hickson, and center Shaquille O'Neal. As the teams prepare for the jump ball, O'Neal approaches Shan, winking playfully. In a hushed tone, he remarks, Hey, Lee, considering our connection, you could say I'm somewhat of a mentor to you. Do me a favor and show me a little leniency. Let us not go too hard on each other, all right? Shan chuckled softly, nodding slightly. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and after 17 years of playing, O'Neal found it increasingly challenging to jump. Shan effortlessly seized the advantage of the initial possession, ensuring to show O'Neal some respect. Westbrook initiated the offensive play, gesturing for his teammates to create space. Opting to take on the challenge himself, the four players swiftly dispersed, mirroring the Cavaliers' defensive movements, except for O'Neal. Aware that Shan posed no threat from beyond the arc and accustomed to guarding the paint, O'Neal remained stationary. Westbrook stepped back to create distance, executing a swift crossover to break past Williams, and with a rapid spin, he launched a layup over O'Neal's defensive attempt, scoring effortlessly. O'Neal initiated the play, and Williams brought the ball across half-court, passing it directly to LeBron. O'Neal jogged into the paint, positioning his substantial frame against Shan, confidently extending his right hand, requesting the ball from LeBron. Though LeBron harbored some doubts, he quickly lobbed the ball to O'Neal, positioned with his back to the basket. O'Neal nudged Shan with his elbow. "Hey, Lee, we had an agreement, remember? Take it easy on me." Shan took a step back, using his palm to support O'Neal's back, gently tapping with his index finger. "Rest assured, we will succeed. The offensive time is running short." Suddenly, O'Neal's confidence surged, as if he had returned to his prime in 2001. Leaning against Shan for a moment, he then exerted his strength to push against him. Shan graciously bore the weight, steadfastly enduring the 147-kilogram force of O'Neal's presence without revealing any signs of struggle. O'Neal skillfully pivoted, executing a feigned hook with his left hand. As Shan reached out to defend, O'Neal swiftly turned, using his body to nudge Shan aside, while protecting the ball with his left hand and releasing a high-arching hook shot with his right. Shan appeared to exert every effort in his defense, yet it seemed as though he was hindered by O'Neal's ball-handling prowess, failing to prevent the shot while still providing ample disruption. Consequently, under the watchful gaze of all, the ball ricocheted off the rim several times before gracefully descending into the net. O'Neal raised his right hand, astonished as he gazed at his palm, casting a furtive look of gratitude towards Shan. Witnessing this spectacle, James felt a surge of delight, nodding slightly in approval. "Lee is truly my good brother. He keeps his word. This game should not be too disheartening." Nearby, Durant observed LeBron's expression and exchanged knowing glances with Shan, smirking playfully. LeBron took the bait. "All right, understood." Chapter 69, The Cavaliers' Nightmare for James 2. Shan initiated the play by passing the ball to Westbrook. After navigating through the defense, Westbrook relayed it to Durant, who positioned himself for a one-on-one. Durant firmly grasped the ball, and LeBron, guarding him closely, proclaimed, "Come on, Kevin, I will contain you." Without uttering a word, Durant executed two swift feints before pivoting to evade his defender. He then abruptly halted, performing a turn and releasing a shot that arched gracefully into the net. Despite LeBron's valiant attempt to disrupt the play, earning Durant 2 points, Williams took control of the ball, and LeBron seized it from the three-point line with determination. After a brief display of offensive options, he charged forward like a tank, penetrating through Durant's staunch defense. Although Durant maintained close coverage, LeBron skillfully employed a protective dribble to score with an effortless layup. Noticing Shan lingering in the corner without providing support, LeBron grinned broadly, his confidence soaring. Westbrook received a pass from Ibaka and gradually advanced the ball up the court, scanning the positions of his teammates. He boldly launched a three-point jump shot aimed directly at Williams, only to witness it clang off the rim. Shan strategically positioned himself to secure a favorable spot, effortlessly retrieving the offensive rebound and passing it to Harden. Upon receiving the ball, Harden faked a shot to draw in Anthony, took a sidestep, and launched a three-pointer. Seizing the opportunity for an open three, he sent the ball smoothly through the net. Williams held the ball as LeBron once again took charge for a one-on-one play. With a determined push, he skillfully broke through Durant's defense. For a moment, LeBron hesitated, but faced with an unguarded hoop, he executed a two-handed dunk after a powerful step. However, just as he completed the dunk, a massive hand suddenly appeared before his eyes. LeBron. "Oh, Shan." Bang. Shan delivered a decisive slap, sending the racket from LeBron's grasp soaring away. From the sidelines, Ibaka swiftly retrieved the basketball and tossed it to Westbrook, initiating a fast break. Westbrook executed a scissor step, momentarily defying gravity, then accelerated past Williams, maneuvering with finesse around Anthony. Ultimately, he executed a left-handed layup, securing 2 points with precision. LeBron appeared momentarily bewildered, but upon reflection, he recognized the absence of defenders in the Thunder's paint. Shan was compelled to provide support, lest it be perceived as a deliberate lapse in defense. Thus, being blocked moments prior seemed entirely justified. Shan observed LeBron's rapidly changing facial expressions and was about to softly explain when LeBron clapped his hands, encouragingly exclaiming, "Well defended. Well defended." Subsequently, LeBron received a long pass from Williams and orchestrated the offense himself. After penetrating the defense and drawing attention, he passed the ball to Anthony on the perimeter. Anthony, however, failed to convert his mid-range shot. The basketball ricocheted away, and Durant seized the rebound, pushing the fast break. LeBron lowered his head and accelerated in pursuit. Durant stormed into the paint for a one-handed slam dunk, but was met by LeBron, who leapt from behind to deliver a stunning block against the backboard. LeBron seized the rebound, and the momentum shifted from defense to offense. He pushed the ball up the court, initiating another fast break, and Shan, noticing LeBron's advance, lowered his center of gravity and quickened his pace to keep up. LeBron, in a sidelong stance, executed a one-handed dunk, while Shan leapt alongside him, firmly pinning the ball against the backboard with a single hand. Upon landing, LeBron was taken aback as he watched Shan seize the ball and launch a quarterback-length pass down the court. Durant caught the basketball and tossed it toward the basket. In the corner, Westbrook evaded Williams, cutting to the rim to receive an alley-oop pass and violently slam it home. Cavaliers coach Mike Brown felt a pang of anxiety as the game seemed to spiral out of control from the very start. He promptly called for a timeout, hoping to allow his team a moment to regroup and regain their rhythm. As LeBron and his teammates took a seat on the bench, it was evident that their condition was not quite right. Shaquille O'Neal, weighing in at 147, appeared fatigued after several fast breaks and was noticeably out of breath. Mike Brown quickly resolved to substitute O'Neal with Brazilian powerhouse Varejao to match up against Shan. With a pen in hand, Mike pointed decisively at Varejao, his gaze fixed intently on him. "Varejao, when you go in, show Shan what you can do. If possible, let us get him to foul out. That would greatly enhance our chances of winning this game." Varejao, smiling confidently, patted his chest, assuring, "Leave it to me." Meanwhile, Scott gathered his players to discuss strategy. "Lee, you've been defending excellently. For the next play, switch positions with Kevin. You'll take small forward, and Kevin will move to power forward, while Serge plays center." Upon hearing this, the Thunder players were taken aback. "Coach, I'm playing small forward? I'm not an offensive player." Scott shot a glance at Shan. "It's just a position switch. What I need is for you to lock down LeBron. Offense will be Kevin's responsibility. The opposing power forward 1T be able to handle Kevin. And don't think I haven't noticed your little antics. If you're determined to rattle LeBron, then Lee, unleash your full potential." Shan and Durant exchanged amiable nods, with a smile gracing their faces. "Goodness, Coach Scott is even more ruthless than we are." Chapter 70. The Cavaliers' nightmare with LeBron. As both teams returned to the court, the Cavaliers held possession. Varejao stood at the sideline, casting a puzzled glance at Ibaka, who was animatedly waving his arms. "What on earth? Why is Ibaka guarding me? Where is Shan?" Meanwhile, LeBron furrowed his brow in confusion, looking at the cheerful Shan beside him, utterly bewildered by the situation. Even the Thunder fans were left in a state of perplexity, their eyes darting back and forth between Shan and Durant. "Hey, LeBron, you can't blame me. It's Coach Scott who switched Kevin and me. He instructed me to give my all in neutralizing you. He is my coach, and as a rookie, I have no choice. So my apologies, my friend." LeBron gazed at the earnest young man before him, letting out a heavy sigh, feeling a mix of helplessness and annoyance as he shot a glance at Scott, who was giving him a thumbs up. "Are you really going to undermine me this way?" Varejao initiated the play by passing to Anthony, observing that Harden was tightly marking him. Anthony opted to lob the ball into the paint for the physically advantageous Hickson. Hickson, with his back to Durant, attempted to pivot into the lane but was thwarted by Durant's timely intervention. With Hickson lingering in the paint for nearly 3 seconds, he was forced to attempt a desperate hook shot, which unfortunately slipped away. Durant seized the opportunity, quickly advancing the ball and preparing to take on Hickson one-on-one. After a series of crossovers, Durant accelerated to penetrate past Hickson but found no success. He spun, halted abruptly, and with a deceptive move, left Hickson stumbling. Without even glancing at Hickson, Durant effortlessly elevated for a clean jump shot, scoring with ease. As the transition unfolded, Williams brought the ball across and passed it to LeBron. In a matchup against Shan, LeBron felt the pressure of the 3 threats posed by him. Shan licked his lips and extended his right hand, effectively obstructing LeBron's line of sight toward the hoop. LeBron recognized that Shan was serious, and he too would summon all his strength to contend with him. LeBron faked a three-point shot, but Shan was not deceived, raising his right hand in response. Seizing the moment, LeBron swiftly found an opening and drove to the basket, catching Shan off guard. Yet, Shan stood firm against LeBron's tank-like advance, stepping across to intercept him. LeBron attempted to back him down, delivering 2 heavy bumps in an effort to push into the paint. However, after finding no success, he quickly pivoted for a crab dribble jump shot. Shan leaped with the intention of snatching the ball directly, but LeBron, startled, quickly flicked his wrist, delivering a brilliant pass to the open Anthony. Anthony received the ball and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Shan smiled as he glanced at LeBron. That last shot was indeed a close call. Had it been a moment delayed, the ball would have been intercepted by himself. LeBron's basketball intelligence is truly remarkable. Ibaka rushed to inbound the ball, while Westbrook dribbled across the court. James approached Durant, but Varejao sought out Shan. "You play your game, and I'll play mine." Shan, without much thought, executed a standard pick-and-roll for Westbrook, seamlessly transitioning for an easy basket. Meanwhile, Varejao, with a knowing smile, recognized that his moment had arrived. As Shan received the pass and prepared to dunk, Varejao unexpectedly toppled beside him, tumbling backward. Beep. Number 87. Offensive foul. Cavaliers ball. Shan astonishingly caught the ball in midair, gazing incredulously at the referee. "I did not touch him. Why is it my foul?" Shan stared wide-eyed, utterly perplexed by the reason he had been penalized for an offensive foul. In a timely manner, Westbrook pulled Shan aside and whispered to him, "Flopping. Varejao is a master of flopping. Remain calm." After listening to Westbrook's explanation, Shan could only swallow this hidden grievance and, with a flicker of thought, cast a resentful glance at Varejao, offering a faint smile. "So this is how we play, is it? Just wait." LeBron received the pass, while Varejao, accompanied by Ibaka, set a pick for him and then exchanged a knowing glance with LeBron. "Big brother, pass me the ball later, and I'll make sure Lee takes another foul." LeBron utilized the screen, driving in to attract the attention of 2 defenders before passing to Varejao, who fortuitously encountered Shan, who was stepping up for help defense. Varejao chuckled mischievously. Just wait and see me flop and make you, Shan, draw another pushing foul." Varejao positioned himself outside the paint, backing down Shan. But as he turned to engage, he realized that Shan had positioned himself perfectly in front of him. Shan was struck in the chest by a brutal elbow from Varejao, and in agony, he clutched his chest and gradually collapsed to the ground. Varejao was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. The crowd erupted in uproar. Foul play. Upon witnessing Shan's painful fall, Westbrook felt a surge of anger and accelerated towards Varejao. The other 3 players, equally incensed, charged towards Varejao to collectively confront him. Although LeBron was initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure and intercepted Westbrook, calmly advising him to allow the officials to handle the situation. Durant, regaining his calm, swiftly approached Shan to inquire about his condition. However, upon seeing Durant, Shan couldn't help but crack a slight smile. Coincidentally, Varejao caught sight of the upward curve of Shan's lips. Realizing that his long-standing habit of feigning injuries to draw offensive fouls had finally backfired, he could only shake his head in resignation, swallowing the bitter fruits of his actions. You rascal. That was intentional. You were perfectly fine, weren't you?" Durant sidestepped to obscure some of the view and, with his forehead pressed against the floor, Shan nodded slightly, softly murmuring a line of lyrics. "Never gonna give you up." Understanding Shan's condition, Durant motioned for the other 3 Thunder players to step aside, summoning the officials and team doctors for an examination. Leaning in, Durant whispered to his teammates, "This kid is quite the actor. It was just a feigned fall. He completely unscathed. We've all been deceived. He took his vengeance on the spot." Westbrook opened his eyes, incredulous as he gazed at the suffering Shan on the ground. Is this truly something this innocent young man is capable of? Subsequently, the Thunder's medical staff found Shan to be in good health apart from some chest pain and shortness of breath. After receiving the report, the officials penalized Varejao with a flagrant foul. The Thunder were awarded 2 free throws and retained possession of the ball. After successfully executing 2 free throws, Shan scored both, prompting a timeout from the Thunder. Following a high-five exchange with Jeff Green, he was substituted for a rest. On the bench, Shan clutched his chest, feigning distress, seated with a pained expression. Immediately, Scott and his teammates approached to inquire about Shan's condition. Shan, with a visage etched in anguish, spoke to the person beside him. I merely feigned injury. It's nothing of consequence. This is but a trivial matter. I usually dive for saves with far greater ease. Scott let out a sigh, placing a reassuring hand on Shan's shoulder. As long as you're all right. Take a proper rest. You can re-enter the game in the third quarter. Chapter 71. The Knight's nightmare ends in the final 3 minutes of the third quarter. The score was tightly contested, and it was at this juncture that Shan and Westbrook returned to the court. Shan resumed his position as small forward. With Naynard at center, Jeff Green at power forward, Cephalosha at shooting guard, and Westbrook as point guard. Upon re-entering, LeBron caught sight of Shan, Jeff Green, and Naynard all on the floor simultaneously, and a grimace involuntarily contorted his features. Receiving the ball, LeBron faced the formidable defense of Shan. As he prepared to seize an opportunity to breach the defense, Shan's large hand swiftly struck, dislodging the basketball from LeBron's grasp. In a desperate attempt, LeBron positioned his body to block Shan, but to no avail. Shan effortlessly seized the basketball, advancing with purposeful strides to initiate a swift counterattack. He launched the ball against the backboard, where it gracefully rebounded, allowing him to execute a breathtaking 360 self-alley-oop for a score. Ilgauskas hurried over to inbound the ball to M.O. Williams, who, after crossing half-court, promptly passed it to LeBron for further action. This time, LeBron opted for a direct three-pointer from the 45 angle, all the while maintaining a vigilant awareness of his 4 teammates' positions to facilitate timely passes. Suddenly, with a decisive motion, LeBron unleashed a cold-blooded shot from beyond the arc. However, Shan was constantly attentive to every move made by LeBron. The moment LeBron released his shot, Shan leaped from a distance to contest the attempt. His large hands, akin to a radar, precisely intercepted the airborne basketball missile mid-flight. Shan swiftly passed the ball to the fast-breaking Westbrook, while LeBron bent down and sprinted to catch up. Westbrook dribbled vigorously, casting a provocative glance back at Williams, who was closely trailing him. In that moment, Westbrook also noticed LeBron, who was diligently pursuing him, and exchanged a brief look with Shan, who stood not far away. Subsequently, in a display of audacity before LeBron, Westbrook forcefully hurled the basketball towards the hoop. Shan executed a 3-step approach followed by a 2-step leap, culminating in a spectacular aerial catch. With a mighty pull, he delivered a thunderous dunk, securing an additional 2 points. Observing LeBron's subpar performance, Mike Brown wisely called for a timeout, substituting LeBron to allow him a moment of respite to regain his composure, while simultaneously deploying his bench players, thereby conceding the match. As the final whistle echoed, the game concluded with a score of 116-99, marking a devastating victory for the Thunder over the Cavaliers. Shan achieved an impeccable shooting performance, making all 5 field goal attempts and converting 2 free throws, culminating in a flawless shooting percentage and a total of 12 points. He also secured 24 rebounds, along with 5 assists, 7 blocks, and 5 steals. After the game concluded, LeBron approached Shan and Durant with a wry smile, embracing them both and saying, "You two truly gave me a thorough beating." Shan laughed heartily as he draped his arm around LeBron's shoulder. Kevin's brilliant idea is truly hard to oppose, and it has received unequivocal endorsement from our coach, Scott. Otherwise, we would never have considered having me face off against you at the small forward position. LeBron gazed at Durant with an expression of intricate complexity, indignantly pointing at him before helplessly smiling. "Oh, Kevin, how could you treat me this way? There's no love left for us." Durant instantly retreated, distancing himself from LeBron, then playfully slapped LeBron's shoulder, regarding him with palpable disdain. "Get lost. Don't act crazy around me. Go find Kyrie Irving instead." Chapter 72. LeBron's Troubles. Retreating from the high-altitude home of the Denver Nuggets after a while, reporters interviewed Mike Brown of the Cavaliers and LeBron James. "Mr. James, are you satisfied with this game? What do you believe were the main reasons for the loss?" LeBron bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before responding to the reporter, "Well, to be honest, I am not particularly satisfied with this game. The primary reason lies with me. I committed too many turnovers. Shan is an exceptionally skilled defensive player who restricted us significantly, especially with the tactical arrangements devised by Coach Scott. Matching Shan against me limited my passing, shooting, and layup opportunities." LeBron took responsibility for his mistakes during the game. As reporters hurriedly noted his words, "James, By so greatly praising the opposing player, are you attempting to pressure the higher-ups in Cleveland? A burly man with a large beard thrust his microphone toward LeBron, his gaze filled with malice. Upon hearing this, Mike Brown visibly gasped, his attention shifting involuntarily to LeBron. LeBron, upon hearing the reporter's words, shook his head in dismay. However, he felt powerless against such unscrupulous journalism. That is clearly not a good question. I reserve the right to decline to answer your query, yet I wish to assert this. As you all know, Shan is an extraordinarily talented player, whose defensive prowess is so formidable that no team would dare to refuse him. Any player in the league aspiring for a championship would wish to collaborate with Shan. As LeBron's words echoed through the arena, every journalist present diligently jotted them down in their notebooks. Meanwhile, the rotund gentleman with a beard smirked insidiously, evidently satisfied with the answers he had sought. He waved away the approaching bodyguards, opting to exit on his own rather than being escorted by the burly men. The day following the match, a plethora of maliciously edited videos emerged online, depicting LeBron's post-game confrontation with Cleveland, spreading like the C-virus from a survival horror narrative. Proliferating at an unimaginable pace, the Thunder team ventured into the infamous Mile High Arena, facing the Denver Nuggets in a back-to-back matchup as the visiting side. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 93-99, marking a heartbreaking 6-point defeat for the Thunder. The Nuggets' home court, situated at an elevation of 280 feet, nearly 600 meters, coupled with the fatigue from consecutive games, posed significant challenges for the Thunder players. Shan possesses a remarkably robust constitution, exhibiting resilience against the adverse effects of high altitudes. In this match, he recorded an impressive performance with 17 points, 22 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 8 blocks. However, prior to the game, both James Harden and Russell Westbrook experienced mild symptoms of altitude sickness, such as shortness of breath and nasal congestion. Harden struggled, hitting only 3 of 10 shots, missing all 4 of his 3-point attempts, and accumulating 4 turnovers and 4 fouls. Similarly, Westbrook managed just 5 of 15, also tallying 4 turnovers and 4 fouls. Despite Scott's strategic adjustments to Shan's small forward role, Shan relentlessly targeted Carmelo Anthony for defensive coverage. Yet, the pivotal figure, Chauncey Billups, emerged as a key player, frequently isolating and distributing the ball, thereby creating numerous scoring opportunities for his teammates, ultimately leading the Denver Nuggets to victory. Chapter 73. The delivery of several industries. Following the conclusion of the game, Carmelo Anthony jogged over to the Thunder's bench to seek out Shan. "Lee, come with me for a moment. I have something for you." Carmelo extended an invitation for Shan to visit his home, which elicited a sense of unease among Westbrook, Durant, and others. They quickly positioned themselves in front of Shan, shielding him from Carmelo. "Anthony, Lee may not be aware of your stature, but we certainly are. You are a veteran in the league. He has merely blocked your shots a few times. Must you bring others to confront him? Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Lee, hurry and get into the Rolls-Royce with Mettaton. Let him whisk you away. Anthony cannot harm us." Observing the Thunder's fervent defense of Shan, Carmelo felt a twinge of embarrassment and rubbed his nose, realizing that his previous remark may not have conveyed the intended sentiment. That wasn't my intention." As soon as Carmelo uttered these words, the Thunder players grew even more agitated, prompting Carmelo to cease his reflections and, with an innocent glance at Shan, decided to let him handle the situation. Shan felt deeply moved by the Thunder's protective gestures. He then smiled and took the initiative to explain to Cameron, "Gentlemen, please remain calm. Cameron and I are very good friends. He has merely come to invite me to his home for a visit and to attend to a few matters. There is nothing else at hand." After Shan's simple explanation, the Thunder team turned to each other with expressions of doubt. Glancing back and forth between Shan and Cameron, they found it hard to believe that the seemingly simple-minded and honest Shan could possibly associate with the fierce and menacing Cameron. Polite Cameron, what are you talking about? Ginseng chicken, right? Consequently, the Thunder team exchanged glances and collectively shook their heads at Shan, expressing their disbelief. Shan, with his unparalleled eloquence, finally managed to persuade the Thunder players. However, Westbrook leaned in closer to Shan and whispered, "If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to call or message us. Kevin, James, and I, along with Shams and his sharpshooters, will rush over to your aid." Westbrook extended his fist to bump with Shan. Shan gazed at the resolute Westbrook and emphatically bumped his fist against his. Shan firmly believed that Westbrook was indeed a man capable of such feats. Shortly thereafter, he found himself in Cameron's vehicle en route to his residence. Upon arrival, Cameron retrieved a substantial sum of cash from his briefcase, distributing it among the idlers who frequented his home before promptly dismissing them. He then ushered Shan into a relatively tidy living room, where he presented him with a collection of assets entrusted to him by Uncle Hank C., which included a karaoke establishment, real estate holdings, and a quaint toy shop named Bayubiu in Bonbon. "These are the ventures I am offering you," Cameron explained. "They are still modest in scale, as they have not been in operation for long, and the profits are rather limited. I have already arranged for the staff at the shops. All you need to do is send someone to collect the revenue." "All right. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate your efforts." Shan nodded and accepted the contracts and other documents. Cameron waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was merely part of his duties and did not warrant thanks. Chapter 74. The Return Journey, The Intricacies of Stern. Shan engaged in a lengthy conversation with Cameron, who kindly offered to drive him home. Westbrook, Durant, and Harden, feeling somewhat uneasy, opted not to board the bus back to Oklahoma, instead choosing to wait by the extravagant stretch Lincoln limousine parked beside them for Shan's return. As Cameron's BMW approached, Shan exited the vehicle and embraced Cameron in farewell. The limousine's driver prepared to reverse and pick them up, while the window rolled down to reveal a figure adorned in luxurious fur, elegantly stroking their flowing hair, with a hand adorned in an array of diamond jewelry. They waved at Shan and his companions. In an ethereal voice, they gently called out to Shan, "Come aboard, the car is air-conditioned, and the delectable dishes I had prepared are nearly ready. Let us allow them to take us home." Shan flashed a 0K gesture and opened the car door, prompting several individuals to enter. Upon stepping inside, Westbrook and the others were astounded by the opulence of the vehicle's interior. The ceiling was adorned with a celestial display, embellished with countless exquisite 30-point diamonds. Every corner of the car was wrapped in extraordinarily precious materials, and even beneath the seats, there were jewels on display. The keen-eyed Harden noticed that the leg-crossing Mita Dunn was adorned with approximately 2-carat blood diamonds, purple diamonds, pink diamonds, blue diamonds, and yellow diamonds on his hands. "Wow, what a super-wealthy individual," exclaimed Mita Dunn, who then clapped his hands, and 2 stunning blonde S-shaped beauties approached, carrying an ice bucket. Harden's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The beauty opened the ice bucket to reveal a selection of chilled premium beverages. After selecting their drinks, Mita Dunn clapped again, and another beauty removed the drink cooler, while a few others brought over small tables laden with an array of gourmet delicacies. "As friends of Shan, you are my friends as well. Please indulge yourselves and eat to your heart's content, my friends. Everything you could desire is available in this vehicle." Shan, displaying a complete lack of restraint, eagerly lifted a plate of Wellington and began to devour it with gusto. Durant, too, picked up a plate of crispy squab and bit into it voraciously. Mita Dunn waved his hand, signaling for the driver to return to Oklahoma, but upon noticing Durant tearing into the squab's flesh, he quickly intervened. "Oh, just eat the skin. The meat is rather unpalatable." Durant and his companions paused, momentarily bewildered, glancing at the squab in their hands. Some individuals are so impoverished that they have nothing but tree bark to consume, while others opt only for the skin, eschewing the meat entirely, truly perplexing. Mita Dunn speared a piece of lobster meat with his golden fork and brought it to his lips, gently wiping his mouth with a nearby napkin. "Many matters are inexplicable, particularly in your country, America. One can commit acts of violence and theft without facing disdain, yet if you are poor, others will look down upon you and ridicule you. If you are destitute, you are regarded as lesser than a ghost. Such is the way in America, and we merely conform to local customs." The 3 Americans exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of Mita Dunn's words, a small seed of thought taking root in their minds. Meanwhile, as Shan descended from Cameron's vehicle and embraced him for a farewell, a man in the distance captured this moment on camera and promptly emailed it to David Stern's computer. Stern gazed at the images on the screen with a heavy and complex expression, picking up a document from his desk to scrutinize it closely. Shan, 20 years old, of Chinese descent, currently residing in an orphanage in Chinatown, New York, while attending Fordham University. Resume: cheerful and somewhat naive young man. The strongest defensive lineman on the football team, once pushed an opponent back 40 yards during a game. He is well liked among his peers, with no history of violence or misconduct. Numerous girls have expressed their affection for him, though he shows no evident desire for a romantic relationship. Indeed, this was all that David Stern could uncover after expending considerable time, effort, and resources seeking information about Shan. The meager words scrawled on the paper raised numerous questions. They did not even know the names of Shan's parents or their professions. Stern furrowed his brow, fixating on the document, and eventually sighed in resignation. Chapter 75. The Battle of Silverhorn King against the Chinese Dai Zong. As the group returned to Oklahoma to prepare for the match against the Dallas Mavericks, Westbrook, Durant, and Harden resolved to allocate a portion of their monthly salaries to establish a charitable organization aimed at giving back to society and aiding the impoverished. However, Shan found this notion somewhat peculiar and expressed his viewpoint. Merely distributing money seems misguided. It is far more appropriate to provide material support to those suffering from natural disasters. Upon the utterance of Shan's words, the Thunder's trio nodded vigorously in agreement. Thus, within a day, leveraging his modest connections, Shan discreetly established a charitable organization named Thunder Fund. Durant contributed significantly, followed closely by Westbrook, while Harden, although earning less, still offered a considerable amount. The following day, the Dallas Mavericks arrived at the Chesapeake Energy Arena with an unfriendly demeanor. The cause of their ire likely stemmed from a certain Thunder coach who had exuberantly expressed gratitude for the Mavericks' willingness to part with a promising rookie, number 25, in exchange for the urgently needed superstar, Shan. Consequently, during the ensuing months, while the Thunder effortlessly secured the top position in the Western Conference, the Mavericks found themselves subject to relentless scorn from their longtime fans and mocking derision from rival supporters. This atmosphere of bitterness enveloped the entire Dallas team, leaving even the composed Dirk Nowitzki with an irritable glance towards Scott. Aware of the multitude of furious gazes directed his way, Scott, with his seasoned demeanor, decided to address the situation. Let me present a matter for your consideration. Do you know which team we are facing today? The Dallas Mavericks. The very team that gifted us Shan. What do we call them? Santa Claus. Thus, we must express our gratitude to Santa Claus for delivering us a piece of the championship puzzle. Let us ease up, everyone. Let us not make Santa Claus uncomfortable. Scott's voice boomed, ensuring both sides could hear his jest, as he provocatively eyed the Mavericks across the court. Many Thunder fans caught wind of Scott's humor, raising their thumbs towards the Mavericks while boisterously chanting 3Q amidst laughter. Such brazen provocation nearly drove the Mavericks to the brink of madness, with Rick Carlisle on the verge of shattering the tactical board in his grasp. Damn it, Shan was meant to be ours. The top spot in the West should rightfully belong to us. We ought to be the favored contenders for the championship. Why did our Dallas executives settle for just Boban and a second-round draft pick in exchange? From the fierce and menacing glint in their eyes, the significance was unmistakable. At that moment, Oklahoma and Dallas had irrevocably forged a bitter rivalry, each side becoming the other's sworn enemy. The starting lineup for the Dallas Mavericks included Josh Beria, 178 centimeters point guard, Jason Kidd, shooting guard, Shawn Marion, small forward, Dirk Nowitzki, power forward, and Eric Dampier, center. As the players took to the court, the referee approached the center circle, basketball in hand, ready to conduct the jump ball between Ibaka and Dampier. The referee tossed the ball skyward, and both Ibaka and Dampier leaped for possession, with Dampier's height and wingspan granting him the initial advantage. The Thunder established their formation as the Mavericks initiated their offense. Nowitzki, positioned at a 45-degree angle, backed against Shan, aimed to deliver a statement with his first shot. Beria, confident in his older brother, decisively lobbed the ball to Nowitzki. With his back to the basket, Nowitzki pushed against Shan, but to no avail. As he attempted to pivot to his right, Shan swiftly intercepted him, prompting Nowitzki to react quickly, pivot back, and elevate for his signature one-leg jumper. Shan was obstructed by Nowitzki's high screen, unable to execute a block. However, his enormous right hand still provided significant disruption, causing Nowitzki's shot to clang off the rim. Both Nowitzki and Shan squinted their eyes, recognizing each other as formidable opponents. The rebound was secured by Ibaka, and Harden slowly initiated the offense. At the top of the arc, Harden signaled to Shan, who moved forward to receive the pass. Harden seamlessly followed Shan's substantial movement. Yet Kidd maintained an excellent defensive position. Shan cast a glance towards the corner at Westbrook, who promptly elevated his stance. With his back turned to Nowitzki, Shan executed a deceptive handoff with Westbrook. In an instant, Westbrook accelerated past Shan, drawing the attention of both Nowitzki and Beria. As they realized that Westbrook was devoid of the dreaded basketball, a sense of unease washed over them. Yet, before they could react, Shan had already sprung into action, performing a rugged yet fluid pivot. Unopposed in the paint, he effortlessly completed a two-step drive, executing a powerful two-handed dunk, marking his first field goal of the game. The Thunder fans rose in unison, their arms raised high as they chanted Shan's name, offering resounding applause for his cleverness. Shan retreated with a smile, exchanging fist bumps with Durant and Westbrook. Nowitzki remained silent, merely nodding at Shan in acknowledgement. Beria advanced the ball, passing it to Kidd, who received a screen from Nowitzki. After utilizing the pick, Kidd executed a crossover to penetrate, only to be met by Shan, who effectively switched and positioned himself to block Kidd's path. Kidd, with his right hand, bounced the ball to the awaiting Nowitzki, who posted up against the sturdy Harden. Despite Harden's formidable strength, Nowitzki gradually pushed him back, yet Harden's powerful lower body provided a challenge. Realizing he had entered his sweet spot, Nowitzki created a bit of separation from Harden and turned to execute a fadeaway jump shot. However, with a resounding thud, Shan, wearing a mischievous grin, leapt from behind to swat Nowitzki's shot. Startled by the rejection, Nowitzki turned to see Shan retrieve the ball and launch a long pass to Westbrook, who, with a cheerful expression, waved back at him. Nowitzki couldn't help but smile, shaking his head in resignation while giving Shan a thumbs up. Turning his attention back, Westbrook caught Shan's pass and, spotting Beria trailing behind, instinctively tossed the basketball skyward. Beria, unable to interfere, watched as Durant soared for an impressive alley-oop dunk. As the teams transitioned from offense to defense, Nowitzki brushed his hair back with determination, positioning himself to shield Shan while using one hand to hold him off. Extending his right hand towards Beria, Beria, recognizing his brother's seriousness, sidestepped and dribbled the ball to find Nowitzki. Shan observed the scene and chuckled softly. How amusing. Has he actually chosen to approach me on his own accord, rather than allowing his teammates to take the shot? If he doesn't come closer, how can I unleash my basketball prowess upon him? Shan and Nowitzki engaged in a rare exchange of playful banter, both fully prepared to counter each other's moves. Nowitzki feigned a shot with a shoulder shimmy to the left, quickly maneuvering to the right to lure Shan in, before skillfully pivoting back with a masterful balance akin to a one-legged stance. Shan followed closely, and as Nowitzki lifted his left foot to shoot, he instinctively turned his body and extended his left hand to block the shot right in Nowitzki's face. After being blocked, Nowitzki retrieved the ball once more, faking Shan out and rolling into the paint for a layup. However, Shan did not jump very high. After landing swiftly, he pivoted and leaped again to swat away Nowitzki's layup. On the opposite side, Ibaka secured the basketball, but Dampier intercepted it from the side. Quickly regaining possession, he leaped to attempt a thunderous dunk, while Shan and Ibaka glared at him in unison, preparing to execute a coordinated block against this impending score. Shan swiftly embraced the basketball with both hands, deftly evading the rapid attempts of Nowitzki and Dampier. His gaze locked onto Durant, who was signaling for the ball during the fast break. The quarterback's long pass found its mark with precision, landing directly in Durant's hands. Seizing the moment, Durant soared into the air for a thunderous dunk, securing an additional 2 points. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air as the Dallas Mavericks, having been struck by an early wave of momentum, called their first timeout. Chapter 76. Inexorable rough offense. Unyielding ultimate defense. During the timeout, Rick Carlisle gathered the Mavericks to strategize. Dirk, I fear you may have to compromise a bit this game, perhaps take fewer shots. It's not that your offensive skills are lacking, but rather that Shan's defensive prowess is overwhelmingly formidable. We must remain vigilant. Shan, shortly, you should penetrate the paint more vigorously to draw defensive attention, then pass to the perimeter players. The remaining open shooters can simply await their opportunities to score from their designated spots. Soon after, following the timeout, Dallas regained possession, and Marion, adhering to Carlisle's strategy, received a pass just beyond the three-point line on the strong side. He created a favorable offensive space through the triple threat and a probing dribble, then surged forward, only to be closely pursued by Durant. In a sudden display of agility, Marion pivoted and maneuvered past Durant, drawing the attention of Ibaka's defense. Faced with the dual coverage, Marion calmly dished the ball to the outside for Dampier, who faked a shot to attract Harden's help defense before delivering a side-handed pass to the open Kidd nearby. Kidd elevated and launched a shot, banking in a three-pointer, effectively breaking Dallas's scoring drought. Ibaka, acknowledging the defensive lapse, swiftly received the basketball and passed it to Westbrook, who then found Durant. With the ball cradled in both hands, Durant executed a one-on-one play, while the Thunder's four players spaced out, quickly burying their defenders near the baseline. Durant lowered the ball deliberately, using a series of crossovers to disrupt Marion's judgment, before suddenly accelerating past him with an explosive first step. Marion quickly regained his focus and matched Durant's pace. Durant abruptly halted, freezing Marion's defense, and then retreated swiftly beyond the arc, releasing a three-point jumper that found the center of the hoop with precision. After the first quarter, the score stood at 31-20 in favor of the Thunder. Although Dallas aspired to demonstrate their tenacity against Oklahoma, the Thunder's interior defense proved too formidable, forcing them to rely on outside shooting, which diminished their offensive aggression. The second quarter commenced rapidly, with 5 players on the court reduced to 4. Shan, still brimming with energy, continued to be utilized by Scott. The supporting cast included Kevin Ollie, Livingston, Cephalosha, and Jeff Green. Meanwhile, Dallas opted to retreat from the spotlight, allowing Nowitzki a rest, while Gaudill faced the brunt of the Thunder's onslaught. With Thunder in possession, Shan set a screen for Kevin Ollie, who penetrated the lane before kicking it out to Livingston. Livingston, utilizing Cephalosha's pick, attempted a floater but was thwarted, resulting in a fruitless offensive possession. Gaudill secured the rebound, and as Shan approached him, uncertain of his intentions, Gaudill instinctively clutched the ball tightly to his chest, bending slightly to obscure Shan's line of sight. Shan, with an awkward yet polite smile, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, eliciting hearty laughter from both the fans and his teammates. It was evident from Lee's demeanor that he was up to some mischief, but this time, he was thwarted by Guden. There was an endearing quality to Lee's antics, as if he were playfully attempting to charm those around him. Guden passed the ball to Kidd, who orchestrated the play from the top of the arc. Meanwhile, Marion dashed about, seeking an opportunity to slip into an open space or make a cut. However, Sifo Rose's defensive prowess was commendable, as he closely shadowed Marion, denying him any chance to receive the ball. Faced with this challenge, Kidd signaled to Beria and called for Dampier to set a screen, allowing Guden to lead Shan away from the action. Kidd, after utilizing the screen, attempted to penetrate but was met by Ibaka's defense. He then passed the ball to Dampier on the perimeter, who subsequently relayed it to Beria. Beria executed a handoff screen for Marion, who seized an opening and skillfully drove into the lane, successfully sinking a mid-range jumper. As the play transitioned, Kevin Ollie took possession of the ball. Shan approached, executing a handoff at the arc, while Sifo Rosa moved up from the corner to receive the ball from Shan. In the process, Lee provided a substantial screen for little Sifo, who was abruptly knocked off balance as Marion collided with Shan. Seizing the moment, little Sifo charged into the lane, undaunted by Guden's defense. However, his slight European step failed to deceive Guden, resulting in his layup being emphatically blocked. Guden retrieved the basketball and passed it to Marion, signaling for a fast break opportunity. Marion, securing the ball, accelerated the pace of the game, with Shan trailing behind him like a mischievous specter from the depths of hell. As Marion surged toward the basket, preparing for a dunk, Shan took a few quick steps and leaped. Just as Marion was about to execute a two-handed slam, he caught sight of Shan looming above him, reminiscent of a ghostly figure. In a moment of panic, Marion attempted to evade Shan's impending block. Yet, his efforts proved futile, as Shan delivered a resounding slap, sending the ball crashing against the backboard. Shan seized the basketball and passed it to Xiao Sai, who then swiftly positioned himself in the low post, effectively boxing out Gu Deng to receive the ball. Xiao Sai, being a trusted teammate, decisively lobbed the ball to Shan in the low post. Gu Deng, sensing the impending threat, braced himself, wrapping his arm around Shan's waist in preparation. "Hey, buddy, take it easy," he cautioned. Shan remained silent, forcefully shouldering past Guding. With a rough yet respectful turn, he executed a swift maneuver, but the ball rebounded off the iron rim. Guding, momentarily relieved, exhaled deeply and turned to position himself for the rebound. However, Shan denied him that opportunity, darting out from Guding's side to leap into the air and catch the basketball in mid-flight, powerfully slamming it down into the hoop. The sharp sound of the dunk echoed, and 2 more points were added to their tally. Guding, taken aback, opened his mouth in astonishment before silently retreating to initiate the next play. Beria, with the ball at the top of the arc, orchestrated the offensive strategy, while Kidd prepared to receive a pass, utilizing Guding's screen for assistance. Shan swiftly realized the defensive switch with Livingston. Berea passed the ball to Kidd, but Shan surged forth unexpectedly, intercepting the play. Kidd reacted promptly, using his body to shield the ball from Shan, regaining possession. However, before Kidd could secure the basketball, Shan, with a deft maneuver, knocked the ball away once more with his left hand. As the ball soared out of bounds, both Kidd and Shan recognized that it was Shan who had knocked it out, granting possession to Kidd's team. While Kidd chose not to pursue the ball, knowing it would be awarded to them, Shan had different intentions. He evaded Kidd's presence and lunged forward, catching the ball midair with both hands and tossing it behind him. He then landed heavily upon an individual adorned with a nose ring. The basketball, rescued by Shan, was claimed by Jeff Green, who swiftly passed it to Kevin Ollie for a fast break. Ollie surged forward, confronting Berea's defense, and lofted the ball into the air. Livingston, charging in from the side, caught the ball with both hands and executed a powerful dunk, securing an additional 2 points. Shan collapsed onto the man adorned with a bull's nose ring, only to be hoisted up by Jeff Green. The bull-nosed man, donning sunglasses, nodded subtly, gesturing between himself and Shan, inciting amusement among those nearby. Chapter 77, The Eruption of Offensive Desire, as Nowitzki faces isolation. As the second quarter neared its conclusion, Scott finally decided to withdraw Shan from the game. The score reflected a considerable advantage, standing at 55-36. Meanwhile, opposing coach Carlisle recognized Scott's decision to bench Shan, and he saw an opportunity for a comeback. He promptly granted Nowitzki unlimited offensive authority, urging him to take the court. Shan returned to the bench, a sheen of perspiration gracing his forehead as he settled onto the seat with a bold demeanor. After receiving a towel from a nearby ball boy and expressing his gratitude, Scott promptly took a seat beside him. "Lee, your performance tonight has been commendable. Your offensive zeal was exceptionally high. Even in the second quarter, when the team's scoring options were scarce, you managed to efficiently secure 8 points. Well done." "Thank you, Coach." Scott raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Let us refrain from such modest platitudes. What you exhibited was a reality. The offensive desire and capability you demonstrated are precisely what we needed during our scoring drought. You will have further opportunities to play in this match. Dirk will likely initiate a scoring surge shortly. Many in the league find him challenging to contain. When you take the court again, simply engage in a mutual exchange of scoring with him. It may very well be you who outshines him, but that is of little consequence. I will instruct Russell to pass you the ball." As Scott's words resonated with Shan, he understood that numerous opportunities awaited him, and he nodded vigorously. As the second quarter drew to a close, upon Dirk Nowitzki's entry onto the court, it became evident that Scott's predictions were accurate. Dallas experienced a brief surge in scoring. They frequently allowed Nowitzki to isolate and take on defenders, be it Jeff Green, Nanod, or Ibaka, who were utterly unable to mount effective defensive pressure. In fact, Nowitzki often drew fouls, earning multiple trips to the free throw line. By the end of the second quarter, he had single-handedly propelled the score to 60-49 through sheer will and talent. Apart from a few blocks by Shan in the first quarter, Nowitzki's shooting touch was astonishingly perfect in the second quarter, boasting an extraordinary 100 shooting accuracy. Remarkably, he missed only one shot throughout the entire game, a testament to the Thunder's inability to contain him. Unable to afford further setbacks, Scott, wary of a potential collapse, immediately summoned Shan at the onset of the third quarter to tightly guard Nowitzki. With the Thunder in possession, Shan initiated the play, passing the ball to Westbrook. At the top of the arc, Westbrook called for a screen from Shan, who set a solid pick, allowing Westbrook to penetrate. Drawing the defensive attention, Westbrook lofted the ball towards the sky, while Nowitzki and Berea leapt to intercept the alley-oop. Yet, the height was beyond their reach. In contrast, Shan soared into the air, single-handedly grasping the ball and emphatically dunking it into the basket. After landing, Shan gradually retreated to defend, exchanging high-fives with Westbrook and Durant while advising them to apply sufficient pressure without committing fouls, as the opposing team was not particularly adept at three-point shooting. The other four players nodded in agreement, and the strategy proved effective. Westbrook suppressed his urge to recklessly attempt to steal. Instead, he maintained a relentless pursuit that made Berea exceedingly uncomfortable. As Berea attempted to distribute the ball, hoping for a moment of relief, Westbrook's focus was singular, fixating on Berea with an intensity akin to a specter. The others were equally troubled, engaging in frantic ball movement. ultimately leading to Marion's forced three-point attempt with only 2 seconds left on the shot clock. Unfortunately for them, Durant's defense was formidable. As he leapt to swat Marion's shot away, the Mavericks were left to endure the bitter disappointment of a 24-second violation. Ibaka initiated the play from the sideline, delivering the ball to Durant, who had maneuvered into position. Meanwhile, the Mavericks adopted a similarly tight defensive strategy, determined to disrupt the Thunder's rhythm. Durant, cradling the ball with both hands, turned his back to Marion while surveying the positions of his teammates. Shan dashed from the paint to the three-point arc, signaling for the ball. Observing that Shan had secured an advantageous position, Durant decisively passed the ball to him. At the moment Shan received the pass, Nowitzki swiftly closed in. Shan turned and leaned against Nowitzki, one hand raised high with the ball, preventing any chance of a steal, while his other hand gestured around him, signaling for a one-on-one. The Thunder fans were filled with curiosity. What kind of ingenious strategy was this? A high-position solo play from beyond the three-point line? However, it soon became clear that Shan's performance would profoundly alter everyone's perception of him. The Thunder players spread out, creating ample space, and with a swift, decisive step, Shan pivoted, nearly leaving Nowitzki in his wake. Nowitzki, attempting to intercept, moved laterally. But as Shan turned and drove into the paint, he went straight up for the basket. He treated Nowitzki as though he were invisible, charging in like a tank. And with 2 powerful strides, he leaped, his arm resembling a battle axe as he forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. Thud. 2 points effortlessly secured. Nowitzki stood at the high post, utterly stunned, gazing at Shan hanging from the rim. How on earth am I supposed to defend against that? I'd risk everything to stop him. He just stormed in and soared for the dunk. Damn it. As the game transitioned, Nowitzki reluctantly prepared to inbound the ball, then jogged to his sweet spot, extending his hand towards Kidd for the pass. This moment, I must reclaim my honor. Kidd hesitated, aware of Shan's formidable reputation, which instilled a deep sense of apprehension. In reality, his intimidating presence was far greater than what one might hear. Nevertheless, Kidd chose to trust his veteran teammate. After evading Harden's attempted steal, he lofted the ball to Nowitzki. Nowitzki received it, lowered his center of gravity, and forcefully backed into Shan, timing his push perfectly. He gathered himself and executed a quick, elevated jumper with one leg raised, poised like a golden rooster. Shan swiftly advanced, his hand striking down like a phantom to snatch the basketball that Nowitzki was in the process of elevating. It was only when Nowitzki raised his empty hand that he realized he had been intercepted. However, by the time he comprehended the situation, Shan had already retrieved the ball and was accelerating down the court for a fast break. Nowitzki, Beria, and Marion hastened to defend against Shan, but he was moving with remarkable speed. In the midst of his fast break, Shan even turned to glance back at the trio from Dallas. Naturally, they noticed Shan's audacious challenge and summoned all their strength to catch up and attempt a block. Yet, such thoughts remained merely aspirations. Shan charged into the three-point line, skillfully launched the ball against the backboard, and then leapt from the free throw line, catching the basketball midair. With a seamless motion, he executed a powerful dunk. The resounding thud echoed throughout the arena as he scored, prompting Thunder fans to rise in unison, their voices erupting in fervent cheers for Shan. Accompanying the ecstatic crowd, Westbrook, consumed by excitement, rushed over to celebrate with Shan, their chests colliding in jubilation. Meanwhile, Nowitzki and his teammates approached with heavy hearts, their spirits utterly deflated in the face of such overwhelming prowess from the Thunder. Observing the disheartened demeanor of his players, Coach Carlisle had no choice but to call a timeout, urging his team to regain their composure. Chapter 78, Vengeance Against the Lakers. Defeat in Phoenix. Under the relentless assault of the Thunder's fervent home crowd, the Dallas players gradually succumbed to a waning fighting spirit. Their performance on the court became increasingly lackluster, with numerous missed shots failing to close the widening score gap. In this oppressive atmosphere, the Thunder players grew bolder. Shan consistently seized defensive rebounds, while Westbrook and Harden executed frequent steals. Durant unleashed his three-point prowess, further extending the score disparity. Ultimately, as the third quarter drew to a close, Coach Carlisle made the decision to withdraw his star players, substituting in the bench players, signaling his resignation. When the final buzzer sounded, the score was set at 101-83, with the Thunder emerging victorious by an 18-point margin. After the game, the Silver-Horned King approached Shan to offer a heartfelt embrace. "Well played, rookie. You truly delivered a resounding defeat upon us. Shan awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, such performance from Shan could hardly be justified by the status of a rookie. Shan delivered an astonishing performance in this match, amassing 17 points, 24 rebounds, 4 assists, 8 blocks, and 6 steals. Throughout the 24 regular season games, he has averaged an impressive 11, 95 points, 21, 96 rebounds, 3, 8 assists, 9, 8 blocks, and 3, 8 steals per game. Is this extraordinary? Indeed it is. Such remarkably outrageous statistics are hardly characteristic of a rookie. One might even believe it if you suggested this was the work of a less aggressive Wilt Chamberlain. Dirk Nowitzki confidently asserts that if Shan continues to evolve at this pace, his achievements will undoubtedly extend beyond merely being the king of rebounds, the king of blocks. And D.O.V. After exchanging jerseys and capturing a photograph together, Nowitzki and Shan parted ways. Shan evaded the journalists' inquiries and swiftly rode his bicycle home to rest. In the following days, the Thunder, once again in formidable form, effortlessly triumphed over both the Pistons and the Rockets. As they faced the Lakers for the third time, the Thunder transformed their desire for vengeance into sheer strength, battling fiercely against their rivals. The 2 overtime periods saw Westbrook, Collison, and Harden all foul out with 6 fouls each. The star players, Durant and Shan, logged an astonishing 54 minutes on the court, scarcely receiving any respite. Following the match, Durant experienced mild gastric cramps, while Shan, having engaged in numerous high-intensity rebounds, blocks, and screens, was overwhelmed, drenched in sweat, and gasping for breath. Nonetheless, this relentless effort culminated in Durant scoring an impressive 53 points with 4 assists, while Shan showcased his resilience with 19 points, 33 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 6 blocks. The Lakers, too, endured their share of hardship. Their rigorous training in perimeter movement and shooting was put to the test. Bynum and Odom, struggling to cope with the high intensity, were seen clutching trash cans and vomiting after the game. Kobe's competitive spirit surged as he accumulated the highest playing time of the game, 58 minutes, effectively managing to avoid any rest, even through the 2 overtime sessions. However, as revealed in Phil Jackson's post-match interview, Kobe, despite his valiant efforts, collapsed into a chair in the locker room, equally succumbing to nausea while clutching a trash can. His remarkable endurance, while admirable, also evoked a sense of dread. Ultimately, Kobe's relentless drive earned him the highest score of the game, 59 points. In this fierce contest, the final score concluded at 166-160, with the Thunder narrowly claiming victory by a mere 6 points, achieving a fervent revenge against the Lakers. Exhausted, the Thunder boarded their team bus, heading to Phoenix for a demanding back-to-back matchup. The following day, despite the Suns being invigorated and energetic, they faced the weary yet formidable Thunder, who managed to secure a hard-fought victory with a score of 107-103. In this contest, Shan effectively contained Stoudemire, while Nash stepped up, leading his team with 27 points, 15 assists, and 4 steals, and Jason Richardson adding 24 points and 6 assists. Durant contributed 21 points. Westbrook had 19 points and 7 assists, while Shan recorded 12 points, 20 rebounds, 2 assists, 8 blocks, and 1 steal, leaving the court with a heavy heart due to the loss. However, both the fans and players of Phoenix understood that the victory was merely a fortunate consequence of the Thunder's exhaustion. Once aboard the plane, the Thunder members succumbed to fatigue and quickly fell asleep. After what seemed like an eternity, they returned to Oklahoma, bidding farewell to one another. Shan then rode his bicycle back to his studio. "Shan C, please run a hot bath for me and add a spoonful of the ointment my uncle gave me. I am utterly spent. I can hardly bear it." Shan C prepared the hot water, while Shan disrobed completely, revealing a physique adorned with sinewy muscles, and slowly immersed himself in the rich, verdant herbal bath. "Oh." Shan closed his eyes, tilting his head back as he exhaled a murky breath, as if this act could expel all the exhaustion from his body. At that moment, Shan C entered the bathroom carrying a small stool and a gourd ladle. Placing the stool beside the bathtub before wearily sitting down, he gently poured the herbal concoction over Shan's head with the ladle, and then retrieved a small comb from his pocket to massage Shan's scalp, helping him to relax. "My friend, you must be utterly worn out. With 44 minutes of the main match, coupled with 2 5-minute overtime periods, and all the foul language and strenuous tasks you had to undertake, It's no wonder you're completely drained. Shan closed his eyes, relishing the massage from Shan, occasionally nodding in agreement. Indeed, he felt immensely fatigued yet utterly exhilarated. As if the impurities within him were being expelled alongside the perspiration, an exhilarating release. Shan chuckled softly, continuing to knead Shan's arms and back. I personally do not relish such sensations. I prefer to avoid exertion whenever possible. After all, if one refrains from exercise, it is no surprise to find oneself significantly overweight, he remarked. As their conversation continued, Shan noticed that Shan had succumbed to slumber, prompting him to gently depart the bathroom with his belongings. Chapter 79. Shan's debut in the World Championship? Approximately half an hour later, Shan opened the bathroom door and softly prodded Shan awake with a bone toy. Shan, with a drowsy expression, squinted his eyes and gazed at Shan's, perplexed by the unfolding situation. With a gentle smile, Shan slowly remarked to Shan, "It has been nearly half an hour. The effects of the medication are about to wear off, and prolonged exposure is not particularly beneficial for one's health." Shan shook the water from his hands, only to realize that his fingertips had become wrinkled from the herbal soak. Rubbing his eyes, he steadied himself by grasping the edges of the bathtub and deftly dressed before making his way into a small room adjacent to the gym. Shan opened the door to reveal an array of instruments within: electrotherapy machines, cryotherapy devices, localized massage apparatus, and more. After a 2-day respite, the Thunder embarked once more, this time towards the New Jersey Nets, with Shan eagerly anticipating his matchup against Yi Jianlian. The much-anticipated clash between the Twin Towers of Huaxia had gone viral online, drawing a plethora of foreign spectators curious for entertainment, while Chinese fans sat in front of their televisions, brimming with excitement as they awaited the commencement of the game. For it bore significance for our national basketball championship. Those with the means even procured tickets to New Jersey, armed with banners and placards to cheer on Shan and Yi Jianlian. Shortly thereafter, the Thunder arrived at the Continental Airlines Arena in East Rutherford, donning their blue warm-up attire as they prepared for the game. Shan glanced around and noticed a tall figure approaching him with a smile, jogging over. "Brother Alien," exclaimed Shan. Shan extended a hand to clasp and embrace Alien. "In a moment, I will match up against you." "How exhilarating." Alien shook his head with a wry smile. "Exhilarating? Hardly. In our Huaxia team, we have scrutinized every video of your games. Even the likes of Nowitzki and Tim Duncan have faltered against you, let alone myself. Your remarkable emergence has heightened our anticipation for the 2010 Men's Basketball World Championship. The team has already decided that you and Yao Ming will be the starters, with me as your backup and roughly substituting for Yao. However, it seems rather inappropriate for a rookie like me to usurp your starting position." Shan scratched his chin, expressing his concerns, but Alien merely shook his head. "It is of no consequence. Both Yao and I will command the ball offensively, allowing you to refrain from ball dominance while simultaneously alleviating the offensive and defensive pressures onto Yao. Your defensive agility is commendable. If you can neutralize the opposing team's rhythm from the outset, it will greatly benefit our overall defensive strategy. Moreover, should Diyu find himself double-teamed, you can step up to guide the team, enabling Yao to execute alley-oops." After hearing Alien's words, Shan finally relaxed and nodded in agreement. "Time. Halt for me. Let the moment linger." And thus, more than an hour of game time swiftly passed. The final score read 134-96, with the Thunder triumphantly defeating the Nets. Shan, within a mere 28 minutes of playtime, achieved an impressive tally of 10 points, 31 rebounds, 12 assists, 2 steals, and 4 blocks, dominating the boards and exemplifying the adage that rebounding is crucial to winning games. In contrast, his counterpart, Yi Jianlian, during his 43 minutes on the court, scored 26 points, secured 3 rebounds, and delivered 4 assists. While he contributed little in the first 2 quarters, he experienced a remarkable resurgence in the latter half, amassing over 20 points, yet regrettably fell short at the conclusion. Chapter 80. Clash with the Bucks. Swiftly overcoming the Wizards, Jazz, and Thunder, they arrived at Milwaukee, the first team in the NBA for Yi Jianlian. As Shan and others prepared to board the bus at the airport, a towering figure, a muscular man standing at 195 centimeters, with striking red hair and a long, slender scar adorning his face, leaned against the door of the Thunder bus. Smiling as he observed Shan from a distance, he extended his hand in greeting to Shan. Shan naturally noticed the conspicuous bag and hurried over, embracing the burly man. "Cousin, it's been ages. What brings you to Milky Way?" In a few days, there will be an underground boxing match in Milky Way. A few reckless souls are daring enough to challenge me, so I came to handle it. When my blonde, blue-eyed flight attendants informed me you were on this flight, I seized the opportunity to find you. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Durant and the others approached, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at the imposing figure before them. They quickly extended their hands to shake with the robust man. Oh, what an honor! The 8-time champion of the boxing tournament. Shan stood beside Sater and introduced him to his teammates. This is my cousin, Sater. Sater, these are my teammates. Sater extended his hand and shook hands with Durant and the others. Greetings, I am Berzajan Sater. I appreciate your care for my brother these days. Oh, no. It's Shan who has been leading and assisting us, they replied. By the way, we have a game against the Bucks later. Would you like to join us on our bus to watch? Durant and the others were somewhat taken aback by the imposing figure before them, whose forearm was nearly the size of their thighs. Contrary to the online portrayal of him as a hyper-aggressive troublemaker, Sater displayed remarkable politeness and courtesy in his demeanor. Consequently, they happily invited Sater to accompany them to the game. Scott said nothing, but simply retrieved a ticket from his briefcase and handed it to Sater. The group soon arrived at the Bucks arena, where the Bucks lineup included Jennings, Reed, Biyombo, Ilyasova, and Bogut. Before the game commenced, Scott assigned positions to Shan and Ibaka, with Shan taking the jump ball. As the referee initiated the game, Shan effortlessly tapped the ball to gain possession, though the fool beside him failed to jump and simply followed his teammates onto the court. Westbrook passed the ball to Durant at the top of the arc. After faking a three-point shot and freezing the defense, Durant took a clean shot. When the ball bounced off the rim, Shan shoved the fool aside to secure the offensive rebound. Just as he was about to leap for a dunk, the fool slapped his hand, producing a crisp sound, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. Foul. 2 free throws. Shan, without much thought, touched the red mark on his forearm before stepping up to the free throw line to execute his shot. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Sater squinted at that foolish dog. Shan missed both of his free throws, hitting nothing but the rim, while Ilyasova secured the rebound. The fool ran over to Shan, loudly hurling insults at him. Is this all you've got? You can't even make a free throw? With such skills, how did you even make it into the league? Shan did not spare him a glance, his tone devoid of emotion as he spoke. My abilities? How would I know how I entered the league? Did your mother not inform you? Upon hearing Shan's words, the foolish dog nearly turned purple with rage and once again issued a vehement threat. You're merely articulate today. I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a formidable interior player. Shan gave a derisive snort and disdainfully remarked, Heh. Just make sure you don't end up as soft as your father, unable to satisfy your mother. The foolish dog's expression darkened completely, and he raised both hands to his teammates, demanding the ball. The tension between the two permeated the entire court. Jennings furrowed his brow, gazing at this fool with an expression of disbelief, yet the fool nodded with a fierce certainty, compelling Jennings to pass him the ball. Upon receiving it, the foolish dog charged forward, using his back to collide with Shan. Shan stood his ground, unaffected, merely furrowing his brow and pointing at the fool who was desperately trying to back him down. What is he doing? Are you out of your mind? As Shan spoke, he inadvertently provided this fool with an opportunity. The fool turned his back, maneuvering past Shan, and then executed a gentle layup beneath the basket. In response, Shan, without even leaping, delivered a swift slap to his face, effectively confiscating the basketball. Shan passed the ball to Harden, who dribbled slowly across the court. As Shan passed by Harden, he swiftly executed a screen. Harden navigated the pick, while the foolish defender attempted to provide coverage. Harden came to a sudden halt on the right, momentarily freezing the imbecile, before rapidly driving from the left. The defender, caught off guard, stumbled as his left foot tripped over his right, landing heavily on the ground. As Harden glided past the hapless fool, he dribbled the ball while laughing and pointed at the fallen figure, subsequently scoring with an open basket. Chapter 81. The enraged Shan. The humiliated Bogut. Bogut swatted away Ilyasova's outstretched hand and clambered up from the floor, his face flushed crimson like a baboon's rear. He brushed off his backside and lifted his gaze, spotting Harden laughing heartily while exchanging high-fives with Shan. Infuriated, the foolish defender glared at Shan from a distance, before indignantly trailing behind him. Upon reaching Shan, he pressed closely against him, resorting to various petty antics in an attempt to disrupt his focus. Shan cast a vexed glance at the irritating B, who, despite being on the offense, relentlessly clung to the defensive side. The antics of BVD were exceedingly tiresome, as Bedogd forcefully leaned against Shan. Michael Reed was executing a pick and roll with a teammate, surging towards the basket for a layup. Shan, dismissing the childish game with Bedogd, swiftly advanced to bolster his defense against Michael. In a moment of panic, Michael halted abruptly, faking a shot to draw Shan's attention to his left hand, while he attempted to pass the ball to Bedogd beside him. However, Shan anticipated the move, extending his hand to intercept the pass. Michael glared furiously at the inept Bedogd, his eyes brimming with questions as to why he wasn't being pulled away. Yet, Shan was determined not to allow any internal discord to fester, sending a long pass to Durant. Durant then propelled the ball towards Westbrook, who executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Once again, due to Bedogd's indirect influence, the team secured another turnover, and each teammate cast dubious glances at the audacious Bedogd, who shrugged off their disdain with indifference. The offensive opportunity shifted back to the Bucks. Myers at the arc urged Bedogd to take Shan to the sidelines for a breather, distancing themselves from the action. Michael dribbled back and forth, searching for an opportunity, calling for Ilyasova to set a screen. However, before Ilyasova could position himself, Harden unexpectedly closed in on Michael, applying pressure. Alarmed, Michael clutched the ball tightly to his chest, attempting to shield it from Harden. But Harden had gleaned valuable insights from Shan and, with a sly grin, reached in from the side to snatch the ball away. A tussle ensued as both players fought for possession, but soon, the ball sprang from Michael's grasp. Both he and Harden lunged for it simultaneously, resulting in the referee blowing the whistle for a jump ball. Standing at midcourt, Michael and Harden prepared for the jump, with Harden's formidable strength allowing him to claim possession. With tears in his eyes, Michael retreated on defense. Westbrook passed the ball to his younger brother, who was grinning like a fool, and upon receiving the ball, Harden signaled for Shan to join him for a play. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Michael seized the opportunity to snatch the ball from Harden's hands. And after recovering the loose ball, he launched a fast break down the court. Shan identified his target and lowered his head, accelerating swiftly in pursuit. Beside him, Bedogd seized the opportunity, closely adhering to Shan to disrupt his chase. For reasons unknown, the two entangled in a relentless struggle simultaneously tumbled to the ground. Shan, attempting to rise and resume his pursuit, took a side crawl but was ensnared once more by Bedogd's grasp, causing them both to be brought down again. The spectators on the sidelines, finding this spectacle far more captivating than the basketball game itself, covered their mouths and raised their phones to capture the scene. The individuals on the benches noticed the unusual commotion on the court and stood, diverting their attention from the fast-breaking Michael to the ongoing altercation. On the court, Shan cast an indignant glance at Bedogd, who lay beside him, clutching his leg. With determination, he forcefully extracted his foot, yearning to escape this wretched situation. However, Bedogd, harboring ill intentions, noticed Shan's foot had been freed and, with malicious intent, reached out to seize it once again. Shan exerted considerable force, pulling apart the dog's paw. The feral dog, taken by surprise by the sudden strength, yelped softly in pain as its wrist was wrenched. Shan came to a halt, and upon seeing Michael in the front court scoring effortlessly with a layup, a sense of discomfort stirred within him for the first time. At that moment, the wild dog rose to its feet, raising its hands and approaching Shan with a fierce countenance, barking menacingly. Shan, unwavering and resolute, forcefully pressed his forehead against the other, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson hue, his lips uttering fervent invocations to his great-grandmother. Those around them sensed the escalating tension and seemed poised to intervene. At that moment, several referees approached in an effort to separate the two confronting individuals. However, Bedogd, taken aback by Shan's peculiar behavior, was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Yet, driven by a desire to maintain his pride, he impulsively thrust his hands forward and forcefully pushed against Shan's chest. Shan was suddenly pushed back a step, opening his eyes in disbelief as he looked at his chest. At that moment, his fury erupted like a volcano. In the next instant, a swift punch flashed by, landing heavily on Bedogd's face. Blood splattered, and the confrontation escalated instantaneously. Sitting in the front row, Sate, filled with anger, leaped up and drew out his concealed golden knuckles, ready to charge forward, but was restrained by 8 towering plainclothes security guards and several teammates, who firmly pressed him back onto the bench. All present were incredulous as they beheld the man with a murderous intent and fierce punches. This was, until now, the well-mannered Shan, known throughout the league. In the midst of the surrounding stunned gazes, Shan threw another punch, precise and rapid, aimed once more at Bogut's face. Several referees and Buck's teammates quickly reacted, desperately trying to hold Shan back, but his strength was overwhelming. He effortlessly dragged 5 adult bodies, extending his massive left hand to clutch Bogut's neck, while his powerful right fist struck Bogut's face like a cannonball once again. In the chaos, a sharp sound of shattering echoed, sending everyone into a panic. At this moment, it became evident that the usually docile Shan was serious. Durant, Harden, and Scott rushed over to intervene, while Westbrook discreetly kicked Bogut in the kidney before joining the fray to separate the two. Eventually, 12 individuals exerted all their strength to restrain the enraged Shan, pulling the two apart. Bloodied and with clenched fists, Shan, comforted by whispers from referees, teammates, and opponents, finally calmed down. Meanwhile, Bogut lay unconscious on the floor, his nasal bone and front teeth shattered, bleeding profusely. Medical personnel rushed in, but it was regrettable that he was dangerously close to losing consciousness. Chapter 82. The Mountain of Shan on the court. Concerned Thunder teammates and shaken Bucks players surrounded Shan, gently speaking words of reassurance. Thunder head coach Scott Brooks and Bucks head coach Scott Skiles stood on either side of Shan, softly patting his back to soothe him. After all, they were uncertain whether the Bucks player had provoked Shan, leading to his outburst. In the aftermath, Shan was ejected from the game by the chief referee, and Westbrook's kick to Bogut's kidney was also seen by the referee, resulting in his expulsion as well. Bogut, having endured 3 powerful punches from Shan, lay on a stretcher, continuously bleeding, and due to his severe injuries, was promptly transported to the city's best hospital's emergency room by the on-site doctors. Despite the absence of their 2 formidable players, Shan and Westbrook, the Thunder managed to secure a hard-fought victory, demonstrating their resilience and skill. Shortly after the match, Bogut's family accessed his social media account and posted messages attacking Shan. Bogut did not do anything excessive towards that Chinese individual. He is a cheerful and kind person in life, well-liked by neighbors, and a good husband and father. Although he pushed that Chinese man, it was beyond his control. Setting aside the facts, did that Chinese individual truly do anything wrong? Why allow individuals with extreme violent tendencies into the NBA? Such individuals ought to be confined within the walls of a prison. We demand an explanation. The family of Bogut has issued this statement attacking Shan, prompting an influx of naysayers emerging from the shadows, all echoing the same sentiment. Simultaneously, luminaries such as LeBron James and Tim Duncan have come forth to support Shan. Lee is my brother. I know him well enough to understand he is not that kind of person. We all recognize that whether on or off the court, Shan embodies a sunny disposition that endears him to everyone. What Bogut has done is outrageous. Even the most amiable person would be compelled to retaliate in anger. LeBron and Shan sharing tacos. G. Though my interactions with Shan have been limited, I can attest to his exceptional character. He shows us immense respect, and I reciprocate that sentiment. In my eyes, he is a truly wonderful friend, and a humble individual deserving of esteem should not be judged by a chorus of contemptible voices. As for Bogut, his reputation for poor conduct is well known to all. GD exchanging player photos with Shan. G. The two titans stood united in their defense of Shan, and the tide of online criticism swiftly turned. Even more astonishingly, a growing number of NBA stars have rallied to Shan's side, including the more radical figures like Barkley and Rodman. Barkley, is that all the injury amounts to, and yet you're still whining online? If you ask me, Shan should throw a few more punches and do the league a favor by ridding it of pests. Rodman, flying pig is right. My battles with Carl were far tougher than this trivial confrontation. In our day, such fouls wouldn't even be acknowledged. Why is Bogut acting like a crybaby? Conversely, the conservative faction believes the radicals are too lenient. Carmelo, Lee is my half-brother, and regardless of who has wronged him, I want to allow them peace until they apologize to Lee. Seth, is that a singer? Have you lost your mind? Just like you. If you dare touch my brother Shan, I will ensure your family meets your great-grandmother. Pekovic, Shan has been my friend since childhood. I sincerely hope the Bogut family will offer him an apology, and I implore them not to provoke my brother again, or else some will have to face dire consequences. Chapter 83. The consequences of punishment. As time passed, the situation fermented, leaving those who followed the story on the internet utterly astonished. It was inconceivable to witness the vast network of connections that Shan possessed, from the superstars of the Alliance to the formidable leader of the Migwa gang. and then to the renowned arms magnate and boxing champion, culminating in the world champion who navigated both the legitimate and underground realms. The most astonishing aspect was that a multitude of individuals were almost like brothers to Shan, all rallying in support of him. Is it really necessary for it to be this outrageous? Who was it that claimed Shan had no connections whatsoever? What on earth is happening? In such a scenario, who would dare to take a stand? Anyone who aligns with Boguete is bound to face dire consequences. In an instant, all malicious slander and derogatory remarks aimed at Shan vanished from the internet, leaving no trace within a mere few minutes. Similarly, the supportive comments under Boguete's account also disappeared without a sound. Furthermore, the post that had previously attacked Shan was promptly retracted and deleted, followed by a new statement. Just now, Boguete's account was compromised by malicious hackers. The previously published content has no relation to Boguete or his family. At the same time, within the Royal Guard studio, Shan, donned in a floor-length white lab coat and wearing glasses without lenses, gazed at the information on the computer before turning to Shan. The information has all been prepared. Shall I release it directly? Shan and Sate lay on the sofa, indulging in fried chicken while watching television, nodding without looking back. Shan slyly chuckled and pressed the send button. Is this the foreign rookie the league has recruited? Racial discrimination, choking, tearing clothes, tripping, pulling? Countless underhanded tactics. What does he think the league is? A mere child's game? If he lacks the strength to bear defeat, does he resort to foul play and money? Shouldn't the league be more pure? It's hard to believe some teams would consider employing such a brute. Oh, but then again, certain individuals in these teams require players like him to achieve favorable statistics or to eliminate opponents for their own superiors. Under the orchestration of Shan's, Long, and Maida, countless individuals, perhaps not entirely human, immediately shared this article. Shortly thereafter, the Bucks management, upon encountering this profoundly revealing piece, was thrown into a frenzy. Shan had effectively pierced through the veil of the team's reliance on villains. Mark Lazary pounded his desk in a fit of rage, his face contorted in fury. Damn it! How dare he utter such words? Is he not afraid of becoming the enemy of all owners? What gives him the right? Mark spat vehemently, his gaze landing on the name Sate displayed on the computer screen, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. Well, he certainly possesses that kind of ability. Mark slumped back in his chair, tapping the profile of the player on his desk. We cannot keep him. If he remains on the team, no one will want to join the Bucks in the future. The only viable option is to cut him. He summoned the manager. Provide this fool with the finest medical equipment and care. After all, Lee will cover the expenses. Ensure he heals quickly, and once he's fit, cut him immediately. Do you hear me? I do not wish to find myself one day, shot in the back, declared a suicide by the authorities. The manager nodded, discreetly stowing away his little desert eagle toy. Meanwhile, David Stern furrowed his brow, massaging his forehead as he watched the unfolding scenes on the computer, his head pounding. How on earth did this kid end up playing with such big shots? He clearly does not belong with them. It's truly vexing. Stern pondered for an extended period before ultimately typing on his computer, Shan is suspended for 10 games and fined $150,000. In addition to covering all subsequent medical expenses for Bogut, the announcement of Shan's punishment was swiftly made. A 10-game suspension could be considered rather lenient. After all, Bogut had initiated the altercation, and Shan's actions were merely an overreaction in self-defense. External factors likely contributed to the relatively light penalty imposed on him. The fine of $150,000 was somewhat moderate, and the Thunder's owner promptly stepped in to settle it on Shan's behalf. However, the primary concern remained the medical expenses for Bogut, as the cost of healthcare in the United States is notoriously exorbitant. These expenses constituted the substantial portion of the financial burden. Chapter 84. The shift in public sentiment with the league's decision regarding Shan's punishment. He and his companions seemed to navigate the day with an air of subdued expectation. Shan supported himself against the heavy bag, while Set was unleashing his emotions through a series of powerful punches. Suddenly, Set paused, resting his hand on Shan's shoulder, and with a serious expression, he spoke earnestly to him. Shan, if I may offer my counsel, you must adopt a more resolute demeanor. I understand that off the court, you possess a certain naivety, a gentle kindness, which is indeed a commendable trait. However, within the realm of the NBA, among the throngs of over 300 players, there will inevitably be those who lack discernment and take pleasure in preying on the weak. You cannot perpetually embody the role of the affable gentleman. Heed my advice. As the great chairman Mao once stated, a single punch can break the ice, lest 100 punches come your way. Your demeanor off the court may be carefree, yet your attitude on the court must be considerably more assertive. You are acutely aware of the magnitude of your impact that cannot thwart your advance. As your Uncle Long aptly remarked, strive to be like water, my friend. After a moment of contemplation, Shan nodded silently. Yet, in this solemn atmosphere that lasted merely 5 seconds, Saito, stroking his slightly stubbled chin, narcissistically proclaimed, "A master once said to be like water. Thus, I believe I must be a tsunami." Shan cast a disdainful glance at his cousin, slowly turning his thumb in the opposite direction before emphatically gesturing to him. In the ensuing match between the Thunder and the Bulls, the Thunder, having lost their formidable interior defensive anchor and the rhythm of their fast breaks, struggled to adapt to the game's tempo, momentarily bewildered by the synergy between Rose and Noah. However, Durant and his teammates quickly adjusted to the intensity and pace of the game, managing to equalize the score. Yet, this temporary surge in performance did not persist, and in the end, the Bulls secured a narrow victory with a score of 111-102. Following this defeat, Scott recognized a significant issue plaguing the Thunder. The players had become overly reliant on Shan's exceptional ability to provide help defense. After a string of consecutive victories in the first half of the season, the team had grown accustomed to the safety net of having a wall of size behind them to rectify their mistakes. Even when they were beaten, they hesitated to contest their opponents, having indulged in a comfortable routine that left them devoid of the tension necessary for competitive play, often finishing matches against opponents who were struggling. As Scott observed the dejected players sitting in the locker room, heads bowed in disappointment, his fiery spirit reignited. He slammed his tactical board onto a bench and turned to his disciples, unleashing a torrent of fervent criticism. "Russell, explain to me why your first instinct upon being beaten by Rose was to sprint towards the other end instead of immediately turning to defend him? And you too, James. Why the hell do you rush for a fast break after getting passed? Lee is suspended, and you still want to pursue a fast break? Jeff, nay not. Why can't you secure defensive rebounds? Noah is practically going mad trying to grab our boards. We didn't secure a single offensive rebound. Are you all here to play basketball or to eat dirt?" As Scott's expletives and fervent rhetoric enveloped the room, the players gradually began to recognize the team's shortcomings, each feeling a wave of shame wash over them. "Don't you dare lower your heads," he bellowed. "If any of you feel embarrassed, then go apologize to Shan and beg him for advanced defensive training, instead of sulking here like children wanting their mother's hugs." With their spirits low, the players made their way to Shan's studio. Upon learning from Kubi that Shan was in the gym lifting weights with Sate, they hastened towards him. In the gym, Sate was straining under the weight of a pair of 150-kilogram gold dumbbells while performing bent-over rows, with Shan assisting him from the side. Shan looked up and saw several teammates approaching him, greeting them with joy. "How did Russell perform in the match?" "Unfortunately, I was suspended and could not attend the game." Instead of responding, Russell and the others enveloped Shan in an embrace, leaving him bewildered by their unexpected gesture. Sate raised an eyebrow, observing the scene with curiosity. However, after a brief moment, Russell and the others released Shan and sincerely addressed him. "We are sorry, Lee. We were wrong." Shan gazed at them with a face full of confusion as they continued to speak. "We lost this match. Although the defeat was by a narrow margin, we are acutely aware of our utter disarray. The streak of victories and our position at the top of the Western Conference. These accomplishments were all brought forth by you. Each of us had relied on you far too much in the past. This disheartening loss has made us realize the gravity of the situation, and thus we wish to express our sincerest apologies to you." Shan scratched his head, gradually comprehending their vague words, and thus smiled and nodded. "I understood the gist of what they were saying, so now, what would you like me to assist you with?" The Thunder players exchanged determined glances before fixing their gaze upon Shan. "Teach us about defense." Chapter 85, Emergence. Gradually approaching maturity, King Crimson. The 10-game suspension vanished in an instant. Without Shan, the Thunder managed to secure a record of 6 wins and 4 losses, maintaining a level of performance akin to the previous season. In the 43 regular season games, the Thunder boasted an impressive record of 35 wins and 8 losses, placing them at the pinnacle of the Western Conference, closely followed by the Lakers. Now, with Shan's suspension concluded, during those 10 games, neither too long nor too short, he had been diligently training in strength and reaction time alongside Sate. He continued to evolve, learning and absorbing valuable insights. Meanwhile, Bogut had already escaped life-threatening danger, but had been in a frenzied mental state for several days. According to his family's accounts, Bogut would undoubtedly live the rest of his life bearing the scars of his ordeal. Shortly after regaining consciousness, he was thrust into an unbearable madness. While the Bucks management dispatched individuals to inform him of their complete abandonment, Bogut stared incredulously at the bald man before him, descending into a frenzy as he smashed anything within reach. After a moment, he resigned himself to this bitter reality and instructed his family to film a video of him on his hospital bed, preparing to bid farewell to the NBA and announce his retirement. Unfortunately, this video garnered little sympathy. Instead, many expressed glee, declaring that Shan had performed a monumental favor for all players aspiring to join the NBA. On January 24, 2010, it was time to emerge. The Thunder were set to face the Cavaliers in a back-to-back away game. Just before the match commenced, Durant and Shan exchanged mischievous glances at LeBron across the court. Amidst LeBron's desperate head shakes, the two erupted into laughter as they switched places. On that day, LeBron was reminded of the fear instilled by Shan and the humiliation of being confined to the court. Shan, LeBron, please take a seat. LeBron, thus. Shan once again opted for one-on-one tutoring with a renowned coach for LeBron. Upon the conclusion of his suspension, Shan burst forth like a wild stallion, achieving an astonishing tally of 0 points, 37 rebounds, 6 assists, 8 blocks, and 5 steals. He alone secured 6 blocks and 3 steals against LeBron. This remarkable performance prompted Dennis Rodman to immediately commend it and share it on his account with an enthusiastic commentary. Hey, this is precisely what a center should accomplish. A total of 37 rebounds, 18 offensive rebounds. What on earth? Am I mistaken? I merely took a brief respite at the nightclub, and Rookie Lee has become my benchmark? Not to mention the 8 blocks, could he be a shorter version of Mark Eaton? Who will be next? Rodman's post garnered numerous comments and shares from many retired big men. However, LeBron proved to be no mere clay to mold. The seasoned player's formidable skills thwarted 2 alley-oops, resulting in 3 turnovers for Shan. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 121-97. The brief respite of 3 days was once again eclipsed by the Crimson King. The youngest future MVP, Derrick Rose, arrived in Oklahoma City to compete as the visiting team. Prior to the match, the Chicago Bulls starting lineup was as follows: Derrick Rose, point guard; Kirk Hinrich, shooting guard; Luol Deng, small forward; Taj Gibson, power forward; and Joakim Noah, center. Chapter 86. The Bulls of World War II. As the fans gradually took their seats, a striking individual adorned with a colorful array of piercings settled in the central position of the front row. His eccentric appearance drew the attention of those around him, who were eager to express their excitement, yet he raised a hand to silence the crowd, urging them to focus on the game. The starting players from both teams made their way onto the court, with Scott instructing Shan to take the 5th position for the jump ball, setting him up for a face-off against Noah. As they stood at midcourt, awaiting the referee's signal, Noah flashed a toothy grin and nodded at Shan, who graciously returned the gesture. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and both forwards leaped to contest it. It was clear that Shan held the advantage, as he deftly tipped the ball behind him, prompting the Bulls to swiftly establish their defensive positions. Westbrook took control of the ball, but with the Bulls' front line firmly entrenched in the paint, he opted to pass it out to Durant. Securing the ball, Durant explored his options with a series of fakes, creating space before executing a quick 3-point feint to elude Laurie. With a clear shot before the Bulls' interior defense could react, he confidently sank a 2-point jumper. Noah initiated the play, and with his eyes partially closed, Rose gradually pushed the ball up the court. Westbrook adjusted his shorts, adopting a defensive stance, his gaze fixed intently on Rose and the ball in his hands. Rose made a sharp change of direction, accelerating past Westbrook, who, despite being prepared, found himself outpaced by Rose's explosive first step. As Rose sensed Westbrook closing in, he abruptly halted, pivoting with the ball in a manner that nearly left Westbrook off balance. Shan, having momentarily released Noah, stepped forward with his left hand, attempting to block Rose's layup. Rose, however, adeptly adjusted his body to shield the ball, while Shan's right hand hovered in anticipation. Remaining composed, Rose transformed his layup into a pass, directing the ball toward Noah, who was open in the corner. Seizing the opportunity, Noah caught the ball and immediately raised his hands to shoot. However, his peculiar stance, tongue out, lips licked, and body hunched forward, made his shot appear awkward, and the three-pointer instead clanged off the rim, soaring into the distance. Westbrook, positioned on the perimeter, seized the rebound, pivoting to initiate a fast break. With an unguarded Bulls paint ahead, he leaped high, clutching the ball with both hands, and emphatically slammed it through the hoop. The resounding thud echoed as he landed, unleashing a primal roar of triumph, reminiscent of a victorious silverback gorilla pounding its chest in celebration. With the ball in his possession, Rose called for Lauri to come and set a screen, while Noah moved to fend off Durant. As he charged into the paint, Shan stood resolutely before Lauri, who, undeterred, maneuvered closely to Shan and pushed the ball around the baseline for a skillful layup. Shan positioned himself closely against Lauri, effortlessly swatting the basketball away with a single hand. Noah leaped to secure the rebound, and after gaining a second chance for offense, he decisively passed the ball to Rose. Rose executed a swift double dribble to maneuver past Westbrook, driving into the paint to attempt another shot at the basket. With a powerful stride, he charged towards the hoop, attempting a two-handed dunk while contending fiercely with Shan. However, Shan's large hand was firmly grasped around the basketball, rendering Rose's efforts to force the dunk futile. Shan seized the ball as it touched the ground, swiftly maneuvering it behind his back, denying his opponents any opportunity to intercept. The Bulls quickly transitioned to defense, leaving Shan with no choice but to pass to Harden, who began to orchestrate the play with deliberation. Westbrook darted to the diagonal three-point line, receiving a pass from Harden. With a scissor step, Westbrook skillfully changed direction, overpowering Rose. Ignoring Rose's tenacious defense, he surged into the paint, elevating with a singular force, delivering a thunderous dunk that left Noah and Bogans wide-eyed as they retreated, helplessly watching Westbrook score with ease. Chapter 87. The Bulls Alliance. The fully realized Thunder displayed remarkable chemistry during the joyous moments of the first two quarters, with their seamless offense and defense pushing Westbrook into an exhilarating rhythm. CTMD's traditional virtues ignited. As Westbrook guarded Rose, he succumbed to exuberance, hurling trash talk at him. Westbrook, come on, man. I can do it. Rose, Westbrook, hurry up. Break through me. Bring it on. Watch me snatch that ball away. Rose, Westbrook, wipey baby. Wipey boo-boo. Wow, no meat. Rose vividly illustrated his poker face, seemingly uninterested in engaging with Westbrook. However, the fervent Westbrook continued to chatter incessantly beside him. Yet, every individual has their breaking point. Faced with Westbrook's relentless banter, Rose could barely contain himself and was on the verge of drawing his metaphorical dagger against Westbrook. Finally, at the conclusion of the second quarter, Rose could no longer hold back and exclaimed, "Yo bro, can you chill for a moment? Would it not be better to just play the game?" Upon hearing Rose's words, Westbrook shook his head defiantly, retorting with fervor, "No way, because this is truly entertaining. Rose, damn it." In a fleeting moment, Westbrook accelerated, effortlessly distancing himself from Rose. Just moments ago, the agile Ibaka had emphatically rejected Gibson's layup, seizing the ball and sending a two-handed pass in Westbrook's direction. Caught off guard, Rose found himself left far behind, helplessly watching as Westbrook soared for a thunderous dunk. Following the score, Westbrook, unusually restrained, refrained from his customary display of exuberance and instead flashed a cheeky grin reminiscent of a mischievous banana, extending his left hand in a playful gesture towards Rose. Rose, exasperated, muttered under his breath, unable to tolerate the audacity. The sight of Westbrook's antics evoked a mix of amusement and frustration, prompting Rose to place his hands on his hips, shaking his head in disbelief as Westbrook sauntered past him with a smirk. Acknowledging the gaze of his teammates, Rose patted his chest in silent acceptance of his misstep. As Gibson prepared to inbound the ball, Westbrook noticed the two legendary figures seated courtside and approached them with a jovial invitation. "Hey, you two old-timers. Care to join in the fun?" Michael Jordan, adjusting his sunglasses with a playful flick of his middle finger, responded, "Don't joke around with us, Russell. When I was winning NBA championships, you were still in diapers." Westbrook, momentarily stunned, feigned a shiver and patted his chest, exclaiming, "Wow, I'm so scared. You really got me there." This exchange elicited laughter from the surrounding audience. As Rose executed a step-back three-pointer, the second quarter concluded with a score of 66-41. Westbrook clapped his hands, danced awkwardly, and joyfully high-fived his teammates as he returned to the bench, clearly in high spirits. Bulls head coach Vinny Del Negro, arms crossed, observed the beaming Shan from a distance, nodding knowingly before turning to his players as they headed to the locker room. The Thunder truly transform with and without Lee. Without him, they're merely a collection of offensive talents. With him, they become a cohesive unit, executing that relentless strategy of prioritizing drives over shots. It's frustratingly effective. In the second half, we must adopt a more aggressive approach, pressuring them and capitalizing on fast breaks and open shot opportunities. Perhaps we still have a glimmer of hope. After listening to the coach's arrangements, Rose and his teammates nodded with unwavering determination. As both teams returned to the court, the third quarter commenced. The Bulls initiated the game with an exceptionally aggressive press, forcing the Thunder into 3 unfortunate turnovers. However, due to Shan's intimidating shot-blocking prowess, the Bulls were compelled to await the arrival of their teammates to establish their half-court offense. The teams exchanged plays back and forth. The Bulls briefly flourished from beyond the arc, but soon lost their rhythm under the relentless defense of the Thunder. The score gap between the Thunder and the Bulls widened once more. With 3.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, despite the dim prospects of victory, the Bulls were determined to fight valiantly, aiming to make the final score less disheartening. Sinrich held the ball at the top of the arc while Rose prepared to receive a pass from the corner, using Noah's screen to position himself beyond the three-point line. Westbrook was momentarily screened out, and Shan quickly switched on to Rose. As Sinrich noticed Rose breaking free, he delivered a swift pass, but Shan reacted with lightning speed, swatting the ball away mid-air before sprinting to retrieve it for a fast break. Rose, displaying remarkable quickness, advanced to closely guard Shan. Shan struggled to traverse half the court, while Ross, with eyes as sharp as a hawk, swiftly knocked the ball away from him. The sphere soared directly towards the technical table. Driven by an overwhelming competitive spirit, Ross leapt towards the basketball without a moment's hesitation. However, upon catching sight of the menacing edge of the technical table, a wave of panic washed over him midair. "I am doomed." Shan stood nearby, sensing the impending misfortune. With resolute determination, he extended his hands, one supporting Ross's leg, the other cradling his waist, preventing him from plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, Ross was oblivious to these actions. Clutching the basketball in midair, I shut tight, resignedly flinging it backward with great force. The ball struck Shan's face with a resounding thud, ricocheting into the audience. A collective gasp echoed from the spectators, and it was only then that Ross became aware of the sharp pain. Opening his eyes to see Shan slowly lowering himself to the ground, his face marked with a bright red imprint. Trembling, Ross stepped onto the floor, looking at Shan with lingering trepidation. "Wow, you saved my life." "Why?" Shan gently rubbed his sore nose and spoke slowly. "My friend, this is a court, not a battlefield. We are merely opponents, not enemies. Shouldn't it be this way?" Upon hearing this, Rose was profoundly moved and embraced Shan, eliciting waves of applause from the surrounding spectators. Subsequently, Rose gestured to his head coach, indicating that he could no longer continue and needed to step off the court to regain his composure. Observing the departure of his team's leader, Negros decided to withdraw his main players as well. With a deficit of nearly 30 points, the substitutes were truly unable to perform. Ultimately, the match concluded with a decisive score of 136-99 as the Thunder triumphed over the Bulls. Chapter 88. Is Jordan also recruiting? As the final buzzer sounded, Rose, accompanied by Noah, approached Shan amidst the cheers of the fans and once again offered him a heartfelt embrace. "Lee, my friend, you have saved my life. From now on, you are my brother for life. Although I may lack influence, in Chicago, if you ever need assistance, just send me a message, and I will swiftly bring help." After Rose finished speaking, Noah, standing behind him, smiled and made a fist gesture towards Shan. "Same here." Shan smiled as he embraced Ross and nodded. "Thank you, my friend. Since we are all brothers now, allow me to interject. While I was seated on the bench observing the game, I noticed your tendency to change direction without losing speed, executing dunks without the rim, and landing without bending your knees. This style of play is undeniably explosive and possesses a unique aesthetic appeal inherent to basketball. However, frequent reliance on such techniques can be quite detrimental to your knees. I do not mean to dissuade you from employing them when necessary, but should you lack the ironclad knees of a player like Shaquille, we do harbor concerns about the longevity of your career." Shan's words prompted Rose to ponder deeply for an extended period. Throughout this season, after each game, he had indeed experienced a subtle yet persistent ache in his knee. Although the discomfort was minor, its existence was undeniably apparent, representing a significant injury risk. Moreover, having just been rescued by Shan, whose advice resonated profoundly, rose. Known for his receptiveness to counsel, smiled and nodded in agreement, signifying his intention to be more vigilant. The group engaged in delightful conversation, and eventually, several members of the Bulls reluctantly departed from the court. On the sidelines, Michael Jordan, accompanied by Dennis Rodman, approached the Thunder's quartet, greeting them with a warm and friendly smile. "Lee, you played exceptionally well. It was a match characterized by both gentlemanly conduct and intense competition." Shan smiled as he shook hands with Jordan, humbly nodding his head. At that moment, Westbrook, dressed in a hoodie, approached Shan. "Old man, what brings you to the court to play today?" Jordan, noticing Westbrook teasing him, gave a playful chuckle in response. "Come on, change into your jersey. Lee, go fetch us a basketball. Russell and I will practice on the court." Westbrook, feigning ignorance to Jordan's words, stood by, nonchalantly picking at some snacks in his nose. After Rodman and Durant finished their conversation, the duo, adorned with nose rings and sunglasses, approached Shan. "Hey man, Shan. Why couldn't you have been born earlier to grace the NBA stage? I really wish to team up with you to take down that old bald head." Flaunting his 6 rings, Jordan laughed heartily, ruffling Rodman's hair, boasting, "What's wrong with having 6 rings? Even if you team up with Lee, I will surely find a way to outshine you both." As Jordan spoke, he suddenly pointed at Shan. "Lee, your defense is now recognized throughout the league. But you must enhance your offensive skills. Your approach is too one-dimensional. It would be best to reach the offensive level of Shawn Kemp. This year, I'm acquiring a team, and by your 4th year, you could join me as a core player." Seeing that even the basketball deity Jordan was trying to recruit Shan, Durant and Westbrook quickly shielded him, glaring at Jordan with fierce intensity. Jordan chuckled and left, remarking, "You have a good group of teammates." In the following weeks, the Thunder effortlessly triumphed over the Nuggets, Warriors, Hawks, Pelicans, Warriors, and Trailblazers. The time arrived for the annual All-Star Weekend from February 13th to 17th. Before this event, Shan received 3 missives from the league. The letters stated, "Invitation for Sean Lee to attend the Rookie Challenge at 10 a.m. on the 13th at the Cowboys Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Invitation for Sean Lee to rehearse the entrance for the Western Conference roster for the 59th NBA All-Star Game on the evening of the 13th. Invitation for Sean Lee to participate in the Western All-Star Game and the Slam Dunk Contest on the evening of the 14th. However, Shan promptly declined this year's Rookie Challenge, feeling that even if he attended, the disparity in strength between the East and West would be too great. Just then, Durant and Westbrook burst in, carrying large bags. "Lee, Russell and I made it to this year's All-Star Game. We came to see if you received your invitation." Upon seeing the documents in Shan's hands, they erupted in joyous celebration. Westbrook even leaped onto Shan's back, laughing, "That's amazing. Lee, you made it to the All-Star Game in your rookie year. Incredible. Haha." A few days later, the Thunder team arrived collectively in the territory of Dallas. Shan and his companions arrived at the home stadium of the Dallas Cowboys, adorned in white training outfits emblazoned with All-Star. Duncan, James, Nowitzki, and Allen Iverson greeted Shan with cheerful smiles. Noticing Kobe meandering about in casual attire, Shan immediately sensed something was amiss. "Kobe, are you all right? What happened to your finger?" Upon hearing Shan's concern, Kobe raised his swollen fingers and gave them a gentle shake. "I'm fine. Nothing serious. I've sustained minor injuries to my left ankle and right fingers, so I've decided to sit out the All-Star Game just to be safe." "All right, once the rehearsal concludes, I'll fetch some medication for you to apply," Shan replied. Kobe extended his left hand to fist bump Shan in gratitude. Shortly thereafter, dozens of individuals lined up and entered the court, engaging in playful antics. LeBron seized a basketball with one hand, examined it closely, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, turned and called out loudly, "Lee, come here. I've got something fun to show you." Shan observed as LeBron tossed the ball aside and approached him. The commotion drew the attention of everyone nearby, who turned their gazes towards LeBron. Kobe, with his eyes half closed, sensed a hint of unease. LeBron, gripping the ball with both hands, leaned against Shan, raising the collar of his shirt and biting down on it. Shan found the sequence of movements somewhat familiar as he guarded LeBron. LeBron then playfully nudged Shan twice before swaying his shoulders and spinning around to leap high into the air. He executed a jump shot that was neither picturesque nor graceful, hitting the rim instead. Regardless of whether the ball went in, LeBron turned, grasped his collar, and pumped his fist in a gesture of encouragement, raising his thumb to point at himself. Those around him erupted in laughter at LeBron's antics. Kobe, witnessing LeBron's performance, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water, fiercely kicking a basketball on the ground towards LeBron with his right foot. However, LeBron, with a cheeky grin, stuck out his tongue and deftly dodged the ball. At that moment, Durant shouted loudly for Westbrook to pass him the ball, redirecting everyone's attention to him. Durant pulled out a headband from his pocket and donned it before charging into the paint. He drew back one arm and executed a powerful dunk reminiscent of LeBron's style. Upon landing, Durant smacked his chest twice, stomped his feet, and then pounded his chest again, letting out a boisterous shout. The crowd erupted in laughter at Durant's imitation of LeBron, with Iverson even collapsing to the ground, unable to stand from laughing so hard. Nash, noticing Iverson on the floor, chuckled as he sprang up to grab the basketball. He executed a swift crossover at the top of the arc and finished with a smooth layup. Then, with one eye aimed straight and the other wide open, he placed his palm to his ear as if listening intently. Iverson, nearly out of breath from laughter, quipped at Nash, "Dude, I've never made such a foolish expression." Nowitzki, clutching his stomach with laughter, struggled to maintain a straight face as he requested a ball from Shan. He positioned himself at the 45-degree angle, feigned a shot twice, and then smoothly released a straight arm shot that swished through the net. Still wearing a poker face, Nowitzki walked slowly up to LeBron. The laughter subsided as everyone turned to observe the interaction between Nowitzki and LeBron. With an expressionless demeanor, Nowitzki gently patted the puzzled LeBron on the head, placed his hands on LeBron's shoulders, and uttered those fateful words, "LeBron, the future is yours." This time, even the stoic Duncan was caught off guard by Nowitzki. As the crowd erupted into laughter, clutching their stomachs at LeBron's mortified expression. LeBron, Chapter 90, All-Star Weekend. A day swiftly elapsed, and through the internet, Shan and his companions learned that the MVP of the All-Star Rookie Challenge was Evans. The first-year rookies triumphed over the second-year players with a score of 140 to 128, thereby bringing an end to the second-year team's 7-game winning streak. Harden's statistics were quite impressive, boasting 25 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. However, it was regrettable that he did not receive the MVP award for the Rookie Challenge, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, with the comforting words of his brother Westbrook, Harden soon regained his composure. He reflected on the valuable lessons he had learned and acknowledged that there remains much room for his own growth. Time passed quickly, and Shan and his companions, clad in white training attire, stood beneath the elevator, awaiting the host's instructions. Shan took